Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 88, New Base. Swoosh. A blue vortex tore open at the center of Zane's base, spiraling with controlled violence yet flawless stability. One by one, figures stepped out, Zane first, followed closely by the rest of the team. As the last of them crossed the threshold, the vortex collapsed inward on itself, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared, leaving no trace behind. Silence followed. Not the eerie kind. Not the suffocating type that made one uneasy. This was a silence that felt alive, as if the place itself was breathing. They stood still, instinctively lowering their voices, their gazes slowly lifting as they took in their surroundings. The dimension stretched endlessly, bathed in natural light that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. Gentle winds passed through, carrying with them a faint, pleasant fragrance, clean, crisp, and impossibly pure. As the air brushed against their skin and entered their lungs, something strange happened. They inhaled once. Then again. And again. Their eyes widened. The air was too fresh. Not just fresh, refined. With every breath, they could feel subtle changes rippling through their bodies. Muscles felt lighter. Fatigue vanished. Thoughts sharpened, their minds clearing as if a fog had been lifted. Even emotions settled, becoming steady and calm. This air. Gwen murmured quietly. It feels unreal. Peter was the first to fully voice what they were all thinking. Ever observant, his eyes darted around as he asked. Zane, is this another world entirely? Zane glanced back at them and nodded slightly, already anticipating the question. The concentration and quality of the gases here far surpassed Earth's atmosphere, or that of any planet in the known universe. This dimension was powered directly by the universal core. Compared to that, Earth was crude. Not necessarily another world, Zane replied calmly. You can think of it as an independent dimension. He paused briefly before adding. As for why the atmosphere here is like this, you'll find out soon. But for now, let's get to headquarters first. Before anyone could press further, Tommy Oliver stepped in, folding his arms as he looked at the team. Yeah. Business comes first, kids. Listen to Zane. He'll explain everything later. That alone was enough. They nodded in unison and began following Zane as he walked forward. But the longer they walked, the harder it became to maintain composure. Their expressions slowly shifted, from curiosity, to confusion, to outright disbelief. Strange animals roamed freely across the land. Creatures they had only ever seen in fantasy movies and mythology walked casually past them, completely unbothered by their presence. Towering trees with crystalline leaves shimmered softly under the light. Flowers glowed faintly, releasing spores that dissolved into harmless motes of energy. Streams of water flowed upward before curving back down in elegant arcs, defying gravity entirely. And the animals. Is that a Pegasus? Peter muttered, squinting. I swear I just saw an elf, Gwen whispered, blinking rapidly. A boar with a mane. What the hell? Ethan added, utterly baffled. Comments flew left and right, each more incredulous than the last. Zane listened quietly, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Good, he thought. This was exactly the reaction he wanted. He could have teleported them straight to headquarters. It would have been faster, more efficient. But where was the fun in that? More importantly, where was the trust in that? He wanted them to see this place. To feel it. To understand, without words, that this was not some reckless gamble or half-baked operation. This was a sanctuary. A fortress. A home. The chaos to come would shatter their peaceful lives sooner or later. They were still teenagers, no matter how heroic they were. They deserved reassurance. And honestly. I'm also a teenager, Zane suddenly thought, nearly laughing at himself. Whether in his previous life or this one, he had always been young. It was just that he'd grown far too accustomed to acting like an adult. Planning, calculating, commanding, it had become second nature. I should enjoy being a teen in this world, he mused silently. At least now, I actually have the power and the time to do that. Even Dr. Oliver, someone who had seen countless wonders across timelines, dimensions, and morphing grids, was stunned. His eyes scanned the land with scientific awe. Every plant, tree, fish, and mammal was unique yet perfectly harmonized with the environment. And the air. This purity was revolutionary. Game-changing. He had encountered independent dimensions before, but none like this. None that felt so vast. He couldn't even see the end of it. As they continued walking, the headquarters finally came into view. And it stole the breath from their lungs. The structure was massive, colossal, even. Its architecture blended alien geometry with ancient elegance, lines flowing seamlessly into one another. Strange runes pulsed faintly along its surface, while its central logo seemed to draw the soul of anyone who looked at it, resonating deeply with something primal within them. Whoa! Kira breathed. Her eyes sparkled as she stared at the building, completely awestruck. Worthy of being Zane, she thought unconsciously. He's always the best at everything. Her gaze lingered. Our Dino lab can't even compare to this, she continued inwardly. It's like comparing a coughing baby to a nuclear warhead. Sorry, Dr. O. Tommy, winky face. Her smile was radiant as she looked at the headquarters, his headquarters. Beside the main structure stood two equally magnificent facilities. Slightly shorter, but no less impressive. Their designs were strange, advanced, and utterly foreign. Whatever their purpose was, it was clear they were not decorative. As they approached the main entrance, Zane finally spoke. Welcome, guys. This will be your new base. The doors responded instantly, sliding open without a sound. What lay beyond left them speechless. If the exterior was breathtaking, the interior was nothing short of divine. The space stretched far beyond what the building's layout should have allowed. Layers upon layers of floating platforms, holographic interfaces, and energy conduits filled the vast interior. Light flowed naturally, illuminating everything without a visible source. Tommy's eyes narrowed slightly. Space manipulation. Space technology, he thought instantly. Almost as if confirming his suspicion. Zane, Ethan asked, eyes glowing with unrestrained curiosity, why is the inside bigger than the outside? Zane glanced at him, clearly amused. Space-time technology, Ethan. You'll learn about it soon. Ethan froze. Space-time, tech, he repeated, practically vibrating with excitement. Before he could spiral into a barrage of questions, Gwen smacked the back of his head lightly. Calm down, geek. He said you'll learn about it soon. Let's focus. The others nodded in agreement. Important matters came first. Reluctantly, Ethan backed down, though the questions gnawed at him relentlessly. Let's head to my office, Zane said, pointing eastward. They followed. After a few minutes, they stopped in front of a peculiar door labeled Owner's Office. The moment Zane stepped closer, the door reacted, sensing his presence, his energy signature, his magnetic field. It opened instantly. Welcome, Master. A female robotic voice echoed gently. Tommy nearly stumbled. Alpha. The reaction was immediate and visceral. Alpha turned toward him, tilting her head slightly. Zane noticed instantly. He and Alpha both understood why Tommy reacted the way he did, but the rest of the team was confused. After all, they hadn't yet learned about Tommy's past as a ranger in this timeline. Tommy turned toward Zane, his gaze sharp and questioning. Zane's lips curved faintly. It wasn't every day you saw a flustered Tommy Oliver. All shall be revealed in due time, Zane replied calmly. Let's settle the team first. Take your seats. Tommy exhaled and nodded, walking toward a wide circular table made of an unknown material. 15 seats surrounded it, evenly spaced. The moment he touched the surface, his eyes widened. Not vibranium, not URU, he muttered. What material is this? It's incredibly strong. The rest followed suit, taking their seats. The surface was cold yet strangely comfortable, adjusting subtly to each of them. So, Zane, Connor asked, unable to contain himself, what is this table and seating arrangement called? Zane smiled. This is known as the Vanguard Council, he said evenly. Anyone who sits upon it may receive its grace, if acknowledged by it. The words sent a ripple through the room. What kind of grace? Gwen asked carefully. And, acknowledged. Ethan added. Wait, does that mean, Peter started. Zane raised a hand, stopping them gently. No, he said honestly. Not yet. A mix of relief and disappointment crossed their faces. But, he continued, in due time. That alone reignited their curiosity tenfold. Zane stood, his presence subtly shifting. With a flick of his wrist, light condensed in front of each of them. Golden-white interfaces unfolded midair. Now, he said, let's talk about gear. The air seemed to freeze. One by one, colored uniforms materialized, sleek, powerful, and unmistakably refined. They were Ranger uniforms, yet unlike any they had ever seen. The designs blended Power Ranger aesthetics with advanced Marvel-grade technology. Nano-layered armor, adaptive energy conduits, morphing compatibility, and dimensional shielding. As they all held it in their hands. Strange information about the capabilities of the uniform was transmitted to them instantly. Their eyes widened. This. Kira whispered. This is a treasure. Zane nodded. Your new Ranger uniforms. They adapt to your power sources, enhance your abilities, and sync with both the Morphin grid and the base's system. Stunned silence. Before they could recover, weapons appeared next. Swords. Guns. Omni-weapons forged with modular functionality. I made these myself, Zane said casually. Omni-guns and blades. Compatible with your fighting styles. Then, small vials appeared. Advanced super soldier serum, he added. For civilian enhancement. It's easy to make. Might as well. They couldn't muster words anymore. The surprise had numbed them already. After distributing everything, Zane finally walked toward the highest seat. He turned. Sat down. And faced them all. All right, he said calmly, authority settling into his voice. Time for questions and serious matters. How was the chapter, guys? I'm open to reviews and criticism. I kinda rushed this chapter, so it might be slightly worse than the others. Power stones, guys. Chapter 89, let's intercept them. Zane leaned back slightly on the highest seat of the Vanguard Council, his fingers interlocked as his gaze swept across every face seated before him. The room was quiet now, no curiosity-filled whispers, no stunned gasps, just focused attention. This was the part that mattered. All right, Zane began calmly, his voice steady and clear. I'll start by explaining the space and its functions. Some of it will sound absurd. Some of it will sound impossible. Get used to that. That earned a few dry chuckles, easing the tension just a little. He gestured lightly, and the space above the table shimmered. A three-dimensional hologram of the entire base unfolded, rotating slowly in midair. Layers upon layers of structures appeared, some visible, some semi-transparent, some entirely hidden. This, Zane said, pointing at the central structure, is the headquarters. The core of operations. The hologram zoomed in, isolating the massive building they had just entered. All missions are accepted, processed, and distributed from here. It constantly scans for threats, not just on Earth, but on an almost universal scale. Spatial distortions, energy fluctuations, anomalous signatures, hostile dimensional movements. If something dangerous so much as breathes in the wrong direction, this place knows. The room fell silent again. Connor swallowed. That's insane. Zane nodded. It is. And that's just its surface function. He let that sit for a moment. There are other capabilities, he continued evenly. But you don't need to know them yet. Experiencing it yourselves would be more fun and fulfilling. Not just physically, but mentally. Tommy's eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't interrupt. Zane waved his hand again, and the hologram expanded, showing the entire base floating in a vast, abstract void. The base itself, Zane said, exists in an independent spatial pocket. It's completely isolated from conventional spacetime. No satellite, no magic, no divine sense, no cosmic awareness can detect it unless I allow it. Gwen blinked. So, it's invisible. More than that, Zane replied. It doesn't exist to anything outside unless permitted. That drew a low whistle from Peter. Okay. That's terrifyingly cool. Zane continued. I've already passed the teleportation nodes of the base to each of you. That means you can enter anytime, from anywhere. Their expressions shifted, surprise mixed with gratitude. But, he added, his tone firming slightly, if you bring someone unknown, friend or foe, you must notify the base AI. Kara or Alpha will handle verification. No exceptions. Tommy nodded approvingly. Smart. Zane acknowledged that with a slight incline of his head. He then shifted the hologram, highlighting the two large facilities beside the headquarters. The building on the left is the medical bay. It's equipped to handle injuries ranging from physical trauma to soul-level damage. Poison, curses, radiation, reality backlash, it can treat all of it. Kira's fingers unconsciously clenched. And the one on the right, Zane continued, is the Omnitech workshop. Ethan leaned forward instantly. Workshop. Zane smirked faintly. Weapons. Armor. Vehicles. Dimensional tools. Upgrades. Reverse engineering alien tech. And yes, it also contains a Zord bay. That finally did it. Tommy straightened. Our Zords are stored there. Zane nodded. One of its many functions. Tommy exhaled slowly, equal parts impressed and unsettled. He wouldn't have to put the Ranger Zords in cramped spaces. The Dino Lab was too small. There are more facilities, Zane added. Training realms. Simulation zones. Containment vaults. Research sectors. They'll unlock in time. This is enough for now. The explanation didn't end there. Questions followed, lots of them. Ethan asked about energy sources. Gwen asked about fail-safes. Connor asked about civilian evacuation protocols. Peter asked about dimensional stability. Even Tommy pressed him on security redundancies. Zane answered all of them. Calmly. Precisely. Without evasion. Time passed, far more than anyone realized. After nearly an hour and a half of explanations and questions, Zane finally raised his hand, signaling a pause. "All right," he said. "That covers the base." Before anyone could relax, the lighting in the room dimmed slightly. Zane flicked his fingers. A new hologram appeared. This one was different. Cold. Sharp. A massive alien spaceship rotated slowly in the air, its dark hull etched with arcane patterns and advanced weapon arrays. Smaller vessels flanked it, moving in calculated formations. The shift in atmosphere was immediate. "What is that?" Connor asked quietly. Zane's expression hardened. "This," he said, "is the other reason I brought you here." Tommy leaned forward the moment he saw it, his face tightening. His years of experience screamed warnings in his mind. "That design." Tommy muttered. "Dark elves." Zane nodded once. "And those formations," Tommy continued grimly, pointing at the smaller crafts. "Chitauri." The Dino Rangers stiffened. Peter and Gwen exchanged glances. The names triggered something, fragments of memory Zane had given them earlier. Broken images. Half-formed knowledge. "So, these are what we are up against," Peter said slowly. "Those things we saw in those memory fragments." "Yeah, they're real," Zane confirmed. "And they're coming." Tommy's jaw tightened. "How long?" Zane didn't hesitate. 2 months. The room erupted. 2 months. That's insane. You're kidding, right? Gwen's face paled. That's not enough time. Connor clenched his fists. What in the hell could they be after on Earth? Zane's gaze sharpened. Cosmic threats like these don't invade for territory alone. They plunder. They harvest. Harvest what? Connor pressed. Zane shook his head. That's not something you should know right now. Knowing would only burden you, and make you targeted by a bigger target. The words settled heavily. Tommy, however, already knew. And Zane knew that he knew. Their eyes met briefly. Nothing was said, but everything was understood. For the next 2 hours, Zane spoke. He broke down the anatomy of dark elves. Their combat styles. Their reliance on shadow energy. Their vulnerabilities to high-frequency light-based attacks. He explained the Chitauri hive command structure. How to disrupt their chain of command. Their overdependence on centralized control nodes. He outlined battle formations. Defensive strategies. Urban combat contingencies. He even tied it back to Mesogog, how escalating chaos on Earth could act as a beacon, accelerating the invasion. This isn't just about stopping them when they arrive, Zane said. It's about preventing Earth from becoming an easy target. Then he dropped the next bomb. I propose we intercept some of the ships before they land. Silence. Tommy frowned. Intercept, in space. Zane nodded calmly. Yes. With what? Gwen asked incredulously. Zane's lips curved upward slightly. I have a spaceship. That single sentence shook them. A spaceship. Connor repeated. 1. Peter asked weakly. Zane nodded again. Powerful enough to intercept them. He didn't elaborate. Didn't explain its full capabilities. I'll reveal them to you all when the time comes, he said simply. The room was quiet again, this time heavy with awe. 1 ranger. 1 Omni-ranger. And an arsenal vast enough to rival entire civilizations. Kira finally broke the silence, voicing the question weighing on everyone's mind. Zane. She said carefully. Even if we know their weaknesses, even if we plan everything perfectly, how are we supposed to get strong enough in just 2 months? The others nodded. Even Tommy watched closely. Zane heard this and couldn't help but smile mysteriously. This, he said, is one of the base's most powerful functions. He tapped the air. Time. Their brows furrowed. Time moves faster here than in the outside world, Zane continued. A lot faster. How much faster? Ethan asked, breath held. Zane answered simply. A 1-to-100 ratio. The reaction was instant. What the fuck? Are you serious? Are you a freaking ranger god or something? Are you sure we're all rangers and you're not some kind of protagonist? This is too absurd. Voices overlapped. Chairs shifted. Hands flew to heads. Even Tommy stared at Zane in disbelief. Zane raised a hand, letting the noise die down. "This," he said calmly, "is just the tip of the iceberg." They froze. "Don't be too shocked yet," he continued. "You'll experience far more bizarre things in the future, as my team." Silence followed. They couldn't speak anymore. The back-to-back surprise had numbed them. And as he said, they'd better get used to it soon. After some seconds of silence, Zane stood up again. His presence filled the room. "Time to train, Rangers," he said firmly. "The world is waiting to be protected. We can't let it down." They all stood up, holding their uniforms and new props like treasures. They knew they were already involved with something greater than themselves. But they were Power Rangers. They would never back down. After all, good always wins over evil, no matter how long it takes. 7 voices answered without hesitation. "Yes, let's do this, X." Chapter 90, It's a Bomb. Island Fortress, Mesogog's Lair. At the very core of the island fortress, deep within layers of reinforced alloy and ancient stone, Mesogog sat upon his dark, jagged throne. The air around him felt heavy, oppressive, as if the lair itself bowed to his presence. A glowing blue cube hovered just above his clawed palms, slowly rotating, humming with a low, cosmic resonance. Each pulse of light illuminated the sharp angles of his reptilian face, casting long, warped shadows across the chamber. Before the throne, Zeltrax and Elsa knelt. No, coward. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, knees pressed to the cold floor, foreheads nearly scraping the stone. Fear radiated off them in waves so thick it was almost tangible. "Your uselessness is becoming increasingly disgusting," Mesogog spoke at last. His voice was calm. Too calm. It carried no rage, no heat, only cold logic and absolute authority. Yet those words struck Zeltrax and Elsa harder than any physical blow ever could. Their hearts skipped, dread flooding their veins. Mesogog observed their reaction and felt nothing but deeper contempt. He was the Dino Overlord, a being destined to reshape the world through evolution and domination. Yet somehow, he was cursed with subordinates this incompetent. Even the mindless Tyrannodrones, mass-produced, soulless soldiers, performed better than these two. "I assigned you simple missions," he continued, his tone flat and merciless. "And yet you failed. Worse, your failures caused damage to my greater plans. Tell me, do you believe you deserve to live after this?" The temperature in the room seemed to drop. Zeltrax and Elsa became frantic, their composure completely shattered. Both practically flattened themselves against the floor, bodies shaking as they desperately sought forgiveness. It truly wasn't their fault, not entirely, but in the presence of Mesogog, excuses were meaningless. Their reasons held no weight. Only results mattered. All they could do was hope. Hope that today, Mesogog's mood leaned slightly away from execution and more toward restraint. Zeltrax was the first to speak. He bowed repeatedly, his metal-plated forehead striking the ground again and again, cracks forming beneath the force. "My lord," he stammered, voice trembling. "Your subordinate is truly sorry. It was all the Rangers' fault. They destroyed everything, every plan we laid out. Please, my lord, forgive us. I swear. I swear this will never happen again." Yes, my lord," Elsa quickly added, lifting her head just enough to speak, terror and desperation etched across her face. It was the Rangers, especially the Omni-ranger. His power was immense, far beyond our calculations. His technology was abnormal. We couldn't counter it. We truly couldn't do anything against him, Lord Mesogog. Mesogog let out a low, disdainful sound. Umph. His glowing eyes narrowed, radiating cold disdain. Useless. Cowardly. Out of my sight. Without even lifting a finger, Mesogog's telekinesis surged outward. Boom. An invisible force slammed into both Zeltrax and Elsa, lifting them off the ground like discarded debris and hurling them violently across the chamber. Ah. PTTT. Their bodies smashed into the far wall outside the throne lab chamber, skidding across the floor before finally coming to a stop. The impact cracked the reinforced flooring beneath them, spiderweb fractures spreading outward. Groaning, they struggled to move. Slowly, painfully, both looked back toward the open chamber, and froze. Mesogog stood at the threshold, staring at them. Those eyes, they weren't the eyes of a ruler looking at subjects. They were the eyes of a scientist examining failed tools. Disposable. Replaceable. Worthless. Zeltrax shuddered internally. Elsa felt a deeper chill crawl up her spine. Damn. She thought as she forced herself upright, her muscles screaming in pain. I almost died. I can't keep this act up for much longer. If I hesitate, I really will be killed. Blood dripped from the corner of her mouth, splattering softly onto the floor. She wiped it away with the back of her hand, her expression twisting as agony flared through her body. I need to speed things up, she continued internally. Before he decides I'm no longer useful. Together, she and Zeltrax dragged their battered bodies away from the throne lab chamber. Every step felt like walking on shattered glass, yet relief flooded their minds despite the pain. They were alive. For now. They both knew how merciless Mesogog could be. Cruel. Selfish. Unpredictable. There was no telling what he might do on a whim. Execution, experimentation, mutation, nothing was off the table. Receiving only a light punishment today felt like a miracle. Several minutes passed after they disappeared down the corridor. Mesogog was alone once more. The doors slid shut behind them with a heavy clang, sealing the chamber in silence. Mesogog's gaze lingered briefly on the spot where Elsa had vanished. He snorted softly. Humph. An ant, bound to be used by me, he muttered. I'll spare you, for now. My great plan still requires certain pieces. His attention shifted back to the blue cube hovering above his palms. The cosmic cube. A relic of unfathomable power. Infinite energy, Mesogog whispered, his voice tinged with reverence and madness. It's finally mine. A distorted, reptilian grin spread across his face, stretching unnaturally wide. His eyes glowed brighter, reflecting pure greed and ecstasy. For the first time in a long while, genuine satisfaction surged through him. Even with setbacks, even with failures, he had succeeded. This had always been his second objective. The first had failed. But this more than made up for it. He let out a low, rasping laugh that echoed through the chamber. Then a thought crossed his mind, one that made his laughter sharper, mocking. Ha ha. Fury, Mesogog sneered. Such a fool. He paced slowly before his throne, the cube floating alongside him as if bound to his will. A man who prides himself on contingencies. Backup plans layered upon backup plans, Mesogog continued, voice dripping with condescension. And yet, he was too blind to see through mine. He paused, then laughed again, louder this time. Oh wait, he added smugly. That's because I'm a genius. Ha 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 ha. The laughter abruptly stopped. In an instant, Mesogog's expression shifted. The manic joy vanished, replaced by icy calculation. His lips curled into a cunning smirk. I hope you enjoy my gift, he said quietly. Consider it revenge. From my side. He tilted his head slightly, imagining Fury's reaction. I would have loved to see the look on your face, Mesogog continued, chuckling darkly. Ha 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 ha. The Trask building. Helicarrier docking bay / S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Deep within S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, security was already operating at maximum capacity. Agents moved with sharp precision through the halls as Anton Mercer, or what they believed to be Anton Mercer, was transported to an even more secure holding cell. Layers of reinforced containment fields activated one after another as the prisoner was escorted deeper into the complex. Nick Fury watched it all through a series of transparent displays. He didn't trust this situation. Not one bit. Fury knew better than anyone that this individual was a high-risk asset. A ticking bomb waiting to explode. Years in intelligence had taught him that threats didn't always announce themselves loudly, sometimes they hid behind calm expressions and convenient truths. He didn't completely trust the source of the information regarding Anton Mercer. But he trusted his instincts. And his instincts told him not to take chances. Even if they had detained the wrong men, Fury was confident he could extract something useful. Anton Mercer was the father of a suspected evil ranger. That connection alone made him valuable. There had to be a link. Agent Maria, Fury said as he stood on the 78th floor of the Trask building, his back to the windows, city lights sprawling beneath him. He shuffled through a stack of digital documents, his brow furrowed. How's the investigation going? Maria Hill stood at attention before him, posture straight, expression serious. I'm sorry to report, sir, she said firmly, we couldn't get anything on him. Fury looked up sharply. No fingerprints, he asked. No recognizable energy signature. No voice recognition match. None, sir, Maria replied without hesitation. Fury leaned back slightly, exhaling through his nose. Disappointment mixed with confusion settled in his chest. Damn it. He muttered under his breath. Sigh, it seems I'll have to place my hopes on Natasha, Fury thought quietly, his face looking as though it had aged several years in a single moment. None of this made sense. How could someone exist and not exist at the same time? They could observe his actions. Track his movements visually. But every attempt to lock onto him through data, biometrics, energy scans, digital traces, came back empty. Fury trusted his technology. It wasn't on par with SPD, sure, but it was still among the most advanced on the planet. He can't stay hidden forever, Fury said with quiet conviction. We'll locate him soon. I'm sure of it. He straightened. You may leave, Agent Maria. Yes, sir. Maria saluted, turned, and exited the room. Left alone, Fury stood in silence for several moments. His mind raced, piecing together fragments that refused to align. Something was off. Deeply off. Finally, he turned and began walking toward the holding sector. Several minutes later, he stopped before a massive reinforced door. Special containment cell, authorized personnel only. Fury placed his ID against the scanner. The system verified his clearance instantly, and the door slid open with a heavy mechanical hiss. A turbid, oppressive air rushed out. Fury paused, took a deep breath, then stepped inside. The cell was dimly lit. Anton Mercer sat silently within, restrained, unmoving. His posture was relaxed, too relaxed. His head was lowered, shadowing his face. Slowly, Anton raised his eyes. They met Fury's gaze. Those eyes were hollow. Empty. Not tired. Not angry. Vacant. A chill ran through Fury's spine. Was the information true, he thought grimly. Then. Anton began to laugh. Ha 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 ha. The sudden sound echoed unnaturally within the cell. What Fury started. Before he could finish, Anton's body glitched. His form distorted, flickering like corrupted footage. The human shape dissolved, reforming into a tall, reptilian silhouette. Mesogog. A hologram. The image solidified just long enough for Mesogog's cruel grin to be unmistakable. I win, shield. The hologram faded. Fury's mind buzzed violently. Oh no, he thought. I've been tricked. His eyes widened. But why? Then realization struck him like a punch to the gut. The cube, Fury breathed. Motherfucker. He cursed loudly, fury contorting his face as he spun toward the cell. Before he could react further. Beep. 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 His blood ran cold. At the center of the now empty cell sat a small metallic box, flashing red. A countdown glowed on its surface. 00. 00. It's a bomb. Fury shouted, slamming his hand against his communicator as he tried to warn nearby agents. But he already knew. It was too late. Boom. Hey guys, how is the chapter? I'm open to opinions and criticism. Thanks for all the support. I love you all, Red Heart. Power Stones. Chapter 91, Avengers Initiative. The Trask Building, SHIELD Medical Wing. Next day, real-world time. Silence dominated the intensive care unit. Not the peaceful kind, no, this silence was heavy, sterile, and suffocating, the kind that pressed down on one's chest and reminded anyone inside that this was a place where people teetered between life and death. The soft hum of advanced medical machines filled the air, punctuated only by rhythmic beeps and low mechanical whirs that monitored the vitals of the man lying at the center of the room. Nick Fury lay unconscious on the reinforced medical bed. Bandages wrapped nearly every visible part of his body. Thick layers of medical gauze covered his chest, arms, and legs, while thinner wraps traced across his neck and jaw. His right eye patch remained firmly in place, slightly scorched at the edges, a grim reminder of the explosion that nearly claimed his life. Tubes and sensors were attached to him, feeding data into transparent holographic displays hovering above the bed. Despite the extensive injuries, his breathing was steady. Strong. Opposite the bed stood a nurse clad in a pristine white SHIELD medical uniform. A slim data tablet floated in front of her as she carefully observed Fury's vitals, recording every fluctuation with practiced precision. Her expression was calm on the surface, but her eyes occasionally betrayed unease. This wasn't just any patient. This was Nick Fury, director of SHIELD. The man who knew more secrets than most governments combined. The man who had stared down gods, low-level cosmic beings, not true gods, monsters, and superpowered beings without flinching. And yet, here he was, broken, battered, and unconscious. The nurse adjusted one of the monitors, then glanced back at Fury. For a brief moment, his fingers twitched. Her eyes narrowed. Then his chest rose more sharply than before. His brow furrowed, muscles tensing beneath layers of bandages. A faint groan escaped his lips, barely audible but unmistakable. Nurse log, she murmured, already recording. Subject exhibiting signs of regained consciousness. Fury's eyelids fluttered. Slowly, painfully, his remaining eye opened. Light flooded his vision. For a split second, everything was blurred. White walls. Floating screens. The faint outline of a figure standing near him. His head throbbed violently, as if someone had driven a spike straight through his skull. Every nerve screamed in protest the moment his awareness returned. The nurse stiffened. "Director Fury," she called cautiously. His gaze drifted toward her, unfocused at first. His breathing grew heavier as his body instinctively assessed its condition. Damage reports flashed through his mind, honed reflexes built from decades of survival kicking in even while injured. Then clarity snapped into place. The nurse exhaled sharply, relief washing over her face. She immediately tapped her communicator. "Agent Coulson," she spoke quickly but professionally. "Director Fury is conscious." "Repeat, he's awake." The other side was silent for a second before a middle-aged voice replied. "I'm on my way. Attend to his needs before I get there. Make sure he is in optimal condition." "Yes, sir." "Trust me, sir, he's recovering now as we speak," the nurse replied swiftly with professionalism honed for years but surprisingly tinged with anxiety. It was her first time treating anybody with such high authority, not to mention treating Fury. Coulson replied only with a "good." Then he cut off the communicator. She lowered her hand and turned back to him, stepping closer. "Sir, please remain still," she said gently. "You've sustained multiple injuries." For a few seconds, Fury didn't respond. He stared at the ceiling, jaw clenched, memories crashing back into place with brutal clarity. The cell. The hologram. Mesogog's voice. The countdown. Boom. "I was tricked," Fury thought bitterly. His fingers curled slightly against the bed. Utterly played. The nurse watched him carefully, concern deepening as she noticed the sharp change in his expression. "Sir," she tried again. "You're safe now." The explosion. "I remember," Fury interrupted, his voice rough but firm. She froze. There was no confusion in his tone. Only cold awareness. She couldn't help but praise him internally for having such will and adaptation. If it were anyone else, they would be in the trauma unit as they gained consciousness. He shifted, ignoring the wave of pain that shot through his body, and pushed himself slightly upright. The nurse instinctively reached forward. "Director, please, your condition." "Give me a moment," Fury said, more command than request. She hesitated, then nodded reluctantly, stepping back half a pace. Fury closed his eye briefly, steadying his breathing. His mind worked at terrifying speed, replaying events again and again, dissecting every decision he had made. The anonymous message. The source he couldn't trace. The layers of verification he had personally authorized. All of it had checked out. Too perfectly. Mesogog. Fury thought, anger simmering beneath the surface. So Anton Mercer never existed. Or rather, he did, but not the way we thought. His jaw tightened. That message, he continued internally. Every precaution I took, every identity check, every failsafe, and still, I swallowed it whole. He opened his eye again. "Get me some space," Fury said suddenly. The nurse blinked. "Sir." "I need the room," he repeated, his tone sharp despite the weakness in his body. "Director, I really can't, your vitals are only just stabilizing. Protocol requires." "This isn't a request," Fury cut in coldly. The air in the room seemed to shift. Even injured, even bound in bandages, Nick Fury radiated authority. The nurse swallowed hard, torn between medical duty and direct orders. "I'll be fine," Fury added, more quietly but no less firmly. "Send Agent Coulson in when he arrives." She hesitated for another second, then nodded. "Yes, sir." She backed away, casting one last worried glance at him before exiting the room. As the door slid shut behind her, she clasped her hands together, silently hoping Coulson would arrive quickly. The moment Fury was alone, his expression darkened. He clenched his right fist. With a sudden surge of motion, he swung his arm sideways and slammed his fist into a reinforced metal support beside the bed. Crunch. The metal bent inward like soft clay, warped by the sheer force of the impact. Pain flared, but Fury welcomed it. It grounded him. If anyone had witnessed it, they would have been shocked. Despite his injuries, despite his age, that punch carried inhuman strength. Strength Fury had earned long ago. In the early days, before S.H.I.E.L.D. became what it was, Fury had understood one fundamental truth: the world was dangerous. Increasingly so. Aliens, ancient evils, superpowered beings, rangers drawing power from cosmic grids, it was only a matter of time before humanity stood on the edge of extinction. And Fury had refused to be helpless. He had empowered himself with rare artifacts, experimental enhancements, and intelligence-boosting technologies recovered from missions few even knew existed. Power and intellect, both sharpened beyond normal human limits. Not enough to make him a god. Enough to survive among them. It was that same foresight, that same preparation, that had carried him to the position he held now. And yet, He exhaled sharply, shaking his head. If it weren't for the multiple verification and identity checks I used to analyze that message. He muttered aloud. If even one of them had failed. His fist tightened again. I wouldn't have fallen into this dilemma. The image of the cosmic cube flashed in his mind, glowing, pulsing with infinite potential. Now, Fury continued bitterly, one of the world's most important artifacts has been stolen by a villain. He leaned back slightly, grimacing as pain flared across his chest. Alas. He sighed. Being overly cautious has finally shown its consequences. For the first time since waking, Fury allowed himself a brief moment of self-reproach. Not weakness, never that, but acknowledgement. He had been outplayed. Strategically. Elegantly. Mesogog hadn't overpowered him. He had outthought him. Fury stared at the ceiling, mind already shifting gears. Anger cooled into focus. Shame sharpened into resolve. Solutions began forming rapidly, branching paths and contingencies unfolding in his thoughts. Recover the cube. Neutralize Mesogog. Prevent further escalation. And above all, change the game. A soft mechanical hiss interrupted his thoughts as the door slid open. Phil Coulson stepped inside. The moment his eyes landed on Fury, relief flooded his face. Sir, Coulson said, moving closer. You're awake. Fury turned his head slightly to face him. His expression was composed now, the earlier Fury buried deep beneath layers of discipline. I am, he replied evenly. Coulson studied him carefully, concern evident. How are you feeling? Fury let out a short breath. Like I got hit by a helicarrier. Coulson almost smiled, almost. You gave us a scare, he admitted. Medical says you're lucky to be alive. Lucky isn't the word I'd use, Fury replied. Coulson hesitated, then spoke more softly. Do you remember what happened? Fury didn't answer immediately. Then he said simply, we lost the cube. Coulson's expression tightened. He nodded once. I figured as much, sir. He gestured slightly toward the bed. But right now, I think we should focus on your health. Otherwise, we might lose that too. For a brief second, Fury let out a low chuckle. Umph. It was short, humorless, but real. Then his face hardened. He turned fully toward Coulson, his gaze sharp, commanding. We need to speed up our plans, Coulson. Coulson's eyes widened just slightly. You mean that? He asked carefully. Fury nodded, confirming his thoughts. It's time, Fury said firmly. Time for us to assemble a team. He paused, choosing his words with precision. A team of trained and capable individuals, he continued. A team completely different from Rangers. If we can't control the Morphin grid, then we make something as powerful as one. Coulson felt a chill run down his spine, not fear, but anticipation. Fury locked eyes with him, intensity burning behind his calm exterior. It's time, he said, voice steady and absolute, to launch the Avengers initiative. Happy New Year, guys. Thank you all for your support these past months. It's been hard as a new author, but your comments, reviews, power stones, and support have always kept me going. It's an honor. Love you guys so much. Once again. Happy New Year. Red Heart Party Popper. Chapter 92, Sparring. Zane and his new team arrived at a wide, circular training ground deep within the base, an area completely devoid of greenery. The ground was a smooth alloyed stone, scarred faintly with old impact marks, as though countless battles had already been fought here. No wind stirred. No birds cried. It was a place made for combat, and nothing else. Zane stood calmly at the very center of the field, his posture relaxed but deliberate, while the rest of the group surrounded him in a loose formation, everyone present except one man. Tommy Oliver stood several meters away, arms crossed, his sharp eyes observing everything. So, Zane said at last, his voice steady and serious as it echoed faintly across the empty space, after 20 days of simulation training, it's time for me to test your progress with a little spar. The moment the words left his mouth, the Rangers and Spider heroes stiffened. Their expressions lit up with a strange mix of excitement and unease. They had trained relentlessly. Day after day. Simulation after simulation. They had grown stronger, much stronger than before. But Zane. They had seen flashes of his capabilities. Hints. Fragments. Never the full picture. They couldn't verify just how strong he truly was. And worse. They were fighting without morphing. No suits. No armor. No advanced tech. No grid-boosted transformations. Just their bodies. Just their raw physical stats. Just combat awareness. Zane shifted his stance. His hands came up smoothly, one palm open and forward, the other clenched into a fist near his ribs. His knees bent slightly, weight evenly distributed, posture flawless and grounded. His brown eyes sharpened instantly, losing all warmth, turning cold, fierce, and predatory. Go all out, Zane said calmly. I'll make sure not to cause you all too much damage. The moment he said damage, a collective shudder ran through the group. They almost never fought like this. Even when enemies broke through their defenses, their suits absorbed part of the impact. The Morphin grid cushioned blows. Stark tech dampened force. Web fluid reinforced joints. This was bare flesh against something monstrous. This wasn't just true for Rangers, it applied to nearly every superhero who relied on advanced armor or enhancements. Strip those away, and things became terrifyingly real. Damn, Tommy muttered inwardly from his spot a few meters away, eyes narrowing with sympathy. The kids are gonna suffer a little today. Oh well, it's good for them. He sighed softly. What if they lose their powers one day? That thought alone justified everything. Connor stepped forward, rolling his shoulders as he turned to face the rest of the team. All right, guys, he said firmly, forcing confidence into his voice. There are more of us than him. We might be able to take him down. We've trained hard, and we've taken strengthening serums these past few days, remember? He clenched his fist. We've got this. The words landed. Battle intent flared. Yes. We can do it. Peter nearly jumped in place, pumping a fist into the air, his confidence skyrocketing despite the tension curling in his stomach. Even Kira felt it. Though for her, it wasn't just about the fight. This was a chance. A chance to stand out. A chance to show Zane how far she'd come. A chance to connect. Zane watched their reactions quietly, then shook his head with a faint smile, equal parts amusement and pride. They're growing, he thought. But they still don't understand the gap. His gaze sharpened. Good. Then I'll show them. If they can see how far behind they are, they'll work harder. Connor raised his hand. And they attacked. Their movements were explosive. Their strength and speed had long surpassed normal human limits. Concrete cracked beneath their feet as they launched forward in unison, closing the distance instantly. Bang. Zane blocked the first wave of punches effortlessly, his arms moving with precise economy. Left. Right. Parry. Redirect. He didn't step back once, his feet remained planted where he stood, as though rooted to the ground itself. A fist shot toward his face at lightning speed. Ethan. To the others, it was fast. To Zane. It was slow. He caught Ethan's fist mid-strike, fingers clamping down with crushing strength. Before Ethan could even react, Zane twisted his body and used him as a living shield, swinging him sideways into the path of an incoming kick. Ow. Ethan screamed as Gwen's kick slammed into his ribs with unintended force. The impact sent shockwaves through his body. If not for the serum enhancement, his ribs would have shattered. Shit. Gwen cursed internally, rushing to help Ethan up, panic and guilt flashing across her face. I'm sorry, But before either of them could say more, their eyes widened. The rest of the team had already been flung away. Like paper. Boom. Bodies crashed into the ground, dust erupting into the air as several figures skidded across the battlefield, groaning. Connor struggled to push himself up, disbelief etched across his face. What the hell, he thought grimly. We couldn't even make him move. Zane stood where he always had. Unshaken. Unmoved. Like a pillar holding up an entire building. His gaze swept across the fallen Rangers and Spider heroes, assessing them calmly. Then, after a brief pause, he spoke again. I'll attack now, Zane said. You should use everything you've got. Then. He moved. Kira's eyes widened. Fear surged through her veins. She didn't hesitate. Aya. She screamed at the top of her lungs, unleashing her terrasonic scream. The sonic wave erupted outward, shredding the ground beneath it, obliterating loose rock and debris as it tore toward Zane with devastating force. The air screamed. Zane smiled. With battle-honed instincts and overwhelming physical prowess, he sidestepped the attack effortlessly, the sonic wave missing him by inches as he vanished from sight. In the next instant, he was in front of Kira. Bang. His fist struck her midsection with controlled but brutal force. Arg. Kira screamed as her body was launched backward, flying several meters before crashing into the ground like a broken kite. Trent froze. The exchange had happened too fast. Too clean. They couldn't even react. From afar, Tommy clenched his fists. Seeing his students beaten like this hurt more than he expected. Yet. He didn't intervene. Tisk, he thought grimly. She's gotten stronger after leaving the Morphin grid. His gaze flicked to Zane. But this kid. he sighed. He really doesn't hold back. Even on a girl who has a crush on him. Still. This was necessary. Desperation brought out human potential. And Gwen. Gwen didn't care about logic. Seeing Kira sprawled on the ground ignited something fierce and primal inside her. Rage. She fired her webs instantly, binding around Zane's arm as she used the momentum to swing forward, twisting midair and dropping a powerful kick toward his chest. Bang. Zane blocked it easily. But he noticed her expression. The anger. The protectiveness. Understanding dawned. She thinks I hit too hard, Zane thought, snorting inwardly. Naive. Still, the others didn't stop. Connor blurred forward with super speed, exchanging rapid blows with Zane. Ethan reinforced his arms, triceratops scales forming over his skin, glowing blue as he swung with renewed force. Trent attacked from the shadows, striking from camouflage-enhanced blind spots. Peter relied on his spider sense, dodging, countering, striking with impressive precision. Zane finally left his original spot. His figure moved like a storm, matching their speed, countering their coordination. As the fight dragged on, something strange happened. They improved. Their timing sharpened. Their teamwork tightened. They adapted, mid-battle. Tommy clicked his tongue in amazement. It must be the air, he joked. And he was right. The base was powered by the universal core, channeling every known energy source. It subtly strengthened all living organisms over time. Even if a pig lived here long enough. A-tier strength wouldn't be impossible. The battle raged. Bang. Bang. Boom. Swoosh. Clang. Punches, blows, and sound waves were exchanged at a relentless pace, each collision echoing across the battlefield. The Rangers and Spider heroes were dripping with sweat as they fought on, muscles burning and bodies screaming in protest. Their breaths came out ragged and uneven, yet their faces were lit with surprise and unmistakable excitement at the speed of their own improvement. It was nothing short of miraculous. Even Gwen, who was still visibly annoyed, couldn't deny what she was feeling. With every exchange, every clash, she could sense it clearly, they were getting stronger. Faster. Sharper. The realization filled her with reluctant amazement. But as the sparring dragged on for nearly half an hour, reality caught up with them. One by one, their movements slowed. And then. They were knocked away by the ever-strong Zane. Bodies crashed against the ground, rolling and skidding across the battlefield before finally coming to a stop. Damn, what a beast, Peter muttered weakly, blood dripping from the corner of his lips. I felt like I got hit by a building. The others weren't in any better condition. Zane looked over the battered group, his sharp gaze softening slightly. He was genuinely pleased with what he had seen. A sincere smile spread across his face as he spoke. Well done, guys, he said. Truly worthy of being my chosen team. You're getting strong fast. At this rate, you might approach D+ tier before the operation commences. The moment they heard his evaluation, joy surged through their exhausted bodies. Despite the pain, despite the bruises, their spirits soared. Zane had already explained the power tiers of the vast universe to them before. They understood the ranking system well enough to know what it meant. D+ was strong. Very strong. A/N, the ranking list is in the auxiliary chapters. Zane continued, his tone relaxing. We're done for today. You guys should get some rest. The air here is enough to heal your internal injuries. Relief washed over them. Then they retreated. After they left the battlefield, Zane turned toward Tommy, a trace of mischief curling at the corner of his lips. Hey, Dr. O, he said casually. Wanna exchange moves? The words hit like a thunderclap. Everyone froze. The Rangers and Spider heroes stared at them in disbelief, but none were more stunned than Tommy himself. He blinked, then quickly shook his head. I'm not at full strength, Zane, Tommy replied honestly. I might disappoint you. Zane chuckled softly and shook his head in refusal. It's the seal, right? The moment those words fell, Tommy stiffened. Shock flashed across his face for a split second. How did he know? But the surprise quickly faded. Zane had already made it clear, nothing escaped his eyes within the space. Compared to everything else he had shown, this revelation wasn't that strange. Yes, Tommy admitted after a short pause. The seal restricts my power by a lot. I can only use 50% of my strength right now. Zane's lips curved into a mysterious smile. I can unseal you. Tommy's eyes widened instantly. Without thinking, he grabbed Zane by the shoulders, his composure cracking as raw hope filled his expression. Really? Zane was slightly surprised by the sudden reaction, but he didn't pull away. Instead, he calmly replied, yes. But only for 2 hours, just enough for us to spar. I can't remove it permanently, for now. The excitement in Tommy's eyes dimmed slightly at the limitation. But then. For now. That single phrase echoed in his mind, reigniting the flame of hope in his chest. Zane, Tommy asked carefully, his voice restrained but trembling beneath the surface, when you say for now, does that mean you can unseal me permanently someday? The rest of the team, who had stayed behind to watch, exchanged glances. They didn't interrupt, but curiosity burned in their eyes. Seal. Unseal. They didn't fully understand what was happening, but one thing was clear, both Tommy Oliver and Zane suddenly felt far more mysterious than before. Zane met Tommy's gaze, his expression turning serious. Yes, he said firmly. I can. But it depends on your future contributions to the base. The more savior points you rack up, the faster that permanent unsealing becomes possible. Yes, points, Tommy murmured absent-mindedly. Zane had already explained the point system to them before. It was a reward structure for Rangers and future personnel alike, a way to compensate heroes for their efforts. Heroes deserve to be paid. And as Zane put it, savior points were virtually omnipotent. As long as you had enough, there was almost nothing you couldn't buy. Seeing Tommy's distracted, almost greedy expression, Zane smiled inwardly. Got him. He'll work harder from now on, Zane thought. And more importantly, this builds trust. Tommy Oliver is the mentor of legends, after all. Tommy straightened up, his mood completely transformed. A genuine smile spread across his face. Fine, he said. Let's spar. It's been a long time since I fought at full strength, even if it's only for an hour. Good, Zane replied simply. He opened his grid shop, visible to him alone, and began scrolling. He deliberately searched for the cheapest viable option until something familiar caught his eye. Grid shop. Low-level Zeo crystal, 5,000. Zane paused. It was a Zeo crystal. Granted, this was only a low-level fragment, but even so, it was ridiculous. He couldn't help but recall the original. Damn, Zane thought. The Zeo crystal. I still remember how absurdly powerful it was. The Zeo Rangers had to abandon it because it kept growing stronger. Their bodies couldn't even keep up, it would have broken them eventually. A sudden curiosity struck him. Then again, what's the price of the original? He searched again. Supreme level Zeo crystal I, 10 million. Damn. Zane nearly laughed in disbelief. That's fucking expensive. It's almost on the level of an infinity stone, and that's just one. He mentally roared, but after a few seconds of consideration, he purchased the cheaper option. It was more than enough for what he needed. Low-level Zeo crystal purchased. Stored automatically in inventory. Only after buying it did Zane bother checking the description. Low-level Zeo crystal, a tiny fragment of one of the Zeo crystals. Provides pure grid energy. Capable of sealing and unsealing anything. Straight to the point. Zane took it out immediately and tossed it toward Tommy. Tommy caught it midair. The instant his fingers wrapped around the familiar fragment, his breath hitched. Memories flooded his mind, old battles, old comrades, old power. He forced himself to shake them off. Not now. He could have asked where Zane got something like this, but Zane had already warned them, don't be surprised anymore. This was just another example. The moment Tommy touched the crystal, instructions flowed into his mind as if they had always been there. Without hesitation, he swallowed it. The light vanished into his body instantly, dispersing through his system and striking directly at the core of the seal bound to his soul. Bang. Crack. The seal shattered. Power surged through Tommy like a tidal wave. He couldn't help but let out a low groan of relief. For so long, he had felt incomplete, hollow. Now. He felt whole again. The Rangers and Spider heroes instinctively stepped back as an overwhelming pressure radiated from their teacher's body. Their eyes widened in shock. Zane didn't waste a second. He equipped his morpher smoothly, energy humming around him. Let's go all out, shall we? Tommy brought out his master morpher, his eyes burning with pure battle intent. Yes, he said with a grin. Let's do this. Then they both morphed. It's Morphin time. Omni-morpher lock on. So this is a long chapter, guys. More than 2,500 words. I hope you guys are enjoying my fan fiction. Please comment, review, and make suggestions on any areas that might need improvement. Power stones for your lovely author readers. Chapter 93, Zane vs. Tommy. With a flash of green and red, they both transformed. Then. Boom. Their auras collided head-on. Green against red. The air flared violently under the pressure, warping as invisible shockwaves rippled outward. The floor beneath their feet cracked and split, fractures spreading like spiderwebs across the battlefield. The Rangers and Spider heroes watching from the sidelines couldn't help but swallow, their throats dry with palpable tension. Zane, clad in his Phase 1 Omni suit, stood opposite the legendary green mighty Morphin Ranger. And then, Zane moved first. His feet exploded off the ground with raw momentum, the force behind the launch-shattering stone beneath him. In the next instant, he was already in front of Tommy, his right fist driving straight toward Tommy's ribs. Bang. Tommy crossed his arms over his chest just in time, blocking the blow, but even so, he was forced 2 full steps backward, boots scraping harshly against the ground. Heavy, Tommy thought, feeling the sheer weight behind Zane's punch reverberate through his arms and into his bones. He didn't hesitate. Tommy surged forward, his hands shaping into claw-like forms as he struck toward Zane's face. Swish. Cold light gleamed sharply along his fingers, slicing through the air with deadly intent. Zane raised his left hand and caught the incoming attack cleanly, his grip firm and unyielding. In the same motion, he twisted his body and drove a powerful kick straight into Tommy's liver. The impact echoed sharply. As they continued to exchange blows, their movements escalated to supersonic speed, each step and strike detonating with thunderous booms. Bang. Boom. Boom. Clouds of dust erupted again and again, deep pits forming in the ground wherever their techniques landed. Tommy's movements were brutal and ferocious, each strike carrying the weight of experience. Zane's attacks, on the other hand, were heavy yet incredibly swift, precise, efficient, and merciless. Zing! In the next second, Tommy summoned his dragon dagger, the emerald blade flashing into existence as he slashed toward Zane's neck without hesitation. Zane felt the chill of the incoming strike and instinctively flipped backward, twisting through the air to create distance from the relentless assault that followed. Slash after slash came crashing down. Seeing Tommy's unending pressure, Zane knew continuing with bare fists would only limit him. He adjusted immediately. With a flash of red light, he equipped his Omni Saber, bringing it up just in time to intercept the next attack. Omni Slash. Zane swung his blade in a clean, powerful arc, countering Tommy's offense head-on. But Tommy didn't falter. He was relentless. A true veteran ranger. He had more experience than even Zane, how much more, no one could truly say. His movements became erratic yet terrifyingly effective, shifting unpredictably as he pressed the assault. Fighting him felt less like battling a man and more like clashing with a raging dragon. Damn, Zane murmured inwardly as he parried another heavy strike. Truly worthy of being a legendary ranger. He's already this strong at his age. Excitement surged through him. It had been a long time since anyone had forced him this close to going all out, not since Korag. This was a battle he would savor. After all, they still had 1 hour. Zane became fully serious, almost slipping into a flow state. He dashed at Tommy from all sides, pushing him back repeatedly. Clang. 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 Sparks flew from the violent contact between their weapons. The fight fell into a stalemate, neither gaining a clear advantage. The audience couldn't make out most of their movements, they were simply too fast. If not for the fact that the battlefield was a flat, open expanse, it would have been nearly impossible to track them at all. Tommy parried Zane and created some distance between them. He looked at him and spoke calmly. You're really strong. It seems I'll have to use everything I've got if I want to win. Zane smiled beneath his helmet and replied. So will I. Without further hesitation, Tommy pulled out his Master Morpher, twirled it, and commanded. Tigerzord, White Ranger Power. With a flash of white, his suit changed. White and gold armor gleamed under the natural light of the base. He stood gallantly, savoring his long-lost power. Tommy couldn't help but think inwardly. Nice. I really missed being this powerful. Facing Zane once more, he spoke in a confident tone. Kid, be careful, and try not to get too hurt when I attack. TCH, show off, Zane mumbled. Then he replied. No need to advise me, old man. I can take you on anytime, anywhere, any day. Good. Tommy uttered only that single word before his figure blurred and vanished, reappearing instantly behind Zane. Zane felt the presence and thought, shit, so fast. His speed is approaching C-tier. I really have to get serious. Tommy struck from behind, but a scythe manifested behind Zane at the same moment, blocking the incoming blow. The shockwave from their clash blasted both of them backward. Even the Rangers and Spider heroes watching were forced to retreat several steps. Damn, so Dr. O is this strong, Connor muttered. Yeah. We knew he could transform, but we never knew he was this strong, Ethan said, nodding in disbelief. The others nodded as well. They realized their teacher had kept many secrets from them. While they didn't like being kept in the dark, they trusted that he had his reasons, and that he would tell them when the time was right. The battle resumed. The white mighty Morphin Ranger, possessing both speed and strength at C-tier, began to slightly overpower Zane. The advantage lay entirely in speed. In warfare, speed was king, so it was only natural for Zane to feel suppressed. I need to change strategies, Zane thought as he twirled his scythe, blocking a flurry of energy-based attacks from Tommy. He suddenly closed the distance, pushing his speed to its limit. His hands spun, switching the scythe into the V-blade, a weapon he rarely used. He chose it for one simple reason: versatility. It excelled at both close quarters and mid-range combat. It suited the situation perfectly. Another weapon. Looks familiar, Tommy remarked, genuinely surprised by Zane's arsenal. He truly was a teen, of many talents. But that won't be enough, Tommy added, startling Zane. Zane snorted. Humph, talk to my weapons then. Then Zane did something insane. He slashed with the V-blade, swapped it in the next second for the Omni-blaster, and fired at Tommy in rapid intervals, giving him no room to retaliate. His intent was clear: he meant to wear down Tommy's energy reserves through relentless offense. Hey kid, calm down, Tommy tried to speak, but his words were buried beneath dozens of attacks. Before he could finish, Zane struck again. This time, with the Quantum Defender. A beam of energy erupted from the weapon, slamming directly into Tommy's chest armor. Boom. A thunderous explosion echoed across the battlefield as Tommy was blasted backward, tumbling across the ground. Perfect shot, Zane thought, completely satisfied with his decision. His belief was simple: if the fight got hard, attack without restraint. If you couldn't win, run. Tommy pushed himself up, coughing beneath his mask. His tone was heavy, yet amused. Damn, kid, must you be this ruthless? The Rangers and Spider heroes watching from afar couldn't help but shiver. They realized Zane had held back significantly during their own sparring sessions. They felt nothing but relief: if even one of those attacks had landed on them, hospitalization would have been guaranteed. Tommy finally stood upright and pointed at Zane. Since you've given it everything you've got, it's time for me to kick it up a notch. Up a notch? Zane thought, confused. Then it clicked seconds later. Oh no, he murmured. Zeo Ranger Red, ready. The command rang out, and in a flash, Tommy transformed once more. A red, gleaming suit enveloped him, the visor shaped like a star. His shoulders were unarmored, yet lean and muscular. Power filled his legs. His entire body radiated stellar energy. His strength now hovered infinitely close to C+. Zane barely had time to react before a fist came flying straight toward his face. Bang. He was sent flying back, his head snapping as he skidded across the ground. But Tommy didn't give him a second to recover. He followed up with a flying kick, his leg imbued with the power of a red star. Boom. A massive explosion erupted on impact, carving a deep crater into the battlefield. Zane was blasted back once more, truly feeling oppression for the first time. If it had been faint before, now it was crushing. You should give up soon, kid, Tommy said, his lips curling into a smile beneath his helmet. Zane was strong, undeniably so, but when it came to experience, Tommy still reigned supreme. You wish, Zane shot back instantly. Why would he give up now? The fight had only just begun. Let's make this fair, Zane said, his tone mysterious, drawing the attention of both Tommy and the onlookers. He raised his morpher to his chest, tapped it with the fingers of his right hand, and commanded. Omni-morpher, lock on. Activate Phase 2. Activating Phase 2. Time came to a halt as Zane entered the Omni grid. 5 dragons of different colors, each representing a different element, appeared before him. The fire dragon blazed fiercely and charged straight toward Zane, completely merging with his body as his new suit formed. The dragon's head separated from its body, shaping itself into Zane's helmet. The armor looked domineering, powerful, and utterly striking. Time resumed. Zane now stood in his full majesty. Tommy couldn't help but swallow hard at the pressure radiating from him. After all, Zane's strength had stabilized firmly at C+ tier, while his own was only just approaching it. Zane looked at Tommy and spoke seriously. Are you ready, Dr. O? Remember, don't blink. Because if you do, you lose. The words were arrogant, but Tommy knew they were true. He dared not make a single mistake, or he'd be waking up in the medical bay. Without waiting for a response, Zane moved. He appeared directly in front of Tommy in an instant, nearly giving him the scare of his life. Tommy tried to retreat, but Zane's fist had other plans as it slammed into his stomach. Ugh! Tommy groaned in pain as he crashed into the ground, forming a small crater. Even with the power of the stars protecting him, his defense was shattered with ease. Holy shit, this is like watching $1 million movie, but it's real, Peter blurted out. The other smiled, finding his comment both funny and painfully accurate. They yearned for that kind of power. With strength like that, protecting Earth would become far easier. Zane continued to bash Tommy around relentlessly, giving him no space to retaliate. The beating was so intense that Tommy began unconsciously shifting ranger forms mid-battle. It was like watching a disco ball getting knocked around the battlefield. This went on for 5 full minutes. Zane was already starting to get bored. If he had known it would end like this, he wouldn't have transformed at all, he could have just struggled evenly with Tommy until the time limit ran out. But as the fight dragged on, Tommy made a desperate decision. He switched to Green Ranger mode, drew his dragon saber, and played a tune. Dragonzord, rise. Shit. That was Zane's only thought. But before the summoning could finish, Tommy suddenly demorphed. He muttered unconsciously. Zane, Dino Rangers, Spider Heroes, Before anyone could process what had just happened, Tommy collapsed, completely unconscious. Zane immediately understood, the 1-hour time limit had ended. He felt both satisfied and disappointed. After all, he had wanted to fight Tommy Zord. I should have dragged it out longer, he murmured, his tone filled with regret. Oh well. Next time, Zane thought. Let's get him to headquarters. He should wake up in a few minutes, he's just exhausted. He called over the Rangers and Spider Heroes, signaling that it was time to leave. They nodded, helped their teacher up, and followed Zane away. For them, today had been a truly fulfilling day. How was the chapter, guys? I hope you all understood and enjoyed it. I'm open to any review, comments, and help from the readers to improve my writing. Power Stones, guys. Chapter 94, Dustin's Delusion. Blue Bay Harbor. A yellow truck moved slowly along an unobstructed road, devoid of any other vehicles. Shane, Dustin, and Tori sat quietly inside. Tori maneuvered the steering wheel, her expression calm yet tinged with natural beauty. Shane leaned against the opposite window, staring at the passing buildings and incoming trees, while Dustin held a comic book in his hands, reading with a serious expression. So, how's ninja training going? Tori broke the silence. Hard, Shane replied without hesitation, sighing at the difficulty, and his lack of talent for it. Dustin, still reading his comic, heard the question and chimed in. Guys, you know we just started ninja training, right? The moment those words fell, it was as if a fuse blew inside Shane's head. He shot up from his resting position and spoke with anger. Yeah, we just fucking started training, and Sensei gives us workouts 10 times harder than the rest. And when we ask him why, he's always saying some bullshit like, time will tell. If something doesn't change soon, I'm sure we'll get hospitalized before becoming official ninjas. Tori and Dustin were stunned by his outburst, never expecting him to have kept so much pressure bottled up inside. He was usually composed, laughing through most hard situations, though not as much as the clown named Dustin. Thinking about it, they both understood his grievance. Imagine graduating college, ready to challenge life itself, only to suddenly be dragged into a secret ninja academy that claimed they were chosen because their parents were once ninjas. Normally, anyone would be ecstatic. Who wouldn't want to be strong? The world was teeming with danger, it was all over the news. But because they were new, which they now knew was somewhat fishy, their training was far more brutal than the rest of their peers. They were normal human beings before this, for crying out loud. Tori placed a hand on Shane's shoulder, intending to calm his turbulent emotions. We understand, Shane. This is too much for young adults like us. But according to Sensei, we need this. The world is getting more unpredictable, the news from different cities says it all. As for why we get pushed so hard, maybe it's time we asked Sensei directly. He never rejects our questions. Dustin nodded, smiling at Shane in agreement, also trying to ease his worries. They both knew he needed this reassurance. He was the only orphan among them, and the weight of life he carried was twice as heavy as theirs. He deserved some peace. Shane's face relaxed, his frown easing. He shrugged off Tori's hand and muttered, thanks. I'll sleep. Wake me up when we get there. Tori wasn't annoyed by his behavior, if anything, she felt relieved. At least he wouldn't be frowning all day like the world owed him money. As for Dustin, he chuckled and went back to reading his comic. TCH, Sundara. Shane opened one eye and glared at him. Dustin continued reading as if nothing happened, though he laughed inwardly. Tori refocused on driving, ignoring the two. She was already used to their skirmishes. One moment they argued, the next they were inseparable. The ride fell silent after that, but not for long. Guys, do you think we could also become Power Rangers? Dustin asked, half daydreaming yet full of expectation. Tori, and the half-asleep Shane, looked at him and shook their heads helplessly at how unrealistic their friend could be. Slightly embarrassed but thick-skinned as ever, Dustin pressed on. What if Sensei is training us to become Rangers? Then we could become heroes too and protect the planet. As those words left his mouth, Dustin raised his chin, striking what he thought was a heroic pose. Lay off the comic books, Dustin, Tori chuckled, offering gentle advice. She couldn't help it, her friend was drifting deeper into delusion. Shane responded by knocking Dustin lightly on the head, hoping for some kind of reset. How could they become Rangers? They didn't have the qualities for it. Risking their lives to protect the world. They couldn't even pass basic ninja assessments. They'd probably get killed on their first day as Rangers. Ow. Dustin grimaced, clutching his head as he turned to Tori with a pitiful look. Shane glanced at Tori, his lips curling into an amused smile. Tori, you're the responsible one. How about you talk some sense into this doofus? Hey. I'm not a doofus. Dustin shot back instantly, trying to avoid adding yet another nickname to the ever-growing list they'd given him. Tori rolled her eyes. He's kind of right, Dustin. Being heroes is far beyond us. Even if, by some miracle, we became Rangers, we'd probably fail. We're at the bottom of the ninja school. We don't have the strength to be Rangers, or any kind of heroes. Can't a man dream? Dustin thought inwardly, feeling a bit miserable. His friends always mistook his imagination for childishness. Sure, he acted that way sometimes, but not always. Fine, fine. I'll be less delusional, he replied, his voice low but faintly taunting. Shane and Tori shook their heads in resignation and returned to their previous silence. What they never knew was that this conversation had sparked the very first step toward a turning point in their destiny. Mystic Realm, Root Core. Udana stood at the center of the base, her eyes fixed on the glowing orb that displayed the training session the Mystic Rangers were currently undergoing. She let out a quiet sigh, feeling both partly worried and relieved. The Rangers were growing stronger with every enemy they faced, maturing rapidly with each battle. Yet that was precisely what troubled her. She feared that the trials awaiting them in the near future would deal a devastating blow to their current confidence, one that might cause them to lose hope in protecting the world. No, she murmured softly to herself. I have an agreement with the two organizations. They will surely help when the time comes. She spoke as she analyzed the possible future paths for the Rangers' growth, her mind running through countless scenarios. After several minutes, she shook her head in lingering worry and spoke once more. Fate has already become unpredictable. Anything can happen now. I can only place my trust in the magic book. Even if I can't fully use it, I can at least check for dangers ahead of time. But despite her words, a seed of doubt remained firmly rooted in her heart. The origin of the Ranger who had interfered in the predestined battle of the Mystic Rangers was shrouded in mystery. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't uncover anything about him, not even with the magic book. Though he had helped them and prevented her powers from being sealed away, her unease never faded. Udana had lived for thousands of years. She had witnessed schemes and deceptions that mere humans couldn't even imagine. Because of that, she was naturally paranoid, someone who preferred everything to be perfect, planned, and known before it ever happened. Yet this sudden variable, appearing out of nowhere, had given her a massive fright, nearly dismantling a 100-year plan she had painstakingly put together. After a while, Udana exhaled and shook off her thoughts. I'll take it slow and easy, she told herself. I've faced situations far stranger than this. I should focus on nurturing the Rangers. Suddenly, a sound snapped her out of her thoughts. Meh. A white sheep came running toward her, its expression pitiful and teary-eyed. Seeing this, Udana felt her stress ease almost instantly. She chuckled softly at the sight of her apprentice and spoke warmly. Oh, Claire, what have you done again? Udana, I failed my spell again, whoa, the sheep cried, surprisingly able to speak, tears welling in its round eyes. All right, dear. I'll help you, Udana said with a gentle chuckle, quickly appeasing her as she promised to fix the situation. She raised her wand and swung it lightly over the sheep, mumbling an incantation under her breath. The sheep glowed brightly, and moments later, a beautiful young woman appeared in its place. Claire immediately threw her arms around Udana, crying her eyes out. Whoa, Udana, I'm useless. I failed the spell again. Udana sighed softly at her apprentice's plight. Claire possessed the worst magical talent she had seen in decades, and no matter how much she tried, Udana couldn't understand why. Still, that didn't mean she would ever stop teaching her. After all, Claire was her sister's daughter. Oh, my foolish apprentice, Udana said gently. I told you, magic takes time. Rushing it will always lead to failure. Take it slow and easy, and you'll learn it eventually. And no matter how much you ask for my assistance, I'll always be here. As those words settled in, Claire's sobbing slowly stopped. Her face bloomed into a sheepish smile. Really, Udana? Pinky promise. Udana chuckled at her behavior and extended her pinky. I promise. Yay. I'm going back to training. Claire exclaimed, jumping with excitement before running off to continue her practice. As Claire disappeared from view, Udana's smile remained, but her lips moved as she murmured quietly to herself. You're an important piece of my plan, after all. She looked somewhat terrifying. Yeah, so how was this chapter, guys? I hope you all enjoyed it. The plot is getting more interesting. Zane would have to find out whether he can go up against the ancients who had planned the fate of the world. Add to your library to never miss updates, guys. Power stones for your author, guys. Chapter 95, Zane's Plans. The next morning, real-world time. It was early, very early. The sun had only just risen, its golden light spilling over the towering buildings as pedestrians slowly filled the streets of New York. After 20 more days of training at his base, amounting to only a few hours in real-world time, Zane suddenly appeared in his room in a flash of red. This time, he hadn't used the base's teleportation system. Instead, he relied directly on the grid's teleportation skill. One thing he had already figured out was that the grid's method of teleportation was borderline omnipotent. While the base's teleportation gates were powerful, they weren't perfect, at least not when compared to the Omni-grid's level of precision and authority. Zane glanced around his room, seemingly unsure of what to do next. His mind felt chaotic. Managing Ranger affairs, overseeing training, and dealing with constant battles had taken a toll on him. He was mentally exhausted. Maybe doing some chores will put my mind at ease, Zane muttered thoughtfully. He had always used this method whenever his thoughts became too heavy. Repeating a simple action helped clear his mind, grounding him in the present. For his current state, it was the best solution. He picked up his vacuum cleaner and got to work. As he continued cleaning, something surprising happened, his thoughts gradually settled. The chaos faded, replaced by calm clarity. Feels nice. Cleaning really does help, he muttered, a small smile blooming on his face. Then his expression shifted, becoming serious and urgent. I need to establish a company soon. It'll help me leverage real-world resources and connections. Moreover, I'm broke. This thought had been nagging him ever since he transmigrated into this world. Even though it was a Marvel universe, the existence of Power Rangers meant the overall level of technology far exceeded his expectations. Aliens were even accepted as citizens in certain parts of the world, New Tech City being a prime example. That place was a hub of advanced technology, sci-fi yet grounded. While they hadn't created absurd inventions like time machines or full virtual worlds, their tech was still exaggerated by normal standards. Floating vehicles, quantum communicators, and countless innovations were commonplace. Even Stark Industries operated a major branch there. But which industry can generate income the fastest and provide long-term stability? Zane thought to himself as he unconsciously moved toward his bedroom area, vacuum still in hand. Once there, he sat down on the bed, rested his chin on the vacuum handle, and closed his eyes in thought. Time passed slowly. The noise around him faded. His entire being grew serene. 20 minutes slipped by in silence. Then, his eyes snapped open, shining brightly as inspiration struck. Yes, that's it. That's exactly what I'll do, he muttered, his face filled with barely contained excitement. As for the niche he had chosen, it was health. But not just basic healthcare or pharmaceuticals. No. It was something far more encompassing. Something that could lead humanity into a new era, accessible to all. If I pull this off, the entire planet's population will become stronger. Taking on galactic threats and invasions will become much easier, Zane continued, his thoughts racing. The next moment, he calmed himself. But, this will take time. Let's just do what we can for now. If the first step succeeds, I'll expand into other fields. Who knows? I might even become a business legend here, just like in my past life. As he thought about that, memories surfaced. His past life had been successful, yet imperfect. He had shouldered burdens no one his age should have carried. And now, in this world, he was doing the same, only on a much larger scale. After all, he now bore the responsibility of protecting the world. With great power comes great responsibility, indeed. Zane shook off those thoughts and finished cleaning, wrapping up in no more than 15 minutes. Then it was time. He sat down in front of his laptop, ready to work. But as it powered on, he frowned. I should replace this. It's too slow and might delay me, he thought, already planning to buy a new one. He checked his balance, less than $5,000. That should be enough for a good one, he said calmly. Navigating through the streets, he made his way to the nearest tech shop to his apartment. Soon, a cyan sign came into view, displaying the name, Ray's Tech Kits. It was the only open this early. Zane nodded in satisfaction. The shop wasn't overly high-end, but it wasn't trashy either. It was presentable. Places like this usually offered the best balance between price and quality. He stepped inside and immediately heard a greeting from the counter up ahead. Hello, welcome to Ray's. How may I be of assistance? A female voice spoke courteously. Zane looked up, ready to respond. But he froze. 3 figures stood before him, 2 of them instantly recognizable. Only one thought echoed in his mind at that moment. Spike and Bulk. What the hell? They also live around here. How come I never knew? It should be because my former self never associated with anyone. I basically knew nobody. I acted just like a robot. These thoughts flashed through his mind rapidly. He had ideas about why he had been like that, but that was something to think about later. Then he noticed the girl who had greeted him earlier. She was also a familiar face. It was Aunt May. A young Aunt May. Surprising, yet normal. The Parkers lived just a few blocks away from him, after all. Zane walked up to her and replied to her greeting politely. She smiled professionally and asked what he wanted. But before he could answer, Spike suddenly appeared right in front of him. Oi, kid, never seen you before. You live around here? The question startled Zane. Normally, no one would start a conversation with a stranger like that unless there was a reason. But then again, it was Spike. This was just how he acted. Yeah, Zane replied simply and turned back toward May. May chuckled at Spike's familiar antics. They always did this to new faces in the shop. She was already used to both Spike's and Bulk's behavior, it never ended. Apparently not satisfied with the answer, Spike impatiently called out. Bulk. Over here, quickly. We got a fresh face. Bulk, who had been trying to sneak some food during work hours, stiffened and cursed Spike inwardly for not letting him eat in peace. I'm coming. Bulk replied, hurriedly wiping food crumbs from his mouth. His large body shook slightly as he jogged toward the center of the shop. May pushed Spike aside, intending to stop him from scaring off a new customer. But before she could act, Bulk was already standing in front of Zane, staring at him with a wide grin. Yeah, you're right, Spike. He really is a fresh face. Hearing the words fresh face, Zane couldn't help but think to himself, oh no. Do they have some kind of weird fetish? Has America happened to them? A/N, it's a joke, guys. I hope my American readers aren't annoyed. But after hearing what came out of their mouths next, he realized he had completely overthought the situation. They just wanted to know if he would join their secret club. As for what the club was, it was easy to guess. A hero club. Sigh. I think you should get a job first, or at least learn how to fight. Being a hero isn't child's play, Zane advised, feeling utterly drained after the 30-minute pep talk he had received from the two of them. They were enthusiastic and genuinely serious about becoming heroes, but for now, it was simply impossible for them. Hearing his words, they looked visibly displeased. No one had ever truly believed in their dreams. Lacking the strength to argue further, they walked away to handle other tasks around the shop. I'm sorry about the inconvenience, May Parker said apologetically, her tone sincere and slightly embarrassed. They don't usually take that long. They're just way too enthusiastic. Zane waved his hand dismissively and replied, nah, I don't mind. It's always right to have dreams. No one should stop someone from having a goal in life, no matter how absurd it seems. We live in an impossible world anyway. May smiled, genuinely pleased by his response. She couldn't help but wish her nephew carried himself with this level of confidence. I wonder how he's doing now, she thought. Thank you for understanding. So, what kind of PC are you looking for? Zane nodded and told her his preferences. It took her less than 3 minutes to pick out the right one, clearly showing her professionalism. The laptop cost $2,000, instantly cutting Zane's savings in half. He cried internally. He was officially poor now. As he left the store, that brief interlude faded away, as if it had never happened. It was already relegated to the back of his mind. But as he walked toward his apartment, only one viable plan for making money occupied his thoughts. Trading. Stock trading. It's another chapter, guys. I hope you all are enjoying it so far. This few episodes would focus on Zane's financial stability and influence as an ordinary citizen of Earth. Stay tuned. Power stones please, guys. Chapter 96, Date. 2 female fists collided. Bang. They both retreated several steps, their breaths heavy. Gwen and Kira were drenched in sweat, it glistening on their foreheads as they exchanged blows and kicks. Everything felt unreal. From the day they joined Zane, their view of the world had been completely overturned. They had been training for days inside the base, their strength growing faster than they could have ever imagined. But both of them carried knots in their hearts, and as fate would have it, today was the day those knots got loose. Gwen. Kira. They spoke at the same time. Silence followed. You go first, Kira said, offering an understanding smile. Gwen nodded and finally spoke. It's about Zane, Kira. What about Zane? Kira asked, clearly puzzled. Gwen sighed. It felt like her friend wasn't catching the hint. She hesitated, anxiety creeping into her chest. She didn't want to hurt Kira, but for her sake, she had to ask. Kira, haven't you thought about the fact that Zane might not be interested in you? Gwen said softly, her voice low. Kira raised an eyebrow, crossing her arms as she studied Gwen with a thoughtful expression. What made you come to that conclusion? Gwen grew slightly annoyed at the reply. Was her friend blinded by her feelings? Hadn't she noticed what happened during their sparring session? To Gwen, no man who cared for a girl would be that heavy-handed. Gwen placed her hands on Kira's shoulders, her tone urgent. Kira, didn't you see what he did to you during sparring? He didn't hold back at all. He simply doesn't care about you. Kira was silent for a moment. Then she started chuckling, completely unfazed. Was my question really that funny? Gwen asked, her expression sour. Kira wiped the tears of laughter from her eyes and replied calmly, yes, Gwen. Funny, and naive. Gwen stiffened. Kira, she began, but Kira raised a hand, her expression turning serious. You're wrong, Kira said firmly. Zane acting like that during sparring is exactly because he cares. Gwen blinked, stunned. Our job is dangerous, Kira continued. Every battle we fight could be our last. If he held back, if he treated me differently, that would put me, and everyone else, at risk. He's making us stronger because he has to. She stepped closer, meeting Gwen's eyes without hesitation. Gwendolyn, Kira said seriously, the safety of the entire planet rests on our shoulders. We have to grow strong, and we have to grow strong fast. Blaming Zane for pushing us forward is utterly foolish. The words hit Gwen like a slap. Her shoulders sagged as realization dawned on her. She had never looked at it from that angle. She had only focused on the negative, on her own emotions. Gwen swallowed. I'm sorry, Kira. I didn't think about that. I was selfish. Kira smiled and shook her head. It's fine. I don't mind. She placed a hand on Gwen's shoulder. Honestly, I'm happy to have a friend like you, someone who worries about me. That's rare. Gwen let out a shaky laugh, and soon Kira joined in. The tension between them dissolved, replaced by warmth and familiarity. After a moment, Gwen wiped her eyes and looked at Kira curiously. So, what were you going to say earlier? Kira froze. Then her cheeks turned red. Without a word, she pulled out her phone and showed Gwen the screen. Gwen's eyes widened as she read the messages. Zane had asked Kira out on a date. And I have no idea what to do, Kira admitted, flustered. Gwen stared at her friend, stunned, before breaking into a grin. Happiness bubbled up inside her, along with embarrassment. She had genuinely believed Zane was indifferent. I really was foolish, she thought. Calm down, Kira, let's think about this carefully. I have some experience when it comes to areas like this. A/N, she lied. The next 30 minutes were filled with excited whispers, teasing, and planning. Outfit ideas, locations, what to say, everything was discussed in detail. When they were done, Kira suddenly hugged Gwen tightly. Thank you, she said softly. Gwen smiled and hugged her back. Of course. I'll help you dress up that day. Don't worry. Kira nodded happily. There was no need to worry anymore, that day was going to be perfect. Then a thought crossed her mind. Wait, what about MJ, she asked. Shouldn't we call her? Even though time moves faster here than outside, hours must have passed there. She might be worried. She was right, although time seems to move faster. It didn't stop, hours had passed in the outside world. They promised to follow MJ on her trip today. Although she didn't say where, they trusted her. After all, they are best friends. Gwen nodded in understanding. Yeah, you're right. Let's call her. Kira took her phone, and the number was dialed. An abandoned house stood at the far edge of Angel Grove, its structure old and rotting, walls cracked, and windows boarded shut. The place had long been forgotten by the public, written off as nothing more than a decaying ruin. Yet tonight, it breathed with a sinister presence. Inside, darkness ruled. The air was cold and heavy, thick with an unnatural stillness. At the center of the ruined living room sat a throne made of bone, jagged, pale, and grotesque. Upon it lounged Necroli. Her posture was relaxed, almost lazy. One leg was crossed over the other, her heel dangling idly as a red apple twirled between her pale fingers. Her crimson eyes gleamed faintly in the dim light, reflecting amusement and cruelty in equal measure. Above her, bats clung to the broken ceiling, hanging upside down like living shadows. Some slept. Others stirred restlessly, reacting to her presence. The walls seemed to whisper, and the floor creaked softly, as if the house itself feared its occupant. Necroli waited. Minutes passed in silence. Her smile slowly widened, sharp and knowing. Then, a faint sound echoed from outside. Footsteps. Hesitant. Uneven. Necroli's fingers stopped twirling the apple. Her eyes shifted toward the doorway. The front door creaked open, protesting loudly as a figure slipped inside. The person moved cautiously, shoulders tense, as though expecting death at every step. Necroli chuckled, the sound low and amused, echoing unnaturally through the house. Well, well, she said smoothly. Look who we have here. The figure stiffened. Necroli tilted her head, resting her chin against her hand. You're late, again. The feminine figure stepped further into the room, her face still obscured by shadow. Her hands trembled as she clasped them together, her breathing shallow and uneven. I was held up by something important, my queen, the girl stammered, voice shaking. I promise it won't happen again. Necroli laughed softly, spinning the apple once more before taking a slow bite. The sound of the crunch was loud in the silence. You said that last time too, she replied, her tone dripping with sarcasm. The figure swallowed hard, her knees nearly buckling beneath her. Necroli sighed and rose from her throne. The bones beneath her shifted and rattled as she stood, her expression now bored, almost disappointed. In the blink of an eye, she vanished. A sharp gust of wind followed, and before the girl could even gasp, Necroli was standing directly in front of her. One pale hand shot out and wrapped around the girl's neck, lifting her clean off the ground. I need sheep, servant, Necroli said coldly, her voice losing all amusement. And you're not giving them to me. Her grip tightened slightly, just enough to make breathing painful. You wouldn't want to starve, right? At the word starve, the girl's fear skyrocketed. Her body trembled violently, hands clawing weakly at Necroli's wrist. Tears streamed down her cheeks as panic consumed her. Please, she choked out, struggling to speak. I'm trying. It's not easy. They're cautious, but I have someone, no two people, they trust me. They will definitely listen. Necroli leaned closer, her face inches away. Her red eyes bored into the girl's soul. Excuses, she whispered. I swear, the girl cried desperately. Just give me more time. I'll bring them to you. I'll bring you more than before. I just need one chance, one more chance. For a moment, Necroli studied her. The room fell silent except for the girl's ragged breathing and the faint fluttering of bats above. Finally, Necroli clicked her tongue in annoyance and released her grip. Pathetic, she muttered. She straightened, brushing invisible dust from her sleeve. Very well. I'll indulge you. Necroli turned her back to the girl, walking a few steps away as if she had already lost interest. But understand this, she continued calmly. There won't be a next time. Without warning, she spun around and shoved the girl away with brutal force. The girl crashed to the floor, skidding across the rotten wood. She coughed violently, clutching her chest as blood splattered against the ground. Her vision blurred, ears ringing painfully. Necroli looked down at her one last time, expression utterly indifferent. Then her body dissolved into darkness. A swarm of bats exploded outward, rushing toward the broken ceiling and disappearing into the night sky, leaving behind only silence and dread. The girl lay there for several seconds, gasping and coughing, her throat burning with pain. Slowly, shakily, she pushed herself up. Blood stained her lips as she wiped her mouth with trembling fingers. As she lifted her head, the dim light finally revealed her face. It was Mary Jane. Gwen and Kira's friend. The very same person they trusted. Her eyes were filled with fear, exhaustion, and something darker, desperation. She staggered to her feet and limped toward the exit, every step heavy with pain and guilt. As she left the abandoned house, her voice came out barely above a whisper, shaking and broken. I need to find a way to trick them both into coming here. I can't starve any longer, it's killing me. I'm giving them power after all, they would be grateful. Chapter 97, Dino Gem. Zane stared intently at the charts and technical indicators displayed on his newly bought laptop. Setting everything up had been surprisingly easy for him, from configuring the tools to selecting the right companies based on prediction and probability. He was 100% sure he had chosen correctly and that he was going to make a huge profit. Well, thanks to Kara, the lovely AI, too, she had handled about 60% of the entire process. He nodded in satisfaction as he watched the indicators and lines move up, dip down, and then rise again. It was a perfect chart. Moreover, he had already instructed Kara to sell each stock precisely at the moment it reached its highest peak, not a second earlier, not a second later. Once everything was settled, Zane stood up, ready to head to school, then paused. Yeah, I'm probably really late, he muttered to himself. I'll just call in sick. He really couldn't be bothered with school anymore. He had far too much going on in his current life. Thankfully, he was in his final year of high school, with final exams approaching soon. If it weren't for that, he would have dropped out already. After all, he had already completed both high school and college in his former life. He had no interest in repeating the experience. He made the calls quickly and without any trouble. Zane was the smartest high schooler there, so the staff often gave him leeway and special privileges. As he finished up and prepared to head out to register a company name, his morpher suddenly flashed red, indicating an incoming call from the base. An emergency call, and it's from Tommy. Zane frowned slightly. It shouldn't be a mission, right? The grid would have notified me before the base even did. The unexpected call made him uneasy. A few seconds later, he shook off his worries, isolated the surrounding area, and answered the call. Hey, Dr. O. What's up, he said, looking at the hologram of Tommy floating above his morpher. Tommy replied, his expression alternating between relief and stress, something Zane immediately noticed. I'm good, kid. Could you come to the base? I've got some important information that requires your presence and your intervention. My intervention? Zane echoed, clearly skeptical. If something that serious required him, the grid should have already sent a notification. But there was nothing. Tommy nodded, maintaining eye contact through the hologram. Yeah. I think I found a new Dino gem. Zane blinked in surprise, an inner voice murmuring, oh yeah. I remember now. It should be the black Dino gem. He didn't voice the thought. Instead, he replied calmly, a new Dino gem. The team should be able to secure it. It should be easy, right? Tommy gave a wry smile, having already expected that response. No, it's not that simple, he said. You'll understand when you get here. Or you can ask Alpha if you want. That's serious, huh? Zane thought. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. After a few seconds, he nodded. All right. I'll come to the base myself. Let's see how big this mission really is. Tommy visibly relaxed, relief washing over his face. He had been worried Zane might refuse, but it seemed the kid truly valued his team. Thanks, kid. I promise you won't regret this, Tommy said, smiling with genuine gratitude. Zane nodded back, offering a simple yet reassuring smile. I'll be there now. Tommy nodded, then ended the call. As the hologram faded, Zane let out a slow sigh. He already knew this was going to turn into another complicated mission. Anything involving Tommy usually did. Still, as the leader, he couldn't ignore it. Sigh. I should prepare, Zane muttered, glancing at the dazzling array of equipment in his inventory. Who knows what I'll be up against this time? He was cautious by nature. If not for his excessive planning and preparation in past missions, many of them wouldn't have ended so smoothly. Some might call it paranoia, he called it prudence. After all, his life mattered. Without it, how was he supposed to save the world? Zane selected several weapons, both old and new. This time, he also included the dragon armor. He hadn't had the chance to use it yet, and the upcoming mission seemed like the perfect opportunity. His house, still isolated by his morpher, gleamed strangely in his vision. Others wouldn't notice anything unusual, but as its owner, he could see it clearly. The grid had transmitted new functions to him recently, and he was still surprised by them. His morpher was becoming more absurd with every discovery. Not wasting any more time, Zane finished preparing and activated his morpher. In a flash. Whoosh. He disappeared. The isolation around his house dropped immediately afterward, vanishing as if it had never existed. Tommy stared intently at the holographic displays before him, his brows furrowed in deep thought. The holograms showed a range of mountains and a massive pagoda, with countless tiny dots moving around it. It was as if the entire projection represented a town of its own, one that didn't exist on any planetary map, much like the base itself. The sight made Tommy uneasy. First, he had never known something like this existed on the very planet he was sworn to protect. He prided himself on knowing secrets about the world that almost no one else did. He knew about Mystic Force, about SPD, but this was different. It was completely new, and it left a bad taste in his mouth. An organization like this had been operating right under his nose, and he had never noticed. If he hadn't joined forces with Zane and begun searching for the last Dino gem, he would never have discovered it in this lifetime. Sigh. I was too overconfident, Tommy muttered to himself, his face lined with exhaustion from days of non-stop searching in the base. I really thought I had everything under control, even after Zane. Before he could sink further into self-reproach, he felt a familiar presence appear behind him. Hey, kid, Tommy said without turning around. He already knew who it was. Sup, Dr. O. So, mind showing me the mission that needed my immediate attention? Zane replied. He didn't sound annoyed at being called a kid. After all, Tommy was older than him, both in age and appearance, even if Zane was technically their leader. Tommy immediately began explaining everything, his tone calm and informative as he laid out the situation in full. Zane chuckled lightly at Tommy's admission, at his belief that he hadn't been capable of protecting the world as well as he thought. Don't stress yourself, Dr. O. While protecting the planet was, and still is, your responsibility, it's normal that you only know part of it. The waters of this world run deep, after all. And even if you did know everything about the planet, that wouldn't necessarily mean you could protect it. Tommy's gloomy expression eased, his eyes lighting up slightly at Zane's words. He realized the kid was right. The world really was far deeper than he had imagined, and Zane himself was living proof of that. Thanks, kid, Tommy said, nodding. You're right. I shouldn't overthink it. I'll protect who I can, however I can. That's what being a ranger is all about. His voice carried renewed confidence and quiet acceptance. Zane nodded, satisfied. Tommy adapted quickly, to shock, to revelations, to responsibility. Worthy of being Tommy Oliver, Zane praised inwardly. Then his attention shifted fully to the holographic images and data being fed to him by Alpha 5 and Kara. What he saw made his expression darken. Why would a Dino gem be stored there? Zane thought, both annoyed and unsettled. He zoomed in on the display, motioning for Tommy to take a closer look as well. The hologram focused on the pagoda's foundation. At its deepest point rested a small black gem, gleaming with a mysterious dark light. But that wasn't what disturbed Zane the most. The gem was bound by 4 silver chains, stretching from different directions, each one symbolizing a cardinal point of the world. At set intervals, the phantom image of a brachiosaur condensed above it, roaring in agony before dispersing. It was obvious what was happening. The gem was imprisoned. Tortured. Zane stared at the sight, questioning his own life choices. Damn, this never happened in the original Dino Thunder timeline, he complained inwardly. Is this the real downside of a merged universe? Everything's so damn different. At this point, I wouldn't even be surprised if Sledge turned out to be a good guy. Tommy, meanwhile, was furious for an entirely different reason. The moment he learned there was another Dino gem, he was thrilled. More power meant better protection for the planet. Even just seeing the gem on the display, he felt a deep, instinctive connection to it. He knew immediately, it was meant for him. And seeing it chained and suffering made his blood boil. Kid, it looks like this is even more serious than I thought, Tommy said, turning to Zane and waiting for his response. It's complicated, Zane replied thoughtfully. And it looks like we'll have to go up against a generational legacy to get the gem. Generational legacy? Tommy repeated, confused. Zane knew Tommy wouldn't understand without context, but he didn't feel like giving a long history lesson. Instead, he simplified it. We're going to be fighting superpowered ninjas. Possibly even ninja rangers. Tommy stiffened. Ninja rangers? Since when? Zane knew he had to explain properly, but since he preferred efficiency, he transmitted the information directly into Tommy's mind. It took a few seconds for Tommy to fully process everything. He then sank into a nearby chair, letting out a long sigh as he stared up at the ceiling. After a minute of silence, he spoke again. This is going to be harder than I thought, kid. We should bring the whole team. His tone was heavy and urgent. He knew the danger, but he didn't want to lose this chance. He needed that power for what was coming. Zane shook his head. No. We don't need everyone. I'm enough. This could put too much pressure on them. I'm strong, I can handle it. Tommy hesitated, then nodded. Zane's current strength was already comparable to his fully unlocked state. In raw combat value, he was worth more than the entire team combined. All right, Tommy said, standing up. Let's get ready, then. Zane smiled faintly. I'm always ready. Tommy chuckled. He said it again. Both of them placed their hands on their morphers, prepared to move. But then. Side mission unlocked. Surprisingly, yet not surprisingly, the grid manifested before Zane. Chapter 98, Dangerous Journey. Hours ago. MJ, we're really sorry. We never meant to ditch you, something came up, Gwen said into her phone, her tone apologetic yet casual, the way it always was when she spoke to a close friend. Yeah, it was an emergency, Kira added from beside her, nodding as she spoke, certain that Mary Jane would understand, even without knowing the full reason they had bailed on her. A second later, a voice came through the phone. I understand, girlies. I'm sure it was really important. I accept your apology wholeheartedly. The voice paused, then continued warmly. Besides, there's still time for us to go out and have some fun, girls only, just like we planned. You're free now, right? The words sounded friendly and inviting. But on the other end of the line, Mary Jane's breathing was ragged, her eyes glowing a faint, dangerous red. The hunger gnawed at her relentlessly. Every second felt like torture. She needed to deliver both of them to Necroli soon, she needed to feed. Gwen and Kira, however, noticed nothing wrong. How could they? How could they ever imagine that their friend was a vampire? Sure, we'll be right there, they replied almost in unison. Mary Jane's lips curved into a wide smile. Beneath the pale glow of the midnight moon, her sharp white teeth glinted faintly. She could finally eat. All right, Mary Jane said smoothly, her tone as sincere as ever. I'll be waiting at XXX Street with my car. It's going to be a long night, girls. Okay, give us 10 minutes. We'll be there soon, Gwen replied with a smile, signaling Kira to start getting ready. After days of non-stop training, they really did deserve a break. Kira stood up and headed for the shower, while Gwen followed close behind. The prey had already walked into the trap. But who was truly the prey, and who was the predator, remained unclear. The night would tell. Mary Jane sat behind the steering wheel of her car, facing the window as she made the final touches to her makeup. She wore a black leather jacket over skin-tight trousers, her aura radiating raw feminine charm. Her face was pale, her lips tinted pink with makeup, and her eyes were as dark as the night itself. Finally, I can eat, he, Jane squirmed inwardly, barely containing her excitement. Her master had already made her addicted to her blood, now she couldn't live without it. She had tried blood bags and even human blood, they all tasted like shit to her. But every time she drank Necroli's blood, it was intoxicating. It felt divine, as if she ascended several times over. Now, all she had to do was let her master bite her friends. Then they could all be together, sharing power, blood, and eternity. She glanced at the time on her phone and muttered, it's almost 10 minutes. They should be pretty close now. No sooner had the thought crossed her mind than she heard a knock on the window behind her. Knock. Knock. She turned her head mechanically, the movement almost eerie. Her smile stretched as wide as it could. They had arrived. Kira and Gwen couldn't see her expression through the tinted glass. If they had, they would have instantly known that something about their friend was very wrong. Mary Jane rolled down the window and unlocked the doors, smiling warmly at them. Hey, come in. Gwen and Kira returned her smile sincerely, wasting no time as they climbed into the car. It wasn't their first time riding with her, after all. Hey, babe. Sorry we ditched you. We promise it won't happen again, Kira said first, her tone light but clear beneath the night sky. Mary Jane shook her head, signaling that she didn't mind. But curiosity still nudged her. Were you guys already close to this street before you called? The question bothered her slightly. They had said 10 minutes, so she assumed they must have been nearby. She also wanted to know why they had been in this area in the first place. Crap, Gwen and Kira exclaimed inwardly. They had been careless. They should have delayed it a little. They had never once walked around this area, they had teleported directly using the base's portal. But now, they had to improvise. Gwen, quick-witted as ever, spoke first. Kira here is going on a date soon, so we had to go prepare. We wanted to call you too, but she was so nervous we forgot. So we walked around the city to get her mind off it. We didn't even know you were this close. Why yeah, that's what happened, Kira added quickly, her words stuttering slightly. I've been really nervous. Oh, Mary Jane's eyes lit up, genuinely surprised and happy. A date? With whom? Kira smiled, her face turning red. Zane. Whoa, Zane. That's Zane. Mary Jane stared at her, utterly stunned. Kira actually managed to crack that iceberg of a man. Yeah, we've been talking for a few days now, so we scheduled our first date for the weekend, Kira replied, her tone a mix of anxiety and happiness. Gwen smiled beside her. Kira had finally gotten what she always wanted, her own Prince Charming. Mary Jane fell silent, her mind racing with chaotic thoughts. But she maintained a calm facade. Am I really going to ruin my friend's only chance at love? Should I see this through? Her human side struggled desperately against the hunger for blood and her loyalty to her master. Then, as if fate itself intervened, Necroli's voice echoed in her mind, seductive, cold, commanding. Where's my sheep servant? The words struck like divine authority. Fear washed over MJ, drowning every thought of rebellion. Any hesitation vanished instantly. Gwen and Kira noticed her sudden stiffness and couldn't help but worry. You okay, MJ? Kira asked, concern evident in her voice. MJ regained her composure in seconds. She couldn't let them sense anything was wrong. I'm fine, guys, she said gently, a smile returning to her face. I'm just a bit shocked that our baby Kira is finally getting a boyfriend. Gwen and Kira laughed, completely reassured. Everyone knew Kira had been single forever, it made sense to be surprised. After that, MJ replied to the voice in her mind. Master, I'm on my way now, with 2 of them. The voice went silent for a few seconds, clearly surprised. Then. Finally useful, are we? Good. You'll need new companions after all. Extra blood for you once it's done. Necroli's voice was filled with satisfaction. At the words extra blood, MJ's eyes flashed red, almost imperceptibly. Her breathing grew uneven, but she still managed to respond inwardly. Thank you, my queen. I shall not fail you. The voice faded away. All of this happened within 3 seconds. Gwen noticed nothing. But Kira did. MJ, are you sure you're okay? Kira asked again, reaching out to touch her forehead. MJ gently stopped her hand, smiling softly. I'm fine, Kira. It's just the wind tonight. You know my body hates the cold. Kira withdrew her hand, though her unease didn't fade. Sensing the awkward tension, Gwen quickly changed the subject. So, where exactly are we going, MJ, she teased. You're dressed way too sexy tonight. I'm sure it's going to be fire. Mary Jane smiled mysteriously. It's a secret. Secret. Both Gwen and Kira leaned in with interest. Is it a fun secret? Kira asked. They had been to plenty of secret places before, either extremely fun or complete disasters. Never normal. Hee hee, it's very fun, Mary Jane replied with a soft giggle. Better than anywhere we've ever been. I promise, you'll enjoy it so much, you'll want to stay there forever. Her pale face and red hair glowed unnaturally beautiful beneath the moonlight reflecting through the car windows. They found it mesmerizing, slightly strange, but shrugged it off. Thinking she was exaggerating. Who would want to stay in a place forever? Even the fantasy-like base they had witnessed over the past days won't make them stay forever. They buckled their seatbelts, and the black Jeep rolled forward, gliding smoothly beneath the night sky. The calm atmosphere eased their nerves, making the ride almost peaceful. All except for Kira. Only one thought lingered in her mind. Why was MJ's hand so pale, and so cold? Chapter 99, Dangerous Journey. In the Ninja Academy, grunts echoed constantly as thousands of ninjas trained, each clad in distinct elemental uniforms. Trees swayed gracefully under the windy day, their leaves whispering as the sun illuminated the tops of the pagodas, making them feel ancient and awe-inspiring. The entire atmosphere carried an overwhelming sense of power, as if one had stepped into a completely different world, one forged by formidable shinobi. Yet, as everything proceeded as it did every morning, a portal completely out of place in this realm suddenly opened. And from it emerged Zane and Tommy, both fully suited in their ranger forms. Zane stood in his Phase 1 Omni suit, while Tommy was donned in the Zeo Red Ranger suit. Their appearance alone showed they were ready for anything that might come. They knew this mission could be peaceful, or extremely dangerous. It all depended on the residents of this place. Tommy scanned the surroundings carefully, trying to ascertain their exact location while also watching for any immediate reaction to their illegal migration into the realm. He half expected alarms, guards, or hostile ninjas to descend upon them at any moment. But to his surprise, none of that happened. I isolated our location. No one can find us, Zane said, noticing Tommy's tense posture and explaining the situation before he could overthink it. Tommy quickly accepted the explanation. He knew Zane possessed bizarre gadgets in his arsenal, so something like this wasn't entirely shocking. With Zane's reassurance, his nerves eased considerably. It seemed there was no need to worry, for now. Let's go. I've pinpointed the location of the gem. It's in that pagoda, Zane said, tilting his head upward and pointing toward the tallest and most ancient building some distance away. Tommy followed the direction of his finger, locking onto the structure. But the moment his senses brushed against it, his mind churned. He felt 2 powerful auras emanating from within. One was familiar. The other was strange, domineering, oppressive. The familiar aura was undoubtedly the Dino gem. The other, however, was unidentifiable, at least for now. That unknown presence reignited Tommy's unease. The aura felt overwhelmingly powerful, far stronger than Zane himself. To make matters worse, Tommy's own power was still sealed. Zane, are you sure we can get the gem? Tommy asked, voicing his concerns. I felt the aura in that building. It was terrifying. Whatever is guarding the gem is extremely powerful. He hoped, even slightly, that Zane would reconsider and cancel the mission, at least until they were strong enough to face whatever guardian awaited them. Zane fell silent, fully understanding the difficulty of the task. He, too, could feel the oppressive presence from the pagoda. Activating his morpher, he analyzed the aura directly. A clear, bold ranking flashed across the holographic display. B tier. Zane's eyes narrowed. That level was far beyond anything he had ever faced. His own maximum strength was only C+, and the gap between those ranks was like heaven and earth. But still, he had to do this. The gem, and the mission granted by the Omni-grid, left him no room for hesitation. His resolve remained unshaken. Side mission unlocked. Secure the Black Dino gem and make Sensei Watanabe submit. Time limit, 7 hours. Reward. Based on performance. The notification echoed within his mind the moment he fully accepted the mission. It was the first one that didn't specify a reward, meaning the outcome could be meager or extraordinary. Zane was betting on the latter. This mission mattered. He needed more strength. His plan was simple: first, reason with Sensei Watanabe. If words failed, then force would suffice. The Ninja Academy couldn't even use the gem properly, it was wasted here. No need to worry, Dr. O, Zane said calmly, a confident smile forming beneath his helmet. I'm pretty sure we can handle it. And if things get out of hand, we'll leave and plan for another time. He needed Tommy's support. This journey was dangerous, and he knew it. Zane himself wasn't afraid. At worst, he would die and revive. What concerned him more was whether Tommy would have the resolve to see this through. Tommy looked away, his mind deep in thought, emotions unreadable. After a few minutes, he finally spoke. All right, kid. I'll trust you. But if we can't handle it, we're leaving. Zane chuckled, utterly satisfied. Sure. We'll leave when that time comes. Now let's go, we've wasted enough time. Tommy shook his head in resignation. His worry seemed like passing wind to the teenager beside him. He had been the same once, hot-blooded and fearless. Without wasting another second, he followed Zane. Their steps were light and swift, their movements blurring as they advanced. Only the leaves betrayed their passage, stirred violently by the wind as they vanished toward the ancient pagoda. Minutes later, they got to their destination. Rows of humans in ninja-clad clothes could be seen training in rhythm. The moment Zane and Tommy stepped into the training grounds near the pagoda, the atmosphere shifted sharply. Grunts, shouts, and the rhythmic clash of training weapons abruptly ceased. Hundreds of eyes snapped toward the two armored figures that had appeared almost out of thin air. The trainees, young and old alike, instinctively spread out, feet sliding across the stone floor as they took defensive stances. Kunai were drawn. Short blades gleamed. Elemental-like energies flared subtly around some of them. They did not attack. Not because they lacked courage, but because every instinct they had screamed the same warning. Danger. The two figures before them were extremely strong. Moreover, they were Rangers. Everyone in the Ninja Academy knew the stories. Armored warriors who fought against evil and protected the world. Beings who wielded power that could disrupt the balance of a country. Even without sensing their auras directly, the pressure Zane and Tommy radiated was suffocating. An older trainee stepped forward, his posture firm but cautious. His eyes never left them. Intruders, he said loudly, his voice carrying authority. Identify yourselves. Who are you? The others nodded subtly, hands tightening around their weapons. They wanted answers, too. Were they friend or foe? Zane remained silent, helmet tilted slightly as he surveyed the area. Tommy stood beside him, equally still, his instincts screaming as he took in the layout, calculating how many of them he could take down at once, if a fight broke out. Before either of them could respond. Let them in. A calm voice spoke, covering the entire surrounding. It was loud, clear enough for any of them to hear. Yet it carried an undeniable weight that pressed down on everyone present. The trainees stiffened instantly. Some swallowed. Others lowered their weapons without even realizing it. No one dared question the command. The crowd parted immediately, forming a clear path forward. Even the elder trainee stepped aside, bowing his head slightly in respect. Zane's lips curled faintly beneath his helmet. He allowed us entry this easily, he thought. Hey, he must be curious. Sensei Watanabe. Zane knew it had to be him. There was no other presence in this realm capable of exerting such quiet dominance. The old master must have been intrigued, concerned even, that two outsiders had entered his domain without triggering any alarms. Zane and Tommy moved forward. The moment they crossed a certain threshold, the world shifted. Space folded unnaturally, the scenery warping like disturbed water. The training grounds vanished in an instant, replaced by a vast, serene courtyard. Smooth stone tiles stretched endlessly beneath their feet, surrounded by ancient wooden structures adorned with symbols of the Ninja Academy's lineage. Zane felt it immediately. Power of space. Show of power, he thought with a click of his tongue. TCH. He's trying to intimidate us. Tommy, on the other hand, felt his breath hitch. Shit, he thought grimly. He's more powerful than I thought. The pressure here was far denser than outside. Controlled. Refined. Like standing before a mountain that hadn't moved in centuries. At the far end of the courtyard sat Sensei Watanabe. He appeared calm, seated on a simple wooden platform, dressed in traditional robes. His posture was relaxed, his expression warm, but the power behind his eyes was unmistakable. He observed them quietly. Their reactions did not go unnoticed. Good, Sensei Watanabe thought. He was satisfied that he got some reaction out of the strangers before him. He had to show them who had the upper hand in whatever might come after. Please, he said politely, gesturing toward the cushions before him. Sit. Zane and Tommy exchanged a glance. They nodded. Both accepted the invitation and sat across from him, movements measured and respectful. Not at all like that of an enemy. A small wooden table separated them. Sensei Watanabe lifted a teapot, steam curling gently into the air, and poured tea into 3 cups with practiced ease. Please have some tea, he said kindly. Zane's gaze flicked briefly to the cups. Old schemer, he thought. It was subtle, but effective. In this culture, drinking tea together symbolized peace and openness. Refusing would imply hostility. Accepting meant trust. And trust meant revealing oneself. If they drank, they would have to remove their helmets. If they refused, they would announce their intent as provocateurs. Sensei Watanabe watched them closely. Tommy felt the tension immediately, but Zane had already decided. Both rangers reached up and removed their helmets. Sensei Watanabe's eyes narrowed slightly. And then widened in surprise. Their faces were wrong. Not obscured. Not hidden. But blurred. As if clouds drifted perpetually across their features, shifting and reforming no matter how hard one tried to focus. No defining traits. No identity to grasp. A powerful concealment technique. Sensei Watanabe's interest deepened. Zane lifted the teacup calmly and took a sip. Good tea, he said lightly, his tone teasing. The words snapped Sensei Watanabe out of his thoughts. Both rangers placed their cups down, then calmly donned their helmets once more. Humph, Zane thought. Good thing I came prepared. This old man is too cunning. Sensei Watanabe maintained his amiable smile, unchanged from the moment they arrived. Now then, he said gently. You have entered my realm unannounced. Tell me, what brings 2 rangers to the Ninja Academy? If there is any way I can help, I will try. Zane leaned back slightly, relaxed but direct. We're here for the Black Dino Gem, he said plainly. Sensei Watanabe's eyes immediately deepened a few shades darker. As if he had guessed their intent. And before you misunderstand, I'll explain. Zane immediately added after noticing his reaction. He spoke calmly, clearly laying out the origin of the Dino Gems, their connection to dinosaurs, their role in maintaining balance, and the danger of allowing them to remain dormant or misused in a world that couldn't fully wield them. Moreover, the fact that it was practically useless in this realm. Keeping it locked any longer could cause severe and unforeseen consequences. Tommy joined in, his voice steady. The gem doesn't belong here, Sensei. It was never meant to be sealed away indefinitely. If it remains idle, it could destabilize the energy network of the rangers to which it is tied. Worse, others might come seeking it. Sensei Watanabe listened silently. His smile slowly faded. He finally figured out what they had sneaked in for. The warmth in his eyes cooled, replaced by something ancient and unyielding. When Zane finished speaking, the courtyard felt colder. I see, Sensei Watanabe said at last. Then his gaze hardened. I think I've tolerated you enough as strangers in my realm, he continued, his tone no longer welcoming. You should leave. Tommy's eyes widened slightly behind his visor. He hadn't expected that. Not so abruptly. Zane, however, remained composed. Already expecting such a reaction. For something to be deliberately locked away by someone with such power must be of great allure and importance to him. He inclined his head slightly. Are you sure you can't hand it over? Sensei Watanabe did not hesitate. Leave. Silence followed. Heavy. Final. Zane exhaled slowly and stood up. Tommy followed, his expression tense, conflicted. Zane straightened, facing the old master squarely. Guess it's the hard way then. Those words drifted with the wind. For a split second. Nothing happened. Only a green leaf was flowing past them. Then. 3 auras exploded simultaneously. Boom. Chapter 100, Dangerous Journey. Boom. 3 auras radiating immense pressure erupted at once, cracking the stone floor beneath them. Even the surrounding trees swayed violently under the sheer weight of that power, their leaves rustling like they were bowing before gods. Zane and Tommy stood opposite Sensei Watanabe, their stances firm, their bodies coiled and ready for any form of offense. Both of them could clearly feel it. Sensei's aura was stronger than theirs. Deeper. Older. More refined. Yet neither of them even considered backing down. They had to free the Dino gem from its suffering. Zane stepped forward first, the pressure around him intensifying as he spoke, his tone heavy and resolute. Do we really have to do this, Sensei Watanabe? Sensei's deep eyes glinted sharply at those words. He had never given this ranger his name. Yet the boy knew it. That alone forced him to reassess Zane. His presence became sharper, more focused. Still, his expression remained stern, showing no intention of yielding. To Zane's surprise, Sensei Watanabe also stepped forward, leaning slightly toward him, their auras colliding at close range. Want to bargain with this old man, he said coldly. Go home, kid. You're not worthy. Zane's lips twitched faintly beneath his helmet. He didn't like that. It wasn't just the word kid, it was the dismissiveness behind it. As if Zane were nothing more than a reckless child playing hero. He tolerated Tommy calling him that. Tommy had earned it. This man had not. It seemed that in the end, words would not suffice. Tommy, standing beside him, felt the disrespect as well. He narrowed his eyes, recognizing the taunt for what it was. The sage-like figure before them was trying to provoke them, to disrupt their rhythm and force mistakes. Why he was doing it, and what he was planning, they would soon find out. Dr. O, take this. Zane flicked his wrist, tossing 2 low-level Zeo crystals toward Tommy. Tommy caught them mid-air without hesitation and crushed them instantly. The crystals shattered, their energy flooding into him in a violent surge. Power rushed through his veins, overwhelming yet intoxicating. Tommy let out a quiet breath, almost a groan, as his sealed strength returned in full force. He still wasn't fully used to this sensation. Freedom. Not only was his power back, it flowed smoother than before, more responsive, more natural. Sensei Watanabe watched silently, his gaze never leaving Zane. He said nothing, but inwardly, his caution deepened. The ranger before him was dangerous. Not as strong as him, yet, but dangerous nonetheless. And Sensei Watanabe had lived for thousands of years. He had survived because he never underestimated uncertainty. Zane gave Tommy a brief signal. Be ready. Anything could happen now. Sensei Watanabe did not retreat. Instead, his hands moved. Faster than the eye could track. His fingers blurred as he formed hand seals at terrifying speed. The air in front of him distorted as a glowing red seal manifested, burning with heat and authority. Then he spoke. Fire seal. A massive fireball roared into existence, surging forward toward Zane and Tommy with destructive force. There was no room for negotiation anymore. They attacked. Omni-slash. Red energy blast. Their attacks launched simultaneously, meeting the incoming inferno head-on. Boom. The 3 forces collided in a catastrophic explosion, canceling each other out in a violent shockwave. The ground beneath the pagoda trembled violently, the vibrations rippling outward like an earthquake. The sound alone was deafening, disorienting even the ninjas training far from the courtyard. The stronger ones barely managed to stabilize themselves. The weaker ones were thrown off their feet, crashing hard onto the ground. Enemy attack, one of them screamed, voicing the panic spreading through the academy. An instructor turned sharply toward the source of the explosion, and his face went pale. He knew what was happening. The visitors and their master were fighting. And not just fighting, a high-level battle. Worst of all, they could not intervene. They were far too weak. Without hesitation, the instructor activated the protective dome, ancient seals flaring to life as a barrier formed around the pagoda, minimizing the destructive shockwaves radiating outward. In the courtyard, the assaults continued. Sensei Watanabe released careful yet ruthless attacks, clearly intending to probe the capabilities of the rangers before him. The same was true for Zane and Tommy, who were also searching for even the slightest weakness in the old ninja. Bang. Clang. Fwoosh. Zing. Bright, rapid attacks were released in quick succession. Zane leapt high into the air, his cape fluttering violently as he moved with extreme speed. In the next instant, Zane appeared directly in front of Sensei Watanabe. His fists clenched, coated in pure omni-force, he struck. His blows shot out like descending meteorites, pulverizing the air itself and distorting the void around them. What formidable energy control, the old ninja exclaimed internally, startled by the power behind the incoming fists. The extreme precision and destructiveness were magnified in his perception. Wasting no time, he activated a defensive ninja spell, his hands forming seals once more. Earthwall. A gray, extremely solid dome formed around him, intercepting the attack. Bomb. Surprisingly, the barrier did not simply block the blow, it nullified nearly 20% of its power. Then something even stranger happened. The absorbed energy was reflected back at Zane, doubled in destructiveness. Zane's eyes widened as he immediately crossed his arms in front of him, forming an X to brace for impact. Damn, what the fuck was that? He cursed under his breath, realizing he had underestimated the old ninja. Then, as he reassessed Sensei Watanabe's strength, it made sense. His Morpher didn't rank opponents based on raw power alone, energy reserves, combat techniques, experience, and adaptability all factored in. AB tier wasn't just a title. This time, Zane switched places with Tommy. Tommy attacked from behind, his Zeo Star Sword radiating immense power as he plunged it downward. The ground beneath Sensei Watanabe erupted, forming a massive earth spike aimed straight at him. Sensing the danger, the old man immediately deactivated his spell and flashed away repeatedly, narrowly avoiding the spikes as their jagged tips grazed past him. As he dodged, his expression hardened. These rangers aren't just strong, they're experienced. His initial assumption that they were greenhorns shattered completely. This might be harder than I thought. Before he could finish the thought, Zane struck again, this time from behind. His Omni-saber arced toward Sensei Watanabe's neck in a lethal slash. The old ninja did not dare underestimate it. Channeling a large portion of his strength, he vanished from his position and reappeared several meters away. Zane clicked his tongue inwardly. This old man truly had too many tricks up his sleeves. The battle escalated. This time, all three went all out. They transformed into streaks of light, moving at extreme speed. To an ordinary observer, the figures were impossible to track, only the thunderous collisions and shockwaves betrayed the battle unfolding. Sensei Watanabe held a clear advantage. As a B-tier expert, he could fly freely. Zane and Tommy, on the other hand, could only remain airborne for a few seconds before gravity asserted itself. Naturally, this frustrated them both. Sensei Watanabe exploited this advantage relentlessly, and if the fight continued this way, they would eventually lose. Zane reacted immediately. Apocalypse Descent. He roared as a massive, shark-like phantom manifested above him, plunging downward toward Sensei Watanabe with unstoppable momentum. Seeing the attack, Sensei Watanabe's eyes widened slightly in alarm. He floated backward rapidly, but the phantom locked onto him, refusing to relent. Realizing evasion was impossible, he activated one of his secret techniques. Ninja Transformation. His body erupted in golden light, morphing into a massive white saber-toothed tiger, meters tall, immensely muscular, and overflowing with primal power. Roar. The beast roared, unleashing a concentrated elemental beam from its mouth, directly colliding with the descending phantom. Boom. Shockingly, the two attacks cancelled each other out, and the residual energy surged forward toward Zane and Tommy. Shit. The same thought passed through both their minds. There was no dodging it. They would have to take it head-on. Yet, despite that, both rangers acted, each with similar intent, but their own plans. They tapped their morphers simultaneously. Time froze. Then. Omni-morpher lock-on. Initiating Phase 2. It's Morphin time. Tiger Zord. Both transformations were completed in unison. Time resumed. The incoming beam surged forward, but this time, there was no fear. Zane and Tommy raised a single hand each and stopped the attack cold, the energy dispersing harmlessly against their palms. Sensei Watanabe reverted to his human form, shock clearly visible in his eyes. Even after several minutes of intense combat, they still had power to spare. His face hardened. Are you truly willing to risk your lives trying to steal from me? He demanded coldly. I'm very sure you can't maintain your ranger forms forever. His reasoning was only half correct. It was true, most rangers could not sustain their forms indefinitely unless cursed, like Tommy had once been. But Zane was not most rangers. He possessed abilities that could replenish his energy endlessly if he wished. That assumption was a fatal miscalculation. Cut the crap, old man, Zane snorted. That gem doesn't belong to you. If we're talking about theft, you're the real thief here. It sounded almost as if Sensei Watanabe was painting them as villains. By now, they were no longer in the courtyard. Their battle had carried them far away, into a deserted forest. Had such power been unleashed near the trainees, the casualties would have been catastrophic. Sensei Watanabe's heart raged at those words. He had sacrificed something precious to secure that gem, and now this ranger dared call him a thief. It seems I really must end you both now, he said, his words radiating chilling pressure. Zane and Tommy stiffened. They felt it. This was no longer a test. The real battle had begun. Then. Their surroundings vanished. The forest, the sky, everything dissolved. Only a single word echoed from above. Elemental domain. Multicolored light burst from Sensei Watanabe's fingertips, expanding outward for hundreds of meters, completely sealing off all paths of escape. Zane's eyes narrowed with worry. Tommy swallowed hard. It seemed they had truly bitten off more than they could chew. They could only fight on, for even the smallest hope. It's the 100th chapter, guys. Woohoo, I'm so happy I've gotten this far. Moreover, with your help, my writing has evolved to what it is now. Better than before. I have you all to thank for this. I hope you enjoyed the fight scene. If there is room for improvement, please comment and review, guys. I'm open to them all. Love you all. Shower your poor author with power stones. I needed to rank up and make my work more viewable. Chapter 101, Dangerous Journey. Angel Grove. The sun dyed the sky of Angel Grove in warm hues. Trees and flowers bloomed, each competing for sunlight as bees drank deeply from their nectar. Nature performed its duty, as it always did. That tranquility was disrupted by the revving of a car. A black Jeep weaved through a secluded part of the city, its engine growling with intent. The car was naturally MJ's. The girls had been riding for hours on their road trip. As for their destination, currently unknown, MJ still kept it a secret from Gwen and Kira. Although they hadn't expected such a long journey from midnight until now, there were no real worries. This wasn't their first time. They had gone on dozens of road trips before. And it wasn't boring or bland like one might expect. They ate junk food MJ bought and sang along to white girl tunes blasting from the Jeep's radio. It was fun. But as morning hit, Gwen and Kira were fast asleep. Only Mary Jane remained awake. She had to drive them, and more importantly, they were the goods she had to deliver. She couldn't afford to slack off. Gwen's head rested perfectly against the back seat, with Kira's head on her lap, both girls deep in sleep. Their breaths were low and steady, showing how comfortable the nap was, perhaps even hinting at pleasant dreams. It felt as though nothing could ruin the ambience of the moment. Mary Jane's eyes stayed fixed on the road ahead. Her hands steered the wheel with fluid precision, while her fingers tapped lightly against the leather, betraying her anxiety. At intervals, she glanced back at her friends, as if afraid they might vanish. An hour passed on the sparse road. Then a magnificent structure appeared before MJ, a castle. Medieval. Ancient. So grand and weathered that one might mistake it for a royal family's abode. Yet, despite its majesty, it was eerily silent, exuding an aura that could unsettle the weak-minded. Seeing the familiar building, MJ let out a sigh of relief. She had finally reached her destination. All that remained was to bring Gwen and Kira to Necroli. I'll finally be able to feed, she beamed internally, licking her red lips and swallowing. It was almost as if the blood was already before her, all she had to do was drink. Parking near the castle in a modest space, Mary Jane stepped on the brake, stopping the Jeep with a slight jolt. Gwen's eyes fluttered open instantly, her impressive awareness, spider sense, reacting to the sudden change. Kira wasn't far behind. Her entire constitution was like that of a pterodactyl, she noticed everything, even in sleep. Are we there yet? Kira asked, yawning as she struggled to open her eyes. Gwen, fully awake in contrast to Kira's grogginess, stared ahead in shock. Yeah. I think so. You might want to look at this, Kira. Silence followed those words. Then. Fine, Kira groaned, annoyed that her beauty sleep had been interrupted. Still, curiosity won out. She leaned forward, wanting to see what had caused such a reaction from Gwen. As her head snapped up, Kira froze. Before her stood one of the most magnificent buildings she had ever seen. Am I lucid dreaming, she muttered, rubbing her sleepy eyes twice to confirm she was awake. The sight was simply too unreal. Gwen wasn't much better, but Kira's words made her chuckle softly. Studying the structure more carefully, Gwen understood Kira's shock. This secret place was far beyond what they had expected. She had assumed it would be some rich kid's party, like most of their secret outings, but this was something else entirely. Mary Jane laughed at their reactions, clearly pleased. Haha, chill, girlies. The fun hasn't even begun yet. Let's get inside first. I promise you, this is going to be the best time of your lives. Trust me. Gwen and Kira exchanged glances, then nodded. Despite the many questions burning in their minds, they chose to believe their friend, for now. There would be time to ask later. Mary Jane stepped out of the car first, her skin-tight black dress outlining her figure. Sunlight reflected off her face as she looked back at Gwen and Kira, white teeth curving into a smile. Let's go in, MJ said, tilting her head toward the castle, inviting them to follow. Gwen and Kira didn't waste any time climbing out of the car. Since it was parked outside the castle grounds, they had to walk a little farther. That was when something strange happened. Gwen shivered. Her spider sense tingled violently. Her head snapped up toward the castle, vigilance clouding her eyes as her thoughts spun. Someone's watching me. She scanned the area, trying to find the source, but found nothing. Still, the reaction didn't go unnoticed by Kira and MJ. "Gwen, what's wrong?" Kira asked, worry lacing her voice. Gwen stiffened, momentarily flustered. Not wanting to alarm her friends, she improvised. "It's nothing," she said quickly. "Probably because we were in the car for so long. The morning wind just got to me." Her face strained as she tried to mask her earlier reaction. MJ frowned. She knew Gwen was lying. She had felt the gaze too, one that was all too familiar. She glanced upward toward its source and subtly bared her teeth, unseen by the two beside her. Almost instantly, the gaze retreated, as if intimidated by MJ's silent show of dominance. Seconds later, the three friends reached the castle gate. It was black, towering, and adorned with mysterious carvings, its height making them feel insignificant. Sensing the aura emanating from it, Gwen and Kira grew uneasy. After days of training at the base, their sensitivity to such things had sharpened. They were certain they didn't like this aura, but they still intended to enter. The gate creaked open automatically, as if sensing their presence. Screech. The gate emitted a loud metallic screech as it opened, the sound grating and ominous, like stepping into a boss room in a horror game. MJ maintained her smile and led them both inside. A large, spacious courtyard unfolded before them. It was so wide that one could easily build several basketball courts within it. Rows of cars were parked neatly at each end, while a sleek black helicopter rested ominously in the middle. Gwen and Kira kept their composure, but their minds churned with thoughts known only to them. As they approached one of the entrance doors, they noticed a tall, pale man stationed there like a statue. The bodyguard's pale too. Just like MJ. Is this some cult? The thought flashed through Kira's mind. Each stop made the entire secret feel shadier, but she had no concrete proof yet. Still, she was certain they'd find out soon. Reaching the entrance, MJ handed the pale bodyguard a black card engraved with a strange bat insignia. The moment he saw it, his expression shifted to one of respect. He bowed slightly and gestured inward. "Please, follow me, mistress." MJ nodded and stepped inside. Gwen and Kira followed instinctively, but the guard raised a hand, stopping them. "They're with me," MJ said, her voice carrying unmistakable authority. The guard didn't dare hesitate and immediately stepped aside. From the card she had given him, the authority of the mistress clearly outweighed his own. Gwen and Kira exchanged stunned looks. They had never heard that tone from their friend before, domineering, cold, and unsettlingly unfamiliar. Shaking off their thoughts, they walked in. The moment they entered, it felt as though they'd entered an entirely different world. The atmosphere was gloomy and archaic. Candlelit chandeliers hung at intervals along the vast hall, casting flickering shadows along the walls. Handsome men and women with sharp, distinct features filled the space, socializing casually. In their hands were glasses of red wine or ornate pastries. Even stranger, they were all dressed in black, and every single one of them had pale skin. Then, as if their arrival triggered a chain reaction, the entire hall fell silent. Dozens of gazes snapped toward them, toward Gwen and Kira. The emotions behind those stares were overwhelming: hunger, disdain, envy, pity, and far more unsettling things layered beneath. It all happened in an instant, but as trained heroes, Gwen and Kira noticed everything. They instinctively glanced at each other, their thoughts unspoken. Meanwhile, MJ completely ignored the stares, as though everyone present was beneath her notice. "MJ, are you sure we came to the right place?" Gwen whispered. "I'm pretty sure we look like clowns right now." MJ smiled, as though she had been expecting the question. Her tone was relaxed, almost playful. "Oh. What makes you think I'd bring you to the wrong place, Gwen? Don't you trust me anymore?" Kira chimed in quickly. "Come on, babe, we trust you. It's just that we kinda look out of place in such a luxurious setting." Gwen nodded. That was exactly it. "No need to worry, girlies. We're not staying on this floor, if that's what you're worried about," MJ replied smoothly. "We're heading somewhere more private." That eased their tension. If they weren't staying in the ballroom, then it wasn't so bad. MJ led them toward an elevator tucked into a corner of the hall. As they passed attendants, couples, and various guests, men and women alike, each one bowed respectfully to Mary Jane. Gwen and Kira could only sigh internally. Their friend's social standing here was far higher than they'd imagined. Minutes later, they stood before golden elevator doors. They stepped inside, and MJ calmly input the number for the lowest floor. Hum. The doors slid shut, and the elevator descended with a low mechanical hum. 5 minutes later, it opened onto a floor drenched in darkness, dark enough to unsettle even the bravest. Gwen and Kira narrowed their eyes at the oppressive atmosphere but said nothing. No questions. No complaints. In fact, part of them was curious, anticipating the place MJ promised they'd never forget. Let's go. We're almost there, MJ said, her eyes flashing red for a brief moment, unseen by the two behind her, as she led them toward a rocky stairway lit only by flickering fire lamps. Kira frowned slightly and finally spoke. Is there a party going on down here too? Yeah, MJ replied without hesitation. It's exclusive to VIPs. The lie rolled off her tongue effortlessly. Kira said nothing more. Minutes later, a handsome man of average height appeared ahead, standing calmly in the middle of the path, a smile playing on his lips. If it isn't our little cub, he said pleasantly. Did you have fun last time? And oh, are these your precious friends? His gaze lingered on Gwen and Kira behind MJ, slow and assessing. What do you want, Deacon? MJ replied coldly. It was Deacon Frost. Deacon raised both hands slightly, his smile turning placating. Now, no need to be so cold. What happened back then was necessary. It wasn't my fault, it was an important custom. You know that. MJ let out a quiet snort, her expression filled with open disdain. She didn't bother replying. Instead, she walked past him without sparing him another glance, Gwen and Kira following closely behind her. Deacon turned his head, watching their retreating figures for a moment before shaking his head slowly. Then his gaze shifted, locking onto Gwen and Kira's backs. His expression darkened, eyes glinting with intrigue. It seems we're having new additions to the clan. He muttered under his breath. Then, after a brief pause, another thought crossed his mind. Taking untrained humans as sheep. I wonder what the Queen is planning. As the thought faded, so did he, his form dissolving seamlessly into the surrounding darkness. It's a new week, guys. I hope you enjoyed the chapter. This chapter might be boring, but it's a very important piece of later plot lines. I hope my readers can bear with me. I am also trying to update 2 chapters in a day, but it's not easy since I have to edit also. I'll try my best to do that soon. Chapter 102, Tough Battle. Ninja Academy Headquarters. The entire atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Elemental pressure bore down on both Zane and Tommy, locking them in place as if the world itself was rejecting their presence. Sensei Watanabe looked down at them from above, his face devoid of emotion, gone was the earlier humility. It was clear now. He, or something within him, was truly pissed. Shit, he's really pissed, Zane muttered inwardly as he struggled against the crushing weight of the domain. Tommy had it far worse. His back arched slightly as he grit his teeth, veins standing out as he fought against the overwhelming pressure pressing him toward the ground. I'll give you one last chance, Sensei Watanabe said coldly. Leave, and never return. It was his final offer, what he believed was more than enough leniency. Zane slowly raised his head, staring straight at Sensei Watanabe. Beneath his helmet, a smirk formed. Hey, do you really think you're the only one who can command a domain? He replied, mockery dripping from his tone. Sensei Watanabe frowned. These two were far tougher than he had anticipated. Zane gave him no time to respond. Grid Sovereign Manifestation. A flash of chaotic light erupted from Zane, swallowing the battlefield in less than a second. The chaotic domain slammed into Sensei Watanabe's elemental domain, wrapping around it like a predator and suppressing its authority by 40%. Sensei Watanabe groaned as his strength was forcibly drained. His body wavered before he lost control of his flight, tumbling down and landing heavily on the ground. At the same time, Zane and Tommy felt power surge through them. A 50% boost coursed through their bodies, their strength climbing infinitely close to B tier. Now they could finally contend with the opponent before them, and secure the gem. Yet, despite the suppression, Sensei Watanabe stood firmly on the ground, a strange scroll already in his hands. The sight alone sent a ripple of unease through them. This man really does have tricks up his sleeve, Zane thought. Sensei Watanabe bit his finger and smeared his blood across the scroll. Then, something eerie happened. Figures burst forth from the academy grounds, ninjas clad in black, their numbers quickly reaching 100. Each radiated power around C tier, their movements stiff and lifeless. No wonder he's so composed, Zane thought as he observed the summoned figures. So this is his trump card. Despite the situation, he couldn't help but feel a hint of admiration. Ninjas truly had endless methods, especially when it came to assassination and warfare. Tommy noticed as well, but he showed no concern. With their current strength, these ninjas were nothing more than obstacles to be crushed. Let's end this, kid, Tommy said calmly. Zane nodded, dropping into a proper fighting stance. Attack, Sensei Watanabe commanded. The scroll floated before him as the motionless figures surged forward. Their speed surpassed human limits, weapons and kunai flashing as they pierced through the air with deadly momentum. Zane and Tommy moved as well, their figures blurring as they flash-stepped forward, countering each strike from the strange ninjas. The battle erupted instantly. Zane and Tommy tore into the summoned ninjas like living storms. There was no hesitation, no wasted movement, only precision and overwhelming force. Fists collided with masked faces, sending bodies flying. Blades clashed, sparks bursting as Omni-energy and Zeo power carved through weapons and flesh alike. Tommy moved like a seasoned war god. His Zeo star sword sang through the air, every slash clean and devastating. One moment he was there, next, a ninja collapsed in pieces behind him, body dissolving into black mist before it even hit the ground. He spun, kicked, and struck with ruthless efficiency, his movements refined by decades of combat experience. Zane was no less terrifying. His Omni-saber shifted forms mid-battle, switching between blade, staff, and pure energy constructs. He punched straight through a ninja's chest, Omni-force detonating outward and erasing the body entirely. Another tried to flank him, Zane vanished, reappearing above, and drove his heel down like a falling meteor. Boom. The ground cratered. Kunai rained from all directions, but Zane barely acknowledged them. A thought crossed his mind, and the chaotic domain responded instantly. The terrain twisted violently, spikes of earth shot upward, pits opened beneath charging ninjas, swallowing them whole. Screams echoed briefly before being cut off. Tommy landed beside him, blasting a group of ninjas with a concentrated red energy wave. The attack tore through them in a straight line, leaving nothing but scorched ground behind. This is almost too easy, Tommy muttered, twisting his wrist as he shook off residual energy. Don't get careless, Zane replied calmly, crushing another ninja's skull with a backhand. These aren't living opponents. They won't stop unless completely destroyed. As if to prove his point, several ninjas tried to self-detonate, black seals glowing on their chests. Zane clicked his tongue. Annoying. He raised his hand. The domain obeyed. In an instant, the unstable terrain smoothed itself out. Craters vanished, pits closed, broken land flattened into a clean, featureless battlefield. The detonations fizzled out harmlessly, their energy swallowed by the chaotic field itself. The remaining ninjas didn't even get the chance to react. Zane and Tommy moved together now, synchronized like they had trained for years side by side. Punches, kicks, sword slashes, ranger techniques, every attack landed with absolute certainty. Within minutes, the 100 summoned figures were gone, erased completely as the last traces of black mist faded into nothingness. Silence returned to the domain. At the center of the battlefield stood Sensei Watanabe. He was breathing heavily now, his shoulders rising and falling. Sweat ran down his face, and the scroll in his hand had turned to ash. Yet even in exhaustion, his posture remained upright, disciplined, proud, unyielding. Zane and Tommy faced him calmly, weapons lowered but bodies still coiled with readiness. They had learned their lesson. This old man always had something hidden. For a moment, no one spoke. Then Zane stepped forward. His voice was steady, devoid of mockery. "Why are you doing this, Sensei?" he asked. "You know it was never yours. That power was never meant to stay here. It should return to where it belongs. Its rightful place." Sensei Watanabe froze. Then he laughed. It started low, broken, hoarse. Then it grew louder, more unhinged, echoing unnaturally through the domain. His face twisted, veins bulging as rage distorted his features. "Its rightful place," he roared, slamming his foot into the ground. "Its rightful place is with me." His aura flared violently. "Do you know how much I sacrificed?" he continued, voice cracking with fury. "How many centuries I endured? How much pain I swallowed just to make that thing accept me?" The ground trembled beneath his feet. "I would never give it up," Sensei Watanabe snarled. "Never. I would never." His eyes flashed red. A demonic crimson energy burst out from his body, flooding the domain with a suffocating presence. The pressure spiked sharply, carrying a corrupt, infernal undertone that made Tommy instinctively take a step back. "What the hell?" Tommy muttered, tightening his grip on his sword. Zane's expression darkened beneath his helmet. He raised his morpher instinctively. Scan. A translucent panel appeared before him. Target identified, Sensei Watanabe. Age, 1000 plus years. Base rank, B tier. Current rank, C tier, suppressed. Status, power rising. Anomaly detected. Curse source, Mephisto. Viable solution, use omni-resonance drive. Zane clenched his fist. Damn it. He cursed inwardly. Everything made sense now, the excessive aggression, the obsession, the unnatural resistance to reason. This wasn't just pride or stubbornness. Sensei Watanabe was bound by a curse. A curse from Mephisto. Zane looked up at the raging old master, crimson energy writhing around him like living chains. "It seems," Zane said quietly, his tone turning cold and resolute, "I'll have to use that skill, and beat the curse out of him." Sensei Watanabe moved first. There was no warning, no restraint left in him. The moment the curse surged to its peak, he unleashed everything. Elemental attacks tore through the domain, firestorms laced with demonic corruption, lightning warped into crimson spears, winds sharp enough to flay flesh, earth spikes dripping with blackened energy. Each element had been twisted, polluted by the infernal curse until it no longer resembled its original purity. These were not techniques meant to subdue. They were meant to annihilate. Die. Sensei Watanabe roared, his voice distorted as the attacks converged on Zane and Tommy from all directions. Tommy's eyes widened. Zane. But Zane did not hesitate anymore. Omni-resonance drive. The moment the words left his mouth, his body ignited. A violent crimson glow erupted from his Phase 2 Omni suit, energy surging like a raging inferno beneath his armor. The pressure spiked instantly, tearing apart the demonic elemental attacks before they could even reach him. His aura expanded outward, overwhelming and absolute. Power flooded his system. Plus 30%. His strength finally stabilized at true B-tier standards. Zane lifted his head slowly, red light pulsing from the seams of his armor. The chaotic domain trembled in response, as if acknowledging its sovereign. He turned his head slightly toward Tommy. Dr. O, Zane said calmly, his voice carrying unquestionable authority. Get out of here. Secure the Dino gem. Who knows what other schemes he has prepared? Tommy clenched his jaw. He wanted to argue, but one look at Zane told him this fight was no longer meant for two people. Got it, Tommy replied. Don't die on me, kid. Zane snorted faintly. With a flash of red light, Tommy teleported away, exiting the overlapping domains entirely. The moment he left, the battlefield seemed to narrow, deathly silent. Just two individuals facing one another. Zane floated upward, hovering effortlessly in the corrupted sky. His omni-suit gleamed under the darkened atmosphere, red light reflecting off shattered terrain and drifting debris. He cracked his knuckles slowly, rolling his shoulders as if warming up. It's only you and me now, old man, Zane said evenly. Sensei Watanabe answered with a feral scream and launched himself forward. The collision was instantaneous. Their fists met midair. Boom. The shockwave ripped through the domain, shattering distant mountains and tearing open the ground below. The atmosphere warped violently, space itself distorting from the sheer force of impact. If they weren't in a domain, a country could be destroyed by the impact of their attacks. They disappeared. Not vanished, but moved too fast to be perceived. To anyone below B-tier, the battlefield would appear empty, save for sudden explosions and collapsing terrain. Only the consequences of their movements remained, craters forming out of nowhere, pressure waves flattening forests, lightning detonating without visible sources. Zane and Sensei Watanabe clashed relentlessly. Punches flew like bullets, each strike carrying the force of a meteorite. Kicks shattered the air, leaving sonic booms in their wake. They flashed across the sky, colliding again and again, trading blows at speeds that defied logic. Sensei Watanabe fought like a madman. His attacks were wild, brutal, and relentless, demonic energy bleeding into every movement. He clawed, struck, blasted, and crushed, screaming with every exchange. The demonic aura tried to seep into Zane, pressing against his defenses, whispering corruption and despair. But it didn't work. The omni-resonance drive flared brighter each time the corruption touched him, instantly purging it. The demonic energy became irrelevant, like poison failing to affect an immune body. Zane was calm. He countered every reckless assault with precision, reading Sensei Watanabe's movements, adjusting in real time. Where the old master fought with rage, Zane fought with absolute control. I would never give up. Sensei Watanabe screamed midair, slamming both fists downward in a desperate, all-or-nothing attack. Zane's eyes narrowed. He rose higher. Apocalypse descent. A massive shark-like phantom formed behind him, roaring as it descended with Zane at its core. Omni-force compressed to its absolute limit, space screaming as the attack fell. I don't give a fuck. Boom. The impact was catastrophic. Sensei Watanabe was driven straight into the ground, the earth collapsing inward as if struck by a divine judgment. A massive crater formed, dust and debris blasting outward in a blinding wave. When the dust settled, Zane hovered above, arms crossed, his aura still blazing crimson. Below him, Sensei Watanabe lay broken, his body twitching weakly. Then something strange happened. Dark energy began to seep out of his body. No, not seep. It was being forcibly expelled. The red demonic aura writhed violently, separating from its host like a living parasite being torn free. Sensei Watanabe gasped, his eyes clearing for the first time in centuries as the curse was ripped away. The demonic aura screeched, trying to flee, warping toward the edge of the domain like a terrified beast. Zane snorted coldly. Trying to run, he said, extending his hand. I don't think so. A golden construct formed instantly, a four-cornered cube inscribed with complex runes and universal symbols. Universal prism. Up. The cube snapped shut around the fleeing aura, locking it in place. The demonic energy slammed against the inner walls, shrieking, but there was no escape. Zane closed his fist, shrinking the prism until it fit neatly in his palm. He stared at it for a moment, his expression unreadable beneath the helmet. "This planet is getting more chaotic than I anticipated," he muttered. Even someone as ancient and strong as Sensei Watanabe was cursed by Mephisto. I should be more careful from now on. Chapter 103, Favor. Tommy's steps were elusive, his boots barely making a sound against the stone, yet his speed was blisteringly fast. He moved like a phantom through the underground passages, every stride precise and deliberate. He sprinted toward the pagoda's secret chamber as if his life depended on it, because in many ways, it did. He knew his success here might very well determine the outcome of the battle raging above. Damn it, why is this secret room so deep underground? Tommy muttered under his breath as he descended further. Who the hell designed this place? The passage sloped sharply downward, the steep floor forcing him to adjust his balance as he ran. Ancient walls blurred past him, etched with old symbols and seals that radiated a faint, unsettling presence. Minutes later, Tommy slowed and glanced at his Morpher's holographic map. A blue light pulsed steadily ahead, his objective. Surrounding it were 12 red markers, blinking ominously. 12. Tommy frowned beneath his helmet. Humph, this is getting more complicated, he thought. He even placed guardians at the chamber entrance. This man is even more cautious than I expected. He took a sharp turn to the left, his movements fluid and controlled. His mind raced as he began forming plans, routes, distractions, takedowns, all calculated to neutralize the guards without wasting time. Time was something he simply did not have. Zane was out there alone, fighting a frenzied Sensei Watanabe whose power had been warped by something far darker. Tommy didn't think Zane was weak. Far from it. But that didn't mean he wanted the kid carrying such a dangerous burden by himself. He's just 18, Tommy thought grimly. He shouldn't have to shoulder this alone. It wasn't long before Tommy emerged into a vast underground hall. At its far end stood a massive gate, easily taller than two grown men stacked atop one another. Its surface was carved from ancient stone, reinforced with glowing runes, and emblazoned at its center was the unmistakable insignia of the Wind Ninja Academy. Tommy came to a halt. Standing before the gate were 12 ninjas in perfect battle formation. Every single one of them wore a traditional mask, their stances disciplined and ready. All except one. At the center stood a young man with glasses, his posture relaxed, arms loosely at his sides. There was a quiet confidence about him, calm, observant, and sharp. "Hello, Ranger," the young man spoke, his voice smooth. Or should I say, Tommy Oliver. Tommy stiffened instantly. His eyes narrowed behind the visor, his entire body tensing. He said his name. Very few people knew his identity. Fewer still were alive who weren't allies. And he was certain he had never seen this man before. "Who are you?" Tommy asked, his voice low and heavy with warning. The young man adjusted his glasses calmly. "That doesn't really matter in this situation," he replied. "But if you insist, my name is Cameron Watanabe." Tommy's gaze sharpened. Cameron continued, unfazed. "I can give you what you're looking for. But you'll have to do me a favor first." So he's related to Sensei, Tommy thought, a glint flashing through his eyes. Still, he didn't lower his guard. "And what makes you think I can't get what I need myself?" Tommy shot back, crossing his arms. Despite the casual gesture, his body remained coiled and ready to strike. Cameron chuckled softly. This time, when he spoke, his tone was no longer teasing. It was serious. "Only those of the Watanabe bloodline can open this gate," Cameron said plainly. "No one else can. No matter what method you try, you will never get the gem without me." "Zane, only if I wasn't busy." "Damn it, another deadlock," Tommy muttered under his breath. He could have dismissed Cameron's words as a bluff, but he didn't. He activated the base scanner and ran a rapid analysis. The results confirmed it. The gate was bound by bloodline authentication protocols layered with ancient ninjutsu. It was true. After a moment of silent contemplation, Tommy finally spoke. "What favor?" A small smile tugged at Cameron's lips as he answered, his eyes glinting behind the lenses. "Success." General POV. Mary Jane led Gwen and Kira deeper underground, her pace steady, almost casual, as if this descent into the earth was nothing out of the ordinary. The air gradually grew colder, heavier, carrying a faint metallic scent that clung to the back of the throat. The dim lights embedded in the stone walls flickered occasionally, casting warped shadows that stretched and recoiled like living things. Kira felt it first. A subtle pressure pressed against her chest, not physical, but instinctual. The kind that made the hairs on her arms show faintly beneath her jacket. She glanced at Gwen, catching the brief tightening of her jaw. Gwen felt it too. The atmosphere was wrong, oppressive in a way that went beyond darkness or isolation. Yet neither of them spoke. They followed Mary Jane in silence, their expressions calm, composed. Unnaturally so. Mary Jane noticed. She let out a quiet sigh of relief, her shoulders loosening just a little as she continued walking ahead of them. It's a good thing I charmed their minds while they were asleep, she thought to herself. Otherwise, bringing them here would have been a nightmare. Her lips curved faintly, not out of malice, but reassurance to herself. No matter what I ask them to do, as long as it's not to kill themselves, they'll always trust me. Her fingers twitched at her side, guilt brushing her thoughts like an unwelcome breeze. She lowered her voice, muttering under her breath so softly it barely echoed. Don't blame me, guys. I just want you to have powers like mine, too. Mary Jane truly believed that. She had no idea the two girls walking behind her were already heroes in their own right, warriors who had faced monsters and horrors far beyond this underground lair. To her, this was salvation. A gift. A way to make sure they would always be friends. Minutes passed as they descended further. At last, the tunnel opened into a vast, spacious chamber. The ceiling arched high above them, supported by massive stone pillars carved with ancient symbols. At the far end of the room stood a throne, black and ornate, its surface polished to a reflective sheen. The entire chamber radiated an eerie, gothic beauty, as if darkness itself had been carefully sculpted into art. Kira was the first to truly take it in. Her eyes locked onto the figure seated arrogantly upon the throne. Necroli. She was breathtaking. Her features were sharp yet elegant, her skin pale and flawless, her long hair cascading down her shoulders like liquid night. There was a predatory grace to her posture, a confidence that screamed absolute dominance. Even Kira, who had always been confident in her own looks, felt an uncomfortable urge to compare herself. Gwen's gaze followed soon after. The moment her eyes met Necroli, her spider sense exploded into life. Danger. Pure, overwhelming danger. It wasn't a sharp spike, it was a constant, blaring alarm screaming at her to move, to fight, to run. Beauty and power radiated from Necroli in equal measure, coiling together into something terrifyingly alluring. Before either of them could speak, Mary Jane stepped forward. Then, to their utter shock, she knelt. She bowed deeply before the throne, her voice filled with reverence as she spoke. My queen, your subordinate has fulfilled her mission. Silence followed. Necroli did not respond immediately. Her crimson eyes slowly traced the room, lingering on Gwen and Kira before settling back on Mary Jane. Then, at last, she chuckled, a low, amused sound that echoed softly through the chamber. Very good, Necroli said lazily. You've made me quite happy. Come closer, and receive your reward. Gwen's eyes widened. Before she could react, Mary Jane moved. She vanished from where she stood, her body blurring as she crossed the distance faster than any human ever should. In an instant, she was kneeling beneath Necroli's throne, her head tilted upward in expectation. What happened next made Gwen's stomach churn. Necroli raised her hand and, without hesitation, sliced her own wrist with a claw-like fingernail. Dark red blood welled instantly. She brought her wrist down to Mary Jane's mouth. Mary Jane's teeth elongated unnaturally, sharpening into fangs as she latched on. She drank greedily. Her hands clutched Necroli's wrist tightly, possessively, as if afraid the source would be taken away. The sound of swallowing echoed in the chamber, raw and animalistic. Minutes passed before Mary Jane finally released her grip, pulling back with a soft, breathless moan of pleasure. Necroli watched with clear amusement, her eyes glinting with satisfaction. Stand aside, she commanded calmly. I'll deal with your friends now. Mary Jane obeyed instantly, stepping away, her expression blissfully calm, her hunger sated, her thoughts dulled. What struck Necroli then was not their fear. It was their composure. Gwen and Kira stood exactly where they had been before. Both their faces were calm, devoid of shock or fear. Necroli frowned slightly, but quickly dismissed it. They must be frozen in shock, she concluded. With a lazy wave of her hand, pink mist burst from Necroli's body, rolling outward like a living fog. It enveloped Gwen and Kira completely, seeping into their space, wrapping around them in a suffocating haze. Necroli nodded in satisfaction. This should keep them asleep for a while. Mary Jane, now fully herself again, felt a pang of guilt stab through her chest. She looked at her friends, memories of her own transformation resurfacing, fear, pain, confusion. Would they suffer like I did? The thought unsettled her. Am I really that selfish? Necroli noticed the spike in emotion immediately. Her gaze snapped toward Mary Jane. Do you pity them? She asked coolly. Mary Jane stiffened, then responded instantly, her voice filled with fawning loyalty. No, my queen. You are always right. Necroli laughed softly and waved her concern away. They'll join our family soon enough, she said. Once they understand how powerful we are, how long we live, they'll thank you. Mary Jane nodded slowly. After all, who wouldn't want immortality? Then the mist began to fade. And Gwen and Kira were still standing. Unmoving. Awake. Unaffected. Their eyes were cold now, sharp, focused, locked onto Necroli and Mary Jane with unsettling clarity. Necroli's amusement vanished instantly. Her voice dropped into a low, furious snarl. What? How is this possible? Chapter 104, Betrayal. What? How's this possible? A low scream of shock tore from Necroli as she stared at the unaffected pair before her. No human had ever resisted her illusion spells. Never. The only way such a thing could happen was if the target was stronger than her, and she was absolutely certain the two girls standing there were nothing more than ordinary teenagers. She had personally used a special scanning spell the moment they stepped into the castle. What she didn't know, what she couldn't know, was that Zane's base contract was already at work, sealing Gwen and Kira from all forms of external probing. Gwen was the first to move. She stepped forward slowly, her eyes locked onto Mary Jane, disappointment and hurt burning beneath her calm exterior. Why did you do this, MJ? She asked through gritted teeth. Mary Jane shuddered under that gaze. What could she even say? She knew she was wrong. Some part of her understood that clearly. But another part, louder, darker, irrational, kept whispering that she was right. That everything she did was for their sake. That she was giving them power. Yes. Power. I can't keep this power all to myself. My friends have to share in my glory too. Mary Jane clung to that thought, mentally seducing herself with it. The fear in her chest slowly faded, replaced by certainty. Kira noticed the shift instantly and frowned. Was her friend bipolar? Mary Jane inhaled deeply, steadying herself, then lifted her head and met both Gwen's and Kira's eyes. I did this for our friendship, she said slowly. Didn't we promise we'd stay together forever? This is our chance. Immortality. Power. All from a single bite. You don't have to resist. Become one with the Queen, and all our wishes will be fulfilled. Her eyes flashed red as she spoke, stunning both girls. Even Necroli, seated beside her, felt a flicker of satisfaction. She had been wise to place a loyalty seal when she turned Mary Jane. It was subtle, gradual, but it was working beautifully. Kira's expression darkened. Hearing those words made her chest feel unbearably heavy. She had noticed the changes in MJ the moment they reunited. Anyone would have. The pale skin. The unnatural coldness. That seductive, predatory aura. Hours ago. Why is MJ's hand so pale and cold? Kira had noticed it then. From a biological standpoint, anyone with skin that cold was either sick or dead. She was certain her friend was neither. The doubt gnawed at her as they drove. Even while laughing, even while eating junk food, even while smiling, the unease never left her. Worse still were the fleeting glances MJ kept giving them. Those eyes were terrifying. It felt like a merchant staring at a priceless commodity. Kira considered using the base's scanner on her, but hesitated. Some truths couldn't be taken back once revealed. The truth, after all, was often bitter. So she did the most reasonable thing she could think of. She sent a telepathic message to Gwen through the base's comm device, tiny, discreet, almost non-existent within their ears. Kira, Gwen. Gwen, Kira, what's up? Kira, babe, don't freak out, but I think something's wrong with our friend. Gwen, MJ. Yeah, I noticed. I wanted to skin her too, but I held back. Who knows what I'd see? I don't want to be shocked again. This month's already been too much. Kira, but what do we do then? We can't just ignore something this off. Gwen, All right. Let's do this then. So, They planned quietly. Nothing overly complicated, just enough. MJ's behavior suggested she was leading them somewhere strange. So instead of panicking, they chose to follow. To confront the source directly. To question their friend face to face. Whatever came next, they would deal with it together. Present. Sigh, we noticed something was off from the moment we started driving here, Gwen said calmly. It was obvious. At first, we thought it was a prank. But when you used that strange spell on us while we were asleep, that confirmed it. Necroli shot her a sharp glare. Gwen didn't care. She could feel Necroli's power, undeniably strong, but after being crushed in sparring sessions by Zane over and over again, this pressure barely registered. Kira felt the same. Their composure only deepened Necroli's confusion. She had already tried a stun spell through her eyes. Again, nothing. Who exactly am I dealing with? Mary Jane, having heard Gwen's explanation, paled in embarrassment. Every scheme she had woven had already unraveled before her eyes. Only one question remained lodged in her mind. How? MJ asked quietly. Kira's lips curled into a playful smirk. How what, dear friend? MJ's eye twitched in irritation. Kira always did this, teasing her at the worst possible moments. Who? Mary Jane exhaled slowly, forcing herself to calm down. How did you see through everything? She asked again. Silence followed. Even Necroli leaned forward slightly, curiosity piqued. Then. The power you assumed we lacked, Gwen said evenly, was always a part of us. Mary Jane froze. Necroli's eyes narrowed. Especially Mary Jane, her entire worldview felt like it had just shattered. They had powers? Since when? How? Why didn't they tell her? Questions flooded her mind, but they all collapsed into one burning scream. Why didn't you tell me? MJ shouted. Didn't we promise to share all our secrets? Aren't we supposed to be best friends? The last words tore out of her throat, raw with anger and hurt. Gwen and Kira felt a sharp ache in their chests. They had promised. But this secret was different. Revealing their identities wasn't just dangerous, it was catastrophic. Anyone who knew would become a target. Friends included. Chaos would inevitably follow. They had enemies everywhere. And Mary Jane wasn't listening anymore. Her agitation spiraled. Her emotions boiled over. Her eyes turned feral, glowing blood red in the dim throne room. Her breathing grew heavy, like a starved lion ready to pounce. She had lost herself completely. Gwen and Kira barely had time to react before Mary Jane vanished in a blur, elongated fingers slashing forward with lethal intent. She couldn't recognize her friends anymore. All that remained was raw, animalistic instinct. The moment Mary Jane moved, the air itself screamed. Her body blurred, vampiric speed tearing through the throne room as elongated fingers slashed forward with lethal intent. There was no hesitation, no restraint, only raw, feral instinct driving her attack. But Gwen was already moving. Her feet dug into the ground, muscles coiling as she met MJ head-on with nothing but her physical body. No webbing. No gadgets. Just strength, timing, and a body forged under Zane's brutal training. Clash. Gwen caught MJ's wrist mid-lunge, the impact sending a shockwave rippling across the stone floor. Cracks spiderwebbed outward beneath their feet as the two slid back several meters, locked in a deadlock of pure strength. MJ's crimson eyes widened, just for a fraction of a second. How? She hissed, baring her fangs. Gwen didn't answer. She twisted sharply, using MJ's momentum against her, flipping her over her shoulder and slamming her into the ground hard enough to crater it. Boom. Dust and debris exploded upward. Gwen landed lightly, breathing steady. Her heart pounded, but her stance never wavered. Kira, she shouted without looking back. I'll hold her. Deal with the queen. Kira didn't argue. Across the hall, Necroli had been watching everything unfold with cold amusement, until she heard Gwen's words. A sneer curled her lips. Arrogant, the vampire queen said disdainfully. Do you truly believe any hero here can stand against me? She rose slowly from her throne, her presence expanding, ancient power rolling outward like a suffocating tide. I am Necroli. Queen of vampires. Ruler of the night. Far beyond the likes of humans and their fragile tricks. Her crimson eyes flicked toward Kira, dismissive. The only ones who have ever posed a threat to me were the Mystic Force Rangers, and they are not here. She spread her arms slightly, confidence absolute. So tell me, child, what makes you think you're any different? Kira stopped walking. Then calmly, she tapped the side of her watch. Dino Thunder. Power up. Flash. A pillar of golden white energy erupted around her, lightning cracking through the air as the familiar morphing sequence ignited. Armor formed in layers, plates snapping into place with sharp mechanical precision. The visor slid down, glowing with predatory intensity. In seconds, the girl was gone. Standing in her place was the yellow Dino Thunder Ranger. Necroli's sneer froze. Another ranger, she muttered, genuine disbelief flashing across her face. Her thoughts spun wildly. Another one. Am I in the wrong damn server? Kira didn't give her a second to recover. She launched forward, the ground shattering beneath her feet as she closed the distance in a blur. Her fist came screaming toward Necroli's face, enhanced by ranger strength and combat training. Necroli barely managed to block, crossing her arms as the impact sent her skidding backward across the hall, stone pillars collapsing behind her. The vampire queen's eyes flashed, no longer amused. So be it. Grace dropped away like a discarded mask. Dark energy erupted from her body as her form twisted violently. Bones cracked, wings tore free, and black membranes unfurled with a thunderous whump. Her features sharpened, ears elongating, claws extending as she transformed into a monstrous half-human, half-bat abomination. Her aura turned vicious. Ancient. Hungry. She screeched, sound vibrating through the hall, and shot forward to meet Kira head-on. The two collided midair. Boom, boom, boom. Fists, claws, kicks, wings, each exchange was a blur of violence. Every impact detonated with enough force to pulverize stone. They slammed into walls, pillars, and the floor, trading blows faster than the eye could track. Kira was momentarily surprised. So she's not all talk. Her base scanner flickered to life in her visor, rapidly analyzing Necroli's fluctuating aura. Target, Necroli. Race, vampire, ancient variant. Threat level, D, sealed. Status, stable. Kira's lips curled beneath her helmet. Same level as me. Good. Necroli slashed downward, claws aimed straight for Kira's throat. Kira twisted, narrowly avoiding the strike, and countered with a brutal knee to the vampire queen's abdomen, sending her crashing through a stone archway. Necroli recovered instantly, wings beating as she hovered midair, blood-red eyes locked onto Kira with murderous focus. You dare strike me like this, she snarled. You are nothing but a child playing hero. Kira raised her fists, stand steady, voice cold and unwavering. Maybe, she said evenly. But this child shall be your doom. She took a step forward. And I hope you're ready to suffer the same pain my friend did, when you turned her. Chapter 105, All Dead. Kira moved once more, her figure blurring as she slashed at Necroli. Slash. Necroli, not to be outdone, clawed back at her in the same instant. Clang. A heavy metallic sound rang out, sparks flying where their attacks met. The shockwave from that single clash sent both of them sliding back several steps across the stone floor, though Necroli had it worse. Even with her strength sealed, she's still this strong. Going head-on won't work, Kira thought as she steadied herself after the exchange. I'll have to drain her energy first, then destroy her completely. Necroli was having similar thoughts of her own. She's strong, but her ranger power is finite, the vampire queen calculated coldly. I only need to wait for her to demorph. Then they both moved again. This time, their attacks were no longer broad or reckless. Each strike was aimed at open, vulnerable points, joints, blind spots, weak angles, both searching for a fatal flaw in the other. Necroli's lips curled into a feral grin as her aura suddenly exploded outward. Dark energy surged like a crushing tide as she raised her voice. Kneel. The pressure slammed down on Kira's body. And did absolutely nothing. Kira didn't even flinch. Even more surprising, a grin formed beneath her visor. Her voice came out teasing, almost amused. Do you have a weird fetish, my queen? Necroli froze. For a split second, she was both embarrassed and furious. This child, no, this teenager, was matching her not only in strength, but in words as well. Even worse, the girl had countered nearly every spell she cast. She's even stronger than the Mystic Force Rangers, Necroli realized with mounting irritation. Kira noticed the lack of response and immediately lost interest. TCH, can't take a joke, she said dismissively. Oh wait, you're old. Guess your sense of humor got lost somewhere along the centuries. This time, she made sure Necroli heard her clearly. And it worked. Necroli was fuming. How dare she call me old? I've lived for tens of thousands of years, and I still look young. Her teeth ground together as she raised her hands, dark energy coiling violently around her fingers. I'll tear that foul mouth of yours apart, she screamed, lunging at Kira while weaving a spell mid-motion. Curse of Death. Necroli flicked her fingers as glowing runes formed in the air around her. From the ground and walls, dark, twisted tree-like tentacles erupted, launching toward Kira from all sides, each one aimed to impale her and drain her life force. Kira didn't hesitate. She drew her Omni blaster and fired in rapid succession. Each shot, infused with pure Morphin grid energy, tore straight through the incoming branches. Zing. 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 Every tentacle disintegrated on contact. None were spared. Is that all you've got? Kira shouted as she leapt high above Necroli, charging her weapon midair. If this was the level of power you had before turning my friend, I might as well call you the queen of blood-sucking vermin. She fired. Boom. The spell shattered like glass under the overwhelming force. Necroli was blasted backward, barely managing to stabilize herself as she crashed into the far end of the hall. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Damn it. She muttered under her breath. I fucking hate that bastard who sealed my mana reserves. She pushed herself upright, facing Kira once more. This time, apprehension was clearly visible on her face. If I can't win, I'll escape, Necroli thought grimly. Getting captured and tortured is out of the question. I won't allow it. She wiped the blood from her lips, eyes never leaving her opponent. Seeing that neither of them was backing down, both shifted into battle stances, ready to end it once and for all. On the other side of the throne room, Gwen was struggling to restrain the feral Mary Jane, and she was doing far too good a job. Boom. Debris scattered as another section of the tiled floor collapsed. MJ lay sprawled miserably at the center of the crater, while Gwen stood at the edge, staring down at her friend with guilt written all over her face. Shit, did I hit too hard? Gwen muttered worriedly as she climbed down into the pit. Her steps were slow but steady as she approached MJ's unconscious form. She bent down and gently lifted her friend's head. Looking at MJ's pale, bruised face, Gwen felt a sharp pang of guilt twist in her chest. If we had revealed our identity sooner, would this have happened? No time to dwell on that now, Gwen muttered. I need to get her out of here. She moved to hoist MJ onto her shoulders. Then something unexpected happened. MJ's red eyes snapped open. She lunged forward, fangs bared, aiming straight for Gwen's neck. Snarl. Her teeth nearly sank in, but... BAAM. A thick web shot out instantly, sealing MJ's mouth shut and stopping the attack cold. Gwen jumped back, heart racing, before letting out a shaky breath. Phew, that was close. Thank goodness my spider sense warned me something was wrong. MMPH. MJ thrashed violently, struggling beneath Gwen, her movements wild and uncontrolled. This won't do, Gwen frowned as she felt her friend slipping further into madness. So she made a decision. She fired webs at every limb, wrapping MJ tightly until she was fully cocooned, with only her head visible. Then she struck. Thwack. A precise chop landed against MJ's neck, knocking her out in seconds. That should do it, Gwen muttered as she secured MJ onto her back and looked toward Kira's direction. After she looked toward Kira's battle with Necroli, she realized something had shifted completely. Kira wasn't just fighting anymore. She was dominating. Every movement was sharp, decisive, and filled with restrained fury, finally given an outlet. Necroli, the once arrogant vampire queen, was being driven back step by step, her confidence shattered under the relentless assault. Kira poured everything into the fight, every ounce of anger, every bit of stress she had bottled up since learning the truth about MJ. For her friend. For every human, Necroli had turned. Kira struck without hesitation. Her fist slammed into Necroli's face, snapping the vampire's head sideways. Before Necroli could recover, a kick followed, powerful enough to send her crashing into a broken pillar. The stone cracked on impact, fragments scattering across the floor. You think you get to walk away after what you did? Kira growled, her voice low and trembling with fury. She didn't wait for an answer. Kira rushed forward again, bashing Necroli with a brutal elbow strike before bringing her knee up into the vampire's ribs. The sound of bone cracking echoed through the ruined hall. Necroli staggered, coughing dark blood as she tried, and failed, to regain her footing. Kira summoned her Terra grips and swung them down mercilessly. Slash. Bash. Crack. Each hit landed with overwhelming force, tearing through Necroli's half-bat vampire form and leaving deep wounds across her body. Blackened blood splattered the ground as the vampire queen screamed in pain, her once regal aura completely gone. This is for every life you ruined. Kira shouted, punching her square in the chest and sending her skidding across the floor. Necroli slammed into the far wall and collapsed, her wings twitching weakly. She tried to rise, but Kira was already there. A kick to the jaw. A punch to the throat. Another slam that shattered the stone beneath them. Necroli could barely move now. Her breathing was ragged, her body riddled with wounds that refused to heal fast enough, even with her strong regenerative abilities. Gwen watched from a distance, MJ secured on her back, unable to look away. She had never seen Kira like this, never seen her unleash herself so completely. And then Kira raised her arm, energy crackling around her Terra grips. It was over. Just as she moved to finish it. Necroli's eyes snapped open. A sharp, cunning glint flashed through them, so brief, so sudden, that no one noticed in time. She screamed. Korag, save me. Kira froze. Only for a fraction of a second, but it was enough. Her instincts screamed danger as she realized something was very wrong. She lunged forward immediately, intent on stopping whatever Necroli had just triggered. No. At the same time, Gwen reacted. From across the hall, she fired a thick strand of webbing straight at Necroli, aiming to bind her completely. But before either attack could land, a voice echoed. Deep and ancient. Utra. Norqua. Ozaro. The words reverberated through the throne room like a spell carved into reality itself. A glowing purple rune flared to life beneath Necroli, symbol spinning rapidly as arcane energy surged upward. In a flash of violet light, Necroli vanished. Kira's strike cut through empty air. Gwen's web slammed uselessly into the ground where the vampire had been seconds before. Silence followed. Damn it, Kira muttered, lowering her arm in frustration. She clenched her fists, anger boiling just beneath the surface. I had her. She wouldn't have escaped if I was faster. She turned away sharply, teeth gritted. If Zane was here, she would have been captured. No question. Gwen approached quietly, stepping up beside her friend. She placed a hand on Kira's shoulder, her voice calm but firm. Hey. We didn't lose, Gwen said. We stopped her. And MJ, she's safe now. Kira exhaled slowly and nodded, the tension easing just a little. You're right. She glanced at MJ, wrapped tightly in webs and unconscious but breathing steadily. That's what matters. They turned to leave. Then Gwen paused, something suddenly clicking in her mind. Wait, she said, looking up. What about the people upstairs? Kira stopped walking and thought for a few seconds, her expression hardening again. They shouldn't be too strong, she replied calmly. If they try to stop us, we'll just beat them until they can't. Gwen gave a short nod. Fair enough. The three of them moved together, two walking side by side, one carried carefully, wrapped in layers of webbing. The ruined corridors echoed with their footsteps as they made their way back toward the main hall. It took them 5 minutes. 5 quiet, tense minutes. And then they arrived. The moment they stepped into the hall, everything stopped. Bodies were everywhere. Some lay torn apart. Others looked as though they'd been crushed by overwhelming force. The walls were stained dark with blood, the air heavy with the scent of death and lingering energy that made Gwen nauseous. There were no signs of a struggle. Just slaughter. Kira's breath caught in her throat. Her voice came out barely above a whisper, thick with disbelief. They're all dead. Chapter 106, Kanoi Watanabe's Pain. Ninja Academy. Zane sat atop a giant boulder, his helmet removed and resting beside him. He stared calmly at the sky, his thoughts hidden behind an unreadable expression. Beneath him lay the unconscious sensei, sprawled on the ground with no visible wounds on his body. He didn't look like someone who had just suffered a crushing defeat, rather, he looked like a man enjoying the best sleep of his life. It had been almost 15 minutes since their battle concluded, and Zane had successfully captured the remnant Mephisto had placed within Sensei. To say he wasn't shocked was an understatement. As far as Zane knew, for one to come into contact with Mephisto, it was either through a summoning ritual or succumbing to the devil's temptations. Zane was certain it was the former that led Sensei into this predicament. His backstory made that much obvious. Ever since he arrived in this realm, Zane had been puzzled by how easily Sensei became irritated whenever the gem was mentioned. It was completely unlike him. The disparity between what Zane had read about Sensei in the comics and how he behaved in this reality was vast, but now, he understood a large part of the cause and effect behind it. As for the full context, he hoped Sensei Watanabe would explain everything once he regained consciousness. While Zane was lost in thought, a sound snapped him out of it, prompting him to glance behind him. Tommy approached, and in his hand was the black Dino gem. If Zane could see Tommy's expression beneath his helmet, he would have noticed the bright smile etched across his face. The mission was complete. Although it had come at a cost that made his pockets ache, Tommy was genuinely happy. He quickly made his way to Zane and gave him a full report of everything that had happened during the mission, holding nothing back. Even the favor he had promised Cameron, Tommy told him everything. Tommy had complete trust in Zane's decision-making. He had always believed that a kid who could wield such immense power, and use it effectively, was bound to be a strong leader and a capable strategist. Zane listened patiently to Tommy's detailed account. He was somewhat relieved that Tommy felt at ease around him and could openly share information about his private dealings with Cameron. Although the contract Zane had them sign prevented betrayal, it didn't strip them of free will or turn them into mindless followers. Now, he understood why the grid carefully screened potential candidates before allowing him to recruit them. So, he wants information on the Dino Zords, huh? Zane muttered, finally understanding why Cameron had requested that specifically. He rubbed his chin in thought. It seems he's already finished developing the ninja morphers. Another ranger team will emerge on this chaotic planet soon. Sigh. I really hope I won't have to babysit again. This team consists of young adults, they should be more mature, right? Snapping out of his thoughts, he turned to Tommy. I understand, Dr. O. We'll talk more about this when we get back to the base. Tommy nodded, accepting the plan, then shifted his attention to the unconscious sensei. What are we going to do about him, kid? Tommy asked, gesturing toward the fallen old ninja. Zane replied instantly, his gaze locking onto the figure beneath him. He'll wake up soon. I have some important questions to ask him. As if the universe affirmed his words. Sensei Kanoi Watanabe stirred. A faint groan escaped his lips as his fingers twitched against the cold stone beneath him. His breathing deepened, uneven at first, then steady. Slowly, his eyes fluttered open. The first thing he felt was pressure. Not physical, no pain racked his body, but something heavier, denser. A presence that pressed against his instincts, sharp and unyielding, like standing at the edge of a blade. His vision cleared. Before him stood two rangers. One was clad in a crimson-red suit, standing calmly atop a boulder, arms relaxed, posture loose, yet the sheer pressure radiating from him made the air feel thick. It was the kind of presence Sensei had felt when he was being battered some moments ago. The other stood slightly behind and to the side, wrapped in a white tiger-themed suit. Watching him with eyes so deep, it could swallow one's soul, A/N, its dinosaur will radiate from his hands. I'll explain that in later chapters. A predator waiting for the slightest opening. Sensei's pupils shrank. So this was how it ended. In an instant, memories of hours ago flooded his mind, his loss, his collapse, the fog that had haunted his mind finally lifting like a shattered illusion. He pushed himself upright with a grunt, ignoring the lingering dizziness, and without hesitation, bowed deeply. I owe you both an apology, Sensei said, his voice low and sincere. And my gratitude. He straightened, meeting their gazes with clear eyes for the first time in a long while. I allowed darkness to take root within me. I endangered my students. I endangered this academy. His hands clenched briefly at his sides. Yet you stopped me, without killing me. For that, I thank you. Tommy exchanged a glance with Zane before nodding. You're alive. That's what matters. Zane said nothing at first. He simply watched. That alone made Sensei uneasy. After a brief exchange, words of acceptance, understanding, and quiet restraint, Zane finally stepped down from the boulder. Each step he took felt deliberate, controlled, as though the ground itself acknowledged his presence. Then he stopped a few feet away. Sensei Watanabe, Zane said calmly, his voice even, almost casual. Why did you make a deal with the devil? The words landed like a hammer. Sensei froze. A chill crawled down his spine, cold and sharp, piercing straight into his bones. His breath caught, and for a brief moment, his composure shattered. His eyes widened, not in fear of judgment, but in shock. How? His voice wavered. How could you possibly? No one knew. No one had ever known. That secret had been buried deeper than any scroll, sealed behind shame and grief. He had never spoken of it, not to his students, not to allies, not even to himself. And yet, beneath Zane's helmet, Sensei felt it. That gaze. Unyielding. Absolute. As if the ranger before him already knew the truth and was merely giving him the courtesy of confession. Sensei exhaled slowly. I see, he murmured. There was no escape from it. 25 years ago, Sensei began, his voice heavy, I fought my twin brother. Tommy's posture stiffened slightly, but he remained silent. That battle changed everything. My wife was caught in the aftermath. A curse, ancient and insidious, took hold of her. One that no spell, no art, no technique I possessed could unravel. Sensei clenched his fists as memories surged forward. I searched everywhere. Sacred lands. Forbidden realms. Places even demons feared to tread. I begged, I bargained, I stole knowledge that should never have been touched. His voice cracked. But I failed. His shoulders sagged. She held on longer than anyone should have. Longer than fate ever intended. A bitter smile tugged at his lips. Long enough to give birth to our child. A child we had been searching for hundreds of years. Silence hung heavy in the air. Then, she died. Leaving me alone and the child we both promised to raise together. The words were barely audible. I couldn't accept it, Sensei continued, his voice hollow as a tear fell from his old eyes. I couldn't accept a world where I would never hear her voice again. Never feel her hand in mine. He looked away. So I committed the ultimate taboo. Sensei raised his eyes once more. I used a forbidden ninja technique and summoned a demon. The air seemed to darken at the word. He called himself Mephisto. Tommy's breath hitched for just a fraction of a second. His jaw tightened, eyes narrowing as something old stirred behind them, but he said nothing. His price was outrageous, Sensei said bitterly. He asked not for gold, nor blood, but for a portion of my destiny. Zane remained silent. I had no other options, Sensei whispered. So I agreed. A humorless laugh escaped him. He did not resurrect her. Instead, he showed me something else, the Black Dino gem. Its power. Its potential. He claimed it was the only force capable of rewriting the fate I sought to defy. Sensei's eyes darkened. But before he left, he said two things. He swallowed. First, he said he hoped I would be strong enough to subdue the gem. Zane's fingers twitched slightly. And second. Sensei closed his eyes. When one eats with the devil, he should wield a long spoon. The silence that followed was suffocating. From that day on, Sensei continued quietly. After I found the gem and failed to control it, my thoughts began to change. Slowly. Subtly. Anger where there should have been patience. Obsession where there should have been balance. He let out a tired sigh. I thought it was grief. I thought it was regret. He shook his head. But now I understand. It was Mephisto. He had already begun collecting his payment. Tommy looked away, his expression unreadable, as if an old memory had resurfaced, one he had no intention of sharing. Zane, however, remained still. Everything aligned. The corrupted will. The distorted behavior. The hidden influence, buried deep within Sensei's soul. His hypothesis was right. Chapter 107, Ally and Blade. Zane could now fully confirm his hypothesis. Ever since he transmigrated into this world, he had constantly wondered to what extent the merging of two universes would alter their original future. Would events spiral out of control? Would history be rewritten entirely? Would characters deviate so far from their canon paths that nothing remained recognizable? Now he understood. It wasn't as complicated as he had once feared. Both universes still retained their original trajectories. The grand flow of fate, the major events, the inevitable outcomes, they remained intact. However, they could interfere in minor details. Small deviations. Subtle shifts. Pieces that didn't overturn destiny, but slightly nudged it. The predetermined outcome still existed. All he had to do was place the puzzle pieces correctly. Once every fragment was in its rightful place, the full picture would reveal itself naturally. Phew, some of my worries have eased somewhat, Zane thought to himself as he rubbed his chin, his gaze distant and contemplative. Tommy, standing beside him, was also lost in his own silent thoughts. The panic that had briefly surfaced earlier had vanished completely. In its place was a terrifying calmness, the kind forged through years of battle, loss, and hard-earned wisdom. Sensei Watanabe watched them both quietly. Especially Zane. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't decipher anything from the young ranger. His posture was relaxed, his tone measured, his presence controlled, like a calm ocean hiding unfathomable depths beneath its surface. Sigh, let them do what they must. This old man is tired, Kanoi muttered inwardly as the sorrow on his face slowly faded, replaced by weary calm. He knew he had no choice. Judgment would come, one way or another. Whether it was mercy or punishment, he would accept it. After all, in this story, he was the villain. Minutes passed in silence. Then Zane finally spoke. I understand and sympathize with your loss, Sensei, Zane said evenly. I won't bear unnecessary grudges against you. I'm a ranger, after all. And we've already obtained what we needed from you. There's no reason to cling to past events. Kanoi felt his breath loosen. Relief washed over him like a gentle tide. Though he appeared calm on the outside, his aged palms were damp with cold sweat. He hadn't realized just how tense he'd been until that moment. He didn't want to die yet. Not when his wife was still waiting to be resurrected. Tommy nodded in agreement after hearing Zane's words. As a ranger, one needed to know when to forgive, and when not to. Sensei Watanabe didn't deserve to be erased like most of their enemies. He had been manipulated, his mind slowly corroded over time. If anyone deserved punishment, it was Mephisto. Thank you for your leniency toward this old man, Sensei said, bowing slightly. If you ever require my assistance, I will help without hesitation, even if it means walking through fire and ash. The moment those words fell, Zane's vision flickered. A familiar interface appeared before him. Mission complete. Rewards have been distributed. Zane's lips curled into a smile. Double happiness. Not only had he gained the promise of a powerhouse ally, but the grid's mission had been completed successfully. Could this day get any better? Zane turned back to Sensei with a relaxed smile. There's no need for such heavy promises. I'll accept your intentions. When I need help, I'll reach out. Sensei stared at him, momentarily stunned. Earlier, this same young man had been stern, ruthless, and overwhelmingly dominant in battle. Now, he smiled calmly, as though nothing of consequence had occurred. Sigh, the duality of a man, indeed, Kanoi muttered inwardly. With a wave of his hand, a small brown scroll appeared, floating gently in midair. Sensei pushed it toward Zane. This is my private communication scroll, he explained. It will allow you to reach me more quickly should you ever require my aid. Zane accepted the scroll and immediately scanned it with his morpher. Detecting no abnormalities, he stored it within the grid space and nodded in thanks. When he returned to the base, he would analyze the method used to create it. While he already possessed superior communication technology, learning alternative systems was never a bad thing. Inspiration often came from unexpected sources. "We'll take our leave now and no longer disturb your humble abode, Sensei," Zane said politely. Sensei Watanabe's mouth twitched. Disturb? They had done far more than disturb it, they had practically overturned half of his secret realm. Still, he swallowed his complaints and simply nodded. "Thank you for visiting, Rangers. Next time you come, I hope it will be under better circumstances." Zane and Tommy nodded in response. With a flash of light, both Rangers vanished. Silence returned to the Ninja Academy. Sensei exhaled deeply, his shoulders slumping as the weight of everything finally settled in. The calm on his face slowly dissolved into sadness and gloom. He looked up at the sky above the academy and murmured softly, "I failed again. Will my obsession ever succeed?" His thoughts churned violently, like a brewing volcano threatening to erupt. Moments later, his figure faded away, leaving behind nothing but silence in the place where they had fought. The moment Gwen and Kira stepped back into the ballroom they had passed through earlier, something felt wrong. Very wrong. The air was thick, oppressive, heavy with an iron stench that assaulted their senses almost instantly. Gwen's steps slowed unconsciously, the unconscious MJ still slumped over her shoulders, limp and wrapped tightly in webbing. Kira, walking a step behind her, froze mid-stride. Her breath caught. "What the hell?" Kira muttered under her breath. The ballroom had transformed into a slaughterhouse. Bodies littered the floor in grotesque disarray. Vampires, dozens of them, were strewn across shattered marble tiles and overturned banquet tables. Some had been sliced cleanly in half, their torsos separated with brutal precision. Others lay headless, expressions of frozen terror still etched into their pale faces. Several were impaled through the neck or chest, their bodies pinned to pillars or walls as if nailed there deliberately. Blood coated everything. It ran in thick pools across the floor, smeared up walls, dripping from broken chandeliers above. The once grand hall, meant for elegance and revelry, now reeked of death. Kira felt her stomach churn violently. She clapped a hand over her mouth, swallowing hard as the metallic stench of blood invaded her nose. This is insane," she whispered, her voice shaking despite herself. "They're all dead," Kira continued. "They were heroes. But they were still young. They had fought monsters, sure. They had faced danger, destruction, even death in flashes and fragments, but nothing like this. This wasn't a battle. It was an execution. A freaking slaughterhouse." Gwen's jaw tightened as she scanned the room, her spider sense prickling faintly beneath her skin. It wasn't alerting for danger. It was also unconsciously activated due to her leaking emotions. "Who did this?" Gwen murmured quietly. Her mind raced. Necroli. No. Why would Necroli kill her subordinates? This was a purge. Kira forced herself to keep walking, boots crunching softly against broken glass and bone fragments. Her eyes under her helmet darted across the carnage, her brain trying, and failing, to piece together a reason. Were they fighting each other? Kira asked, though even she didn't believe it. No, Gwen replied immediately. Look at the wounds. Same angles. Same force. Whoever did this was alone. That answer sent a chill down Kira's spine. They advanced slowly, every step echoing unnaturally loud in the vast hall. MJ shifted slightly on Gwen's back, still unconscious, her pale face visible beneath the webbing. Gwen adjusted her grip subconsciously, protective instincts flaring. Then, her spider sense screamed. Down. Gwen shouted instinctively as she twisted sharply to the side. A gunshot rang out. The bullet tore through the space where Gwen's head, and MJ's neck, had been a split second earlier, slamming into a distant pillar with a sharp crack. Gwen hadn't even looked. She simply moved. Kira reacted instantly. Who? She snapped, her terror grip materializing in her hand with a sharp metallic hiss as she spun toward the direction the shot had come from. Silence followed. Then slow, deliberate footsteps echoed from the shadows between the pillars. A tall figure emerged. He was dark-skinned, dressed entirely in black tactical clothing that blended seamlessly with the blood-stained darkness of the room. A high buzzcut framed his sharp features, sunglasses hiding his eyes despite the low light. His posture was relaxed, but not careless. It was the stance of someone who had already decided how a fight would end. And the overwhelming smell of blood followed him like a cloak. Before either Gwen or Kira could say another word, the man spoke. You shouldn't be carrying a bloodsucker, kid, he said calmly. His voice was deep, rough, and utterly serious. They're deadly. Gwen bristled immediately. She straightened, shifting MJ higher on her shoulders. It's none of your business, she shot back. You don't get to decide who we keep and who we don't. The man tilted his head slightly, amused. You sure you want to do that, kid, he replied, a faint chuckle escaping him. Kira stepped forward half a pace, Terra grip tightening in her hand. Very sure, old man, she said coolly. And judging by the fact that you're the only one standing here, and the overwhelming smell of blood coming off you, I'm guessing you're responsible for this massacre. The man's lips curved into a smile. A dangerous one. Smart kid, he said without hesitation. Yeah. I killed them. Gwen's eyes narrowed. She didn't sense malice directed at them, not yet, but this was still someone who had wiped out an entire nest of vampires alone. Her guard rose instantly. Why? Gwen asked carefully. The man didn't answer right away. He simply adjusted his stance, staring directly at Gwen, making her flinch a little. Finally, Gwen spoke again, her tone sharp. Who are you, anyway? The man's expression hardened. There wasn't a trace of amusement on his face anymore. Just ruthlessness. I'm Blade, he said flatly. A pause. Then. A vampire hunter. Sorry for the late update, guys. I had a fever, but it's better now. I hope you all enjoyed this chapter. Power stones, please guys. Chapter 108, Not a Bad Guy. A Vampire Hunter. As Blade's words fell, the entire atmosphere in the ballroom turned eerily silent. Gwen and Kira, hearing the term vampire hunter, immediately understood that the situation was far more complicated than they had initially thought. Moreover, after witnessing the sheer slaughter the men had caused, they were certain of one thing: his hatred for vampires ran deep. Damn it, must every mission be this complicated? Kira grumbled inwardly, silently wondering why their luck was always this terrible. Of all people to run into, they had encountered a vampire slaughterer. And the worst part? Their friend was one. Gwen's eyes narrowed slightly at Blade's introduction. Surprisingly, she wasn't scared. If it came down to a fight, she believed they could subdue him and escape with their friend. It wouldn't be easy, but it was possible. How we deal with our friend is none of your business, Mr. Hunter, Gwen retorted after a brief pause, giving Blade a wary, cautious glance. And why should we trust you? For all I care, you could be a villain. Blade heard her words and couldn't help but agree. She was sharp. Perceptive. Nothing about the way he spoke or acted screamed hero. And the massacre he had just carried out was more than enough for anyone to label him a villain without hesitation. He glanced around at the carnage he had caused, then back at Gwen and Kira's guarded expressions. With a quiet sigh, he shook his head and thought to himself, yeah, maybe I overdid it a little. Then again, it wasn't really my fault. This lineage of vampires doesn't turn to ash after being killed. Sensing the awkward tension hanging in the air, Blade made a decision. He sheathed his katana and holstered his gun, deliberately making the motion slow and visible. Raising one hand in a non-threatening gesture, he spoke calmly. I mean no harm, kids. I'm not the bad guy here. Let's talk it out. His words, and more importantly, his actions, caught Gwen and Kira off guard. They had expected resistance. Violence. Another attempt to kill them the way he had slaughtered the others. It seemed you really couldn't judge a book by its cover. Sure. Kira replied, her voice trailing slightly as the tension in her body eased. Gwen followed suit, relaxing just a fraction. Blade nodded internally, satisfied to see their wariness lessen. After a few seconds of silence, he spoke again. So, mind telling me how your friend turned into a blue, he paused, correcting himself, I mean, a vampire. Gwen and Kira exchanged a glance. Seeing no immediate harm in telling him, they explained how their friend had been tricked by Necroli. They left out certain critical details, things far too important to reveal, but otherwise, nothing was omitted. Blade listened carefully, taking in every word. By the time they finished, he already understood what had happened. To him, it was simple. MJ had been selfish. You knew how painful, how catastrophic, it was to be turned into a vampire, yet you still dragged your friends into it for the sake of a promise to always be together. No one was happy being an immortal, blood-sucking creature. Who in their right mind would willingly abandon their humanity just to live as a servant, craving blood every moment of their existence? And worse, she hadn't even asked for help. Or opinions. She had simply gone through with it. That was Blade's view. Still, he didn't voice it. Not in front of the kids standing before him. It was obvious they cherished this friend deeply. Sigh, another melodramatic drama, Blade mumbled inwardly. Blade exhaled slowly, the tension in his shoulders finally easing as he looked at Gwen and Kira. His gaze was sharp, but no longer hostile. I get it, he said calmly. You're not wrong for protecting your friend. Both Gwen and Peter stiffened slightly, clearly not expecting that. Blade continued before they could respond. I'm not some mindless butcher who kills anything with fangs, he added, his voice firm but controlled. I'm a damper. Half-vampire. The words hung heavy in the air. I hunt the dangerous ones, Blade went on. The ones who hurt people. The ones who hurt me. Every vampire I've killed had committed a major crime one way or another. Murder. Trafficking. Mass slaughter. I don't kill innocents. Gwen and Kira exchanged a brief look. So he wasn't lying. So he wasn't a villain. A quiet sense of embarrassment crept over them as they realized how quickly they had judged him. Kira lightly nudged Gwen with her elbow, and Gwen gave a subtle nod in response. No words were needed, they both understood. Sorry, Gwen said after a moment, her tone sincere. We misunderstood you. Blade merely shrugged. Happens a lot. The atmosphere shifted, the sharp edge of hostility finally dulling. Gwen took a small step forward. I'm Gwen, she said. And this is Kira. We're heroes too. She deliberately left it vague. No code names. No affiliations. Blade caught that immediately but didn't push. He respected secrecy, he lived by it. Blade, he replied simply. For a few seconds, silence settled between them, not awkward, but thoughtful. Seeing the tension had mostly dissipated, Blade decided to press the real issue. So, he said, his tone turning serious again. How exactly do you plan on taking care of your friend? Gwen and Kira's expressions darkened. You know, once a person is turned, Blade continued, there's no such thing as a normal life anymore. Hunger. Bloodlust. Immortality. That curse doesn't just go away. The words hit harder than either of them expected. They had known it would be difficult, but hearing it spoken so bluntly made the weight sink in. Kira clenched her fists. Gwen didn't respond immediately. Her eyes drifted downward, thoughts racing. Normal life, impossible. Then, almost instinctively, both of their minds went to the same person. Zane. The image of him flashed through Kira's thoughts, calm, composed, almost untouchable. He was always 10 steps ahead, always prepared. In her mind, he bordered on godlike. If anyone could solve something like this, it was him. He'll have a solution, she thought firmly. He always does. Gwen clearly reached the same conclusion. Her posture straightened slightly, resolve returning to her eyes. Snapping out of her thoughts, Gwen looked back at Blade. Thanks for the advice, she said steadily. But we have a way to cure our friend. You don't need to worry. Blade froze. For a split second, he thought he'd misheard. A cure, he repeated slowly. His breath quickened just a little, eyes narrowing, not in suspicion, but disbelief. In all his years hunting vampires, he had never heard of a true cure. Suppressants. Yes. Temporary solutions. Plenty. But a cure. His mind immediately went to the small capsules hidden inside his coat, experimental pills designed to repress vampiric urges. He had been planning to offer them. Now, that plan shattered. They have a way. Blade thought, heart beating faster. An actual way. For the briefest moment, another thought crept in. If that's true, maybe I could ask for their help. Then his mind shifted again, dark, focused, burning with purpose. Revenge. A certain someone flashed through his thoughts, dragging him back to his lifelong mission. The weight of it crushed the curiosity before it could bloom. Blade inhaled sharply, forcing his thoughts back into order. He shook his head once, clearing it. I see, he said at last. He didn't ask how. Didn't demand answers. Instead, he nodded, accepting their words at face value. If they were lying, he would know eventually. And if they weren't, then the world was about to change. Then I hope it works, Blade said quietly. For her sake. Gwen and Kira relaxed just a fraction, grateful he didn't press further. Blade straightened, slipping back into his composed, hunter-like demeanor. Then, as if remembering something important, his eyes sharpened again. There's something else, he said. Both girls tensed instinctively. Have you guys seen anyone named Deacon around? Omni-base. The moment Tommy and Zane returned to the headquarters, the shift in atmosphere was immediate. The chaos of battle, the weight of Mephisto's schemes, the corrupted Sensei Watanabe, all of it faded into the background as the base's systems hummed steadily around them. The mission was complete. The threat had been neutralized. And more importantly, the Dino gem had been secured. Tommy exhaled slowly, rolling his shoulders as if finally allowing the tension to drain from his body. Even after everything he had endured, the lingering presence of the gem was impossible to ignore. It pulsed faintly, like a living thing, resonating with his very soul. Zane, Tommy said, turning toward him. His tone was calm, but there was an underlying seriousness beneath it. I need a safe place. Somewhere isolated. I have to fully assimilate the power of the gem. Zane didn't hesitate. He gave a small nod, already understanding the implications. Power like that couldn't be absorbed casually, not without risk. Left unchecked, it could spiral out of control. Follow me, Zane replied simply. The headquarters shifted at his silent command. Walls slid apart with smooth precision, revealing a hidden passage that led deeper into the facility. The lighting dimmed as they entered a private section, one reserved only for trusted team members. Reinforced barriers. Layered suppression fields. Energy stabilizers hummed softly in the background. This area was designed for situations like this, Zane explained. No external interference. No distractions. Tommy studied the room briefly, then nodded in approval. This will do, he said. Without another word, he stepped forward, determination settling into his expression. Whatever came next, pain, resistance, or revelation, he was ready to face it. Zane watched as Tommy moved deeper into the chamber, the door's ceiling shut behind him with a heavy finality. Once Tommy was gone, the headquarters fell silent. Zane stood alone in the control room, the vast holographic displays flickering softly around him. For a few seconds, he said nothing. Then he let out a long, quiet sigh. Power down, he said. A ripple of light passed over his body. The Omni-ranger suit dissolved into streams of data and energy, retracting back into the grid. The overwhelming aura vanished, leaving behind only his true self, his civilian form. No armor. Just Zane. He ran a hand through his hair and leaned back slightly, allowing himself a rare moment of calm. Then, something materialized in his hand. The UPP. A fragment of Mephisto's curse rested there innocently, compact and unassuming, yet Zane knew better than anyone how dangerous and valuable it truly was. He stared at it thoughtfully, his expression unreadable. So, Zane muttered to himself, eyes narrowing slightly, now, how should I take care of you? Chapter 109, Conversations. Omni-base. As Zane stood quietly pondering what to do with the fragment stored inside the UPP, the control room doors slid open. Hiss. Peter, Ethan, Connor, and Trent walked in together. They were still in their suits, but their helmets and masks were off. Sweat clung to their brows, their shoulders slumped slightly, and the fatigue on their faces was impossible to miss. Zane casually stored the UPP away and turned to face them. At first glance, nothing seemed unusual. But after a closer look, he noticed the exhaustion etched deep into their expressions, the kind that only came after intense combat. They must have completed a mission as well, Zane thought to himself. It was the only reasonable explanation for their worn appearances. Hey, boss, Ethan managed to say, forcing out a weak grin. The others didn't even bother speaking. Peter lifted a hand in a lazy wave before dropping into a chair. Connor leaned against a console, arms crossed, while Trent wordlessly sat down, eyes half-lidded. Zane didn't comment on their behavior. Instead, he allowed them a moment to breathe, silently deciding to let them recover before asking about their mission. Would you guys like a drink? Zane offered, his tone relaxed as he tried, successfully, to sound like a reliable leader. Not that he wasn't already one. The moment the word drink left his mouth, their dead eyes lit up instantly. Heads snapped toward him, nodding in unison like ducks spotting grain. Zane chuckled softly, amused by their reaction. Without wasting time, he gave a silent command. Alpha. Minutes later, a small vortex shimmered into existence beside him. One by one, 5 cold energy drinks popped out, hovering briefly before dropping neatly into the air. Zane picked one up, nodding in satisfaction as he felt the chill against his palm and recognized the familiar branding. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the drinks toward the team. Each can landed perfectly in their hands. No spills. No misses. Then. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The sound of aggressive chugging echoed throughout the control room. Everyone downed their drinks like their lives depended on it, except Zane, who merely sipped his calmly. Ah. A collective sigh of satisfaction escaped their lips almost simultaneously. This is good stuff, Peter said, wiping his mouth. What brand is it? Zane glanced over at him. Produced by yours truly. Made using special ingredients found around the base. It works as both a recovery and energy potion. The team's interest visibly spiked. It's pretty common, Zane continued. You'll find it in the public vending machines across each building. The moment he said pretty common, their eyes practically sparkled. An energy drink that restores stamina and boosts recovery. Readily available. That sounded dangerously close to an infinite energy exploit. Zane immediately caught on to their thoughts and raised a finger. Before you get any bright ideas, there are limits. Their expressions stiffened slightly. While it's a safe source of energy, over-reliance will negatively affect your natural recovery ability, Zane explained calmly. Meaning if you depend on it too much and suddenly don't have it in battle, you'll fatigue faster than normal. As his words sank in, the excitement faded into understanding. Yeah, that made sense. Anything this convenient had to come with drawbacks. Otherwise, they could theoretically grind down any enemy through sheer attrition. Good, Zane thought inwardly, watching their expressions settle. That should discourage reliance on external tools. In the end, one's own strength is what matters most. Satisfied, Zane finished the last of his drink in one large gulp and casually tossed the empty can toward the waste bin. Zap. The bin fired thin red rays, instantly pulverizing the can into nothingness. No one reacted. They were already used to it. After all, they'd been training in the Omni base for days now. Zane leaned back slightly, folding his arms. So, he began, his gaze sweeping across them. Mind telling me why you all look this, beat up? At his words, Connor's eyes sharpened, clarity returning as if a switch had flipped. Connor took a slow breath, his posture straightening as he gathered his thoughts. The exhaustion in his eyes didn't fade, but clarity returned, sharp and focused. After you and Tommy left for a mission, Connor began, and after Kira and Gwen went out with MJ, the rest of us stayed back at the base to continue training. Ethan nodded beside him, rubbing the back of his neck as if recalling the strain. Trent remained silent, arms crossed, listening intently. Everything was normal at first, Connor continued. Training went as it should. Then, his jaw tightened. We got an emergency alert from the base system. Zane's expression didn't change, but his attention sharpened. Fortunately for us, the alert wasn't vague, Connor said. Full holographic data. Location. Visual feed. Live recording of the incident. Peter let out a breath through his nose. Yeah, we would be left with no direction without those. Connor nodded. When we pulled up the data, we recognized the energy signature immediately. It was one of Mesogog's generals. One of his higher-tier crooks. At the mention of Mesogog, the atmosphere in the control room subtly shifted. Even after everything they had faced, that name still carried some weight. He had almost destroyed the entire city several times after all. According to the intel we'd gathered earlier, Connor went on, the monster's objective was simple, but catastrophic. Flood the entire city. Ethan grimaced. Not just a district. Not a sector. The whole city. Zane's eyes narrowed slightly, though his tone remained calm. So you mobilized immediately? Yeah, Connor replied. We couldn't afford to hesitate. If it succeeded, civilian casualties would have been unavoidable. Trent finally spoke, his voice low but steady. The mission wasn't straightforward. Zane turned his gaze toward him. The monster had control over aquatic life, Trent explained. Fish. Large schools of them. It could command them like extensions of its own body. Peter clicked his tongue. And before you ask, no, they weren't just regular fish once it got involved. Trent nodded. They were aggressive. Coordinated. Acting almost like living weapons. If we'd gone straight for the monster, the fish would have swarmed evacuation routes, harbors, even underground water systems. Ethan exhaled slowly. Civilians would have been caught in the crossfire. So we made a call, Trent continued. We split our focus. First priority was neutralizing the monster's control over the aquatic life. Only then could we engage it directly. That part was hell, Peter added casually, though the tension in his shoulders told another story. Underwater combat, limited visibility, terrain disadvantage, not exactly my favorite environment. Connor gave a short nod. But we stuck to the plan. Coordinated strikes. Area denial. Gear synchronization. His gaze flicked briefly toward Zane. The training you put us through mattered. A lot. Ethan raised his drink can slightly, as if in salute. Same with the new gear. Without it, we'd still be down there getting chewed on. Peter leaned back in his chair, hands behind his head. In the end, we shut down the external threat first. Once the fish were no longer under its control, the monster lost its biggest advantage. Trent finished calmly, after that, taking it down was only a matter of time. Silence followed. Not an awkward one, but a heavy, reflective pause. Zane looked at each of them in turn. Despite their exhaustion, there was no hesitation in their eyes. No fear. No doubt. Only the quiet confidence of a team that had faced a real threat, and overcome it together. A smile slowly formed on Zane's face. Well done, he said. You assessed the situation correctly. Prioritized civilian safety. Adapted to a hostile environment. And executed as a unit. The team straightened slightly at his words. Power isn't just about strength, Zane continued. It's about judgment. Discipline. Knowing when to press forward and when to hold back. You all demonstrated that today. Peter grinned faintly. Guess the drills paid off. They did, Zane replied. But don't get complacent. Every victory is just another step. Keep refining yourselves. They nodded, absorbing his words. Then. Bzzzt. A sharp buzz echoed from Zane's morpher, cutting cleanly through the atmosphere. The holographic interface flared to life. Kira's voice came through, urgent and tense. Zane, we need your help. It's an emergency. Chapter 110, Cure. Zane, we need your help. It's an emergency. Kira's anxious voice echoed from the morpher. Zane frowned slightly at the word emergency. Today really was filled with twists and turns. He hadn't even had the chance to properly rest, and now another problem had surfaced. All right, calm down, Kira, Zane said, his voice steady and soothing. Explain the situation to me slowly. On the other side of the call, Kira took a deep breath. Fush. Then she began explaining everything, what she and Gwen had gone through, every detail laid out clearly and honestly. As her voice continued, the control room gradually fell silent. No one interrupted. Everyone listened intently, absorbing every word and understanding why she was asking for help. A few minutes later. So, that's about it, Zane, Kira finished. If we don't cure her soon, she's going to go feral again. Zane closed his eyes, sinking into deep thought, while the rest of the team watched him closely, waiting for his decision. Sigh, thank goodness it's not another world-ending problem, Zane muttered, feeling a wave of relief wash over him inwardly. If Kira had said the emergency was something catastrophic, he would have been completely drained, probably incapable of doing anything else for the rest of the day. Thankfully, this was still within manageable bounds. But there's another problem, Zane thought. Should I allow her entry into the base or not? From her actions alone, she doesn't seem like the trustworthy type. He racked his brain for a few seconds before making a decision. Forget it. She's unconscious now. I'll make sure she stays that way during the treatment. Once I'm done, she'll be sent out immediately. Northwest memories of this place. Kira and Gwen can make up a story after she wakes up and finds herself back to normal. This entire chain of thought took only a few seconds. Seeing the expectant gazes of his team, and hearing Kira's shallow breathing through the morpher, Zane finally spoke. All right. Bring her in. But make sure she stays unconscious the whole time, he said firmly. MJ may be your friend, but she isn't part of the team. Remember, her knowing about this place could endanger her even more, and we don't want that. Kira didn't argue. She understood completely. That was the same reason they had never told MJ their identities in the first place. The rest of the team shared the same sentiment. All right. I'll bring her in now, Kira replied. Zane nodded, then ended the call while accepting Kira's teleportation request. Click. Almost instantly, a vortex formed at the control room's teleportation gate. Gwen and Kira stepped out, with the unconscious MJ between them. Compared to the worn and battered appearances of Ethan and the others, the girls looked far more vibrant, clear proof that their mission hadn't been nearly as physically taxing. Hey, guys, Gwen greeted with a soft smile. Kira waved as well, though the anxiety still hadn't fully left her expression. The boys waved back, their earlier exhaustion seemingly gone. The energy drinks really did work like a charm. As they approached Zane, Kira's eyes lit up with relief. Hey, Zane, sorry for the trouble, she said quietly. Nah, it's nothing, Zane replied with a small smile. It's you, after all. As if suddenly remembering something, Kira's cheeks flushed slightly pink. Gwen noticed immediately and couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Her friend really had landed the best boyfriend imaginable. It seems I'm going to be the only single one in the group soon, Gwen thought to herself, finding the situation oddly surreal. They'd all been single for a while. Earlier this year, MJ had gotten a boyfriend, only to break up with him a month later. Gwen was fairly certain MJ would soon break up with her current one, too. And now Kira. Kira was clearly on her way to something serious. She sighed inwardly, feeling left out. Snapping herself out of her thoughts, Gwen gently lowered MJ so Zane could examine her. Zane nodded at Gwen in thanks, then activated his morpher and began scanning MJ's data. A holographic panel appeared before him. Name, Mary Jane Watson. Species, follower vampire. Age. Curse, servant/loyalty curse. Origin, Necroli, also known as Nikki Pimbare. Status, extreme hunger and anger. Solution, grid store. Zane nodded in satisfaction as he reviewed the information displayed before him. Kira watched his expression closely, anxiety bubbling in her chest as she waited for his verdict. She couldn't see the panel after all. The same went for the rest of the team. Zane looked away from the holographic panel and faced Kira and the rest of the team. "It's easy to cure," he said calmly. For a split second, the room was silent. Then, a collective breath was released. Kira's shoulders sagged as if a massive weight had been lifted off her chest. Gwen exhaled shakily, her clenched fists finally loosening. Even the others, who had stayed quiet, visibly relaxed. She's going to be normal again?" Kira asked, her voice barely above a whisper, afraid that if she spoke too loudly, the hope would shatter. "Yes," Zane replied without hesitation. "Completely." Relief washed over them like a tide. The fear Blade had planted in their minds, that vampirism was irreversible, that MJ was doomed to a life of hunger and darkness, crumbled instantly. Gwen felt her chest tighten, then ease, emotion swelling behind her eyes. Kira clenched her fists, biting her lip to keep herself together. They were happy. Their friend wasn't lost. What they didn't know, however, was that Blade hadn't lied to them. What he said was the truth. At least, before Zane entered the picture. Since the genesis of vampires, necrolized vampirism had been absolute. No science, no conventional magic, no ordinary sorcerer could undo it. Only mystic force magic, an extremely rare and specialized branch, had ever come close to reversing such a curse. That was the rule of the universe. And now, Zane was about to break it. Without another word, he raised his hand. A translucent interface unfolded before him, glowing with familiar grid patterns. Omni-grid store. Kira and the others watched quietly, curiosity overtaking their anxiety. Zane navigated the interface with ease, filtering the results. "Cure vampirism," he muttered. Instantly, dozens of options appeared. Potions. Injections. Grid-based rewrites. Conditional cures. Temporary suppressants. Full purges. Prices ranged wildly. 50 GP. 200 GP. 800 GP. 2000 GP. 5000 GP. Each option carried its own description, some cheap but crude, others expensive yet refined. Some removed vampirism completely but left the body weak. Others erased the curse at the cost of memories. A few even rewrote the subject's species entirely. Zane's eyes skimmed through them all. Then he stopped. 500 GP. His gaze locked onto the option. Item, Crimson Reversion Elixir. Effect, removes vampirism curse while preserving physical enhancements acquired during transformation. Result, human physiology with retained vampire-level strength, agility, and resilience. Side effects, none detected. Zane studied it for a moment. He could have bought the cheapest option. 50 GP was nothing to him. A clean, simple cure. But MJ wasn't a ranger. She was a civilian. A classmate. Someone who would return to normal life, school, streets, random dangers that heroes took for granted. If she lost her vampiric strength entirely, she'd be vulnerable. And if trouble found her again, she might not survive it. Although she had her inconsistencies, Zane was a ranger after all. Necroli might come back for her lost servant, which may, in turn, cause danger to MJ. Zane wasn't about to let that happen. Purchase, he said. 500 GP deducted. Item acquired. A sleek, crimson vial materialized in his hand, warm to the touch and faintly glowing. Kira leaned forward unconsciously, her eyes glued to it. "That's it?" Gwen asked quietly. "That's it," Zane replied. He knelt beside MJ's unconscious form and gently tilted her head back. With controlled precision, he uncorked the vial and poured the potion into her mouth, ensuring it went down smoothly. Seconds passed. Then, MJ's body spasmed violently. Kira gasped, taking a step forward, but Zane raised a hand, signaling her to wait. MJ's limbs twitched as if electricity surged through her veins. Her back arched slightly, fingers curling as the transformation fought back. A full minute passed like that. Then, HHHH. A hollow, guttural sound escaped MJ's lips. Black smoke poured from her mouth, thick and viscous, carrying the oppressive aura of dark magic. It lingered in the air for a moment before dispersing completely, dissolving into nothingness. The room felt lighter. MJ's breathing steadied. The unnatural pallor drained from her face, replaced with healthy color. The sharpness in her features softened. The curse, once deeply rooted, was gone. Kira stared. Gwen stared. The others stared. None of them spoke. It was only when MJ's chest rose and fell in a calm, natural rhythm that the tension finally broke. "She's cured," Gwen whispered. Kira covered her mouth, her eyes shining. Then she turned to Zane. "Thank you," she said softly. Before she even realized what she was doing, emotion took over. She leaned forward and pressed a quick peck to Zane's cheek. The room froze. Zane stiffened. The team collectively malfunctioned. Kira blinked, then realized what she'd done. Her face turned crimson instantly. She stammered, bowing her head slightly, fingers fidgeting nervously. "That was, your reward. For helping." "I mean, not like that, well, maybe like that." Zane chuckled softly, a genuine smile forming on his face. "I'll take it," he said calmly. Kira's blush deepened. Gwen looked away, trying very hard not to feel single. After removing the webbing from MJ, Kira and Gwen prepared to transport MJ out of the base and return her safely home. Something changed. A vast aura suddenly surged through the headquarters. Powerful and familiar. It emanated from a sealed section of the base. From the area Tommy had gone to. Zane paused and turned his head slightly, sensing it clearly. A small smile tugged at his lips. He succeeded. Chapter 111, Deal. The sun hung high in the sky as cars and pedestrians flooded the streets of New York. Some were heading to work. Some to school. Each carried their own agenda, their own goals for the day. And that included both villains and heroes lurking within the city. In the more secluded parts of New York, specifically Hell's Kitchen, the atmosphere was vastly different. It was the most corrupt area in the city, a place where stories so grim and legends so unsettling were known to nearly every resident of New York. People who lived here were either society's forgotten vagrants or those too poor to survive in any other part of the city. On this very day, a woman dressed in black could be seen walking through the streets of this place. Her sharp eyes constantly monitored her surroundings, as if expecting a sudden ambush at any moment. Her dark clothes and heels blended seamlessly with the oppressive atmosphere of the area. As she walked, homeless people, local food stalls, run-down clothing stores, and heavily tattooed individuals came into view. To them, a woman like her was nothing more than a walking target. Or so they thought. "Hey, beautiful, wait up," a rugged voice called out from behind her. The woman didn't slow her pace, nor did she turn her head, as if the speaker wasn't worth acknowledging. The man who had spoken was bald-skinned, with a thick tattoo stretching from his scalp down to his left eye. A lewd grin spread across his face as he shamelessly sized up the woman in black. When she continued to ignore him, annoyance flickered through his eyes. Then, emboldened by his surroundings, he reached out, intending to grab her hand. "Hey lady, let's." His voice was cut short as a searing pain shot through his arm. "Ah!" His scream echoed through the street as he stared in horror at his right arm, grotesquely bent at an unnatural angle. Pain and terror contorted his face as he collapsed to the ground, writhing and screaming, not even daring to ask what had just happened. The people who had witnessed the scene scattered immediately. Some lowered their heads and hurried away. Others slammed shut their windows and doors, pretending they had seen nothing. Humph. The culprit merely snorted in disgust and continued on her way, as if nothing of importance had occurred. In her mind, she had done nothing more than squash an irritating bug. Minutes later, she arrived at her destination. An imposing skyscraper, no, a tower, rose before her, its countless floors stretching into the sky. At the entrance, massive letters spelled out a single name in bold display, as if proclaiming the wealth and authority of its owner. Fisk. As the woman in black took in the sight, she released a slow breath, one filled with both relief and anticipation. This place, and the mission tied to it, was of utmost importance. Should I walk in normally, or sneak inside, she thought, her gaze traveling toward the top of the tower. She knew the chances of accomplishing her goal were high, but complications could easily arise if she wasn't careful. That was why she hesitated, weighing whether to enter through the front door or bypass everything and go straight to her target's floor. Seconds passed before she made her decision. Sneaking inside is better, she murmured to herself. If I go in through the front door, he might get wary. That would only cause unnecessary complications when I'm trying to strike a deal. He's Wilson Fisk, after all. Without further hesitation, she moved to a secluded area near the building, carefully ensuring no cameras were watching. Whoosh. She touched her wrist, and an eerie green portal shimmered into existence beside her. Wasting no time, she stepped through it and vanished, unnoticed by anyone. At the very top of Fisk Tower, on its highest floor, power and menace filled the air like a tangible weight. The room was vast, luxurious, and suffocating all at once, dark marble floors, towering glass windows overlooking New York, and a long polished table positioned at the center like a throne's extension. Seated behind it was a hulking figure clad in a pristine white suit and black tie. Wilson Fisk. The man's massive frame barely fit the chair he occupied, his broad shoulders casting a shadow over the table as his cold eyes scanned the files laid neatly before him. On the table before him was a desk nameplate with his name, Wilson Fisk, as if reminding the world who owned everything within these walls. To his right stood an enchanting woman dressed in red and black. Her posture was elegant yet dangerous, her sharp eyes radiating natural arrogance, lips curled faintly as if the world itself amused her. To his left stood a stern-looking man holding a sniper rifle with practiced ease, his stance rigid, disciplined, and ready, bullseye. They remained silent, waiting. Fisk's expression grew darker with each page he turned. His thick fingers tightened, the paper crumpling slightly under the pressure as numbers stared back at him, numbers he hated. $20 million. Of supplies. Gone. Vanished. Taken. His jaw clenched, teeth grinding as fury simmered beneath his composed exterior. Damn, vigilantes, Fisk growled, the words heavy with venom. The temperature in the room seemed to drop. Slowly, Fisk lifted his gaze from the files and fixed it on the stern man standing before him. His eyes bore into bullseye like twin drills. Tell me, Fisk said calmly, far too calmly, why you haven't captured even one of the vigilantes responsible for this loss. Bullseye stiffened. For the first time since entering the room, cracks formed in his composure. His throat bobbed as anxiety flashed across his face. He opened his mouth to respond, words tumbling in his mind as he searched desperately for an explanation that wouldn't seal his fate. I was close, he began. I almost caught one of them this time, but dared. Before he could finish, the air exploded with movement. Fisk was suddenly on his feet. In one swift motion, his massive hand shot forward and wrapped around Bullseye's neck, lifting him clean off the ground as if he weighed nothing. The sniper rifle clattered to the floor, echoing sharply through the room. Bullseye's eyes widened in pure terror as his feet kicked helplessly in the air. How many times, Fisk asked slowly, his voice eerily controlled, have you failed me, Benjamin? His grip tightened. Why, Fisk continued, stepping closer, their faces inches apart, should I give you another chance? Bullseye clawed at Fisk's arm, gasping for air as his face twisted in horror. Any attempt to beg dissolved into strangled sounds as his vision blurred and his strength faded. The woman in red watched silently, her expression unreadable, neither intervening nor looking away. Bullseye's movements slowed. Darkness crept into his eyes. Then, Fisk's brow furrowed. Something was wrong. An unknown presence had appeared in his office. Though Wilson Fisk was a normal human, he was no ordinary one. His strength, instincts, and senses were honed to the peak of human capability, so it was easy for him to sense any presence meters around him. And now, someone had entered the room. Without warning or permission. Fisk's eyes shifted slightly, his attention snapping away from Bullseye as the realization hit him. TCH. He released his grip. Bullseye collapsed to the floor, coughing violently as he sucked in air, like a drowning man dragged back to shore. His body trembled as he scrambled away, while the woman in red cast him a fleeting look, something close to pity, or perhaps amusement. Fisk straightened slowly, rolling his shoulders as if the interruption irritated him far more than the failure before him. His gaze turned forward. The air in front of him felt distorted, unnatural, as if reality itself had been disturbed. His massive frame squared, eyes sharp and alert as he faced the unseen newcomer. His voice echoed through the room, low and commanding. Who are you? Then the woman in black, who had appeared unannounced in the room, finally spoke. Hello, Wilson. I'm Elsa. Her voice was smooth and sultry, each word carrying an unnatural weight. It slid through the room like a cold blade, sending a chill down Fisk's spine, and far deeper into Bullseye and Mary, who both stiffened instinctively. The air itself seemed heavier now, as if her presence had altered the balance of the space. Fisk had brushed past death more times than he could count. He had stared down crime lords, assassins, enhanced beings, and monsters lurking in human skin. Yet the woman before him was different. He could feel it. An unseen, overwhelming aura radiated from her, quiet, controlled, but undeniably powerful. It didn't crush him outright. It didn't need to. It just reminded everyone in the room that she was dangerous beyond measure. Still, Wilson Fisk was not a man who ruled through panic. Slowly, deliberately, he straightened his posture and composed himself. His voice, when he spoke, was calm, almost polite. To what do I owe this visit? He asked. Elsa watched him closely. For a brief moment, something flickered behind her eyes. Intimidation worked, she thought, pleased internally. Outwardly, however, her expression remained cold and unreadable. I came to strike a deal with you, Elsa said plainly. Fisk's brow furrowed slightly. A deal. That single word unsettled him more than threats ever could. Someone with her level of power had no reason to bargain with a man like him. She could have taken whatever she wanted and left him broken on the floor. And yet, here she was. A deal. Fisk repeated. Someone of your caliber hardly needs my help. Elsa noticed the gears turning in his mind, the confusion, the caution, the unspoken question of why him. She stepped forward just enough for her presence to press harder against the room. I know about your problem, she said calmly. The vigilantes. The room froze. Bullseye's breathing hitched. Mary's eyes narrowed sharply. Fisk's expression remained steady, but inside, a storm erupted. Only 3 people in this room knew the extent of that issue. Only 3. And yet she spoke of it so casually, as if she had been watching from the shadows the entire time. You've suffered significant losses, Elsa continued. I can end the problem for you. For the first time, something close to emotion crossed Fisk's face. Hope, and fear. Hope, because someone powerful enough to say those words could resolve his issue faster than any hired gun or mercenary ever could. Fear, because this woman clearly knew far more than she should. Fisk folded his hands together atop the table, studying her carefully. And what, he asked slowly, would be the other part of this deal? Elsa smiled faintly. She explained what she wanted. Her words were measured, precise, leaving no room for misunderstanding. As she spoke, Fisk's brows gradually drew together. His jaw tightened. When she finished, he remained silent for several seconds, deep in thought. Elsa noticed immediately. What's wrong? She asked. Fisk exhaled through his nose. What you're asking, he said carefully, requires manpower. Resources I no longer possess in abundance. His empire had taken too many hits. Between the vigilantes and internal disruptions, his reach was not what it once was. Elsa let out a soft chuckle. That won't be a problem, she said dismissively. I have more than enough subordinates to compensate. Fisk blinked once. Then, slowly, he leaned back. A breath he hadn't realized he was holding finally escaped him. I see, he said. That changes things. What followed was a tense but calculated exchange, terms clarified, boundaries drawn, expectations set. Neither side raised its voice. Neither side attempted dominance outright. It was a conversation between predators, each aware of the danger the other represented. In the end, Fisk extended his hand. Elsa glanced at it briefly, then shook it. Then we have a deal, she said. Without another word, she stepped back. Her fingers brushed her wrist, and the same eerie green portal tore open in the air behind her. Dark, unnatural light spilled into the room as she turned. Don't disappoint me, Wilson, Elsa said calmly. Then she stepped through, and vanished. The portal snapped shut, leaving nothing behind. Silence fell over the room. Heavy. Suffocating. Minutes passed. Finally, Fisk exhaled deeply and sank back into his chair. He waved a hand dismissively. Leave me, he said. I need peace. Neither argued. Bullseye rose shakily to his feet, still recovering, while Mary gave Fisk a final glance before escorting him out. The doors closed behind them with a quiet click. Alone at last, Wilson Fisk leaned back fully. Only then did the tension drain from his body. Beads of sweat rolled down his face as he stared at the ceiling. That was scary, he muttered. Chapter 112, Quality Review, Author's Special Chapter. Hey readers, I hope y'all have been enjoying this fanfic and the plot so far. I won't be uploading any chapter today. This special chapter is basically for your reviews and advice on how I can improve my writing and the story as a whole. The questions are: how's my writing style so far and how can I improve it? I'm tired of using AI to edit my grammars, it makes a lot of mistakes I have to correct later on, what should I do? I need artwork for my characters, especially Zane. Is there anything I can do about that? If I upload the chapters on special websites for sale, would it be profitable and would you all register and pay for it? So that's all guys, if any of my questions seems annoying to you readers, please tell me. Have a nice day y'all. Chapter 113, Absurd. Tommy walked into the control room, his face carrying a mix of smiles, exhaustion, and deep satisfaction. It felt as though he had lived another life entirely during the fusion with the Dino gem. There had been anticipation, bone-crushing pain, and then, after enduring it all, the overwhelming pleasure of new power flooding his body. The entire process had been unpredictable, intense, and unforgettable. Zane, who had been watching an absent-minded Tommy cycle through several emotions in silence, couldn't help but speak. How do you feel, Dr. O? The others in the room immediately turned their attention toward their mentor, their expressions filled with curiosity. They all knew Tommy and Zane had gone on an extremely important mission, but none of them knew the details. Now was their chance. Zane's question snapped Tommy out of his thoughts. He blinked and finally took in his surroundings, his eyes widening slightly as he realized where he was. When did I even get here? He muttered inwardly. It was as if his body had guided him to the control room on instinct alone. I feel really good, kid, Tommy replied with a warm smile. More than that, the gem completely broke half of my seal and bestowed upon me a new ability. Oh, a new ability. Zane's eyes lit up instantly, unable to hide his interest. As far as he knew, any new ability for a ranger was nothing short of a massive power-up, something that could decisively turn the tide in battle. Naturally, he was eager to hear more. Tommy had no intention of keeping it a secret. Yes. It's called Brachio's Rage, he explained. Its main function is gravity control within a specific domain of space. I can increase or decrease gravity up to 10 times a planet's natural pull. Right now, my effective range is about 100 meters, but that will expand as I grow stronger. Zane felt a jolt of surprise run through him. Gravity manipulation. Based on current scientific understanding, gravity, aside from the vacuum of space, was nearly omnipresent across celestial bodies. That meant Tommy's new ability had virtually no terrain restrictions. TSK, as expected of him, Zane thought. His counterpart is practically a god. Power like this fits him perfectly. Zane, having read the comics and watched the shows, wasn't overly shocked. But the same could not be said for the rest of the team. The words controlling gravity completely shattered their understanding of reality, especially for the science-oriented members like Gwen, Ethan, and Peter. Ethan shot to his feet first, eyes wide. "How is that even possible, Dr. O?" he exclaimed. "A human can't just control gravity. It violates every known law of physics." "Yes, and more than that," Gwen added quickly, her face full of disbelief. "Humans can't even survive in atmospheres with 10 times Earth's gravity. Bones would shatter, organs would fail." Peter jumped in as well. "She's right. Breathing would become harder, skeletal structures would collapse, it'd be like getting crushed under your own weight." Their voices overlapped, filling the room with frantic explanations and disbelief. And honestly, their reactions were justified. Imagine fighting someone who could make your surroundings unbearably heavy, turning the battlefield itself into a weapon. You wouldn't just be fighting an enemy, you'd be fighting the planet beneath your feet. The only way to counter that would be to overpower gravity itself, something only beings of absurd strength could manage. And those beings were rarer than eagles living in trees. Seeing the team spiral, Tommy raised a hand. "The powers you've all been using don't exactly follow the laws of physics either," he said calmly. That single sentence instantly quieted the room. The team exchanged looks, then sighed and nodded in reluctant agreement. They hadn't noticed it before, but it was true. The laws of physics had been tossed aside the moment they became rangers. The irony wasn't lost on them. Zane stayed silent, watching the entire exchange unfold. Their disbelief, Tommy's explanation, it all made him reflect inwardly. If they knew the absurd abilities and potential I possess, how would they react? Zane thought. They already saw him as an incredibly powerful ranger. But if they truly understood the extent of his strength, would they still trust him? People with overwhelming power were more often rulers than protectors. They might think he was hiding something. Doubt could form. Cracks could appear in their trust. They wouldn't betray him. He knew that. But trusting him fully afterward might become far more difficult. Oh well, Zane thought, shaking the worry from his mind. That doesn't matter right now. Getting strong enough for the chaos that's coming is what matters, he continued inwardly. Even if they see me as a freak, it doesn't matter. Protecting this universe, and others, from what's coming is the only priority. As his internal monologue ended, the conversation in the room naturally died down. Zane straightened from where he had been resting and walked forward, placing his hands on Tommy's shoulders with a reassuring smile. "I'm happy for you, Dr. O," Zane spoke, his gaze sweeping across everyone in the room. "You should get some rest. We've all been through a lot today. The same goes for the rest of us." Tommy's heart warmed at Zane's consideration, for him and for the team. Beneath that stern exterior was a genuinely warm heart. It was something Tommy had noticed more and more over time. "All right, kiddo. We'll do as you say," Tommy replied, a slight curve forming on his lips. Then he added, his tone softening, "You should get some rest too. You've worked harder than any of us today. We'll be back tomorrow." Zane nodded, taking the words to heart. He really was exhausted. Tommy smiled and led the team toward the exit. One by one, they said their goodbyes to Zane. Kira lingered the longest, giving him a few words of advice, almost like a concerned wife, before stepping into the teleportation portal and disappearing along with the others. The control room fell back into silence. Only Zane's slow, shallow breathing and the gentle hum of the machinery remained, filling the vast space. The doors slid open once more, and Alpha wheeled herself into the control room, her attention immediately locking onto Zane. "Master, the reports are ready," Alpha spoke, her mechanical head gleaming with a soft red light. Zane nodded. "I'll review them later. For now, I need to rest." Alpha hummed in understanding. She knew better than anyone how much her master had been pushing himself, both on the battlefield and behind the scenes. Unlike her, he did not possess infinite energy. I'll take my leave then, Alpha said politely. Please call me if you need anything, Master. Sure, Zane replied with a faint smile, watching as Alpha wheeled herself out of the control room. Crack. As he stretched his stiff muscles and adjusted his aching body, Zane couldn't help but murmur to himself. What a day it's been. Tomorrow might be better, or worse. In the end, it all comes down to having enough strength. With that, he began walking toward the teleportation portal. Halfway there, his steps suddenly halted. As if remembering something important, he paused, then shook his head lightly. I'll deal with that tomorrow. Without another word, Zane stepped into the swirling vortex and disappeared, leaving the control room completely empty. Space stretched endlessly, celestial bodies and stars shimmering at every corner. It was both dark and bright. Far beyond any mapped star system, several colossal spaceships tore through the void, their engines leaving behind distorted trails of light. Alongside them drifted massive biological entities, living creatures of flesh and chitin, each one rivaling the ships in size. Their grotesque forms pulsed rhythmically, as if breathing, tendrils and armored fins cutting through the vacuum with eerie grace. The entire armada moved with a singular purpose, advancing toward a distant blue planet suspended like a fragile jewel in the darkness. At the very center of the formation loomed the true terror of the fleet. A gargantuan mothership, so vast it could eclipse moons, glided forward with overwhelming presence. Its surface was layered with alien metal and organic growths fused, forming an unholy blend of technology and life. From a distance, it almost resembled a wandering planet itself. Inside the mothership, countless compartments buzzed with activity. Gray-skinned reptilian aliens clad in heavy armor moved efficiently through corridors and control chambers. Their slit eyes glowed faintly as they operated advanced consoles, manipulated holographic star maps, and relayed commands across the fleet. Their movements were disciplined, precise, soldiers born for conquest. This was not their first invasion. And it would not be their last. Deep within the heart of the mothership lay its most important chamber. A vast hall, part throne room, part palace, constructed with towering pillars and alien symbols carved into obsidian-like walls. Dim lights pulsed along the floor, illuminating the room in a haunting glow. From one of the side entrances, a squid-like alien stepped forward. Its elongated head drooped slightly, as if daring not to look at the figure above. Its eyes were sharp, calculating, and its posture radiated authority despite the reverence it displayed. Upon reaching the center of the hall, the creature knelt low, pressing its body toward the floor. My lord, the squid-like alien spoke, its voice smooth yet reverent. The course of destination has been set. Several of our soldiers will soon besiege the planet and retrieve what we seek. The words echoed faintly through the massive chamber. Then, silence. Seconds passed, heavy and suffocating, as if the very air awaited judgment. Finally, a voice emerged from the throne. Good, the figure seated there spoke, its tone calm yet laced with undeniable dominance. Make sure they do not fail me. The squid-like alien bowed even deeper, its presence exuding absolute confidence rather than fear. I assure you, my lord, it replied, its voice firm and unwavering. They shall not fail. This mission is certain to succeed. Chapter 114, Good Day. The sun hung bright in the sky. Zane grumbled as a ray of sunlight hit his face, forcing him awake. He groaned as he pushed himself upright. With blurry eyes, Zane looked around the room, trying to figure out where he was. Minutes passed as he sat on the edge of the bed, constantly massaging his eyes until he became fully conscious. Then. Shit. Zane cursed, his eyes widening. How did I wake up so late? His words were filled with surprise as he noticed it was already very late in the morning. In fact, ever since he became a teenager, whether in this life or the past, Zane almost never woke up late. He had trained his body and mind to wake at a specific time every single day without fail. So for something like this to happen now felt abnormal. Then, as thoughts flashed through his mind, he figured out the reason. My mind and body must have been overdrained and exhausted these past few days, he murmured. Transforming into a ranger consumes both omni-energy and my personal endurance. So it's not strange for my body to force itself to rest. I'll just have to adjust my schedule. He understood that this was no longer his former world, where he worked mostly with his mind and rarely strained his body. This was a supernatural world, one he was tasked with protecting. As someone who started out as a normal human, his body and mind had no choice but to adapt to the circumstances before him. Moreover, as he grew stronger, the drain would lessen significantly. So he wasn't overly worried. Getting out of bed, Zane stretched, his joints popping softly under the pressure. He hummed as he opened the window, letting the sunlight fully illuminate the room. A smile bloomed on his face as a thought crossed his mind. I have a feeling today is going to be great. He didn't know why he felt this way, but Zane chose to trust that vague sense of reassurance. Maybe his luck was unusually high today. Wasting no time, he finished his chores quickly. Since he planned to go to school, Zane naturally prepared himself. It took him no more than 10 minutes to finish. He was a man, after all. A/N, no offense to the ladies, but you use more time on everything. Zane didn't forget to ask Kara about updates on the stocks he owned. He was, frankly, broke. The only reason he could sustain himself was because of the natural resources in the base. There were all kinds of exotic and rare dishes available there, some of them rare even across multiple galaxies. Zane couldn't sell them, as it would be asking for trouble or telling the world that he basically had a great secret. He didn't want complications from governmental and private forces on the planet. It would be extremely stressful. After locking his door and making his way toward school, Zane took a deep breath, a smile lingering on his face. Then, as if remembering something, his smile widened. Yes, the rewards, he thought happily. Haha, how could I have forgotten? He had ignored them yesterday due to exhaustion, but now that he was feeling better, he couldn't just leave them hanging. Without hesitating further, he commanded the grid panel to appear before him. Inventory, mission rewards, including battle records, dragon armor, heart herb, etc. Thankfully, both the records and rewards had been neatly stored in his inventory, making them easy to access. If the grid simply handed out rewards without evaluation, it would feel lackluster. The evaluation process allowed him to identify his shortcomings and improve rapidly, whether in strength, leadership, or judgment. It was virtually omnipotent. As he mentally selected the reward section, a subsection panel appeared before him. Mission, secure the black Dino gem and make Sensei Watanabe submit, completed. Time limit, 7 hours. Evaluation. Mission completed in 3 hours, far ahead of the time limit, S. Negotiation failed due to the mental instability of the target. Purchasing a calming Zeo crystal is advised to prevent future complications, B. Target was subdued with force, resulting in a faster and more efficient solution, A+. Dino gem was successfully secured, but due to its weakened state, its full potential cannot be displayed. Nourishing the gem with a similar power source is advised, A. Master successfully generated goodwill from Kanoi Watanabe, further elevating the mission's success, S. Final rating, A. Grid's comment, Master completed this mission almost perfectly. Zane was somewhat bewildered as he read through the evaluation. It felt extremely official. I always feel like the grid evaluates me in such an exam-like way, he muttered, carefully reviewing each point and the final rating. Still, he was very satisfied. The evaluation clearly reflected his growth, and having his efforts validated by a supreme force like the omniversal grid made him even happier. Then his eyes shifted to the reward, the reward. Mission reward. Prehistoric totem, SS tier, a totem originating from the very source of the prehistoric era of the universe. It contains the souls of all creatures that once existed during that era. The totem can summon these souls in corporeal form to aid in battle. The stronger the power infused into the totem, the stronger the prehistoric creature summoned. Automatically soulbound. Other uses may be explored by the master. Zane's mind went silent for a moment. What? His thoughts buzzed wildly. This is absurd. Doesn't this mean the coming invasion is basically a guaranteed win? To be honest, Zane had been deeply worried about the impending invasion by multiple forces. It was far more outrageous than the New York incident from the original Marvel timeline. Alien factions would be attacking Earth from all sides simultaneously. And with only the Avengers, the Rangers, and himself standing in opposition, victory was possible, but the cost would be catastrophic. Entire cities could fall. Countless lives could be lost. Now, however, it seemed his luck had finally taken a dramatic turn for the better. To him, this was the best reward he could have possibly asked for. Summoning creatures from various prehistoric eras to overwhelm and crush invading alien armies was nothing short of a dimensional reduction strike, an overwhelming force applied against enemies that relied on numbers and technology. As he accepted the reward, a golden rune manifested within his mind. It radiated an ancient chill and an oppressive presence that transcended anything Zane had ever encountered. Staring at it for too long gave the unsettling illusion that the rune was constantly changing, one moment forming the silhouette of dinosaurs, the next morphing into dragons, then creatures even more alien and primal. The pressure it emitted was overwhelming. Yet, because it now belonged to him, it remained docile within his consciousness. The only reason he could feel its weight at all was because the totem was revealing its true nature, just a fraction of its vast existence. Great. Today really is different, Zane thought as a surge of heroic strength flowed through him. The lingering worries in his heart finally dissipated as he continued on his way to school. 20 minutes later. Zane arrived at his classroom. Since he had come later than his usual schedule, most of the students were already present, seated and waiting for classes to begin. His eyes quickly found his team. They were smiling, chatting casually among themselves. Zane couldn't help but smile in return. They had all been training non-stop at the base for days, burdened by the same looming sense of incoming chaos. He had been worried about how to ease their minds, but now it seemed they had matured more than he had expected. Still, he greeted them like any other normal classmate. Acting too familiar would feel out of place, and worse, it might draw attention from the hidden eyes within the school. After that, he took his seat and pulled out his learning materials. Minutes passed. Ring. The school bell rang, signaling the start of the day's classes. The classroom door opened, and a female teacher walked in. The room instantly went silent as all eyes turned toward her. Excitement and curiosity filled the air. Everyone was eager to see their new teacher. Everyone except Zane. "Ah, not again," he muttered under his breath as he stared at the figure before him. "These chapters are filler chapters, so they are short. Please bear with me for now, readers." Chapter 115, Natalie Rushman. "Ah, not again." The words slipped from Zane's lips, unheard by anyone else. Seeing the figure before him, he felt both bewildered and mildly annoyed. His luck had been unusually good all morning. Was this where it finally ran out? While Zane grumbled inwardly, his classmates were having a completely different reaction. Especially the boys, who were practically bubbling with excitement. The same went for Kira and the rest of the team, though their thoughts carried a slightly different tone. The new teacher standing before them was very much to their taste. After all, who wouldn't want a beautiful teacher? Most teenagers were suckers for pretty faces and attractive figures. The woman in question walked in with a warm smile, dressed in professional attire that did its best to hide her curves, but failed all the same. Her red hair flowed naturally as she moved, effortlessly drawing the admiration of the students. Her heels echoed through the now silent classroom as she reached the desk. She placed the books in her hands, down neatly, cleared her throat, and prepared to introduce herself. "Good morning, students," her voice was sweet yet mature. "My name is Natalie Rushman. I'm 25, and I'll be your new history teacher. I hope you'll all cooperate with me so we can have a wonderful learning experience. The easier you make it for me, the faster you'll learn. Let's work hard together." Her words instantly ignited an uproar of cheers and enthusiastic responses throughout the classroom. Most of the students didn't really care about her name or her role in the school. Natasha, or rather, Natalie's, words entered one ear and exited the other. What truly captivated them was her voice alone. Sweet, mature, and alluring, it was more than enough to fuel the fantasies of young boys for days. These reactions applied to nearly everyone in the room, with the sole exception of Zane Callahan. As his classmates indulged in their excitement and bombarded Natasha with questions, some of them downright strange, Zane's thoughts churned as he tried to figure out why she was here. This couldn't be a coincidence. It had to mean something. No, nothing involving S.H.I.E.L.D. or a future Avenger is ever coincidental, Zane thought calmly. She couldn't have found clues about my identity, right? His eyes narrowed slightly. No, that's impossible. Even gods can't find me unless I allow it. How could a small organization like S.H.I.E.L.D. succeed? Yes, to Zane, S.H.I.E.L.D. was a small organization. They claimed to protect Earth from alien invasions, yet they had only truly succeeded once, and even that required the help of Captain Marvel, who herself was an alien. Worse still, they failed to prevent Hydra from infiltrating their ranks, with agents embedded in high-level positions. And that infiltration was carried out with low-level technology, not even alien-grade tech, let alone civilizations far beyond human comprehension. How on earth were they supposed to protect the planet? Even their most prized space cube had been stolen right from their nose. I'll figure out her purpose later, Zane concluded internally. For now, I'll play along. He shook off his thoughts. All of this had happened in a flash. As Zane ended his internal monologue, Natasha was having one of her own. I hope this plan works, she thought. I went through too much to get to this point. She wasn't exaggerating. Natasha had pushed herself to the limit to reach this stage, dodging rival forces, fighting bizarre humanoid enemies, and narrowly escaping death more than once. At long last, she had finally found a lead. Even if I can't uncover his true identity, her thoughts continued, learning even a little about him is better than nothing. And what better place to start than the Ranger team we already know? She couldn't help but admire her own resilience. From her observations, the Omni-ranger had saved the Dino Rangers twice. There had to be a connection between them. They were fellow Rangers, after all. Even though she didn't know his or their true identity, there were certain educated guesses she could make. For example, most Ranger-related chaos seemed to occur not far from this school and its surrounding district. It was highly likely that the Rangers either lived nearby or regularly stayed close to the area. As for why she chose the school itself, it was simple. It was the easiest and most efficient cover identity for such a mission. A teacher raised far fewer suspicions. Natasha was confident that her identity and plans were foolproof. No one could possibly figure them out. Well, with the sole exception of Zane Callahan. As the class began and the chattering and clamoring finally died down, Natasha started her lecture. Surprisingly enough, she was very good at teaching history. As a super spy, it was only natural, she had trained extensively for roles like this. Her cover identity had to be flawless in every aspect, including knowledge and delivery. An hour passed by quickly, and before the students knew it, the first period had ended. Natasha assigned some light homework, flashed the class a charming smile, and exited the room. The moment she left, the noise exploded again. Most of the students immediately began gossiping and trash-talking, well, mostly talking, about their new teacher. Typical hot-blooded teenagers. Zane found himself sitting quietly, somewhat isolated with no one immediately beside him. From a distance, Kira noticed this and walked over to his seat to keep him company. Zane didn't mind at all. In fact, he was happy. After all, they were potential lovers to begin with. As their conversation flowed naturally, Zane began to understand Kira far more deeply than what he had ever read in the comics. And the same went for Kira. She realized that beneath Zane's once cold and distant facade was a genuinely sweet boy. He was really different now. Brighter. Warmer. Like a sunny boy. She loved it. Minutes passed, and soon the second period was about to begin. But then, something unexpected happened. The school principal made an announcement over the intercom, one that instantly caused the entire 12th and 13th grades to erupt with excitement. There would be no more classes for the rest of the day. They were going on a school trip. And not just any school trip. It was a trip to a museum. An alien museum. SPD headquarters. Doggy Kruger sat quietly in the control room, his paws supporting his chin as his brows furrowed in thought. The main screen before him displayed an insect-like alien, roughly the height of an average adult. At the edge of the screen, a bold label was visible. Danger rank. His thoughts were interrupted as Bruce Banner, dressed in a lab coat, entered the room carrying a thick file. Bruce walked up, placed the files in front of Doggy, and spoke calmly. These are the records we have on the alien known as Eidolon, including its known weaknesses. Doggy nodded, immediately reviewing the contents. As he read further, his frown deepened. It seems I'll have to dispatch Squad A, Doggy thought to himself. This alien is troublesome. Not particularly strong, but its abilities are irritating. And he wasn't wrong. One line in the file stood out clearly. Can possess any statue and bring it to life, fully replicating the intended abilities of the statue. It was absurd. Dealing with such a creature would require careful planning and coordination. But this was SPD, they had faced far stranger aliens with far more bizarre abilities and still prevailed. Although the mission was rated danger rank, it was still manageable. It was only a second-tier mission. Above it were high-risk missions, and at the very top, extreme rank, operations so dangerous that Zord deployment was often unavoidable. Compared to those, this was somewhat easy. As for the first rank, moderate, with sufficient training, even standard SPD personnel could handle it. I'll contact Squad A and have them deal with it, Doggy said confidently, turning to Bruce with a reassuring smile. There's no need for concern. Doggy was genuinely satisfied with Bruce. Though Bruce occasionally lost control, his scientific insight had been invaluable to SPD. Several research bottlenecks had eased since his arrival, and breakthroughs were becoming more frequent. Hiring him had been the right call. Bruce nodded in understanding and left the control room, his expression eager as he returned to the research lab. As SPD finalized its plans, another force was doing the same. Just from the opposite side. As for who would emerge victorious, only fate could tell. Sorry for the late upload, guys. Time zone failed me. I had set the timer thinking it was correct like always, but I made a mistake. I hope you enjoyed this chapter, guys. Chapter 116, Museum. The roads of New York were packed. Pedestrians and vehicles moved about desperately, each trying to escape the relentless morning traffic. It was as hectic as any other day in the city. On one of the many congested roads, a medium-sized, rectangular, streamlined bus sat at the heart of the traffic. From within it, loud chatter and excited voices erupted, though they were almost completely drowned out by the constant blaring of car horns around it. Inside the bus were the culprits of the noise, the students of Midtown High. Some were gossiping loudly, others tossing paper balls across the aisle, while a few chatted animatedly with their seatmates. It was utter chaos. The journey had begun over an hour ago, right after the principal had announced a surprise excursion to the city's only alien museum. None of them had ever been there before. In fact, no one from Midtown High had. The museum was a very special place, one that required specific invitations from the establishment to enter. Schools and individuals who had been granted access were extremely few. Midtown High had applied for years, only to be declined every single time. Yet today, they had finally been accepted. Inside the bus, Zane sat near the center, beside the left window. Kira occupied the seat next to him in the two-seat section. The two were deep in a pleasant conversation, their expressions relaxed and genuine. The rest of the team was similarly paired. Gwen sat beside MJ. Peter sat with Ned. Ethan was seated next to Connor. Trent sat beside Harry. It was almost a perfect arrangement. Even more surprising was the presence of the new teacher, Natalie, who was also riding along with the students to the Alien Museum on her very first day of work. Her luck truly seemed off the charts. One might even say karma had finally rewarded her for all the stress she had endured. As the traffic slowly loosened, the bus picked up speed. The engine revved softly as it moved eastward through the city. From there, the ride became smooth and uninterrupted. Another hour passed. Soon, the bus reached its destination. The students were brimming with excitement, and even Zane felt a surge of anticipation. After all, he had never visited an alien museum in either of his lives. Then, a sci-fi-like building came into view. It wasn't particularly tall, nor was it short. It stood somewhere in between, its presence commanding attention. Its exterior design alone filled the gawking students with awe and anticipation. They had never seen technology this advanced up close before. It felt like stepping straight into their fantasies. As Zane and the others stepped off the bus, they noticed several humanoid creatures moving about the premises. Humans were present too, though they shared the space evenly. Each group of visitors was accompanied by museum personnel clad in official uniforms, their posture exuding confidence and pride in their establishment. When the students looked up, the museum's name was displayed in midair through advanced holographic technology, far beyond anything Earth had developed, though still inferior to what Zane possessed. Ethon Museum. A miniature UFO hovered beside the name, accompanied by an animated alien logo bouncing playfully around the letters. The words gleamed with an aurora-like sheen, perfectly complementing the glass-like exterior of the building. Whoa, this place looks way cooler than on TV. I never want to leave. From now on, this is my home. Do you guys see those alien baddies? I might be able to bag one. Bro, shut up. You haven't even bagged your studies yet. I invested. Comments flew everywhere as the Midtown High students stared at the building and the beings around them. It felt as though they had entered an entirely new world. Minutes later, a staff member approached to receive them. She was a female alien with pink skin, elongated ears, and visible fangs. Aside from those features, she looked almost human. As the students were led inside, the atmosphere shifted completely. If the outside had been sci-fi, the interior was pure fantasy. The space was vast, divided into multiple sections. Some areas showcased alien history, others displayed spaceships and androids. There were statues of legendary alien figures, and even more fascinating, a zoo section filled with bizarre yet beautiful creatures. It was a perfect mix, not chaotic but harmonious. Even Zane and his team, who had witnessed countless wonders within their base, were surprised. If the base was a paradise, then this place felt like an entirely new world. It was utterly mesmerizing. They took countless pictures as the female staff member guided them through the museum, explaining the significance of each section, especially the statues, which carried histories that were both surprising and deeply intriguing. The first male statue had a beard and a single vertical eye. He held a sword raised high, as if piercing the heavens themselves. The second male was heavily muscular, his features almost human, if not for his lower body, which was that of a snake. A massive hammer rested on his shoulders, his stern expression radiating unyielding resolve. The two female statues appeared to be of the same race. Both possessed the features of Ravkonians. They looked completely human, save for their inhuman beauty and the armor they wore. They resembled mechanical valkyries rather than fairy tale maidens. According to the female alien guide, the four statues represented the pioneers of the alien race on Earth. They had fought fiercely against enemy races, sacrificing everything to guide the survivors to a safe and hidden planet. Even after arriving, they were met with fierce opposition. The last survivor, and their leader, a Ravkonian Valkyrie, had continued to fight. Over the years, she clashed with humanity, eventually pacifying most of the rifts and animosity between them. Without her, most of the aliens on Earth would have been wiped out or enslaved by their enemies, and by humans. As the Midtown High students listened to the epic tale, their eyes shone with brilliance and excitement, as if they had personally witnessed the battles and the eventual pacification led by the female supreme. Even Natasha was mesmerized. She couldn't help but think to herself, if I had that kind of power, I could have escaped those tragedies. Zane, standing among his classmates, wore a complex expression, one that could only be seen and understood by him alone. His gaze was locked onto the towering statues before him, unmoving yet heavy with meaning. Hidden and safe, huh? Zane murmured internally. I'm afraid that safety will be shattered soon. When it begins, how will the alien leader respond? His thoughts continued, sharp and unrestrained. Will she protect her own kind, or will she be forced to protect the humans as well? A fierce light flickered within his eyes. As someone who possessed an almost invincible source of information, Zane had long since known this history, and even the forbidden truths buried beneath it. Truths capable of shattering the fragile peace of the entire planet, regardless of whether one was a hero, a villain, or a mere civilian. Zane knew that beneath the planet's peaceful surface, terrifying things were unfolding. Things so twisted and unnatural that even Mephisto himself would feel irritated by their existence. And most importantly, the truth surrounding the alien leader was far from simple. The roots of the matter ran unimaginably deep, so deep that no one could ever hope to pull them out. No one, except Zane. He intended to tear it all out in one decisive move and shatter the horrendous system festering within the underworld. He was confident in that goal. After all, he had been planning for days. Kira, noticing Zane's distant stare and silence, tugged lightly at his sleeve. The small gesture startled him, drawing an embarrassed smile to his face. He had been so deep in thought that he hadn't even realized she was still talking to him. Can't lose my composure, Zane reminded himself. Today is my lucky day. Nothing could possibly ruin it. Refocusing his attention, he turned back to the female attendant, who had just finished her explanation about the statues. The group was about to move on when... Snap. The lights throughout the entire museum cut out at once. Instantly, panic erupted from every corner of the building. Confused voices and frightened gasps echoed through the dark halls. Before anyone could even react further, a woman screamed. Ah. The statues moved. Chapter 117, Strange Occurrence. Ah. The statues moved. The woman's voice echoed through the darkness, sending chills down the spines of both human and alien visitors alike. They all felt like they had entered a horror movie. An unexpected one at that. The Midtown High students weren't faring any better. Their legs shook uncontrollably, some nearly giving out under the crushing fear. Only Zane, his team, and Natasha remained calm and composed. Zane and the others moved quickly, coordinating their classmates and guiding them together, calming them down as best they could. They settled everyone into a single area so they could be easily protected from whatever was about to come. Natasha's thoughts churned as her head snapped toward the direction of the woman's scream. That was when she noticed something deeply wrong, something no human eye should ever witness. An alien statue moved. Its eyes glowed an eerie blue as thin cracks spread across its body with each passing second. A blue, viscous liquid began seeping out, dripping steadily from the fractures. The substance squirmed the moment it hit the ground, writhing as if alive, before rushing toward the terrified woman. Before either Natasha or the woman could react, the liquid leapt upward and latched onto the woman's face. Oh! The woman screamed in pure horror, clawing desperately as she tried to rip it off. After only a few seconds of struggle, her body went limp. The blue liquid rapidly spread, covering her entirely, molding itself into the shape of the statue it had emerged from, except now it was flesh, parts of it still dripping onto the floor. All of it happened in seconds, far too fast for anyone to properly react. Roar. The white, faceless alien opened its mouth, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, and roared toward the ceiling. Even Natasha, with all her training and the countless strange horrors she had witnessed just this week alone, couldn't stop herself from shuddering. What stood before her was unlike anything she had ever faced. After years of dangerous missions, she had learned when to advance and when to retreat. This time, she knew, if she didn't retreat, she would die. Damn it. Why am I so unlucky this week? Natasha cursed inwardly as she moved into cover. First, those dinosaur-looking cyborgs, and now this. I'm not paid enough for this shit. Zane, who had been scanning the surroundings, noticed what had just happened. He was momentarily startled by the speed of the process. It hadn't taken more than 5 seconds. There hadn't been enough time to react properly, especially since he was already focused on protecting his classmates. And it wasn't just one statue. Several had begun moving and attacking almost simultaneously. The only reason Zane wasn't panicking was simple: the woman and the others who had been infected weren't dead. They could still be saved. He had prevented it. Taking advantage of the darkness, Zane and his team transformed, carefully shielding the process. Teacher Natalie was still present, after all. Even if she couldn't see clearly in the dark, one could never be too cautious when SHIELD agents were involved. Wasting no more time, they moved. Ah. Help. My child. Screams rang out everywhere as people tried desperately to protect themselves and their loved ones. Zane's eyes turned cold under his helmet as he spotted one. He raised his arm and fired his Omni-blaster, instantly pulverizing one of the moving aliens. Zing. Shriek. It let out a final cry before crumbling into dust. Strangely enough, the human, or alien, it had possessed collapsed to the ground unharmed, very much alive. This was thanks to Zane's skill, innocence. He had activated it the moment the strange liquid began possessing the civilians around them. It ensured the enemy was destroyed, while the innocent, human or alien, was left completely unharmed. This was also why he was confident there would be no losses today. He had learned his lesson on the last missions. The battle spread quickly. With Zane's innocent skill active, there was no need to restrain themselves. No need to pull punches. No need to carefully calculate damage to avoid casualties. The skill ensured it, any innocent caught in the crossfire would be protected. So they went all out. The Dino Rangers were the first to move in force. Their new gear activated seamlessly, their new omni-weapons syncing with their suits. Sabers, blasters, and energy-based weapons materialized in flashes of primal light. Every strike carried overwhelming force, tearing through the white, faceless aliens as if they were nothing more than hollow shells. The Red Ranger, Connor, cleaved through two at once, his Thunder Max saber slicing cleanly as both creatures disintegrated into ash mid-motion. Ethan and Kira unleashed a concentrated blast from their Omni-blaster, the beam ripping straight through an advancing cluster and detonating them from the inside out. Trent used his powers to construct several weapons to fight against many. The creatures roared and shrieked, but their numbers meant nothing against coordinated power. The spider heroes moved differently. They didn't brute force their way through the enemy. They danced. Enhanced by their agility and amplified by extensive training, they became blurs of motion in the darkness. Webbing shot out in rapid succession, binding, pulling, slamming enemies into one another before crushing them with precise, overwhelming blows. Gwen leapt from statue to statue, rebounding off walls, twisting midair before driving a glowing kick straight through an alien's torso. Peter used web lines to sling multiple enemies together, detonating them in a single explosive impact. It was efficient and relentless. To anyone hiding in the darkness, it was incomprehensible. Flashes of red, blue, green, and gold cut through the black like lightning. Heavy thuds echoed through the hall, followed by alien shrieks abruptly cut short. Shockwaves rippled through the ground, rattling the floor beneath trembling civilians. No one could see what was happening. They could only hear it. Natasha stayed hidden, her back pressed against a cold surface, heart pounding despite her discipline. She caught glimpses, brief streaks of color, silhouettes moving impossibly fast, shadows colliding with violent force. This wasn't a simple skirmish. It sounded like a one-sided massacre. And whoever these people were, Natasha was pretty sure she was not their match. The Midtown students huddled together, hands clutched tightly, eyes wide. Some prayed. Others held onto one another in silence. None of them dared move. They didn't know who was winning. They didn't even know who was fighting. Minutes passed. Then, slowly, the sounds of combat began to fade. The shrieks stopped first. Then the heavy impacts. Finally, the air grew still. The silence that followed was suffocating. Those hiding in the darkness held their breath, dread creeping in. Was it over? Or had something worse taken its place? Then, the lights flickered. Twice. And suddenly, the hall was illuminated. People squinted as their eyes adjusted, fear and confusion etched across every face. What they saw made them freeze. Standing throughout the area were armored figures, rangers and spider heroes alike. Their stances were steady, composed, unshaken. Beneath their feet lay nothing but scorched floors and piles of burnt ash, the remains of the strange, white aliens that had attacked moments ago. Not a single one still moved. At the center stood Zane. He turned to face the crowd, his presence commanding instant attention. Even without raising his voice, it carried weight. Get to safety now. That was all it took. Panic turned into motion. Humans and aliens alike surged toward the exits, abandoning all hesitation. No one questioned him. No one argued. Survival instinct took over as the crowd rushed out of the hall. The Midtown students followed closely, teachers guiding them as best they could. Natasha moved with them, her eyes flicking back toward the armored figures even as she ran. This was her chance to investigate and progress with her mission. But this was neither the time nor the place. Worse, staying might get her killed. With a sharp exhale, she pushed those thoughts aside and ran. Zane watched them go, his visor tracking every movement. When the last of the conscious civilians had cleared the area, he lifted his hand. In an instant, the unconscious victims vanished in soft flashes of light, teleported safely outside the building, far from danger. He lowered his arm and nodded once, satisfied. Then he turned. At the center of the hall stood 4 statues. Unlike the others, they had not moved. They remained perfectly still, towering and ominous, their presence heavy enough to warp the air around them. Cracks faintly glowed beneath their surfaces, pulsing as if something was writhing beneath them. Zane stared at them, his posture steady but alert. The team noticed this and followed his actions. He murmured, more to himself than anyone else. It's about to get worse. Chapter 118, Squad A. A technologically advanced vehicle sped through New York's traffic. Its black, lustrous paint gleamed under the afternoon sun, while the bold letters SPD stood prominently on the left side of its armored frame. Squad A of the SPD force had been deployed to the museum roughly 30 minutes ago. That alone was unusual, far slower than the completion time of other missions at a similar threat level. As for why the response was delayed, only the members of Squad A themselves knew the real reason. Inside the vehicle, the Red Ranger sat comfortably behind the wheel, steering with one hand. His relaxed demeanor stood in stark contrast to the supposed urgency of the situation. Anyone watching would think he was simply driving home after a long day. The rest of the team wasn't much different. One was dozing off. Another stared lazily out the window. Someone else rested their chin in their palm, half bored, half disinterested. The only thing that made them stand out was the fact that they were all suited up, though their ranger forms were locked in squad mode. Squad mode was more than just a transformation state. It was a mark of authority. A source of enhanced power unique to Squad A alone. "Sai, are you sure this is going to work, Red?" the Blue Ranger finally asked, sitting up straight. His tone carried a hint of concern beneath the casual phrasing. Red glanced at him, a grin forming beneath his helmet. "Trust me, Blue. This operation is going to be a success. And when we get promoted to elite level." His voice lowered slightly, filled with ambition. "Our power, fame, and influence within SPD will skyrocket. Even Kruger will have to bow before us." It was as if his words carried magic. The rest of the team, excluding Yellow and Pink, who were still half asleep, felt their eyes light up with fervor and expectation. Their breathing subtly quickened. Elite status. It meant absolute authority. The right to take command of any SPD sector across the galaxy. With it came overwhelming power, endless resources, and total control over every agent stationed on that planet. That was the position Doggy Kruger currently held on Earth. Who wouldn't want it? From the moment they joined Squad A and learned the deeper secrets of the galaxy, they had all coveted that title. They had considered seizing it from Kruger before, but the thought never went far. He was stronger than them in every conceivable way. Any rebellion would end before it even began. Now, however, this mission had presented them with a rare opportunity. And they intended to seize it, no matter the method. The vehicle fell into silence after Red's speech, but the hearts of the squad burned with anticipation. To them, that coveted position already felt within reach. Close enough to taste. Red's expression hardened behind his visor. He glanced at his overly relaxed teammates with faint disgust and spoke coldly. "Cadets, wake up. We're almost at the mission site. You wouldn't want to miss this opportunity, would you?" The enticing yet threatening undertone in his voice jolted Pink and Yellow awake instantly, while Blue and Green straightened up without another word. "Umph." Red snorted inwardly, a sneer forming beneath his helmet. "If you weren't so useful to my plan, I would have eliminated all of you long ago." The atmosphere inside the vehicle returned to silence, but this time, it was different. The squad was alert. Their minds buzzed with strategy, ambition, and visions of reward. Every one of them was already planning how to complete the current mission, and what they would claim afterward. Too bad for them, their growing overconfidence had already blinded them. Another group of Rangers, and heroes, was already assisting with their mission. It's getting worse. The thought flashed through Zane's mind as his gaze remained fixed on the 4 alien historical statues before him. Something had felt off the moment the chaos erupted. The being that instigated the commotion wasn't a mindless brute acting on instinct, it was intelligent. Calculating. And Zane was about to find out exactly what it was. "Stay alert, team," Zane said calmly. "It's not over yet." At his words, the team followed his line of sight. Their grips tightened around their weapons, muscles coiled and ready, senses sharpened for any sudden attack from any direction. Seconds passed. Too many seconds. Zane's heart stirred with unease at the unnatural silence. Receiving no immediate reaction, he scanned the statues for any sign of life. Then, a translucent panel flickered to life above his morpher. "Alien species detected. Name, Eidolon. Species, Zerg. Abilities, multiplication, possession, biological manifestation. Weaknesses, the main body is extremely fragile. Its abilities are weakened under intense light. It feeds on the blood of insect-type aliens, preferably arachnids, for energy and becomes unstable at the scent. Danger level, medium. Summary, a tricky entity capable of duplicating itself to possess statues and manifest roughly half of its abilities. However, once the main body is identified, it can be destroyed with ease." Tricky, but not complicated," Zane murmured inwardly. He immediately transmitted the information to his team, excluding the weaknesses and the solution. He didn't want to rely entirely on the grid's knowledge. This mission was also a test. A chance to sharpen his team's judgment and decision-making under pressure. The moment the data synced, gasps of surprise and unease rippled through the group. For Zane, dealing with the alien wouldn't be difficult. But for the rest of the team, it was a different story. The listed abilities alone were enough to make anyone uneasy. A creature that could duplicate itself, possess statues, and manifest their power. It sounded absurdly overpowered. Like something straight out of an SCP file. Leader, Kira spoke first, her voice steady but cautious. This alien is extremely tricky. Is there any way we can deal with it? The others leaned in slightly, ears perked, waiting to hear what their leader had planned. There is, Zane replied without hesitation. We find the main body. And how exactly do we do that? Ethan asked. Zane turned to his team and smiled mysteriously beneath his helmet. Easy. We lure it out. How do we lure an intelligent mosquito out of its nest? Peter asked, his tone half teasing, half nervous. You'll find out soon, Spidey, Zane said, locking eyes with him. Something about that gaze made the rest of the team shiver. Minutes later. This is not a good idea. Peter screamed as he narrowly dodged a massive punch aimed straight at his head. Boom. The floor caved in as the blow struck beside him. Peter fired his webs instinctively, using them to create distance as debris rained down around him. Damn it, why did I agree to this? Peter cursed inwardly as he sprinted and leapt across the museum walls, webs snapping and sticking wherever he could latch on. Behind him, 4 towering figures gave chase. The alien pioneers. The statues that once symbolized sacrifice and refuge now moved with terrifying intent. Their stone forms were animated, eyes glowing an eerie blue as they advanced relentlessly. The museum's dim lighting worked in the eidolon's favor. Under normal circumstances, it could manifest up to 50% of a statue's power, but here, it was limited to roughly 30. Even so, that was more than enough. Punches. Kicks. Crude energy blasts. The statues attacked with brute force, tearing through the interior as if it were paper. The rest of the team had already positioned themselves outside, lying in wait. The moment the alien revealed itself fully, they would strike, no hesitation, no restraint. Every duplicate would be annihilated in one overwhelming assault. Shit. Peter muttered as the exit finally came into view. I'm going to die. I'm actually going to die. This was unlike anything he'd faced before. The confident, selfless Spider-Man of the future hadn't fully taken shape yet. Right now, he was terrified. But he kept running. He couldn't stop. His team was counting on him. Calm down, Pete, he whispered to himself, forcing his breathing to steady. You're stronger than you were a month ago. You can do this. You can do this. Those words grounded him. His breathing evened out. His focus sharpened. His movements became cleaner, faster. Roar. A furious bellow echoed through the building, shaking it as if a minor earthquake had struck. The eidolon was furious. For minutes, it had chased this human, trying to consume him, yet every attack missed. The prey was too agile. Too slippery. Enraged, it made a decision. The statue with the single vertical eye raised its sword, energy surging violently along the blade. With a deafening hum, it swung toward Peter. A chill ran down Peter's spine. He glanced back, and swore. Shit. Without hesitation, Peter webbed one of the museum's pillars, tore it loose with all his strength, and hurled it directly into the incoming slash. Boom. Crack. The attack dispersed in a violent explosion, the pillar shattering into countless fragments. Roar. An enraged howl erupted from the statue, no, from the eidolon itself. Desperate now, it commanded the remaining statues to block Peter's escape. It had to consume this human. Seconds later, Peter burst through the exit, the statues close behind. Now, he shouted as he made a final leap out of the building. Apocalypse descent. Dino thunder, full power. 2 overwhelming attacks collided head-on with the charging statues. They tried to resist, stone limbs raised in futile defense. But it was hopeless. Either the duplicated or the main body. They were all pulverized under the overwhelming attack from Zane and the Dino Thunder team. Shriek. A piercing scream echoed through the area, then abruptly faded. As the smoke cleared, nothing remained. Only ash. Only dust. Woohoo. We did it. Peter cheered, jumping in the air. The rest of the team shared his relief, especially Zane. He had half expected Peter to panic and abandon the plan. Instead, he'd proven his courage, tenacity, and the early spark of the hero he would one day become. As they regrouped, preparing to power down and return to their classmates, an angry voice rang out behind them. Stop right there. I hope you all enjoyed this chapter. The next chapter is going to be a clash between Zane and the SPD Squad A. Stay tuned. Please, Power Stones, guys. I have never made it to the ranking before, and I want to either this week or the next. Please help, guys. Chapter 119, Arrogance. Stop right there. The sudden shout made Zane and his team halt mid-step. Their heads turned sharply toward the source in near-perfect sync, as if guided by a single command. Then they saw them. Rangers. Not just any Rangers, SPD. SPD Rangers, Zane murmured inwardly. Isn't it too early for them to possess the SWAT form? His gaze lingered on their upgraded gear. He distinctly remembered that the SPD Rangers weren't supposed to have access to SWAT mode this early, unless they had already existed before his transmigration into this world. But that wasn't possible. Zane had infiltrated every major organization on the planet. Their past, present, even fragments of their future, were crystal clear to him. He rubbed the chin of his helmet thoughtfully before concluding, if these aren't the protagonists, then they must be the infamous Squad A. Red, noticing he was being silently evaluated instead of acknowledged, grew irritated. Hey, he snapped. This is an SPD operation site. You have no right to be here. All of you, leave. Under their masks, Zane's team frowned. Arrogant. Even Zane, who usually maintained composure no matter the situation, felt his expression harden. The SPD Rangers clearly saw that the individuals before them were also Rangers. Yet there was no courtesy. No mutual recognition. It was as if their existence meant nothing. They had bled for the city. They had nearly died for it. Even if they didn't receive medals or public recognition, the least they deserved was respect. What do you mean leave? Gwen shot back first, her voice sharp. We're heroes too. It's our duty to stop whatever chaos is happening here. Blue snorted. Duty? From you guys? You're still wet behind the ears. Go deal with street-level crime or something more suited to your experience. That did it. Connor, who had remained silent until now, exploded. Shut the hell up, you wanna be super cops, he growled. We've handled more serious missions than you and your future generations could ever imagine. And he wasn't exaggerating. Since Zane became involved in their lives, they had faced threats they never would have dared approach before, especially the Trent incident. They had nearly died. New York itself had nearly been wiped off the map. Now for Rangers from another city to claim ownership over a mission already handled. It was beyond insulting. The SPD Rangers weren't backing down either. They knew antagonizing local heroes wasn't ideal, but they didn't care. This mission was everything to them. Their promotion. Their ambition. Their future. They needed this. Curses began flying from both sides. It was no longer professional. It was personal. Zane, who had been silently observing, finally lost his patience. Enough. His voice cut through the argument like a blade. Both teams fell silent instantly. Squad A tried to maintain their aggression, but when Zane's visor locked onto them, cold and unyielding, they instinctively quieted. It wasn't a conscious decision. It was instinct. Their bodies reacted before their pride could. Only Red managed to hold his composure. To his credit, he wasn't weak. Zane exhaled slowly before speaking in a controlled tone. I don't know what mission SPD was planning to conduct here. But if it involves an alien life form, then I'm sorry. You're late. My team and I already handled it. The word struck Squad A like a hammer. What? Red's mind reeled. The mission he had pinned his entire future on, completed. By someone else. The rest of his squad looked equally shaken. Shocked murmurs escaped them. They had seen the other Rangers unleash powerful attacks earlier, but they never once considered that it could have been directed at their primary target. After all, an alien as tricky as that shouldn't have been neutralized so easily. What they didn't know was that Zane had already uncovered its weakness through his morpher and reduced its power output by over 70% before engaging. Without that intervention, the Eidolon could have rampaged through the city unchecked. It might have triggered a battle on the scale of those infamous New York disasters from the comics. Red's grip tightened around his weapon as he stared directly at Zane, silently wishing he had misheard. He stepped forward. 1, 2, 3. In a flash, he stood directly before Zane. Zane didn't move. Didn't flinch. He had expected this reaction. I'm going inside to verify, Red said coldly. If I find out you're lying, I won't hesitate to lock up a Ranger in a cell. Zane merely smirked beneath his helmet. And if it's true? Red let out a short chuckle. If it's true, he said lightly, though something dark lingered beneath the tone, that would be very disappointing. He leaned closer, lowering his voice so only Zane could hear. But even worse for you, Red's tone was like a sharp blade slicing through the air, cutting the atmosphere into an eerie tranquility. This intimidation might have worked on any other hero, but not Zane. All he felt was second-hand embarrassment. What kind of reasonably strong man tries to assert dominance over someone whose strength he knows nothing about? It was reckless. Foolish. Zane watched Squad A coldly as they strode arrogantly into the museum to inspect the situation. In his mind, their fate was already sealed. His team stood behind him, silent and composed, eyes tracking the advancing SPD Rangers. Their thoughts mirrored their leaders. They knew exactly how monstrous Zane was. If it came down to it, they could probably handle Squad A themselves, with effort. It just wouldn't be as fast. Or as clean. More than 30 minutes passed. By then, every civilian who had been inside the museum had fled home. Even the students from Midtown High didn't bother returning to school, they scattered the moment things escalated. The only people left were museum staff and management, gathered at a distance, too anxious to leave but too afraid to approach. Even Natasha had retreated to a safe location, planning to report everything to Fury before disappearing from the scene. She wasn't the Black Widow of the Avengers yet. That level of confidence, that fearlessness, it hadn't solidified in her bones. Zane and his team waited patiently for Squad A to complete their extensive search. Thankfully, they didn't have to wait much longer. When Squad A finally emerged from the museum, they looked nothing like before. Their earlier arrogance had evaporated. Gone was the swagger. In its place, disbelief. Their shoulders were slightly hunched. Their steps heavier. They had accepted it. Especially Red. He walked like a man who had just watched his future collapse. His voice was low, broken, almost unhinged. My promotion, my money. He kept mumbling about losses, like a businessman who had just watched billions vanish overnight. And honestly, he wasn't far off. This mission had been a test, from that person. Failing meant no promotion. No advancement. Worse, it might mean elimination. Normally, he wouldn't care about losing a position he could reapply for. But this wasn't normal. This had been his last chance. His last chance to save his sister. Now it was gone. And not only was saving her impossible, he might not even be able to save himself. Then Red's eyes locked onto Zane. Hatred ignited. He gritted his teeth and spat, "It was you. You made me lose everything. I'm going to kill you." He charged forward, Delta Enforcer raised. He threw caution to the wind and attacked. Both his team and Zane's were shocked. Was failing a mission really this serious? Zane's eyes narrowed slightly. He hadn't expected such a direct assault, but he didn't relax either. Red was still a veteran ranger. Maybe not on Zane's level, but veterans always had hidden tricks. Zane was still new to this world. The only reason his combat ability was this refined was because of the training from his past life layered over his current one. Red closed the distance in a flash, weapon aimed point blank. He wanted to take Zane down with him. If he was going to fall, he wouldn't fall alone. Zing. The Delta Enforcer fired. A concentrated laser tore through the air at near sonic speed. Behind his helmet, Red smiled, already imagining Zane reduced to ash. Suddenly. Bang. What? Red shouted. Zane had blocked it. With his palm. He had deflected the blast in a domineering, almost insulting manner. Refusing to accept it, Red fired again. Zing. 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 6 rapid shots streaked forward, faster, more aggressive. Slap. 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 Zane stood unmoved, casually swatting each laser aside with his right hand as if brushing dust from his shoulder. What? Even Squad A froze. Was this real? Were they hallucinating? Attacks that had ended missions before, reduced to nothing by a single hand. Zane's team were equally stunned, though for a different reason. They weren't shocked by Zane's strength, they were used to it. They were shocked by Red's ruthlessness. Was a failed mission really enough to justify attempted murder? Still, they said nothing. They trusted their leader completely. Red's eyes tightened behind his visor as another blast he had perfected over years of combat training was dismissed like a child's tantrum. This ranger isn't easy, he admitted internally. But I've cracked harder nuts. His decision was instant. Squad A, attack formation. The team snapped into position without hesitation, surrounding Zane from multiple angles. Weapons raised. Lines tightened. They would overwhelm him. According to Red's philosophy, if one bee can't kill a lion, bring a swarm. Exhaust him. Pressure him. Break him. Eventually, even monsters fall. Leader, Kira called out calmly, "Do you need help?" Zane shook his head. Nah. I'll handle this. You guys can just watch me beat the living shit out of them. A few chuckles came from behind him. They knew he wasn't joking. So they stepped back, giving him space. They wouldn't be harmed by any residual shockwaves anyway. Skill, innocence was still active. Red noticed them retreating and felt a flicker of satisfaction. Hey, even better, he thought. With him alone, we can take him down. If both teams clashed fully, it would drag out. Headquarters might notice the delay. And if Doggy Kruger started digging, secrets would surface. Red couldn't allow that. SPD, he barked. Attack. Use everything you have. Make sure he's neutralized. His squad complied instantly, unleashing a barrage of coordinated firepower toward Zane. Victory or failure would determine their life and death. Chapter 120, Crushing Defeat. Zane watched Squad A approach with calm indifference. To him, their movement seemed sluggish, almost frozen in time. It wasn't that they were slow. It was that he was faster. Fire. Red commanded. The team responded instantly, raising their Delta enforcers in perfect synchronization. Zing. 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 5 laser beams of varying colors tore through the air toward Zane at extreme speed. His eyes narrowed slightly. Without wasting a second, he moved. His upper body blurred, leaving faint afterimages as he weaved through the incoming blasts. Strangely, his feet never left the ground. It was as if his boots were rooted to the earth itself. Every dodge was minimal. Precise. Effortless. Before they could even process what happened, he vanished. No. He accelerated. In less than a blink, Zane appeared in front of Blue, fist already chambered. Bang. The punch landed squarely in Blue's gut. Ugh. Blue's body convulsed violently before he was launched several meters backward, skidding across the pavement like discarded scrap metal. The others barely had time to react. Zane was already in motion again. Green's scream echoed as his wrist snapped under a brutal strike. Yellow staggered as something inside her chest cracked, ribs fracturing from internal impact. Pink was sent flying like a rag doll, spinning midair before crashing hard into the side of a patrol vehicle. Red had it worst. A vicious uppercut sent him airborne. But Zane didn't stop there. He followed. Midair, he struck Red 3 more times, each hit landing with calculated precision, before sending him crashing down with a final blow that embedded him into the asphalt. Zane wasn't holding back. They had disrespected him. Disrespected his team. Disrespected their work. This was repayment. Damn. Trent muttered under his breath, watching the display with awe. Zane's on demon time. The others nodded. He had said he would beat the living shit out of them. And he did. Groans filled the battlefield. Shit. My legs. Squad A writhed on the ground, bones audibly cracking as some of them attempted to force limbs back into alignment. Red, however, endured in silence. He forced himself not to scream. A leader couldn't afford that weakness. If he broke, his team's morale would collapse completely. And it was too early for that. Far too early. Red slowly lifted his head. Through his visor, he stared at Zane, who stood there calmly, looking down at them as if they were nothing more than insects. Damn it. Red muttered under his breath. I refuse to believe I can't take you down. I'm a future planetary ruler. No one can stop me. Madness flared behind his helmet. Though unseen, it radiated through his body language. He struggled to his feet, clutching his abdomen, posture slightly hunched from the damage and exhaustion. Get up, he roared at his fallen teammates. His anger intensified. They were useless. Couldn't even last a second. I should have never brought them, he thought bitterly. I should have accepted that person's offer to use his minions. I was too arrogant. Fear drove the rest of Squad A upright. Their bodies trembled, injury screaming in protest. But the fear of disappointing Red outweighed the pain. Formation B. Now. Red barked. As if overriding their own suffering, the team snapped into position. They drew their Deltamax strikers and Delta blasters, surrounding Zane once again. Zing. Bomb. Slash. Energy blasts. Shock rounds. Close-range slashes. Attacks poured in from every angle. Any normal fighter would have been overwhelmed. Disoriented. Zane didn't even draw his weapon. He shifted into a fighting stance. A crimson, chaotic energy began to coil around his fists, the Omni-force responding to his will. The air trembled. Then. Boom. A thunderous, sonic-like detonation erupted from his punch. The wave of force obliterated every incoming attack midair, disintegrating them into sparks and fragments of fading energy. The shockwave continued outward, slamming into Squad A and sending them skidding back an absurd distance. They remained standing only because the punch had targeted their attacks, not their bodies. Had it been directed at them, broken ribs would have been the least of their worries. Red steadied himself, eyes narrowing in dawning terror. He's too strong. For the first time, doubt crept into his voice. It seems I have to go all out. A sharp glint flashed across his visor. It's either I die or he dies. Although he had failed this mission and his survival was uncertain, Red still clung to a sliver of hope. So he chose to gamble. Stand back, he ordered coldly. I'll handle this. The rest of Squad A hesitated, clearly wanting to protest. But the moment Red shot them a glare, their words died in their throats. Heads lowered, they stepped back. Red moved forward, arrogantly discarding his Delta Enforcer behind him. He stopped a few meters from Zane. I originally intended to use this power against Kruger, he said, lowering himself into a battle-ready stance. Who would have thought I'd meet such a strong opponent first? His voice grew colder. Then again, you should be proud to die under this strength. Ha ha ha. He laughed with clear killing intent, as if already passing judgment. Then. Aha. A chaotic, dark aura erupted from his body. The air turned heavy. Cold. Oppressive. Even his own team shuddered at the sudden explosion of power. Zane's eyes narrowed as he felt the suffocating depth of the aura. Instantly, he activated his morpher to scan it. Source detected. Fragmented sin. Sin of greed. Another one. Zane muttered, his tone turning grim. A month ago, they had dealt with another sin, envy. Now greed had surfaced. And inside a ranger. I'll deal with this later, Zane murmured, eyes locking onto Red, who was still absorbing the chaotic energy. Let's finish this first. Red's body overflowed with power. He threw his head back and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. Yes. Yes. This is power. Real power. He didn't hesitate. Whoosh. He shot forward like a bullet, wind spiraling around him. In an instant, he appeared before Zane, his leg lashing out in a vicious kick. Zane calmly swayed and stepped back twice, dodging with minimal movement. Red didn't pause. He dropped low and executed a sweeping kick, aiming to knock Zane off balance. Zane responded with a smooth double backflip, neutralizing the attempt entirely. The moment he landed, he saw a fist rushing toward his face. Unfazed. He punched back. Bomb. Their fists collided. Shockwaves rippled outward, forcing both teams to take a step back from the impact. C-tier strength, Zane assessed internally. Strong. But not enough. Before Red could recover, Zane clamped onto his wrist and yanked him forward, breaking his balance. An uppercut followed. Red howled as he was launched into the air. Zane pursued instantly, his figure blurring as he unleashed a barrage. Bang. 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 Hundreds of punches rained down at blinding speed, striking from every angle. Red tried to block, crossing his arms, shifting his guard, but Zane was simply too fast. Too precise. Too overwhelming. Red was smashed back into the ground, creating a massive crater that was immediately repaired by the innocent's skill. But he refused to stay down. Unrelenting, Red snatched up his Delta Enforcer again. Composure no longer mattered. He had to kill Zane. Die, he roared, firing multiple beams wildly. I could say the same to you, Zane replied coolly. For him, this fight was almost effortless. He stood infinitely close to B-tier power. Red, even empowered by greed, was only mid-C tier. The difference was absolute. Zane drew his Omni blaster and fired, obliterating the incoming beams midair. Zing. Boom. Boom. Explosions and lasers tore across the battlefield, smoke and sparks filling the area. Both moved fluidly, exchanging fire while maneuvering for advantage. Then. One of Zane's shots slipped through. It struck Red's hand. The Delta Enforcer was blasted away. Oh no. Red's eyes widened in terror. Under his helmet, Zane smiled. Oh yes. Zing. 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 3 precise beams shot from the Omni blaster, striking Red square in the chest. Sparks erupted. Many explosions detonated across his armor. Ah. Red screamed in agony as he was hurled backward, crashing into the pavement. Easy. Zane murmured, casually blowing smoke from the barrel of his Omni blaster like a gunslinger after a duel. Behind him. Awesome. Great. That was cool. His team couldn't help but praise him. The fight had been dazzling. Educational. Just watching had taught them something. But Squad A felt none of that admiration. Under their helmets, their faces had gone pale. They slowly backed away in fear. Zane didn't stop them. He couldn't kill them. They were SPD Rangers. Killing them would bring consequences, ones he didn't need. As he turned to leave, a scream ripped through the sky. Summon the Zords. This is the second upload for the day. I hope you all enjoyed the fighting scene. Moreover, did I improve? Yes. No. Chapter 121, Mysterious Light. Summon the Zords. The roar tore through the sky, thick with madness. It was so intense that Zane could literally feel the desperation and killing intent emanating from the fallen squad leader. The retreating squad members froze at the command. They exchanged conflicted glances. Yes, they had ambitions. Yes, they wanted control, another SPD headquarters on another planet, authority, status. But not like this. Their lives meant more than a promotion. They couldn't understand why their leader had gone this far over a position that could have been earned slowly, strategically. Even Zane was puzzled, confused as to why this particular mission was making a leader of a Ranger team act like this. It was not normal. Seeing his team hesitate, Red's eyes flared with even greater insanity beneath his visor. Damn it, he snarled. You forced me. I'll risk it all. He gritted his teeth and rapidly dialed a hidden code into his morpher. Far away, thousands of meters from the battlefield, metal groaned. Inside an SPD base, a towering machine stirred. A colossal megazord, nearly rivaling a skyscraper in height, trembled as dormant systems activated. Its body jerked once, twice, then its optic sensors flared to life in a violent glow. The A-Squad Megazord. Formed from A-Squad runners 1 through 5, massive, weaponized counterparts of standard SPD cruisers, it was a symbol of elite authority. Normally, summoning and combining the Zords required the team to lead each runner, but Red used a mysterious code and bypassed it. As for how Red accomplished that, only he knows. Red forced himself upright, his arrogance shattered and replaced entirely by mania. He stared at Zane, and for the first time, jealousy. Raw. Bitter. If only I had this power, Red thought darkly. My sister wouldn't have been taken by that bastard. His grief twisted into something uglier. The chaotic aura surrounding him shifted. What had once been an indistinct darkness solidified into a tangible, suffocating green energy that expanded outward like a spreading plague. As it touched the remaining SPD members, their bodies stiffened. Their ranger suits dematerialized. Their eyes glazed over. They stared blankly at the ground, unresponsive, like puppets whose strings had been cut. The green wave rolled toward Zane and his team. But the moment it reached them, it dissolved. Skill, innocence activated effortlessly, neutralizing the influence. His team exhaled in relief. They were unaffected. Only Zane's eyes sharpened with interest. The aura of greed is this intense. He murmured. He's almost completely demonized. I should stop this. Yes. The spreading green force was greed itself. The fallen SPD Rangers were trapped in illusions, visions of ultimate success. Wealth beyond measure. Authority without limits. Power that bent entire systems. Their deepest desires realized. It was bliss. And if left unchecked, they would never wake. Then. Hee hee, hee hee hee. Ha 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 ha. Red's laughter echoed unnaturally, sending a chill through the battlefield. It didn't sound human. It sounded layered, like two voices speaking in disturbing harmony. Ha. The laughter cut off abruptly. Silence. In the next instant, Red's battered body restored itself completely. Armor sealed. Fractures gone. His aura surged violently, climbing to C+ tier. Zane's expression shifted slightly. Before he could act, a new voice spoke. This vessel is acceptable. It was Red's body. But not Red's tone. Indifference dripped from every word. A crushing pressure descended, directed solely at Zane and his team. Zane looked at it calmly. Then he snorted. Trying to scare me with only this much aura. You look down on me too much. He lifted his hand casually. The oppressive force shattered like glass. His team behind him didn't even flinch. They had endured far worse during training. Zane had tempered them with pressures that could crush steel. This? Nothing. And Zane himself. He wasn't an ordinary C+ tier being. He stood infinitely close to B tier. The gap between him and others in the same classification was astronomical. While Zane's side remained composed, the unconscious Squad A wasn't so fortunate. The lingering shockwave from the demonic pressure collided with them brutally, tearing them out of their illusions. They were blasted backward, fully powered down, and rendered unconscious upon impact. Oh. The entity inhabiting Red's body tilted its head slightly. Its eyebrows rose in faint surprise. Interesting. I can't even see through him. Red tried to peer through Zane's ranger form, attempting to see the face beneath the helmet. All it saw was a void. A depthless darkness that swallowed its gaze whole. For a brief second, its vision even stung, as if something had pushed back. Then. Ants. Red snorted in disdain as it glanced at the unconscious Squad A members scattered across the ground. Weak. Pathetic. They had crumbled at the slightest overwhelming force. But in truth, they weren't weak. Squad A had cleared missions far above their designated danger levels without casualties. They were elite. The only reason they had fallen apart today was simple. They provoked a monster like Zane. And now they were standing in front of something even worse. Red lifted his head slightly, sensing the A-Squad Megazord rapidly approaching. It would arrive within a minute. Time was short. He turned back to Zane, greed flickering beneath his visor. Ranger, why not join me? Red asked, voice smooth and dangerously tempting. You're strong. I'm strong. Together we could rule this planet, even the galaxy. Nothing would stand in our way. Zane didn't respond immediately. He simply stared. Silent. Then. Who? Or what are you? Zane asked calmly, his voice low yet clear. His team straightened slightly, curiosity evident even behind their helmets. They wanted answers too. The moment the question landed, Red's posture grew even more imposing. A transcendent aura flared outward. I am the 27th sin of greed, it declared. Future ruler of the chaotic galaxy. Supreme lord of wealth and wonder. Say my name, and you shall receive power. Speak my true name, and all your problems shall be solved. The words carried weight. They felt ritualistic, like an ancient incantation woven into reality itself. To most beings, such a proclamation would cloud judgment, bend knees, invite submission. Except. Zane remained completely unfazed. So did his team. To him, this so-called sin of greed sounded like someone rambling in full Chinibu fashion. It was dramatic. Almost embarrassing. As for ruling the galaxy, Zane's goal lay far beyond that, multiversal horizons and greater mysteries. A single galaxy was insignificant. The sin of greed faltered. How is he unmoved, it thought. Isn't he human? Every time it declared its name, even the strongest wavered, if only for a fraction of a second. But this ranger? Nothing. Worse, the team behind him was unaffected too. The sin of greed immediately concluded that the anomaly was Zane himself. With the Megazord nearly upon them, it abandoned pretense. Fine. If you won't submit, then prepare to die. It shot upward and, in a flicker of warped energy, teleported into the incoming Megazord. Rumble. The A-Squad Megazord landed with seismic force. The surrounding city blocks trembled. Skyscrapers swayed, before stabilizing instantly under the protection of the innocent skill. Zane looked up at the towering machine staring down at him. Without hesitation, the Megazord lifted its massive leg, intending to crush him in one decisive blow. Boom. The mechanical limb descended like divine judgment. Too fast for his team. Not too fast for him. Bomb. Zane raised one hand and blocked it. With a sharp push, he forced the colossal machine backward. The Megazord stumbled several steps before regaining balance. This is stronger than most Megazords I've fought, Zane assessed calmly. But bringing out the Shark Zord would be overkill. The White Tiger will suffice. He sent the command. Summon the White Tiger Zord. A radiant, multicolored portal tore open midair. From within, a majestic white mechanical tiger leapt out, landing gracefully as it roared to the sky. At the same time, a white tiger saber materialized in Zane's hand. Woo-woo. Master, you finally summoned me, it spoke in a playful, genderless tone. Zane chuckled softly. Sorry, Saba. I've been using the Shark Zord too often. I neglected you. But I promise, I'll use you more from now on. If a weapon could pout, Saba was definitely doing it. Fine, it's a promise, Saba replied, sounding less aggrieved. Zane smiled faintly before turning to his team. Stay back. Scout for anything unusual. I'll handle this sin myself. They nodded without hesitation. They understood. He teleported into the White Tiger Zord's cockpit. Initiate Tiger mode. Inside the pristine white control chamber, a glowing disc representing the White Tiger Zord floated before him. At his command, it spun rapidly, transforming into a vortex. Time seemed to slow. The white tiger Zord shifted into a more agile, streamlined combat form. Majestic. Predatory. The Sin of Greed observed the transformation in a split second. Startled, but not panicked. Prepare to die, human. The Megazord lunged forward with a crushing right hook. Bomb. The Tiger Zord dodged effortlessly and retaliated with razor-sharp claws. Slash. Sparks erupted from the Megazord's chest. Enraged, it followed with a calculated left hook, predicting the Tiger Zord's movement. Whoosh. The mechanical arm tore through the air with devastating pressure. Inside the cockpit, Zane's eyes remained calm. He increased the Omni-Force output. The Tiger Zord surged with enhanced speed and strength. Swyish. Swyish. Slash. Slash. It blurred across the battlefield, striking from multiple angles in rapid succession. The Sin of Greed grew furious. It couldn't comprehend the sudden spike in power. Nor could it accept being pressured by a ranger of no renown. If it lost now, the vessel would reject it entirely, sealing it away for years. Unacceptable. Without hesitation, it began burning the vessel's lifespan to fuel more power. Boom. A suffocating aura exploded outward, distorting the sky and shaking the earth. Only the innocent skill kept the environment intact. Inside the cockpit of the Megazord, Red's body began to age. 5 years, gone. 10 years, gone. 30 years. 50. His hair turned white. His skin withered. Internal organs began failing. But the Sin of Greed didn't care. This wasn't its true body. As long as I get that stone, I'll leave immediately. The Sin of Greed gritted its teeth as it attacked the Tiger Zord once more. Master, the Zord before us is getting more powerful by the second, Saba spoke anxiously. We should stop it now. I know, Saba. I've been waiting for this moment, Zane replied calmly. Saba was puzzled by that response, but it trusted its master completely and didn't question further. Inside the A-Squad Megazord, the Sin of Greed gathered every ounce of stolen vitality and channeled it into the chest core. Chest. It commanded slowly, its voice strained. Spark. Green lightning began to flicker violently around the Megazord's chest. Lightning. The energy intensified, multiplying rapidly. The air crackled as the storm above darkened slightly, influenced by the unnatural surge. ZZZTTT, spark. Bara. Before the final word could leave its mouth, a radiant beam tore through the heavens. Zoom. It descended like divine judgment, faster than thought. The Sin of Greed felt it. A chill of pure despair. Of death. It twisted around instantly. Too late. Pierce. The beam impaled the A-Squad Megazord effortlessly, ripping through metal and corrupted energy alike. The explosion that followed was catastrophic. Boom. The Megazord detonated mid-charge, fragments scattering across the battlefield in an apocalyptic display of sparks and debris. The combined runners were blasted apart, crashing down in separate directions. But the beam didn't stop. It continued forward. Straight toward the white Tiger Zord. Zane's eyes remained calm, though a flicker of intrigue passed through them. Tisk, TSK, ruthless indeed. Without hesitation, he launched himself out of the Tiger Zord, his body flipping mid-air as he activated Stage 2 of his Omniform. The radiant crimson armor enveloped him, gleaming under the sunlight. Sleek. Majestic. Dominating. But there was no time to admire it. The beam was already upon him. As the blinding light closed in, Zane coated both hands in solidified Omniforce and punched forward. Boom. Energy clashed against energy. The collision tore through the air, shockwaves rippling outward as the two forces struggled to overpower one another. But whoever had thrown the beam had severely underestimated Zane. With a slight increase of force, he pushed forward. The beam shattered and was sent spiraling away. Clang. It struck the ground, revealing its true form. A spear. Zane floated calmly in midair, red armor glowing faintly as fragments of light dissipated around him. His gaze lifted toward the sky. Aren't you a little too rude? Chapter 122, Alien Supreme. Aren't you a little too rude? Silence followed those words for a few seconds, before. You're quite strong for a human, a mature female voice echoed from the clouds above. Black lines formed on Zane's forehead as he frowned at that statement. He genuinely couldn't understand why he was always underestimated whenever he faced an opponent, and they always uttered those exact kinds of words. It was vexing. Thank you, he replied dryly. I've heard that twice today already. Oh, good, the voice answered softly. Silence followed again. Even the rest of the team found the exchange between their leader and the mysterious woman oddly comical. They could naturally hear her voice. She had amplified it with precise energy control, projecting it clearly despite the vast distance. That alone proved she was extremely powerful. Not everyone could channel energy into their vocal cords with such control without risking internal backlash. So, mind coming down. Zane continued calmly. I'd really like to know why you attacked me. Though his tone was polite, there was a trace of annoyance beneath it. He truly didn't understand why this stranger had targeted him. He was the hero here. Sure. The response was simple. Then. The clouds split apart, parting like curtains to reveal a figure descending at terrifying speed. She moved so fast that all one could see was a streak of rainbow light slicing through the sky. Whoosh. In less than 5 seconds, she arrived before Zane, hovering midair. The moment he saw her clearly, his eyes widened slightly. Recognition flickered within them. The woman looked extremely familiar. In an instant, several scattered clues connected in his mind, forming a clearer picture of the situation, though a few details still remained unknown. Hello, human warrior. I'm Melissa. The woman possessed a face as fair as jade and a plump yet mature figure clad in radiant golden Asgardian armor. Despite her cold expression and indifferent gaze, her tone carried unmistakable humility and goodwill. The contrast was striking. Greetings, Melissa. The name's Zane, he replied courteously, without arrogance. I assume you are the alien supreme assigned to protect this realm. Oh. Melissa's eyes flickered in surprise. She clearly hadn't expected him to know her identity, or her purpose. Still, she answered steadily. Yes. I am the current alien supreme overseeing the extraterrestrials on Midgard. Zane's final doubt vanished upon hearing that. He had known the previous alien supreme was still alive, but her whereabouts had always been concealed. Though his information-gathering abilities were formidable, he rarely relied on them unless absolutely necessary. He preferred uncovering clues himself. Otherwise, where was the fun? Now, as he studied the beautiful Melissa before him, realization dawned. So, she's serving as an Asgardian warrior now, Zane thought inwardly. No wonder she's this strong. When he scanned her tier, the result made even him pause. B tier, middle B tier. She was powerful. Not someone he could casually one-shot. Defeating her would require genuine combat, trading heavy blows and devastating techniques. He had already glimpsed a fragment of her strength from the spear she had thrown earlier. Shaking off his thoughts, Zane asked again, so, mind telling me why I was attacked? Melissa's cold expression cracked instantly. A faint blush colored her cheeks as she bowed slightly in the traditional Asgardian manner. I'm sorry about that, she said, her composure wavering. I was actually testing a new attack and couldn't control it properly. Zane raised an eyebrow, clearly amused by her flustered demeanor. Oh. So I was your guinea pig. Melissa flushed even deeper and waved her hands hurriedly. No. I was already preparing to stop the attack, but you acted before I could. Moreover, when I saw you easily overpower it, I felt like it would be useless for me to interfere. She explained frantically, her cold and mature facade shattered like glass. Zane looked at Melissa's flustered expression for a few seconds before letting out a small sigh. All right. You can relax, he said, waving a hand lightly. Since you've explained it, I'm not annoyed anymore. His tone softened, losing the teasing edge from before. Melissa blinked at him, still visibly embarrassed. No, that won't do, she insisted, regaining a bit of her composure. An attack is an attack. Intentional or not. As a warrior of Asgard, I must take responsibility. Zane almost laughed at how serious she sounded. It's fine, he repeated. I'm still standing, aren't I? But Melissa shook her head stubbornly. I must apologize properly. If not today, then another time. Seeing that she wasn't going to drop it anytime soon, Zane decided to shift the topic. Then let's talk about something else, he said casually. What's so special about that museum? At his question, Melissa froze. The faint blush disappeared from her face, replaced by hesitation. She went silent. The wind moved gently between them as they hovered midair, some civilians below still watching the Zords. In the distance, his team kept watch, also trying to listen to what Melissa would say. Zane noticed her expression and shrugged slightly. If you can't answer, don't worry about it, he said calmly. I won't pry. Melissa looked up at him, her eyes sharpening. It's no matter, she replied after a brief pause. You deserve to know. Especially after what just happened. Before continuing, she raised one hand. Golden runes formed around her palm, spinning in intricate patterns. A faint hum filled the air as translucent energy spread outward in a dome several meters wide around them. The sounds of sirens, distant chatter, and even the crackling of debris faded into silence. Zane raised an eyebrow slightly. Asgardian magic, he asked. Melissa nodded. This will prevent anyone from eavesdropping. Our conversation will not travel beyond this barrier. Zane gave an approving nod. That level of control wasn't something ordinary beings could replicate. The blend of technology, ancient magic, and raw power surrounding her made her presence feel distinctly cosmic. Melissa inhaled slowly. Her voice, when she spoke again, carried none of the previous embarrassment. It was steady. Grave. It was all for the stone. Zane's gaze sharpened. What stone? Melissa met his eyes directly, the golden glow of her armor reflecting faintly in her irises. The Infinity Stone. Far away. In a chaotic realm far beyond the comprehension of men, beyond galaxies, beyond dimensions where even light struggled to exist, there stood a throne carved from crystallized sin and fractured starlight. The sky above that realm twisted endlessly, colors bleeding into one another like a wound that refused to close. Lightning without thunder flickered across a horizon that had no beginning or end. Upon that throne sat a figure. He was breathtakingly handsome. So handsome it was almost demonic. His features were sharp yet refined, every line sculpted as though crafted by a god obsessed with perfection. Long dark hair flowed down his back like liquid night. His pale skin contrasted with the faint green veins pulsing beneath it. But his eyes were closed. His brows were furrowed deeply. And his face was contorted in unmistakable pain. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. Green blood seeped from them instantly, trailing down his cheeks. It followed from his ears, from the corner of his mouth, and from his nose, dripping onto the crystalline floor below with a sizzling sound. The aura around him trembled violently. Damn it. I failed again. His voice echoed through the realm, layered and distorted, as if countless beings were speaking in unison. Then he roared. The entire chaotic realm shook. Mountains split. Rivers of molten energy surged wildly. Shadowy creatures lurking in the distance shrieked and scattered, some hiding beneath floating landmasses, others flattening themselves against the ground in fear. This was no ordinary being. This was one of the true forms of the sin of greed. Who the hell attacked me? He bellowed, rising from his throne. Fragments of green energy spiraled around him like furious serpents. I was close. So close. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms as more green blood dripped down. He had almost secured it. The Infinity Stone. The power that would have elevated him further among the sins. The anger inside him raged uncontrollably, distorting the very laws of his realm. Space cracked in jagged lines. Time flickered like a broken film reel. Minutes passed before his breathing gradually steadied. The violent tremors slowed. His glowing green eyes suddenly flashed with confusion. Wait a minute. He paused. How did I get attacked without knowing? His brows furrowed again, but this time in puzzlement rather than rage. Who was I fighting before? Why can't I remember? The question lingered in the chaotic air. Fragments of memory attempted to surface: battle, resistance, a ranger, a white tiger. But they dissolved like smoke before they could even form. Then, the confusion in his eyes cleared abruptly. His lips curled slightly. Oh. I wasn't fighting anyone. I was just hit by a sneak attack from that treacherous being. Damn it. Chapter 123, Lost. Two figures floated midair. One was clad in a red ranger suit with golden armor, the other in Asgardian armor, her ears slightly pointed beneath her helmet, her face radiating a cold, ethereal beauty. Infinity Stone, Melissa spoke, her tone solemn. Zane was startled, but he forced his churning thoughts to settle as he analyzed her words. Then, he feigned ignorance. What's an Infinity Stone? Zane asked, his expression confused, as if the term was completely foreign to him. Melissa's eyes widened slightly, but the reaction vanished as quickly as it appeared, unseen by everyone except Zane, who caught even that fleeting change. So he doesn't know about the Infinity Stones, Melissa thought to herself. It seems he's not an enemy. I can be at ease now. As cold and unconcerned as she appeared, Melissa possessed some of the sharpest interrogation and observational abilities among her people. Though she had acted flustered and even a little cute in front of Zane, part of it had been deliberate, meant to probe his behavior. Even her question had served that same purpose. If she had noticed anything suspicious, she would have subdued him instantly and forced the truth out of him. She was a ruthless Valkyrie, after all. Shaking off her thoughts, her tone shifted from guarded to more open as she replied. Oh, my bad. Only a few people in Midgard and Asgard know about this. I assumed you did, since you're this powerful, but it seems I was mistaken. Please do not take offense. Hearing her response, Zane clicked his tongue inwardly. TSK, so she was still suspicious of me. And that mistake attack. Total bullshit. The more beautiful the woman, the more deceitful and dangerous she is. I'll need to be more careful around someone like her. Then again, she attacked me. I'll have to find a way to return the favor later. Despite his thoughts, he didn't voice any of it. Instead, he spoke calmly. I understand. No need to apologize. I'm just an ordinary ranger, I can't know everything about the planet, right? You wouldn't mind explaining. At his inquisitive tone, Melissa's eyes narrowed slightly. She felt there was something beneath his words, something just out of reach, but since she couldn't pinpoint it, she let it go for now. Yes, you're right. Once again, it was my oversight. As for the Infinity Stones, they are cosmic. As she continued, Zane quickly realized there was no difference between her explanation and the knowledge from the comics and shows he had seen in his previous life. In other words, almost everything she said was useless to him. Still, to maintain his act, he wore the expression of someone learning something new, occasionally asking questions during her explanation. Meanwhile, seeing Zane's eager curiosity, the last traces of doubt in Melissa's mind faded away. She finally concluded, he knew nothing. Though she felt a hint of guilt for suspecting a hero of Midgard, especially someone who had indirectly helped protect the Infinity Stone, Melissa believed it had been necessary. After all, Zane appearing at the exact right moment was a coincidence she simply couldn't ignore. But now, she knew she had been wrong. After finishing her explanation, Zane spoke. So, you're telling me this severely undersecured museum is housing something this powerful? Zane asked, feigning astonishment. Melissa nodded, understanding his concern. You don't need to worry, it might look ordinary on the surface, but the security far surpasses anyone in Midgard. Well, except mine, Zane added internally. I've already broken into the museum's secret chamber, and there was no Infinity Stone there. Your security is pretty bad. But he chose not to voice his thoughts. 1. To avoid arousing Melissa's suspicion. 2. For revenge. She shouldn't have attacked him. Unaware that someone was quietly holding a grudge against her, Melissa continued the conversation. As for how I knew it was being targeted, I got some help from a friend in Asgard, she said. The moment Zane heard that, one name immediately surfaced in his mind, Heimdall. Typically, aside from Odin and Loki, no one else could observe Earth the way Heimdall could. Then another thought crossed his mind. Then again. Why would they entrust her with an Infinity Stone? Zane pondered. Is it not that special anymore? After a moment, he decided to leave that question for later. The woman before him carried far too many secrets. Meanwhile, Melissa studied Zane's silence, assuming he was still stunned by the revelation of the Infinity Stone. In her mind, it made sense, when she herself had been entrusted with such a treasure, she hadn't been able to calm down for months. So, to her, Zane was handling it remarkably well. Their conversation continued. Words flowed naturally, stretching on for several minutes. Even Zane's team, who had been watching from afar, eventually sat down out of boredom as they waited for it to end. They couldn't hear anything Zane and Melissa were saying, which made it even worse. All except Kira. A faint trace of jealousy flickered in her eyes. Though she and Zane hadn't officially started dating, no one would feel comfortable watching their crush engage so deeply with someone as beautiful as Melissa without feeling a little unsettled. Still, she suppressed it, for now. As Zane and Melissa gradually wrapped up their discussion, learning more about each other and, in Melissa's case, sharing bits of her people's history, which Zane already knew, his eyes flashed imperceptibly beneath his helmet. An idea had formed. Miss Melissa, aren't you going to confirm whether the Infinity Stone is still there? Zane asked, his tone calm, smooth like still water. Melissa frowned slightly at his words, sensing an underlying implication. What do you mean by that, young hero? This time, her tone was colder than before. If Zane hadn't spent the past few minutes speaking with her, he might not have noticed the subtle shift. Zane replied, completely unshaken. What I mean is, you should confirm whether the stone is still secure where you placed it. That only deepened Melissa's confusion, her thoughts beginning to spiral. Is this what I think it is? But that's impossible. The seals were crafted personally by the Allfather's wife, and even he reinforced them with Asgardian magic. Her thoughts clashed, struggling to process Zane's implication. No. Even if I trust the Allfather, I still need to verify, Melissa concluded. He's strong enough to hold off a powerful opponent, after all. His words shouldn't be taken lightly. Lifting her head to meet Zane's gaze, Melissa exhaled softly before speaking. Fine. We'll confirm it together. What do you mean by together? How is this any of my business? Zane frowned as he questioned her, already seeing through her intentions. Her expression remained unchanged as she replied. Since you proposed verifying whether the gem is still there, it automatically becomes your business. It's an important artifact that could spell the doom of this planet. And as a ranger, a hero of Earth, you wouldn't want that to happen, right? Moral blackmail, Zane chuckled bitterly to himself. But then again, this is exactly what I want. Feigning hesitation, he looked at Melissa before letting out a small sigh. Sigh, fine then. For the safety of the planet, this is the least I can do. Good. Satisfied, Melissa waved her hand, dispelling the anti-eavesdropping barrier. Floating midair, she turned to Zane and spoke. Let's go. Zane replied, offering no resistance as he sent the Zord and Saba back to his inventory. They both flew back toward the museum, their figures streaking across the sky like red and gold comets. Kira and the rest of the team, seeing their leader approaching, stood up immediately, bracing themselves for anything. Whoosh! As Zane and Melissa landed softly, a gust of wind spread outward, brushing against the ranger suits and the unconscious squad lying on the ground. Only this time, one more figure was among them. An old man. This old man was none other than Red, the squad leader. As for his current state, the sin of greed had drained his life force in exchange for a temporary power boost. Zane planned to interrogate him once he woke up, and maybe even heal him. After all, the man's mind had never been normal to begin with. The rest of Zane's team gathered in front of him, awaiting instructions. Though their stance appeared overly serious, the Rangers knew that acting this way ensured efficiency and helped ease Zane's burden. That was the main reason they were always ready by his side. Melissa observed the team briefly before turning her gaze to Zane. They won't be following us. It's just you and me. Kira and Gwen frowned beneath their helmets at those ambiguous words. Kira turned toward Zane, her gaze clearly asking what was going on. Even without seeing her expression, Zane understood immediately. So he stepped closer, gently holding her right hand as he leaned in to whisper. It's not what you think, Kira. We just... He quickly explained everything, seeing no reason to hide it from her, or from his team. It wasn't anything serious. They already knew far more critical secrets than even Melissa did. After he finished, Kira, her cheeks faintly flushed beneath her helmet, nodded in understanding. I understand. Just be careful, okay? Zane nodded back before addressing the rest of the team, reassuring them that he was fine and that Melissa wasn't an enemy. Though they were still somewhat skeptical, especially after how she had attacked their leader earlier, they chose to trust Zane. And if things went south, they knew he could subdue her, even if it took some effort. We can leave now, Zane said, turning to Melissa. Melissa nodded silently and began leading him deeper into the museum. Minutes later, they arrived at the zoo section. Alien creatures and aquatic beings filled the area, strange, exotic, yet undeniably beautiful. But neither of them spared the displays a second glance. They had no time. Stopping at a cage that housed an alien cat, Melissa opened it and stepped inside. Zane followed without hesitation. He wasn't worried that Melissa would try anything. He had already scanned every inch of the museum. He knew exactly where this led. Melissa walked to the edge of the enclosure and cast a spell, causing a golden rune to illuminate in the air. Creak. Like the groan of ancient metal, space itself shifted. A hidden passage revealed another vast chamber beyond. Cool, space magic, Zane thought, noting the intricate distortions of space before them. Melissa stepped forward, gesturing politely for him to follow. He did. 20 minutes later, they had passed through layer upon layer of restrictions, most of them forged with Asgardian magic. The sheer level of security was absurd. Finally, they arrived at a special chamber. The room itself emitted a strange aura, one that subtly tugged at the mind, threatening to drag it into illusion. Zane noticed it instantly. But he remained completely unfazed. Melissa glanced at him, a flicker of approval crossing her thoughts. Very good mental strength, he's a promising prospect. Chanting an Asgardian spell, she raised her hand. The sealed door vanished. What lay beyond was revealed. At the center stood a magnificent pillar, designed to hold something of immense importance. Only that something was gone. All that remained was a faint trace of residual energy, so subtle it was almost impossible to detect. What? The stone is gone. Melissa's shocked voice echoed through the chamber. Hey guys. I'm sorry for the constant late updates. It's just that in my country, electricity is not stable, so most of my gadgets are always undercharged. Moreover, it's Ramadan, and I sometimes don't even have the strength to write. But do not worry, your humble author is trying his best to change to a suitable publishing time, so it would be easier for you, the readers. Chapter 124, Nina's Past. St. Joan Orphanage. Nina crouched low, her small hands straining as she tried to pull something out of the grass on the orphanage's porch. Though she looked like she was simply playing, her eyes carried a quiet sadness, one no child should have to bear. From the day she was born, before her mother left, she had always been told she was different. At first, with a child's mind, she didn't think much of it. Everything felt normal, until the day her powers began to manifest. A year ago. It was a bright, sunny day at the park. Nina's mother, Magda Gursky, watched her with the kind of tenderness only a parent could have. Yet beneath that warmth, there was a hidden worry, one no one else could see. Yay! One of the children jumped in excitement as Nina ran across the field, chasing her friends. They were playing tag under the warm weekend sun, laughter filling the air. "You're it, hee." Nina tapped one of the kids and sprinted away, giggling as she dodged their attempts to tag her back. Around them, animals wandered freely through the large park, mostly cats and dogs. Some rested beside their owners, while others played. As the game reached its peak, Nina, trying to escape her friends, tripped over a rock. Ouch! She fell face first, her head hitting the ground hard. Almost instantly, a large bump formed on her forehead. Unable to hold back the pain, she burst into tears. Woo, woo. It all happened so quickly that no one could react in time. Magda shot up from her seat and rushed toward her daughter, panic written all over her face. She scooped Nina into her arms, trying to soothe her. But strangely, Nina cried even louder. Waya. And then, everything changed. As if triggered by her cries, every animal in the park suddenly turned aggressive. Dogs bit their owners. Cats clawed at each other. Even doves swooped down, pecking at startled pedestrians. Chaos erupted. Magda's heart sank. She understood immediately. It was the day she had feared. Even worse, people had begun to notice. Their eyes shifted, suspicion forming as they searched for the source of the sudden madness. Before anyone could confirm their guesses, Magda ran, holding Nina tightly as she fled the scene. Reports surfaced after that day, detailing the strange incident at the park. But within a week, everything was covered up. To those who hadn't witnessed it, it became nothing more than a rumor. A hoax. A strange urban legend. From that day forward, Nina could no longer leave her home. Months passed like that, until something even worse happened. Magda left. She told Nina she was going to find a cure for what happened that day. But Nina knew, even with her undeveloped abilities, she knew it was a lie. Magda had taken her to the orphanage, promising she would return in a week. But nearly a year had passed, and she never came back. Worse still, Nina's strange ability had flared up twice within the orphanage. After that, no one wanted to be near her. No one except one person. Layla Miller. A fellow mutant with precognitive and postcognitive abilities, capable of glimpsing fragments of the future and past. When Layla learned about Nina's past, her heart ached for the little girl abandoned by the world. So she stayed. She talked to her. She treated Nina like her own child. And because of that, Nina survived. Present. Why won't it come off? Now 6 years old, Nina gritted her teeth as she pulled harder at the soil beneath her. What she was trying to uproot was a small brown twig. It looked completely ordinary. But to Nina, it wasn't. Her powers were reacting to it. And as a naturally curious child, she wanted to know why. Nina's small eyes widened as she stared at the stubborn twig. A surge of anger rose within her, rushing straight to her head. I've never had or been given anything before, and now this grass doesn't want me to have what I want again. I will never accept it. A mindset far beyond her age, shaped by both her powers and the pain she had endured over the past year, took root in her heart. Her friends had left her. Her mother had left her. And now, she was alone. She didn't want a life like that. She hated a life like that. Moreover, the thing buried in the ground gave her a strange, profound feeling. It was as if it could solve all her problems. So, she had to have it. As if responding to her emotions, her powers stirred, and so did the twig. Both began to radiate a deep purple light, ethereal and ominous. Ah! With a sharp cry, Nina pulled with all her strength. Thud. She fell backward onto the ground as the recoil pushed her away. Ouch. Nina rubbed her bottom, trying to ease the pain. Though it hurt, and though tears threatened to fall, she forced herself not to cry. What happened a year ago was still vivid in her mind. It had been too traumatic. Seconds later, she shifted her attention to what she had pulled out. What lay before her was a purple, five-cornered gem attached to a strange, twisted twig. And more than that. It emitted an irresistible pull. Something deep within it called to her. Urging her. Tempting her. So, she picked it up. Boom. It felt like an explosion detonated inside her mind. A torrent of purple mental energy surged into her consciousness, trying to take over. But before it could succeed, her mutant powers reacted. They rushed forward, clashing against the invading force. It was like two violent oceans colliding, waves crashing with overwhelming, terrifying force. Nina couldn't handle it. Her veins bulged, glowing faintly beneath her skin. She tried to scream. But no sound came out. It was as if her voice had been swallowed by the raging storm inside her. Her body. Her mind, they couldn't endure it any longer. Instinctively, they shut down to preserve what little strength remained. Thud. Nina collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. Her small body twitched slightly as faint purple veins spread across her skin. At that moment, Layla, who had just returned to the orphanage from a trip, sensed the disturbance. Her expression tightened as she rushed toward Nina's location. I hope nothing goes wrong. Though she appeared calm on the surface, anxiety gripped her heart. She had always known this day would come. And it was something she could never stop. All she could do now was hope that Nina would pull through. And still be herself when she woke up. Zane felt a quiet sense of satisfaction as he looked at Melissa's current state. Her confidence in the museum's security had been completely shattered, and for some reason, that expression pleased him. Humph, he snorted inwardly. That'll teach you not to attack people on a whim. Only ignorant and foolish people act like that. Despite his satisfaction, Zane knew losing something like an infinity stone was no small matter. It was, at the very least, a planetary issue, if not a universal one. He had a vague idea of what might have happened, based on the movies and comics from his past life, but he couldn't be certain. So, he planned to skin the area with his morpher. That is, after Melissa left. No, this can't be happening right now. It can't be. It shouldn't be. Melissa muttered under her breath, unable to accept what she was seeing. Her mind spiraled into chaos, sweat dripping down her forehead as her thoughts threatened to overwhelm her rationality. Zane observed her deteriorating state and frowned slightly. She shouldn't be this weak-willed. Unless. Focusing more closely, he tried to pinpoint what was pushing her toward the brink. That was when he noticed it, the residual energy of the Mind Stone, silently seeping into her forehead, invisible even to her. If Zane hadn't been using his ranger visor to scan her, he wouldn't have noticed it either. Although Zane was protected by the Omni-grid, that protection didn't automatically inform him of hidden influences. It was like being immune to poison but not realizing you had been exposed in the first place, a double-edged sword. Good for survival, bad for awareness. I have to stop it, Zane decided. He stepped forward and tapped her forehead, releasing a stream of Omni-energy to counter the Mind Stone's lingering aura. The residual energy didn't even have the chance to resist before it was completely crushed. Something as absolute as Omni-energy wouldn't lose to the combined power of the Infinity Stones, let alone the faint remnants of a single one. To Zane, resolving Melissa's condition was effortless. Snap out of it. The words echoed in Melissa's mind as clarity returned. Her eyes snapped into focus, landing on the Ranger with his finger still resting lightly against her forehead. As realization set in, a wave of fear gripped her heart. If he wasn't here, I would have lost my mind. Why would this happen? Melissa muttered, her voice laced with lingering horror. Then she looked at Zane, silently asking for an explanation. Zane met her gaze and understood. It was the residual energy of the Mind Stone affecting your mental state, he said calmly. You should know something as dangerous as an Infinity Stone can't be subdued and recognizes no friend or foe. Even its leaking aura can twist minds and slaughter millions. If you weren't protected by your innate Asgardian magic, you would have already fallen into the abyss. Melissa's heart turned cold, her face paling slightly as she imagined what could have happened if she hadn't been pulled back in time. The outcome would have been disastrous. Thank you, again, Melissa said, searching for better words but finding none. Still, the simplicity of her gratitude carried sincerity and truth. Zane didn't put on any airs and replied with a smile hidden beneath his helmet. No worries, I'm a ranger. It's my duty. Duty, huh? Melissa chuckled bitterly to herself, now realizing how foolish it had been to probe him in the first place. He must have noticed, yet he showed no dissatisfaction and still chose to save her. She could now see it clearly. He was truly open-minded. Zane. Her thoughts shifted back to the missing stone. With her mind finally clear, Melissa made a quick decision. Ranger, I'll be leaving for Asgard to figure out what's happening. This matter is of extreme importance, she said, now regarding Zane as someone she could trust. Zane nodded in agreement. You should. Something as powerful as that shouldn't fall into the hands of the wrong person. Melissa's mind trembled slightly at the words wrong person, and she quickly realized the situation was even more dire than she initially thought. If it truly fell into the hands of a villain, this realm, and many others, would be doomed. I'll be leaving now, fellow hero, Melissa said as she began to float into the air, tossing a round gem toward him. You can call my name through the communication gem anytime you need my help. I'll come as fast as I can. After saying that, she gave Zane a deep, unreadable look, then flew off. As Zane stared at the gem, he couldn't help but joke to himself. This is the second communication device I've received from a powerful person. Damn, my charisma must be extremely high. He pocketed the gem into his inventory and turned his attention back to the silent room. Raising his morpher, he scanned the area, intent on uncovering what had happened. Then, something remarkable occurred. Holographic projections of past events materialized before him, replaying exactly what had taken place. Zane's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched. So, it was him. But before he could continue, he sensed something. Nina, he muttered. The expression beneath his helmet darkened instantly as anger surged within him. From the moment they met, Zane had looked into the little girl's past and felt a rare sense of pity. Knowing what would eventually happen to her, he had placed a special mark on her, one that would alert him the moment she was in danger. And now, that mark was blazing red. These ants actually dare to possess a child. Zane opened a portal before him, his voice dropping into something cold and dangerous. I'll fucking destroy them. And with that, he vanished toward Nina's location. Chapter 125, again. Mystic Realm, Root Core. 10 minutes ago. Udana was currently training the Mystic Rangers. It was a special witch class, ride on the broom training. Whoa. Yay. Oh. Screams of laughter and excitement filled the forest air. The faces of the Rangers were bright, looking as though they had returned to their childhood days. They were all happy, except for one person. Get me off this thing. A fearful scream burst out of Chip's mouth as he swayed erratically in midair. His hair stood completely on end from fear as he kept sneaking glances at the distant ground far below. Damn it, whose idea was this training? Don't they know I'm scared of heights? Chip thought to himself, blaming and cursing whoever designed this training regimen. The others might have enjoyed it, but to him, it was pure torture. A figure dressed in white below watched the situation of the team's training and couldn't help but feel amused. So much youthful energy, the woman in white, Udana, murmured softly. I was also this carefree before the darkness. Oh, how much I wish to turn back time and go back. Melancholy and reminiscence echoed from the depths of Udana's heart. Memories of the past, days spent with her husband, her lost child, her friends, her sister, and many others, flooded her mind. Those memories, along with the hope of bringing back such good days, had been Udana's anchor in life. It was what still allowed her to believe in good magic and not lose hope completely. It was also the reason she had persevered and waited until this era to teach the new generation of Rangers, or rather, the ones chosen by the book. Although the long years of loneliness had affected her way of thinking somewhat, it was still manageable, for now. Shaking off her thoughts with a quiet sigh, Udana looked at the hard-working Rangers and spoke with a gentle smile. All right kids, that's enough for today. You should prepare, Before she could finish her sentence, she felt a very familiar aura coming from the Midgard, Earth realm. Wasting not even a single second, she used a spell to trace its origin. Waving her magic wand. Whoosh! A bright white light emanated from the star-shaped tip. Before Udana's eyes, the surroundings shifted into a multicolored atmosphere. As if sensing the unique environment, the white light left the star tip and immediately spotted a thick purple line before beginning to trace it. All of this might seem slow, but it happened in a flash. It couldn't be. Udana frowned as she sensed the source of that aura. This is too early. Moreover, it's corrupted. No, I have to go and stop it now. She turned to look at the dumbfounded Rangers and spoke sternly. Rangers, get some rest. I have an important matter to take care of. Sure, Udana. Take care of yourself, Nick replied with a worried tone that seemed foreign even to him. I will. Udana smiled back before waving her wand once again, forming another spell. Malorium Orvis. A white rune appeared beneath Udana as the short-distance teleportation spell activated. Flash. With a bright and rapid burst of light, she disappeared, leaving only the Rangers staring at the spot she had vanished from, worry evident in their eyes. They had stayed with her for days now and had come to see her as both a mentor and a parental figure, especially Nick. Moreover, ever since they had known her, Udana had always been calm and in control of everything. So for something to make her this nervous, it had to be bad. So bad that if they tried to handle it themselves, they might end up meeting their maker. I hope she makes it back safely, Nick thought to himself, as a strange feeling of loss and worry surfaced in his heart after Udana left. Whoosh! A wormhole appeared before the rest of the Omni team. They were somewhat startled by its abrupt appearance, but after sensing the familiar aura, they calmed down. A figure walked out of the wormhole, his steps calm, yet he arrived before them in an instant. It was Zane. He did not directly appear before Nina, as he had to settle his team first. The primary mission had been accomplished, and they had to return to their normal lives for today, unless another mission appeared, which he sincerely hoped would not happen. The day had already been chaotic enough. I used to watch the shows and comics and wonder how they fought monsters almost every weekend, Zane thought bitterly to himself. Now I know. It's freaking stressful. Although he was mentally drained, he didn't show it. Instead, Zane made sure his body remained upright before his team as he briefly explained what had happened and how he had another personal mission to complete in a minute. The team naturally did not notice the fatigue hidden beneath his helmet. Only Kira, perhaps by some special feeling or simple natural care, spoke up. Take care of yourself, leader. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, Zane. The word Zane was spoken very softly, yet it made the owner of the name calm his tense nerves. He looked at Kira, as if making a small decision, and replied, Thank you, Kira. I'll be back as soon as possible. Kira nodded before following the team as they left in a flash. Staring at the spot where his team had disappeared, Zane sighed and activated another wormhole. I'll have enough rest after dealing with the invasion. Those words echoed in his mind as he disappeared once more. In a small room with simple decorations, Layla could be seen staring at a small figure tossing and turning on a bed. This small figure was Nina, and her current situation was far from good. In fact, it was dangerous. Purple veins spread across her body, especially around her forehead. Her face alternated between pain, brief relief, a deep frown, and then pain again. She had been fighting whatever had entered her consciousness for several minutes now. Although Layla was helping, it was minimal. Only Nina herself could win this battle. Ugh. Mom, where are you? Mom, you promised to come back. These words unconsciously left Nina's mouth, making Layla's expression grow even more saddened. Even after enduring such pain, you can still think about your mom. Oh, you poor thing. A tear slipped from Layla's left eye as she pulled Nina onto her thighs and gently patted her, as if trying to relieve the girl's pain. Before she could continue speaking, a wormhole abruptly appeared in the room, making even the foresight mutant Layla shudder in fear. Who is it? She barked at the open wormhole, both scared and confused as to why her mutant power had not warned her about any danger or sudden visit. Before she could fully process the situation, a figure in red walked out of the wormhole. His gaze immediately landed on the unconscious Nina. With a speed Layla couldn't even track, Nina appeared in Zane's hand and vanished from her own. So fast. Her pupils contracted. Then, after a few seconds, rationality took over. If he wanted me dead, I would have died just now. He should be here for Nina. I'll watch for now. Meanwhile, Zane scanned Nina's condition with his morpher and quickly understood the situation. Name, Nina. Species, mutant, evolved humanity from X cell. Powers, animal empath, rapidly evolving. Foreign power, mystic beast crystal. Status, the consciousness of the crystal is attempting to take over her mind, but her mutant powers are fighting back. So that's it. Easy enough to solve. Noticing the wand in her hand, the solution instantly appeared in Zane's mind. Without hesitation, he tapped her forehead, sending a gentle stream of Omni energy to overpower and destroy the consciousness within the mystic beast wand. Whoosh. Crack. As the new energy clashed with the invading consciousness, it was destroyed within seconds, shattering like fragile glass. It simply could not withstand the assault of Omni energy. It was far too powerful. The purple veins on Nina's body receded, and her face gradually regained its calm as her breathing steadied. Layla, who had been watching quietly, had her eyes light up with joy and relief. Thank goodness he's a good guy. I almost contacted the X-Men. Moreover, his help came at the right time. If not, we might have had another Nina, Layla thought to herself, a gentle smile blooming on her face. As she stood up to thank him, another strange rune circle appeared in the room, startling her once more. Again. Layla subconsciously barked at the new arrival. This was the second time her powers had failed to notify her. She was beginning to feel a little scared. The new figure ignored her and instead stared at Zane with surprise. Oh, it's you again, Udana spoke with a serene tone, though she couldn't quite hide the surprise in her voice. Udana's calm gaze slowly shifted away from Zane and settled on the unconscious Nina in his arms. For a brief moment, her expression remained unchanged, serene and composed as always. But then her eyes narrowed slightly as she noticed something unusual. The gem. The mystic beast crystal that had once been embedded within the wand now rested faintly against Nina's chest, glowing with a soft purple light. But what truly caught Udana's attention was not the glow itself, it was the way the energy moved. It was flowing. Not violently, not chaotically like most unstable mystical artifacts. Instead, it pulsed gently, almost as if it had become part of Nina's very being. Udana's brows lifted slightly in surprise. That's strange. She stepped closer, her white robe swaying softly as her attention remained locked onto the girl. The crystal. Udana murmured under her breath. It has perfectly fused with her. Even Layla, who had been watching nervously from the side, looked confused by that statement. Udana then turned her calm eyes toward Zane. What exactly happened here? Her tone remained composed, but there was unmistakable curiosity within it. Zane did not hesitate. He saw no issue explaining the situation. She was almost having her consciousness invaded by that wand, Zane replied calmly, gesturing slightly toward the broken mystic beast wand lying on the floor. The crystal inside it had a residual consciousness attached to it. It was trying to take over her mind. Udana's gaze flickered briefly toward the broken artifact. Zane continued. I destroyed the invading consciousness. Once it was gone, the crystal lost its host and fused naturally with the closest compatible energy source, her mutant power. He spoke as if it were a simple matter. As a result, the power stabilized and fused perfectly with her body. Silence filled the small room for a moment. Layla blinked. Udana simply stood there. Inside, however, the mystic sorceress was extremely shocked. A perfect fusion. Even among practitioners of mystic arts, such a thing was rare. Magical artifacts almost always resisted being absorbed by living hosts. The process usually ended in corruption, madness, or death. Only special beings like the chosen ones of the book could achieve this with its help. Yet Nina had not only survived. She had perfectly synchronized with the crystal. Udana's calm face did not change, but within her mind, countless thoughts were moving. This ranger. She had already suspected something unusual about him. From the moment he had first appeared before her during the Mystic Ranger's first mission, she had attempted to consult the Book of Magic. The ancient tome that recorded the history of magical forces across countless dimensions. Yet when she searched for him, nothing appeared. The book didn't even react. It was as if the ranger before her was always meant to be here, so he basically had no origin, just existence. What she did not notice was that she forgot about the issue. Like it was normal. Although she wanted to be wary of him, she couldn't. But curiosity is taking over. And now, seeing him casually destroy a mystical consciousness and stabilize a power fusion so easily only deepened that mystery. Udana always feared the unknown. For years, the mystic force had fought against the endless darkness, forces that thrived in hidden places where knowledge could not reach. And this ranger. He felt similar. Although not evil, he had a mystery wrapped around him. Her current thoughts were churning. Still, Udana maintained her calm composure. May I check the girl's condition? She asked gently. Zane looked at her for a brief moment before nodding. Sure. With a subtle movement of his hand, a faint ripple of Omni-energy appeared. Nina's unconscious body slowly lifted from Zane's arms, floating lightly through the air before drifting toward Udana. The sorceress accepted her carefully, supporting Nina as she raised her wand. The crystal at the tip of the wand glowed softly. A circle of magical runes appeared in the air. Udana quietly scanned Nina's condition. The energy moved through Nina's body, examining her mind, soul, and the newly fused crystal power. After a few moments, the magic faded. Udana lowered her wand. There is nothing wrong with her, she said calmly. Layla visibly relaxed. The fusion is stable, and her consciousness is intact. In fact, her life force appears even stronger than before. That revelation made Layla release a long breath she had been unconsciously holding. Udana then turned toward Layla. If you permit it, I would like to take her with me for further observation, Udana said gently. Her new powers may require proper guidance. Layla's response came instantly. No. Both Udana and Zane looked at her. Layla shook her head firmly. She's been through enough already. If she's going anywhere, we ask her when she wakes up. Her response gave Udana no choice to bargain with her. There was only determination in her eyes. Udana studied her for a moment before slowly nodding. That is fair. Her gaze then shifted once more toward Zane. For several seconds, she simply stared at him. The red-armored ranger stood there quietly, unmoving, like a calm pillar in the middle of the room. The air between them grew slightly tense. Udana's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. Then she finally spoke. Who really are you? I'm back, guys. The journey had been stressful for me. I had to sleep throughout the day. But the updates would flow on normally now. Thanks for the support, guys. Power stones, please. Chapter 126, Nina's Choice. Who really are you? Silence descended upon the small room after that sentence. Zane's gaze seemed to sharpen as he slowly turned his head toward Udana. Udana stared back at him, waiting patiently for some type of response. Only Layla looked bewildered by the question. She might have known what Udana meant, if her powers weren't currently malfunctioning. Now, all she could do was watch and wait for Nina to wake up. I'm just your next-door hero. I don't get your question, Zane replied, his tone casual. Moreover, why would you ask a ranger for their true identity? Isn't that contradictory to your teachings, Udana? A silver glint passed through Udana's eyes as her gaze became even more profound, though her face betrayed no emotion. She gave Zane a calm, honest smile and replied gently. I have been rude. My curiosity took over. Please forgive this old lady. Curiosity killed the cat, Udana, Zane thought inwardly, but he did not speak it aloud. Instead, he said. No worries. A lot of people ask that type of question daily. I was just surprised the White Witch would also be curious to know who I am. I am deeply honored. He gave a mock salute before turning his attention back to the unconscious Nina. Udana noticed the subtle warning hidden in those words, but she did not become annoyed. She knew boundaries had been crossed because of her earlier question. His response was only natural. Moreover, she could sense that he was currently stronger than her. Forcing him or using magic to probe his secrets was completely out of the question. Zane, on the other hand, did not know Udana's thoughts. Even if he did, he likely wouldn't care. When he issued that indirect warning earlier, a faint ripple of pressure had emanated from him, barely noticeable, yet unmistakable. It was his way of telling Udana that he was not someone who could be easily pushed around. Thankfully, the matter did not escalate. MMH. An abrupt groan snapped all three of them out of their thoughts. Nina's eyes fluttered as they struggled to open. Her once pale face had regained some color, the earlier pain fading as her condition visibly improved. Where am I? Who are you? What happened to me? Her tiny voice echoed around the room as her eyes slowly focused on the ranger-clad Zane standing before her. The moment her gaze landed on him, something seemed to click in her mind. Her eyes suddenly lit up with joy. Are you, my dad? Zane was completely bewildered by the sudden question. But before he could even deny it, the misunderstanding deepened. Whoa. Dad, where's Mom? Mom promised she'll come back for me. Whoa. Completely forgetting the pain she had just endured, Nina burst into tears the moment she thought about her mother. Zane was completely caught off guard. The situation had spiraled out of control like a chain reaction. He could only try to calm the child in front of him. It's okay, kid. I'm here. Cry all you want. I'm here. His voice was unexpectedly gentle. As if someone had flipped a switch, the little girl burst into even louder sobs. Naturally, this went on for several minutes. Even Udana, normally the picture of calm composure, now had a trace of impatience in her eyes. Still, she understood that the girl needed this moment. She had endured something extremely traumatic. Udana would naturally have the chance to question her later. Minutes passed before Nina's sobs gradually subsided. Her teary eyes stared up at Zane as if waiting for him to say something. A trace of amusement appeared in Zane's eyes beneath his helmet, unseen by anyone. He knew he had to clear up the misunderstanding between them. Although he had once considered adopting her, being mistaken for her already existing father was not how he imagined the situation unfolding. Listen, kid. I'm not your dad, Zane said bluntly. Those words were like a bucket of cold water poured over the young girl's head. Her expression immediately fell. Not wanting to give up hope, she grabbed Zane's hands with her tiny fingers. But Mom said. But I never said I couldn't be your dad. Zane's reply cut off her words completely. For a moment, Nina froze. Then a bright smile slowly bloomed across her face. Tears of lingering frustration streamed down her cheeks as she laughed softly. In that moment, she looked like a small sunflower blooming under the morning sun. You're so mean. Nina lightly punched Zane several times, venting her frustration. Zane simply accepted it without resistance. After all, he had unintentionally played with her emotions by not finishing his sentence earlier. A few seconds later, Nina looked up at Zane's helmet again. Can I see your face? Hearing her request, Zane tilted his head and tapped his chin as if thinking deeply about it. After a few seconds, he simply replied. Okay. He removed his ranger helmet and let the girl see his face. But strangely enough, when Udana and Layla also tried to look at him, they saw nothing but a blurry, featureless face. Especially Udana, who quickly used an observation spell to sharpen her sight. Yet even with magic assisting her vision, she still could not see his true face, only the same indistinct, blurred surface staring back at her. Interesting, Udana thought to herself, not out of curiosity, but worry. For an ancient soul like her, someone for whom hardly any secret on earth could remain hidden, being unable to figure out who this ranger truly was felt deeply unsettling. Yet the moment the thought of digging deeper appeared in her mind, a mysterious force suppressed it. Her frustration faded as if it had never existed, leaving her simply staring at the smiling Nina. Nina, on the other hand, was absolutely delighted as she looked at the face beneath the helmet. So, it's you. Her tiny voice was filled with excitement. She could never have imagined that the brother she met one morning, the one she felt an inexplicable connection with, would also be here. Fate was truly mysterious. Just kidding. It wasn't fate at all. Zane already knew Nina's future from the comic storyline. Because of that knowledge, he had secretly placed an emergency tracker on her during their first meeting, just in case something like this happened. Moreover, he had already planned to adopt her, since he knew her real parents would never properly take care of her. Although Zane's reasons were somewhat selfish. He was lonely. And he needed someone he could truly call family. Becoming Nina's guardian was simply the first step toward that goal. Seeing that Nina had gotten what she wanted, Zane placed his helmet back on and turned his attention toward Udana. Udana understood the meaning behind his gaze and calmly walked over to Nina with a warm, motherly smile. "Hello, little one." Udana knelt slightly to match Nina's height, her pleasant voice entering the child's ears and calming her nerves even more. Although Nina was still somewhat wary of this kind-looking lady, she answered politely. "Hello, lady. Who are you?" Udana was not annoyed by the direct question. To her, Nina was simply a child, and children were naturally that straightforward. She began explaining the nature of Nina's powers and the gem now fused with her. She spoke about ancient magic, mystical forces, and the importance of the power Nina now carried. She even mentioned that it was part of Nina's destiny, and that she would one day need to fulfill it. To Zane, who was quietly observing from the side, it sounded almost like Udana was trying to brainwash a small child. But something quickly caught his attention. Nina looked distracted. She was staring off into space, clearly lost in her own thoughts, barely paying attention to anything Udana was saying. Several minutes of gentle persuasion passed. Finally, Udana asked. "So, what do you think, little one? Will you come with me?" Nina tilted her head slightly. Then she pointed at Zane. "No. I'll stay with him instead." Udana felt a small wave of disappointment, though she had already expected this outcome. First, she had clearly seen how happy Nina became the moment she recognized Zane's face beneath the helmet. Second, Nina had been completely absent-minded during their entire conversation. It was obvious she had no real interest in what Udana was offering. It seems I can only give up for now, Udana thought bitterly. Then again, when she finds herself unable to properly wield that power, she will eventually come to me on her own. I refuse to believe this ranger can teach her the mastery of magic without my guidance. Zane, straight face. "Okay, little one." A faintly sad expression appeared on Udana's face, making her seem even more gentle and approachable. Layla, who had been silently observing the entire interaction, couldn't help but admire her. What a kind and understanding lady, she thought to herself. Only Zane wasn't fooled. He knew this version of Udana extremely well. To him, she was fundamentally different from the heroic figure he once admired. Sigh, who can I blame? Zane thought with frustration. This universe is seriously messed up. Still, there was nothing he could do about it right now. He didn't have the time to redeem her or unravel her complicated story. Too many things had been happening in the past few days, and he had several urgent matters to deal with. He would handle Udana later. As his eyes locked onto her, he noticed she was now walking toward him. Then her confident voice reached his ears. "You'll need me later, Ranger." Udana tossed a scroll toward him. "Contact me with this. I'll teleport to your location instantly." Zane caught the scroll effortlessly. His expression remained completely neutral beneath the helmet as he gave a simple reply. "Sure thing. MMH." Udana nodded, then looked back at Nina with a warm smile and waved goodbye. A white rune appeared beneath her feet as her teleportation spell activated. Whoosh! With a bright flash of white light, Udana disappeared from the room. Only Zane, Layla, and Nina remained. Zane stared at the scroll in his hand for a moment before thinking bitterly to himself. Sly witch. She actually put a tracker on the scroll. He paused briefly. Too bad, it doesn't work on me. He knew the tracker wasn't explicitly meant for him, instead, it was meant to track Nina. Zane knew how precious a ranger wand is to Udana. She wasn't going to give up that easily, based on just one rejection. Without a second thought, he stored the scroll inside his inventory. Then he turned to face Nina, who was smiling brightly, and Layla, who looked far more solemn, clearly deep in thought. Zane cleared his throat, preparing to explain his plans for Nina. Asgard. Near the Bifrost Bridge, a figure clad in gold could be seen standing at its entrance, his eyes currently shut. This figure was Heimdall, the gatekeeper and eternal observer of Midgard. For him, it was a normal day like any other. Most of the time, he remained idle, watching the countless realms with his all-seeing eyes. Occasionally, he would activate the bridge to transport warriors and travelers across the 9 realms. He had been performing this duty for thousands of years, almost without a single mistake. And it would continue to be that way for a very long time. But then, an abrupt voice snapped him out of his quiet vigilance. Heimdall, open the bridge. Melissa's voice echoed across the golden platform, making Heimdall's star-filled eyes snap open instantly. Without hesitation, Heimdall stepped toward the bridge's key, the great sword Hofund gleaming with golden light in his hands. With calm precision, he inserted the blade into the mechanism that controlled the Bifrost. With a single smooth motion, the bridge activated. The air vibrated as cosmic energy gathered. All of it happened within mere seconds. A brilliant rainbow portal burst open across the sky. From within the swirling lights, the beautifully armored Melissa stepped out, her armor reflecting the radiant colors of the Bifrost itself. "Thank you, Heimdall." A respectful smile appeared on Melissa's lips as she spoke. Heimdall simply shook his head calmly before replying. "It is my duty, young warrior. I assume you have important matters to attend to." His deep voice carried the weight of centuries. "The Allfather is currently with his wife." Melissa's eyes immediately lit up at those words. Without wasting another moment, she launched herself into the air and flew toward the Golden City, not forgetting to thank Heimdall once more before leaving. Melissa arrived before the grand gates of the royal palace of Asgard, the golden towers of the city gleaming beneath the eternal light of the realm. The air itself felt heavier here, filled with ancient power and divine authority. Even for a seasoned warrior like her, the presence of the royal palace always made her straighten her posture unconsciously. 2 elite guards stood before the entrance, their armor polished to perfection. Melissa approached them and spoke calmly. "I request an audience with the Allfather. I have something important to report." The guards exchanged a glance before one of them nodded and stepped inside the palace to deliver the message. Minutes passed in silence. Melissa stood still like a statue, her mind replaying everything that had happened earlier. The missing stone, the mysterious ranger who helped her confirm it, and the dangerous implications of the situation. Soon, the guard returned. "The Allfather will see you," he announced. "You may enter." Melissa nodded respectfully and walked into the vast throne hall. The moment she stepped inside, the atmosphere changed. At the far end of the massive chamber sat the ruler of Asgard himself, Odin. The one-eyed king sat upon his throne, his long white beard flowing over his golden armor. A kingly and godly pressure radiated from him, heavy and overwhelming, making the very air seem to bend around his presence. His single eye held the depth of countless centuries, like a silent storm watching the world. Beside him sat his queen, Frigga. Her presence was vastly different. Where Odin felt like a thunderous mountain of authority, Frigga radiated calm serenity. Yet beneath that peaceful aura, Melissa could clearly feel the immense currents of ancient Asgardian magic swirling within her. Melissa shuddered inwardly. "I will never get used to the presence of these two." Even after years of service to Asgard, standing before them still made her feel like a mere mortal standing before living legends. The moment she reached the center of the hall, Melissa dropped to one knee. "My king," she spoke respectfully. "I have something important to report." Odin's single eye focused on her. Speak." His voice carried the weight of absolute authority, like a law written into the fabric of the realm itself. Melissa immediately began explaining everything. She spoke of her failed mission to safeguard the Infinity Stone, how it had suddenly vanished, and the strange circumstances surrounding its disappearance. She also mentioned the Red Ranger who had helped her confirm that the stone was truly gone, the mysterious Omni-ranger. She explained how he had investigated the location and how, together, they had confirmed the worst-case scenario. The stone had been taken. When she finished speaking, silence filled the throne hall. For a few seconds, no one spoke. Yet those few seconds felt like an eternity. The air around Melissa grew heavier, suffocating under the immense pressure of the royal pair. Sweat slowly trickled from her forehead and slid down the side of her face. Finally, Odin spoke again. "Do not worry. I understand the situation now. It is not your fault. You may leave." Melissa felt as if a mountain had been lifted off her shoulders. Relief washed through her body instantly. She bowed her head once more. "Thank you, my lord." With those words, she rose and slowly left the throne hall. Only after the massive doors closed behind her did the room return to silence. Frigga turned slightly toward her husband. "So, it has begun." Odin nodded slowly. "Yes. We have prepared for this for a long time." His voice carried a quiet gravity. "I am only worried about our children." Frigga frowned gently. Her thoughts immediately drifted toward their sons. One was hot-blooded, reckless, and constantly searching for battle. The other was cunning, unpredictable, and sometimes even more troublesome. Both were capable of great things. But both were also capable of great disasters. As if suddenly remembering something important, Odin lifted his head slightly. A nearby palace guard immediately stepped forward and knelt. "Where is my son?" Odin asked. The guard instantly understood which son the Allfather was referring to. "My lord, the prince is currently in Jotunheim on a raid." The moment Odin heard the word raid, his expression darkened. For a brief moment, anger flashed in his single eye. Even his other patched eye twitched slightly. He dismissed the guard with a wave of his hand. Once the guard left, Odin's gaze suddenly shifted upward. His divine sight pierced through space itself. Across the cosmos, his vision locked onto Thor battling the frost giants in Jotunheim. The sight only made his anger grow stronger. Odin turned his head slightly toward the distant horizon of the realm. His voice echoed across the golden city. Heimdall, open the bridge. Frigga, watching her furious husband from her throne, simply shook her head in quiet disappointment at Thor's recklessness and chose not to intervene, knowing this was between Odin and Thor. My boy Zane's identity protection is working a little too well, but it's for the plot. I hope y'all are enjoying the chapters. I'm open to criticism or correction of any mistakes I made while writing or editing. Thanks for all your support. Zane still needs power stones to power his morpher. It's running out of Omni-energy. Please donate, guys. Chapter 127, Thanos. Outer space. A massive spaceship was cutting through the cold darkness of space, making its way toward a distant destination at a speed faster than light. The exterior of the ship was covered in layered brown scales, giving it the appearance of some ancient cosmic beast. Massive wings extended from its sides, stabilizing the vessel while also assisting with its warp propulsion systems. Surrounding the colossal craft were countless smaller warships, forming a terrifying fleet that stretched across the void. Inside them were millions of soldiers belonging to the powerful Chitauri Empire. Even some Kree aliens who had allied with the Master spread around. This massive mothership was the infamous Sanctuary too. Within this war vessel were countless sections and chambers. Some rooms housed rows upon rows of Kree soldiers preparing for battle, while others contained various alien species that had pledged loyalty, or submission, to their master. At the very top of the spaceship was the throne room of the fleet's ruler. The throne chamber itself was almost like a universe of its own. Artificial stars burned softly in the distance while floating asteroids drifted slowly like wandering galaxies. The entire chamber felt less like a room and more like a pocket of space carved out by advanced alien technology. At the center of this miniature cosmos floated a massive throne. It towered several meters high and looked as if it had been forged from the heart of a dying star, its metallic surface glowing faintly with alien energy. And seated upon that throne was one of the most feared conquerors in the universe. Thanos. Clad in golden armor and wearing a helmet that shone brilliantly under the cosmic lights of the chamber, he looked every bit the tyrant he was known to be. He was a huge, bald, purple-skinned alien with a powerful, burly frame. His eyes carried a chilling indifference, as if every other being in existence existed far beneath him. Sitting there was a warlord who had forged his power through slaughter and conquest. An exile from his home world who had risen beyond impossible odds through sheer intelligence, brutality, and ambition. A dangerous being whom even other galactic conquerors refused to take lightly. Even worse, he was a fanatic. A man obsessed with pleasing the divine. The so-called lover of the cosmic entity known as Death, someone willing to do absolutely anything for her approval, even if it meant wiping out entire civilizations across the universe. Now, that same terrifying conqueror was heading toward one of the most remote planets in the cosmos. Earth. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared on one of the floating platforms inside the throne chamber. The teleportation had been allowed by Thanos himself. Sensing the presence behind him, the massive throne slowly rotated. Thanos' eyes snapped open and immediately swept over the newcomer. So, it's you, the Asgardian boy. His deep voice echoed throughout the artificial cosmos. Yes. I have completed my part of the mission. The newcomer, Loki, stood proudly, dressed in his iconic green attire with a golden horned crown resting on his head. His expression carried the usual arrogance that followed the god of mischief everywhere. It's time for you to fulfill your part of the deal. Being an Asgardian god, pride was embedded deep within Loki's nature. Bowing before others was something he rarely did, and the only being he ever truly submitted to was his father, Odin. Moreover, Loki believed most life forms were naturally beneath the gods. To him, this arrangement between himself and Thanos was nothing more than a mutual agreement. They were partners in a deal, nothing more, nothing less. So even while facing a universal conqueror, Loki showed no visible fear. For several seconds, Thanos gave no response. He simply stared at Loki, his heavy gaze studying the Asgardian carefully as if trying to uncover hidden intentions. Even the proud god of lies felt slightly unsettled under that gaze. Still, Loki maintained his composure, his face betraying no emotion. "Give me the stone," Thanos finally said. A cunning glint flashed through Loki's eyes the moment he heard the request. He deliberately slowed his movements, placing a thoughtful expression on his face as if considering something deeply. Thanos immediately noticed the delay. A faint trace of mock amusement appeared on his purple face. "Do not play games with me, boy," he said calmly. "As promised, I will grant you a portion of my army to command during the invasion." His voice remained steady. "Furthermore, I will help you secure that little throne you desire." Hearing those words made Loki's heart bloom with excitement, though he maintained his mask of indifference. Maybe I should ask for more. The thought appeared almost instinctively in his mind. Unable to suppress the temptation, he began to speak. But before he could finish his sentence, an overwhelming pressure suddenly crashed down upon him. The entire chamber trembled. Thanos' voice followed immediately after. Do not test your luck, Asgardian. My patience is limited. His eyes glowed faintly. Now, give me the stone. The pressure surrounding Loki became almost unbearable. Even the void-like environment of the chamber seemed to shudder beneath the force. Loki forced his body to remain standing. But the floor beneath his feet cracked under the strain. Fine, fine. Here it is. Realizing his body could not endure the pressure much longer, Loki quickly produced the glowing Mind Stone and tossed it toward Thanos. Watching the so-called god surrender so quickly, a faint sneer formed in Thanos' mind. Odin's offspring are cowards. The stone floated above Thanos' palm. Even he himself dared not touch it barehanded. He could only use the power of his throne to keep it afloat. A strange light reflected in his eyes as a decision formed in his mind. A curved scepter suddenly appeared in his other hand. Its golden body was covered in intricate alien runes, and a calm yet mysterious aura radiated from it. As Thanos embedded the Mind Stone into the head of the scepter, a slow smile formed on his stern face. He could already imagine the future. His grand mission completed. And the one he worshipped, Death herself, finally acknowledging him. Whoosh! Boom! A powerful cosmic pressure exploded outward from the Infinity Stone. Yet surprisingly, Thanos remained completely unaffected. The helmet on his head shimmered faintly, the runic patterns engraved into it suppressing the chaotic energy of the stone. However, the same could not be said for the other person in the room. Below the throne, Loki was completely stunned. The pressure from the stone sent his mind reeling for several seconds. If not for his powerful Asgardian physique, he might have fallen into a powerful illusion. More importantly, Loki understood the stone's true power. Seeing someone remain completely calm under its influence was terrifying. At that moment, Loki finally understood that the being before him was far more dangerous than he had originally believed. Phew, good thing I didn't push too far earlier. Relief washed over him internally. I might have died without even leaving behind a grave. The fusion ended after several minutes, and Thanos' face gradually returned to its usual stern expression. The faint glow around the scepter faded as the energy stabilized. He looked down at Loki with complete indifference before casually tossing the scepter toward him. Panic instantly washed over Loki as he stared at the incoming weapon. He couldn't understand what Thanos was planning by returning the Mind Stone to him. Judging from the Titan's gaze, it certainly didn't look like anything good. Still, Loki hurriedly stretched out his hand and clumsily caught the scepter. Before he could even process the situation, Thanos' voice echoed across the throne chamber once again. Use this stone to speed up the plan. I want the invasion to proceed as soon as possible. Thanos cast a cold glance at him. Fail me, and bear the consequences, boy. The moment Loki heard the word boy, a surge of irritation and wounded pride rose in his chest. The god of mischief had never liked being looked down upon, especially not by someone who treated him like an insignificant pawn. But he quickly forced those emotions down. Right now, he simply wasn't strong enough to challenge Thanos. Not yet. Yes, Loki replied calmly. I'll make sure to hasten the process. He gave a brief salute-like bow, masking his thoughts behind his usual composed expression. With a casual wave of his hand, green magical energy swirled around him and his figure disappeared from the throne chamber. Yet just before leaving, a rebellious thought quietly passed through his mind. You wouldn't mind if I take a few benefits for myself, right? After Loki vanished, the massive floating throne slowly rotated back to its original position. The artificial cosmos inside the throne room returned to complete silence. The distant stars flickered quietly as asteroids drifted through the void. Only a single thought crossed the mind of the mad Titan. What exactly is Lothier planning? After settling Nina down safely, Zane hurried back home after receiving a notification from Kara. It was an update regarding the stocks he had recently purchased. Today was the perfect day to sell. The charts were practically exploding upward for the rest of the week. The reason was simple. Tony Stark had just begun one of his yearly massive investment waves, and the ripple effect had sent several stocks skyrocketing. The market was practically in chaos, and Zane had placed his bets at exactly the right moment. Now, sitting in front of his laptop, Zane couldn't stop his lips from stretching into a wide grin, revealing a row of white, perfectly aligned teeth. The number displayed on the screen had changed dramatically. What had originally been a modest $3,500 had now grown into $450,365. The value had multiplied many times over. A/N, it's fantasy guys. I know most stocks can't scale that high, but in rare cases it can happen. I finally have some financial strength, Zane thought with a sigh of relief. It's time to implement my plans. His eyes remained locked on the screen as new ideas began forming rapidly in his mind. I don't need raw materials or production machines. I already have an infinite amount of those in my base. All I need is a legitimate company operating in the real world. Once that's established, everything else will begin to move. He leaned back slightly in his chair, crossing his arms. It shouldn't be too difficult. I've built several companies back on my former planet. Within seconds, a complete framework formed in his mind. For someone like Zane, building a company, managing its operations, and pushing it to the top of an industry was almost child's play. With his experience, and the social connections inherited from Tommy Oliver, he could finish most of the groundwork within a month. Production could easily begin the following month. But before all that, Zane murmured quietly, I need to prepare for tomorrow. Standing up, he walked over to his wardrobe and opened it. A few seconds later, black lines appeared across his forehead. There was absolutely nothing inside worth wearing for tomorrow. Tomorrow was his date with Kira. Zane had no intention of half-assing something like that. It was his first real date in this world, and he wanted everything to go smoothly. He was certain Kira was probably making her own preparations as well. Damn. It's actually weird for me to have an empty closet. A strange sense of disbelief crossed his mind. It almost felt like going from riches back to poverty. Still, Zane quickly pushed that depressing thought aside. In his previous life, he had risen from an ordinary boy to one of the wealthiest individuals on his planet. If he could achieve that once, then repeating the process here would be nothing special. Making a quick decision, he grabbed a brown jacket and headed toward the door. I should buy something decent to wear tomorrow, he muttered to himself. And maybe get a new car while I'm at it. A playful smile appeared on his face. After all, I'm a little rich now. With that, Zane walked out of the house, got into his small car, and drove off into the evening streets. Tomorrow was going to be a very special day for him. We are getting closer to the end of the first arc, guys. I'm kinda nervous because I want it to be a good outro. All in all, I'll try my utmost best. I noticed I've been improving my writing and editing skills at a visible rate. I would like to thank you all for not giving up on me and offering me comments and criticisms. It has helped a lot. Bless me with power stones, guys. Chapter 128, Rejected. The afternoon sun hung high in the sky, its light blanketing almost every corner of the city. The season of summer had begun, and the temperature was higher than ever. The heat was intense for everyone. But it was even worse for S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury sat behind his desk, bandages wrapped from his neck down to his left hand. A visible frown rested on his face as he buried his head in a stack of documents. The frustration was so obvious that faint lines formed across his forehead. Standing in front of him was Phil Coulson. The agent's usual bright and confident expression now looked like it had aged several decades in just a few days. You mean to tell me every hero we picked for this initiative rejected us? Fury asked, not even bothering to raise his head from the papers. Yes, sir, Coulson replied immediately, doing his best to sound alert and professional. His current exhaustion was the result of several days of relentless effort. He had personally gone out to recruit the individuals Fury believed were the best candidates. First, he approached Tony Stark. The billionaire genius had rejected the offer without hesitation. Unwilling to give up, Coulson also reached out to several powerful mutants, hoping at least one of them might show interest in joining the initiative. The answer was the same. Rejection. He had even considered approaching the Rangers, but they rarely appeared unless a monster attack occurred. Tracking them down was practically impossible. For a middle-aged man like Coulson, the entire process had been extremely stressful. His hairline seemed to have receded even further. Still, he couldn't complain. S.H.I.E.L.D. was already short-staffed, and everything they were doing was ultimately for the safety of Earth. Hearing Coulson's confirmation, Fury slowly shook his head and sighed. The heat only made his expression look even more tired and melancholic. The organization is getting worse with each passing day, Fury thought to himself. A hint of unwillingness flashed through his eye. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. is supposed to be a top-secret organization, our development and technology are still far behind the true hegemons of this planet. For a moment, he stared down at the documents in silence. Am I really supposed to give up on my dream? Many years ago, during the chaos involving Hydra and the near invasion of Earth, Fury had made a silent promise to himself. He would protect this planet. From that day forward, he had spent years learning, suffering through failures, and rebuilding the organization again and again. Even when faced with overwhelming forces, Fury never gave up. He believed that one day S.H.I.E.L.D. would be strong enough to stand alongside the secret powers he had witnessed in the shadows of the world. Even though he was only human, flesh and blood, his will had never wavered. But this week had been particularly brutal. First, S.H.I.E.L.D. lost the most important relic they had sworn to safeguard. The space cube. Then came the second blow. The Avengers initiative, his long-term plan to gather the world's strongest heroes into one unified force, was now collapsing before it even began. It was nothing short of disappointing. Coulson's sharp eyes noticed the internal struggle Fury was going through, even though the director did his best to hide it. Knowing the current situation couldn't be changed immediately, Coulson decided to offer what little reassurance he could. "Sir, you don't need to worry," Coulson said calmly. "I still have some leads on other potential candidates." Fury finally lifted his head slightly. "Although they may rank lower than our original choices," Coulson continued, "they can be nurtured and trained. With the right guidance, they might even surpass our expectations." Fury looked at Coulson quietly. The agent was clearly doing his best to lift his spirits. Fury couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He wouldn't deny that Coulson's words had given him a small spark of hope. And right now, that was enough. Maybe I shouldn't aim too high, Fury thought. Following his advice might not be a bad idea. His gaze slowly sharpened. Besides, I didn't give up when I witnessed his power. The memory flashed through his mind briefly. I can't give up now. Just as Fury finished making that silent declaration to himself, the universe seemed to answer his resolve. A notification appeared on his screen. Maria Hill had requested entry into his office. Fury didn't find the sudden request strange. For someone in her position, abrupt visits were normal. "Let her in," he said. A moment later, the office door opened. Maria Hill stepped inside with her usual composed expression. She briefly nodded toward Coulson in greeting before turning to face Fury. Then she raised her hand in a sharp, disciplined salute. Even though Fury had told her many times that such formalities weren't necessary inside his office, she still insisted on doing it out of respect. "I have something to report, sir, and I'm sure you'll be happy to hear about it," she said directly, a hint of excitement slipping into her otherwise professional tone. "Oh." Nick Fury hummed in mild surprise. "Go on." "Yes," Maria Hill replied. "We have successfully located Captain America." The moment those words fell, Fury nearly stood up in excitement, while Phil Coulson released an audible gasp of disbelief. "Are you sure, Agent?" Fury asked quickly, forcing himself to calm down before confirming the information. "I want to be certain I'm not hearing things." "Yes, sir." "It's 99% confirmed," Hill replied as she stepped forward and displayed a video file that had just been sent to her by field agents. "He's currently frozen in the Arctic. Vital signs are extremely low, but they confirm he's still alive." The video played on Fury's screen. A massive chunk of ice filled the frame. Within it, the unmistakable silhouette of a man lay suspended in frozen stillness. Frost coated the surrounding surface, and faint monitoring equipment blinked beside the icy block. "I've already sent several agents to remain stationed at the location," Hill continued. "They're waiting for your confirmation before beginning the excavation." Seeing such clear proof immediately changed Fury's expression. A rare smile slowly appeared on his normally stern face. Without waiting for Hill or Coulson to react, he suddenly stood up and grabbed his black jacket. The transformation was instant. The tired and frustrated director from moments earlier was gone. Even with bandages wrapped around his neck and arm, Fury now radiated the commanding aura of a leader once again. Coulson noticed the sudden change and quickly spoke up. "Sir, you're not fully healed yet." "I don't think." Before he could finish the sentence, Fury waved him off dismissively. "I'm fine, Agent. It's not like I'm heading into a dangerous mission." He adjusted his jacket while continuing to walk toward the door. "Besides, I won't even be doing anything. The excavation will be handled by the agents already stationed there." Coulson opened his mouth again, clearly wanting to argue further. But after hearing Fury's reasoning, he reluctantly dropped the matter. Truthfully, he was just as eager to go. After all, the person they were about to meet was none other than Captain America, the hero he had admired since childhood. Coulson could already imagine getting autographs on every single piece of Captain America memorabilia he owned. "My dream is finally going to come true," he celebrated inwardly, feeling like a complete fanboy. But honestly, he didn't care. This was Captain America they were talking about. "Agent Hill, prepare the helicarrier," Fury ordered as he reached the office door. "We leave in 5 minutes." Then he glanced back at the two agents standing inside the room. "And Phil?" His eye narrowed slightly. "Try to keep your enthusiasm under control for now." Coulson's face flushed with embarrassment, though he tried his best to hide it. Unfortunately, Hill had already noticed. She chuckled quietly to herself but chose not to tease him. Moments later, Fury stepped out of the office. His stride was firm, his posture confident, and the earlier gloom that had surrounded him was completely gone. As he walked down the corridor, excitement quietly burned within him. It seems the Avengers initiative still has hope. Clang. Clang. The sounds of mining echoed loudly through the cave. It was deep and dark, with only the helmet lights of the workers providing any visibility within the rocky tunnel. The number of miners reached nearly 100. They were all able-bodied men. It was almost impossible to find anyone skinny among them. Each man swung his pickaxe with raw strength, their muscles bulging with every strike as sweat dripped heavily from their foreheads. The air was hot and thick with dust. At the far end of the cave, which also served as both the entrance and exit, two figures were stationed as guards. Bullseye and Typhoid Mary. Unlike the miners who worked tirelessly deeper inside the cavern, the two of them were comfortably seated on wooden chairs beside a makeshift table. With nothing better to do on this boring island, they had decided to pass the time by playing chess. Checkmate. Mary giggled softly as she flicked Bullseye's king off the chessboard with her finger. A mixture of frustration and reluctant acceptance appeared on Bullseye's face. I hate this game, fuck chess, he muttered angrily after losing yet again. Just admit you're bad at the game. No need to curse at it, Mary sneered. Then she leaned back casually in her chair. You owe me $500 now. Bullseye's heart ached the moment he heard that number. Unfortunately, he couldn't deny it. They had made a bet earlier, $100 for each game played. Since Mary had already won 5 rounds in a row, the total had naturally climbed to $500. Worse still, the woman sitting across from him was notoriously unstable. Refusing to pay her was definitely not a smart idea. With a reluctant sigh, Bullseye pulled out his phone and transferred the money to her virtual account. The technology on Earth, while not extremely advanced yet, had progressed far beyond what existed in the original timelines of both Marvel and the Power Rangers worlds. Among high-ranking individuals and wealthy circles, virtual banking systems were widely used. It was even better than normal bank apps. These accounts allowed people to instantly handle daily financial activities, purchases, transfers, and other transactions. Even more impressive, the system was extremely secure, with no record of it ever being successfully hacked. Mary's phone buzzed softly as the money arrived. She smiled in satisfaction. Just as they prepared to begin another round of chess, a loud noise suddenly echoed from deeper inside the cave. Boom. A thick cloud of dust burst outward from the tunnel, quickly enveloping the two seated guards. Cough. What the hell? Bullseye cursed while waving his hand in front of his face. Before he could complain further, one of the miners suddenly rushed out of the cave. His face was covered in dirt and sweat, and one hand was clamped tightly over his nose as he ran. We found something, he shouted loudly. Bullseye and Mary instantly stood up. What did you find? Bullseye asked urgently, his tone sharp. The miner looked slightly startled by their sudden intensity, but he quickly regained his composure. Please follow me, sirs. I'll take you there. Just as the two prepared to follow him into the cave, a seductive voice suddenly sounded behind them. No need. The three froze. You should all stay here. I'll check it myself. Bullseye and Mary immediately turned around. Standing there was none other than the woman who had organized this entire operation, Elsa. Seeing her arrival, the two quickly stepped forward respectfully. Welcome, miss, they both said at the same time. Elsa simply nodded casually, showing little interest in their greeting. Wait here. I'll be back soon. Then her gaze shifted toward the miner. You. Lead me there. The miner nodded quickly and began guiding her deeper into the cave. Fortunately, the discovery site was not very far from the entrance, so it only took them a few moments to reach it. Soon, a strange shimmering light became visible on one of the rocky walls ahead. The glow was bright enough to make Elsa squint slightly. But the moment she saw what was embedded within that radiant light, her eyes widened. Joy and excitement instantly appeared in her gaze. Her heart raced as realization struck. It's here. Yeah, so those plot sides are patched up. I hope you enjoyed the chapter, guys. Please bless thee with power stones. Chapter 129, Exposed. Elsa struggled to contain the excitement rising within her. After so many days of searching, she had finally found a way to break out of her current situation. What shone before her was a crystal shrouded in a thick white mist. The strange vapor slowly drifted around the crystal like a living thing. According to the research she had conducted, and several secret records hidden within Mesogog's laboratory, they were known as Terrigen crystals. The crystal itself isn't that valuable, Elsa thought quietly. According to Mesogog's records, the mist it emits is the true treasure. Inhaling it grants immense power. A faint smile appeared in her mind. Ha ha ha. I finally have a way to break this deadlock. Her heart bloomed with excitement, but she forcefully suppressed it. She couldn't afford to lose composure in front of the miners. The job wasn't finished yet. The crystal had only been partially uncovered. There was still a significant amount buried within the rock, which meant more digging was required. Elsa was also being extremely cautious. She had no intention of touching the crystal yet. Although it's already confirmed that I possess an inhuman gene, she thought carefully, I can't be completely sure that the records I found weren't part of Mesogog's trap. Her expression darkened slightly. That man is far too cunning. I can't afford to be careless. Another thought quickly followed. Besides, I've already been mutated once by Mesogog. Who knows how the Terrigen Mist will react with that? There's no reason to rush. With that conclusion, Elsa slowly looked away from the crystal. She turned toward the miner who had brought her there. On the surface, her face carried its usual indifferent expression, but inside, she was extremely satisfied. Gather more manpower and dig this out, she ordered while pointing toward the crystal embedded in the rock. Finish the excavation within a day. She paused for a moment before adding calmly. And I'll pay you double. But in her mind, another thought surfaced. Kingpin will be the one paying you double. The surrounding miners immediately erupted into excited murmurs the moment they heard the words double pay. They could hardly believe what they had just heard. On a normal mining job of this scale, each of them would only earn around $200. But with the promise of double payment, that amount would now increase to $400 per person. For laborers like them, that was an enormous sum. Gratitude exploded among the group. They repeatedly thanked Elsa, some even going as far as calling her their godmother. Although the title amused her slightly, Elsa simply laughed it off without paying it much attention. Moments later, she turned and walked out of the cave. Behind her, the miners suddenly seemed to be filled with new strength. Pickaxes began striking the rock faster and harder than before. Clang. 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 Everyone worked with renewed desperation, determined not to lose such a valuable reward. After all, it was $400. A/N, this amount of money still holds significant value during this time, especially for middle-class and lower-class citizens. The rays of the afternoon sun shone on Elsa's beautiful face as she walked out of the cave. Her once anxious heart was now filled with a strange sense of calm. When she looked ahead, she noticed that Bullseye and Typhoid Mary were still standing there, waiting for her. Their eyes were locked onto her the moment she appeared. Seeing their burning gazes, Elsa slowly walked toward them with composed steps. Bullseye was the first to speak. "My lady," he said respectfully, slightly lowering his head. "Would you mind telling us what exactly happened inside?" His tone and posture were both careful. Despite his arrogance, he clearly understood the difference in power between them. Mary, who stood beside him, was equally curious. Her eyes quietly studied Elsa's face. She couldn't help but wonder what could interest someone powerful enough to intimidate their boss, someone notorious for being unyielding even in the face of deadly threats. Elsa's seductive eyes briefly glanced at Bullseye, her gaze cold and distant. "You do not need to worry about that for now," she replied calmly. "Instead, focus on safeguarding the miners inside. Nothing must go wrong." Bullseye's curiosity was instantly crushed by the cold response. A hint of disappointment appeared on his face, but he said nothing further. The woman standing in front of him was far stronger than he was. Arguing with her would only bring unnecessary danger. So, he simply nodded and kept quiet. Elsa noticed the faint dejection on his face but completely ignored it. To her, the two people standing before her were nothing more than temporary tools for her escape. She was certain they wouldn't dare attempt anything foolish. And even if they did, she had already prepared for it. Elsa had secretly stationed more than 100 pteranodrones around every corner of the island. They remained hidden within the jungle and cliffs, silently watching over the entire area. If Bullseye or Mary attempted to steal the crystal and escape, they would immediately be surrounded, with nowhere to run. The same applied to the miners. No one would be leaving this island with her treasure. Because of that, Elsa simply didn't see them as worth worrying about. The only real concern in her mind was a far more terrifying possibility. Mesogog discovering this place. Her eyes narrowed slightly. "I hope the device I used to block the lair's transportation system works," she thought quietly. Otherwise. Elsa didn't dare finish that thought. She refused to even imagine that outcome before her plan was completed. For now, the only thing she could do was hope the excavation would finish as quickly as possible. Making a swift decision, Elsa raised her hand and activated her teleportation device. A green eerie vortex appeared before her. In the next moment, she walked into it and disappeared from the island. Bullseye and Mary were left standing there, slightly stunned. "Phew, that was intense," Bullseye muttered after a moment, letting out a low chuckle as he sat back down on one of the wooden chairs. Mary wiped imaginary sweat from her forehead before sitting down across from him. Although she didn't respond verbally, she clearly understood what he meant. This might have been one of the most stressful jobs they had ever taken. All they could do now was hope the operation ended safely. Silence soon descended over the area. Only the echoing sounds of metal striking stone could be heard from deep within the cave. Clang. 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 Not far from them, waves crashed against the island's rocky shore. The ocean wind carried the scent of salt through the air, giving the entire island an almost peaceful atmosphere. But that peace didn't last long. Crack! Crash! A terrifying sound suddenly echoed across the entire island. The ground violently trembled beneath their feet as if the sky itself had been torn apart. Bullseye and Mary instantly lost their balance and were thrown to the ground. Powerful winds poured out from the cracked sky, sweeping clouds of dust and seawater across the island. Inside the cave, the miners suffered even worse. Many were thrown against the stone walls, some screaming in pain as limbs were crushed or broken by falling rocks. Then, a furious voice roared through the air. Mesogog. The scream carried overwhelming hatred and fury. A figure suddenly shot down from the shattered sky like a broken kite. It was Elsa. Her once beautiful body was now covered in terrifying wounds, her black clothes torn apart as blood continued to spill from her mouth. Bullseye and Mary stared at the falling figure in complete shock. They couldn't comprehend how someone so strong could look so miserable now, but before they could react, a domineering voice echoed. "Oh, not calling me master anymore." Mesogog teased in a mocking tone. "It seems I was right, you've indeed escaped my mind control. But no worries. If I could control you before, I can definitely do it again," he continued as his figure appeared within the crack in the sky, his reptilian face cold and emotionless. His gaze swept across the entire island, immediately locating the fallen Elsa and the Pteranodrone army she had stationed at every corner of the island. Finding the situation rather comical, he spoke again. "You're really ruthless. Actually intending to use my own army against me, and even finding something as rare as a space seal to block all modes of teleportation. Your effort is commendable. You might have succeeded, but blame your bad luck. I possess the cosmic cube." As he spoke, the cube in his hand lit up, making Mesogog vanish from the sky and instantly appear on the island. He could feel Elsa's hatred from her gaze, but he did not care. He was not the cowardly Anton Mercer who shared a body with him. No. He was Mesogog, the dinosaur god, the mad scientist. Such emotions, such schemes were meaningless against him. In fact, he had noticed something wrong with Elsa long ago. He had caught her sneaking around several times, and occasionally he sensed intense hatred directed at him from her mind. Being a psychic, it wasn't difficult for him to piece things together. So he investigated, and eventually he discovered what she had been searching for. It was actually a Terrigen crystal. Many years ago he had expended considerable effort trying to find one himself, but his search had ended in failure. Mesogog still couldn't quite comprehend the absurd luck Elsa must have had to stumble upon one. If it had happened before, he would have been delighted by such a discovery. But now that the space cube rested in his grasp, the crystal felt somewhat lackluster. Still, that didn't mean he would allow Elsa to obtain it. Allowing her to gain such a major power boost and potentially oppose him in the future would be foolish. Before she could grow into such a threat, he would rather nip the bud and eliminate any future obstacles to his goal of bringing about a dinosaur apocalypse on Earth. While these thoughts flashed through Mesogog's mind, Elsa's own mind was in complete chaos. She couldn't believe her supposedly foolproof plan had been seen through so easily. Damn it. After all my planning and caution, I still fell into his hands. Fear gripped Elsa's heart as she noticed Mesogog slowly walking toward her. She realized there was no escaping him. The Mesogog standing before her now was even more powerful than before. But then, resistance flickered in her eyes as she glanced toward the cave where the crystal was hidden. Hesitating no further, she pushed herself up and kicked off the ground, completely ignoring the groaning Bullseye and Typhoid Mary behind her. Using every last ounce of strength she had left, she sprinted toward the cave's entrance. Mesogog watched her pitiful attempt to escape and sneered inwardly. "Think you can escape from me? In your dreams. Since you don't value your life, I'll be taking it." He clenched the space cube tightly in his hand, amplifying his psychic energy to an enormous degree. His figure rose into the air once more as he pressed his hands against his forehead and began channeling his power. Zoom. Boom. A terrifying telepathic wave erupted from his reptilian head, destroying everything in its path. Bullseye and Mary couldn't escape the impact as the force burst through their bodies, sending them flying violently to one corner of the island, their fates unknown. Elsa saw this and her eyes shrank in fear as she pushed herself even faster, ignoring the injured miners groaning around her as she dashed toward the crystal. Although she nearly touched it, she was ultimately too late. Mesogog's attack had already caught up to her. The entire cave blasted open upon impact, and the injured miners were immediately buried beneath the collapsing rock, their lives extinguished in an instant. Elsa felt the hope in her heart vanish as the telepathic wave struck her, tearing her skin and organs to shreds. Ah! A guttural scream echoed from her mouth as her body was reduced to a grotesque puddle of blood and scattered organs, while Mesogog stared coldly at the entire process. He even made sure the crystal was buried alongside her remains. At the very least, that would serve as dying with treasure for her. No. I can't be careless. I should just sink the entire island. The thought flashed through his mind as he made a swift decision. He once again channeled the power of the cosmic cube in his hands. His figure rose as he floated several meters above the island. Then, he channeled all his mental energy into the cosmic cube, amplifying its already terrifying effect. A massive surge of distorted energy burst out from the cube and crashed into the island with overwhelming momentum. Boom. Rumble. The island cracked violently as seawater began seeping through every corner, flooding the land within seconds. The ground fractured like brittle glass, and the once solid terrain began collapsing under the immense pressure. Huge waves, as if drawn by the power of the cube itself, surged from all directions and slammed into the island repeatedly. Each impact shook the earth, tearing apart the remaining structures and swallowing the ruins beneath the raging sea. Within moments, the entire island began to sink. Mesogog hovered silently in the sky, watching the destruction unfold before his eyes. Seeing his work completed, a satisfied smile slowly formed on Mesogog's reptilian lips. A faint glint passed through his eyes as he thought to himself, now that I have confirmed the power of the cube, I can finally initiate the final phase of my plan. As that thought ended, he activated the cube once more and vanished from the area. Unnoticed by Mesogog before he left, the sea where the island had once stood flickered with an intense light several times before disappearing, as if it had all been an illusion. Yeah, so Elsa died. I hope y'all enjoyed this chapter. Power stones, please, guys. Chapter 130, I'm back, again. So guys, Ramadan and Eid is finally over, I can now focus on the fanfic once again. A lot has happened during this month, some good and others extremely bad, but I'm happy y'all are enjoying the fanfic. I'm not perfect and I make mistakes or omit some important things, but I'll keep going. Power Rangers is my favorite show as a kid, so I have to keep writing. The chapters are going to be more interesting from here on out. Thanks for all the love, y'all. Chapter 131, Friends. The night sky blanketed the entire city. The moon hung brightly above, while stars shimmered on every side, lending the scene a quiet serenity. Neon lights blazed along each street, giving the night a distinct cyberpunk vibe. Cars and pedestrians rushed past on nearly every road, filling the city with a constant hum of activity. The day had been very fruitful for Zane. From receiving his first paycheck in this world, to buying clothes, a car, and other supplies, it had been tedious, yet exciting. His new car, a black BMW M3, rolled majestically along the street. As for his former car, he had pawned it off for some extra cash. It was no longer needed. Parking in his small garage, the door slid open as Zane stepped out, looking completely different from how he had that morning. His deep black hair was now cut low and stylish, and his face seemed brighter, making his already handsome features even more captivating. He was clearly going all out for tomorrow night's date. A satisfied smile lingered on his lips as he carried everything he had bought, from clothes to supplies, into the house. The supplies ranged from foodstuffs and basic amenities to replacements for several worn-out parts of the house. Zane was someone who liked new things, and ever since he had been yeeted into this world by the Omni-grid, there had been nothing truly new to speak of. The only things new were the powers he gained and the people he met along the way. Now that he had money, he allowed himself to splurge a little, refurnishing quite a few things. Changing into indoor slippers, he walked into his small kitchen and began sorting out the supplies. The food items were quickly arranged, some into the cabinets, others into the refrigerator. As for the clothes and miscellaneous items, it took Zane only 30 minutes to organize everything. He was superhuman after all. His endurance, speed, and coordination far surpassed those of a normal human, making the entire process swift and efficient. If anything, he had slowed himself down just to enjoy the work. That's about everything, Zane murmured, dusting off his hands. I should cook something. The food I ate at that fast food restaurant didn't satisfy me. The kitchen door swung open once more as Zane walked in wearing an apron. He took out the ingredients and began preparing his meal. Then. 20 minutes later. Boil sizzle. A pot of red rice simmered, releasing a rich tomato aroma into the air. Beside it, chicken pieces fried in clear oil, their outer layers crisping to a perfect golden brown. Zane stirred the rice with a proud smile. I still got it. The jollof rice looks as good as ever. Yes, he was cooking one of his favorite African dishes, jollof rice. He had fallen in love with it in his former life, and now he sought to relive those memories through its familiar taste. It should be done in about 10 minutes or so, Zane thought as he washed the spice residue off his hands and stepped out of the kitchen. He sank into his sofa with a soft sigh, eyes closed as he faced the ceiling. The house was silent, save for his slow breathing and the faint bubbling of the rice. Minutes later, his eyes snapped open, sadness and longing flickering within them. Sigh, apart from being a ranger, my personal life is quite boring. Before he could completely form his depressing thought, a sound came from his door. Knock. Who could it be? It's so late, Zane murmured, both confused and wary. Almost no one ever came to visit him, he hardly had any friends, so having someone at his door this late was enough to put him on edge. The faint sounds of sizzling and boiling echoed from the kitchen as Zane walked calmly toward the door. Knock. Knock. The pounding grew slightly louder as he approached. Taking a deep breath, he leaned forward and peered through the peephole, trying to identify the mysterious visitors. Then, the surprise came. Ah, how could it be them? Zane thought, clearly caught off guard. Wasting no time, he swung the door open. Hey guys, what brings you here? He asked, looking at his teammates standing before him. Peter, Ethan, Connor, and Trent all looked at Zane with smiles on their faces. It almost felt strange. Sup, Zane, Peter spoke first, his playful demeanor fully on display. So we were just passing by and thought maybe, we should, get to know our leader's place. So, we kinda asked Kira, and she told us. The others nodded, confirming his words. Only Zane remained still, his expression unreadable as he studied them for a moment before replying. So, are you guys just going to stare at me, or come in? Oh, yeah, we're coming in, Peter said quickly, already stepping inside while trying to mask his embarrassment. Zane noticed and simply shook his head with a sigh. He couldn't blame them. His past behavior, cold, almost robotic, would have never allowed something like this. To Peter and the rest, there was always the chance he'd get annoyed and send them away. But they were overthinking it. Zane was different now. He was whole, complete with his emotions, and more importantly, they were his team. There was nothing wrong with them visiting. If anything, their bond should be stronger than that of ordinary friends. Looking at the others, Zane spoke flatly, and you guys? Yeah, we're coming in. Thanks, dude. Something smells nice. As they all entered, none of them acted awkwardly. They took seats casually, as if they were already at home, some even sprawled across the couch. That sight stirred something in Zane. A quiet sense of satisfaction and happiness. This was the first time in both his past and present life that he had friends over. It felt wonderful. You guys are really lucky, you caught me at the perfect time, Zane said with a small smile. I'm cooking something in the kitchen. I'll make more so we can all eat together. Also, it's an African dish. I'm sure you'll love it. Then his expression turned serious again. You guys are going to eat, right? Yeah, we're kinda starving, Ethan replied, rubbing his stomach. I could eat a horse right now. The others quickly agreed. Zane didn't waste any time and went back to the kitchen, starting another pot of jollof rice. He had originally cooked only enough for himself, so he had no choice. The minutes that followed were relaxed and lively. The boys talked about everything, ranger duties, bits of their personal lives, nothing too deep, and even random, childish topics. The conversation only paused when the meal was ready and Zane served them, along with cold sodas. But even then, it quickly picked back up, stronger than before. Damn, Zane, why are you good at everything? Connor said resentfully, shoveling a spoonful of rice into his mouth. This tastes way too good. Yeah, he's right, dude, Trent added. It's even better than most top-tier restaurants around here. Zane only smiled, choosing not to respond, perhaps too shy to admit it. But he knew they were right. His cooking really was that good. The table felt like a family of 5 sharing a meal, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. Zane found himself glancing around more than once, feeling the shift, from the silence of being alone to this lively presence, almost magical. I finally have friends, huh? He thought, a trace of melancholy surfacing in his expression. Being a ranger is even better than I expected. I hope this lasts forever. This feeling, he liked it. That stream of thoughts flowed away, and the conversations continued. This chapter is a simple slice of life. This was meant to boost the progress of friendship between Zane and the people of this world. As for why the girls or Dr. O aren't present, well, they have important things to do, so they couldn't accompany them. The next chapter would be the date, and afterwards, the interception mission and Zane's intense training shall begin. Chapter 132, Date. The next day came quickly after the small gathering. They had stayed up late and only left that morning, even though the sun had already risen high and hot before they finally did. But they didn't have to worry, today was Sunday. The sunny weekend was simply a day to prepare for the grueling weekdays ahead. So, none of them were in a hurry to leave. It wasn't until Zane threatened them with extra training that they scrambled out like frightened kids. Hours passed for Zane in his small home. Although he appreciated the company his team had brought the night before, the serene silence and gentle rays of sunlight now gave his once tense heart a sense of peace. Staring out the window, he spoke softly, "Sigh, humans are always worried about the future, always paranoid, while nature flows smoothly, uncaring for what's to come or the troubles of the world. It all arrives anyway. What will always happen, but whether we panic or face it calmly, that choice is ours. His voice drifted away, swallowed by the distant morning rush of New York City. Surprisingly, a half-dried leaf swayed in through the window, brushing against him. Zane caught it between his fingers and sighed once more. I should really stop worrying so much about the incoming invasion, he thought. There's no way I can stop it all at once with my current strength, but handling it step by step is possible. And now, I have a team. I'm not alone anymore. With my plans and preparations, we will win. His gaze sharpened, becoming more focused and resolute as his thoughts aligned. What he had just experienced was rare, a moment of true self-reflection. For someone as strong as Zane, such clarity did not come often. It might seem insignificant now, but its impact on his future path would be immense. With his worries easing and his heart growing lighter, Zane's expression softened, now carrying a quiet confidence and a touch of humility. Pushing himself away from the window, he stretched his limbs and exhaled slowly before speaking. Now for the most challenging and fun part of the day, the date. Kira's house was a standard American home, a multi-story building with a porch, a garage, and a small garden out front where a few dogs played fetch with a middle-aged man. Inside one of the brightly lit rooms, several voices could be heard, laughing, shouting, and even sounding a little anxious. These voices naturally belonged to Kira, Gwen, and Mary Jane. They were currently fussing over Kira, who wore both a tired and expectant expression. Looking at her two friends, she asked, "Are you guys sure this looks nice?" Glancing down at her overly fancy yellow dress, Kira couldn't help but panic. Not being used to dressing this way, she felt anxious, afraid Zane might not like it. "Yes, babe, don't worry. I assure you, he'll drool over you when he arrives," Gwen replied with a bright smile. The more she looked at Kira, the more satisfied she felt with her masterpiece. Kira's yellow sundress radiated warmth as she stood before the mirror. The smooth bodice and flowy skirt gave her an effortless elegance, complemented by simple silver sandals and a moonstone necklace. Her blonde hair cascaded freely, no longer carrying the punky edge, and a hint of lip gloss added just the right touch of allure. Her figure looked stunning under the soft glow of the setting sun. Even MJ couldn't help but smack her lips at her friend's hidden beauty. TSK, so you've been hiding all of this under those baggy clothes of yours," MJ said, her tone laced with playful annoyance. Kira rolled her eyes. "Please, even I didn't know I could look like this. I feel like a completely different person." "Yeah, and I like this new Kira. Just don't ruin the date with your punk talk later," Gwen teased, adjusting a crumpled edge of the dress. "Oh, come on, I'm not that stupid to ruin a chance with Zane because of my weird hobby," Kira replied, though a hint of struggle showed on her face. She truly loved music, especially band music. Over time, it had shaped her into someone with a slightly tomboyish aura, which had thinned her dating options. Although she never cared much for other guys, she was still a girl. Being seen as undateable cut deeper than she liked to admit. Tonight, Kira had made up her mind. Even if she had to act like a completely different person, this date had to succeed. "Don't worry, babe. Zane's a really good guy. He'll understand, even if you go full punk rock," Gwen said, noticing the tension on her friend's face. Kira nodded with a small smile, and the conversation flowed as they waited. They weren't even 5 minutes in when a low revving sound echoed from the front porch. The girls immediately lit up with excitement and rushed to the window. To say they weren't stunned would be a lie. What they saw was a beast on wheels, a sleek black luxury car that looked completely out of place in the neighborhood. Even though they couldn't identify the exact model, its presence alone screamed wealth and status. Outside, Kira's parents stepped out to see what was happening. The moment her father's eyes landed on the car, he froze in disbelief. "Is that a BMW M3? Oh my God, who is my daughter going on a date with?" he exclaimed, barely containing himself. His wife stood beside him, equally shocked by the sheer luxury of it all. Before they could say anything else, the car door opened. A figure stepped out. He wore a streamlined black suit paired with polished shoes. The fabric was rich and dark, fitting him perfectly and accentuating his tall frame. His presence carried a calm, refined aura that only made his already handsome face stand out even more. There was only one word that came to mind: expensive. That figure was none other than Zane Callahan, the protagonist of tonight. Jerry and Helen Ford studied him carefully, exchanging subtle glances. Inwardly, they approved. Their daughter's taste, at least this time, was far better than her sister Kendra's. The young man before them was not only handsome but also appeared financially stable. A faint glint passed through Zane's eyes as he noticed the two middle-aged figures assessing him. Calmly, he walked toward them and greeted. "Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. Ford. I'm Zane, Kira's date. Is she in?" His words were concise and direct, catching them slightly off guard. But rather than being put off, they found themselves impressed. As scientists, they disliked unnecessary fluff and appreciated straightforwardness. Zane had just earned full marks on his first impression. "Hey, Zane. Come on in, Kira's almost ready. I'm Jerry, and this is her mom, Helen." "Nice to meet you," the men said with an easy smile. Zane returned a respectful nod. "Nice to meet you, too, Mr. and Mrs. Ford. Thank you for having me." The couple nodded in satisfaction and led him inside, closing the door behind them. Then came the questioning session. The questioning session began almost immediately, just as expected from any American parents meeting the boy, taking their daughter out. Jerry leaned forward slightly, his eyes sharp yet curious. "So, Zane, what exactly do you do?" As far as he knew, the boy before him was a high schooler, at most a senior. So, he was quite stunned at his former luxury. Zane remained calm, his posture straight and composed. "I'm currently involved in a private medical-related field, sir. He explained with a smooth tone, making sure they both understood his source of income was legitimate and he was a good match for their daughter. Helen stepped in next, her gaze softer but just as observant. "And your family?" "I'm an orphan. I live alone for now," Zane replied with a bitter smile and a hint of reminiscence. "Oh, we're sorry about that kid, Jerry quickly spoke with an embarrassed tone but was cut off by Zane's reply. "It's nothing, Mr. Ford. They are gone, I'm used to it already. Brooding over it would change nothing." Helen and Jerry were startled by his mature answer and couldn't help but give bitter smiles and a sympathetic gaze. They felt that what he meant by used to it already was that he was used to loneliness. This made their heart melt even more for him and view him like a child next door. "It's okay, lad, we're here for you." As any other loving parent would say, they spoke these words with sincerity, making Zane have a good impression of the man and woman before him. Like an adage says, it's easy to date a girl, but to get their parents to accept is 1,000 times harder. But now that it seems the difficulty was gone, the answers came naturally, each word measured yet genuine. There was no hint of irritation on his face. If anything, he understood where they were coming from. In his mind, this was not interrogation, it was trust being tested. And he passed each question with ease because he replied honestly. Minutes passed like this, question after question, school, work, intentions, and each time, Zane responded with a simple smile. By the end of it, both Jerry and Helen had unconsciously looked at one another with gazes only they understood, and looked at Zane with full approval. Then, soft footsteps echoed from the staircase. All attention shifted. Kira descended slowly, one hand lightly holding the railing. The moment Zane's eyes landed on her, he froze. For a brief second, the composed leader of the team, the calm, calculated ranger, was completely stunned. She was breathtaking. The yellow sundress flowed gently with each step, catching the light in a way that made her seem almost radiant. Her loose blonde hair framed her face perfectly, and the faint blush on her cheeks only added to her charm. Gone was the punk edge he had grown used to, what stood before him was something softer, more vulnerable, and undeniably beautiful. Kira, on the other hand, could feel his gaze. It was intense, almost burning. Her heart raced as she tried to avoid eye contact, her fingers tightening slightly against the fabric of her dress. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then Zane moved. He stepped forward, closing the distance between them with quiet confidence. Stopping just in front of her, he extended his hand, a gentle smile forming on his lips. "You look stunning tonight." The praise came very naturally and with an honest air. "Please." Kira blinked, momentarily lost in her own thoughts, before snapping back to reality. A soft breath escaped her as she placed her hand in his. Their fingers intertwined naturally, as they both looked at one another with a smile. Even the parents watching and her friends upstairs were stunned by their chemistry. Especially the parents who were completely seeing a new side of their daughter. They almost couldn't believe this was their child. As they had gotten used to her punky dressing, this was like a new world open to them. But they said nothing, they just smiled and advised them as a parent would. Even Gwen and MJ felt a tinge of envy towards their friend's good luck. The man before them was really handsome, but it was only envy, they were naturally happy for her. Minutes later, Zane led Kira into the majestic vehicle, waved goodbye to the parents and friends, and drove off into the night. A romantic chapter is really hard to write. I'm used to punching and kicking plots, but I hope it's good. Please comment, and post reviews so I can improve them later on. I'm still a newbie author. Power Stones, guys, please. Chapter 133, Beautiful Night. It took about 20 minutes of driving before they arrived at the restaurant where the date would take place. The car had been mostly silent throughout the ride, as neither of them quite knew how to start a proper conversation. Only small talk surfaced at intervals, brief and slightly awkward. V-room. The car rolled into a reserved spot, personally booked by Zane. A staff member was already waiting for their arrival. Zane stepped out calmly, while Kira followed, doing her best to maintain her composure despite the anxiety building within her. Tossing the keys to the waiting staff, Zane naturally took Kira's hand in a gentle, almost instinctive motion and led her forward. The staff member watched them with a hint of envy, wishing he was Zane, as they walked toward the entrance. Everything proceeded smoothly. The doormen had already noticed Zane arriving from the VIP section, so they didn't dare delay him. After a quick confirmation, another staff member guided them to their reserved table. Soft music and a refined ambience filled the air, the atmosphere radiating quiet luxury. It brushed against both of them, but especially Kira, whose nerves only grew stronger in such an unfamiliar setting. She wasn't like Zane, who had experienced places like this countless times. For her, it was overwhelming. Combined with her fear of messing up the date, her anxiety only continued to rise. Just as the discomfort started to show, she felt a gentle squeeze on her hand. "Kira, what's wrong?" Zane asked, his voice laced with concern. "Do you not like it here?" Caught off guard by how accurately he read her, Kira forced a small smile as they both took their seats. "It's nothing. I was just, a little anxious." "This is my first date," she admitted. The worry in Zane's eyes eased slightly, though it didn't completely disappear. He could tell she wasn't saying everything, but he chose not to press. "It's fine, with enough conversation, I'll figure it out soon enough," the thought passed quietly through his mind as the date officially began. They ordered carefully chosen dishes, nothing too cheap, nothing overly extravagant. Zane made sure the balance was just right. Time passed as they ate slowly, their conversation starting with light topics before gradually drifting into more personal territory. "So, Zane, have you ever had a girlfriend?" Kira asked, her voice soft and slightly nervous. Her current demeanor was completely different from her usual confident self. The tomboyish edge was gone, what remained was a girl sitting across from her crush. Zane observed her reactions carefully before replying with a faint smile. "No. I've never had anyone I liked before. Whether in my past or present life. I've always been alone," he added silently in his mind. "Oh," Kira hummed, falling quiet, but internally, she was bursting with excitement. "Yes. If this works out, doesn't that mean I'll be his first?" Her thoughts were practically bouncing with joy until Zane spoke again. "So, how about you? Have you ever dated or liked anyone before?" His tone remained calm, but his thoughts ran deeper. Of course, she didn't. In both the comics and the show, she didn't have a real love interest until Trent, but this world is different. A Marvel R-18 reality merging with a PG-1 could change things. "No, I never had anyone," Kira replied with a faint, bitter smile. "I was too punk rock to like, or be liked by anyone. Because I only liked you," she added silently in her heart. That was who Kira was. Once she set her heart on someone, whether as a potential boyfriend or soulmate, she never wavered. Unlike the more fickle tendencies she saw in others, her feelings were unwavering. The same went for her love of music. Even when her sister told her it was pointless, she never gave up. It could have been a curse if her love was one-sided, but fortunately, Zane was the one she chose. "Oh, well, they're kind of wrong. Your punk rock side is one of the most attractive things about you," Zane said casually, taking another bite of his food. "You really think so?" Kira's eyes lit up, her voice rising slightly in excitement. Her earlier worries melted away almost instantly. It turned out she had been overthinking everything. Zane actually liked her for who she was. Yeah. It's not the main reason I like you. But it's definitely one of the most attractive parts," Zane replied, his expression calm and sincere. Kira's face flushed bright red. "Ah, he said it. Her thoughts spiraled wildly, clinging only to the words, "I like you." It might seem exaggerated, but for someone her age, someone in love, it was completely natural. When the person you liked returned your feelings, even in the smallest way, it felt like the world itself had shifted. And for Kira, this moment felt like the beginning of something perfect. Zane, with his sharp perception, noticed all of this but simply smiled. To be honest, he was happy too. If this really worked out and turned into a relationship, it would complete one of his goals in this new world, and he could finally have the family he had always wanted. It took Kira a few seconds to calm down. When she noticed Zane staring at her, she became embarrassed and quickly spoke. Sorry about that, I was caught off guard by your words. I don't mean it in a bad way. I actually loved it, liked." Her voice trailed off as she lost herself again. Seeing the same situation repeat, Zane chuckled softly and cut her off. "It's okay, Kira. I also love that I like you." Those words caught her off guard, but in the best way possible. She calmed her nerves and simply nodded. She lowered her head, focusing on her meal with a soft smile, her heart filled with a quiet, overwhelming bliss. Zane nodded in satisfaction and continued eating as well. The meal itself was small yet expensive, so they finished it within minutes. Afterward, they continued talking about many things, even deeply personal matters. With each passing moment, they grew closer, more comfortable with each other than before. They had reserved the entire night, so time wasn't a concern. Even as the restaurant slowly emptied, their conversation flowed effortlessly. Rumble. Mid-conversation, Kira's stomach growled, startling her as she instinctively covered it in embarrassment. But it wasn't as intense as before. After everything they had already shared, this felt minor. Zane raised an eyebrow slightly. You hungry? Yeah. Kira replied, lips pursed as she gave him an innocent look. Although the food from earlier had been delicious, the portion was far too small to satisfy her. Ever since she started training with Zane, her appetite had increased drastically. What she had eaten earlier felt like a drop in the ocean. So, want to order something else? It's our night after all, Zane said. Kira's heart melted at his words, but she still shook her head. Wait, is this the legendary female trap? Damn it, I shouldn't have asked like that, Zane muttered internally, recalling the teachings of a so-called great sage, who once claimed that asking a woman a direct question could lead to endless confusion. So, what do you want to eat then? The words slipped out naturally, unintended. Yeah, it's over. I've ruined the night, he wailed inwardly, his calm facade barely holding. Kira remained silent for a moment, and with each passing second, Zane's anxiety grew. But, he had overthought it. How about we leave this place and go to Haley's? She has great food, I promise you'll love it, Kira said, leaning slightly closer. Her minty breath and soft voice unconsciously eased his tension. Sure. Anything you want, Zane replied with a small smile as he stood, ready to lead the way. Kira's heart swelled with joy as she followed him out, her thoughts already spinning with plans she had set for this night. Everything moved quickly after that. They left the high-end restaurant and made their way to Haley's cyberspace. Even at this hour, people still lingered, some entering, others leaving. It was truly one of the most popular spots in the city. Zane's BMW was parked in a secluded corner of the building, ensuring its safety. The night was dark, and hardly anyone would notice it, let alone have malicious intentions. And even if something did happen, Kara would notify him before it could occur. Taking her hand in his, Zane walked confidently into the cafe, drawing a few strange looks as he passed by. It was rare for someone to walk into Haley's dressed in such formal attire. But it didn't bother him. He was here with Kira, nothing else mattered. Ring. A bell chimed as they stepped inside. Neon lights glowed across the space, with a few people working on systems while others quietly enjoyed their meals. I'll be back, Kira said, gently withdrawing her hand before heading toward the bar where Haley stood. Hey Haley, she greeted with a bright smile. Haley looked up from her work, her face carrying both exhaustion and amusement. Hey, Kira. How's it going? How was the date with the boy? As expected of the ever-observant manager, she already knew. It was really nice, the best day ever. Kira went on to explain everything, carefully leaving out the more personal details, before telling her why they had come. Don't worry about it. I've prepared everything just the way you wanted. I'm sure he's going to be dazzled, Haley replied, her tone filled with anticipation. Kira's face lit up instantly. She hugged her tightly. Thank you so much, Haley. You're the best. Yes, I know, you say that every time. Now go back to your boyfriend, Haley said, gently pushing her away. Kira nodded and made her way back to Zane. As she approached, he looked up. Placed the orders already? Yeah, it's a cafe special. You're gonna love it, she replied with a beaming smile, boldly taking his hand again and leading him to a highlighted spot in the spacious room. They sat down, and the food arrived almost immediately, personally delivered by Haley Zichter. It looked simple, a Bronto burger, a red velvet milkshake, and premium cyber-spiced curly fries, one set each. But the aroma alone was enough to prove its quality. Kira's stomach rumbled in anticipation. Without waiting, she dug in, devouring the meal quickly, though still maintaining some level of grace. Zane followed suit, dropping any pretense as he ate just as heartily. Their conversation flowed more freely here, filled with laughter, far more than at the restaurant earlier. This place felt different and comfortable enough for them to feel at ease. After a few more bites, they were both full. The rush of dopamine from the food slowly settled, leaving behind only a calm sense of contentment. Then. I'll be back, Zane. Kira stood up, a mysterious smile on her face, and left before he could respond. Hey, Zane called out, but stopped midway, watching her leave with a mix of confusion and curiosity. Of course, he had noticed her earlier exchange with Haley. As a ranger, his perception far exceeded that of a normal human. He could have easily listened in, but he didn't. Out of respect, and a quiet expectation for whatever surprise she had planned. So, while his face remained calm, his mind waited. Flash. Suddenly, the cafe lights dimmed, replaced by a softer glow. At the same time, a spotlight illuminated both the stage and Zane himself. His eyes narrowed slightly. Then she appeared. Kira stepped onto the stage, still in her yellow dress, accompanied by a few other girls, including Gwen, now dressed in full punk rock style. Zane's thoughts stirred. Is this what I think it is? A faint tension built within him, anticipation rising as he watched her. Kira didn't keep him waiting. She looked directly at him and spoke, her voice clear and filled with emotion. So, Zane. I wanted to make this night special, for both of us. So, I decided to write a song for us. A beautiful smile spread across her face, making her seem even brighter under the spotlight. And I hope you enjoy it. Everything went silent after that. Zane watched her calmly, his thoughts unreadable, yet his heart was filled with quiet joy. Kira picked up her electric guitar and signaled softly with her fingers. 1, 2, 3. Strum. The chords rang out, smooth and powerful, and her voice followed. Musical notes. Looking back, I don't regret musical notes. Musical notes. One single day. Musical notes. Musical notes. Memories I'll keep close. Musical notes. Musical notes when you walk away. Musical notes. The song flowed beautifully through the cafe, every note carrying emotion. Kira became completely immersed in it, her gaze locked onto Zane, her eyes soft and radiant, almost as if she had forgotten everything else. Zane felt his heart melt even further. He recognized the song instantly. It was one he had heard before, one he used to hum along to as a child. Back then, he had always wished, almost foolishly, that he could witness it live someday. And now, it was happening right in front of him. I guess dreams really do come true, Zane thought, a faint smile forming as memories flashed through his mind, from the moment he arrived in this world to this very scene. It hadn't been easy. The journey had been filled with danger, pressure, and uncertainty. But standing here now, watching her, it all felt worth it. Not a single moment did he regret. His gaze softened as he focused entirely on the girl under the spotlight. To him, the world seemed to fade away. The people, the cafe, the noise, everything disappeared, leaving only the two of them in that moment. The soft light above cast a gentle glow on her, like moonlight touching her skin. It made her seem almost unreal, like she was meant to stand there, meant to shine. And somehow, it felt like they were meant to stand together. Something deep within Zane shifted. A feeling he hadn't experienced since the day he lost his parents rose again, stronger, clearer, unshakable. His chest tightened slightly, not with pain, but with resolve. I swear to protect her and everyone important to me in this world, as long as I stand, nothing will ever take anyone I care about from me, never again. And from then on, they both became perfect for one another. Soulmates till eternity. So I tried my best not to make it too cringe and too bland. I hope y'all enjoyed it, and I would love your comments on the chapter. Sorry for the late update, guys, I overslept. Please give Power Stones. Chapter 134, Training and Advance. Chirp. A small bird, with golden beaks and water-like skin, rested quietly on a tall, majestic tree, one among many in the vast area. Green fruits protruded from nearly every branch, releasing a soothing fragrance that made the bird burrow deeper into its nest. Suddenly. Bang. Chirp. A gale-like wind struck, startling the bird of its nest as it burst into flight. Still too weak. The culprit's voice echoed across the vast field of trees and waterfalls. At the center stood a bare-chested figure, muscles compact and rippling, each subtle movement carrying an invisible pressure that seemed to deter even the surrounding air. This figure was none other than Zane. He was training in a secluded part of the base, maintaining a time acceleration of 50x. Several hours had passed since his date with Kira. After the subtle shift in his goals, he had pushed his training schedule forward, leaving everything else for later. The invasion of alien forces was drawing near, and he needed to reach at least B-tier ranger status to ensure victory. For an ordinary person, such a leap would be impossible, but Zane was different. First, he had the advantage of time acceleration. Second, the Omni-grid had blessed him with extraordinary talent through his titles. And most importantly, he still possessed and used training cards capable of boosting his efficiency and cutting the required time in half. A/N, remember, advancing from C tier to B tier normally takes decades at best and centuries at worst. Even the most talented beings in this multiversal setting can only shorten that time slightly, not like Zane, who has reached this point in mere months. Standing before a massive waterfall, Zane stretched his muscles, warming up his body. Then, focusing his thoughts, he willed the Omni-grid interface to appear. Swoosh. A panel, visible only to him, materialized. Omniversal Ranger System. Name, Zane Callahan. Designation, Omni-ranger, C rank. Age. Level, 20, now 20 due to small missions taken, next upgrades will be displayed. XP, 5000/5000, condition for advancement unlocked. Title, Grids chosen, Transmigrant. Overall strength, C+, approximation of all stats from physical strength to energy output. Skills. Primary Omni-ranger skills, Omni-reflex, Omni-burst, Omni-blast, Omni-beam, Elemental orb, new. Secondary skills. Innocence, skill type, B tier, growth. Megazord skill, A tier. Omni-resonance drive, A tier. Grid sovereign manifestation, A tier. Overdrive, A tier. System functions. Inventory, 30 training cards, Alpha 5, upgraded, Hardherb X2, blueprint, Omniside MK.2, custom weapon, upgradable, Dragon Shield, legendary, Power Ranger series, URU Metal, Starfall Lance, SPD Delta Enforcer, Astro Morpher upgrade chip, Beast X Saber, Turbo Accelerator boots, V-Blade, Quantum Defender. Missions, none. Personal arsenal, Omni-Saber, Omni-Blasters, Omni-Cycle, Revival Altar, Prehistoric Totem. Ranger forms, Omni-Ranger series, 2 forms unlocked, Jungle Fury series. Megazord Bay, Shark Zord, White Tiger Zord. Morphlab, suit/weapon customization. Multiversal navigation and travel, locked. Shop, Ranger plus Marvel items. Grid points, 435,000. Zane ignored most of it, he was already familiar with the details. His focus remained on the XP section and the training cards. He had 30 in total. Extremely rare items, only obtainable in such numbers due to the benefits of his newbie missions. Each card could independently add +5 to all attributes. Once his stats crossed the 200 mark, he could advance to B tier. This showed how powerful they were. He had planned on ranking up without it, yet, even after multiple missions, his average stats hovered around 90. Without these cards, it would take him at least a year to advance. Fast by normal standards, but far too slow for him. The invasion was coming. He couldn't afford that kind of delay. Who? Calming himself, Zane exhaled a stream of turbid air before summoning the cards. Instantly, several golden, rectangular constructs appeared around him, rotating slowly and radiating immense power. Cool, he muttered, dazzled by the majesty of the cards. Then, without hesitation, he willed them all to merge with his body. Whoosh! They dissolved into countless particles of light, surging into him from every direction. Hiss! Zane winced in pain, his body bending slightly as his entire biology underwent a massive transformation. Infinite omni-energy flooded his cells, reinforcing and evolving them. His stats surged. 90, 100. 167, 201. 220, and then, stopped. The process didn't end there. Days passed, then months, and eventually, an entire year within the accelerated time. Zane remained standing in the same spot, slightly bent, breathing shallowly, eyes closed, completely unaware of the passage of time. Streams of hot air rose from his bent figure, the artificial sun within the base shining down on him as if acknowledging his advancing strength. Then, a majestic pressure burst from his body. Boom. Animals and birds in the surrounding area scattered instantly, fleeing from the overwhelming force. Yet, there was no true fear in their eyes, only instinct. Deep down, they recognized Zane as the master of this domain. So there was no need for fear. His eyes snapped open. A red flash streaked through them. More astonishing was the fact that his feet no longer touched the ground, his entire body hovered midair. This was one of the defining traits of B-tier powerhouses. Flight. Regardless of the power system, be it technology, magic, or raw biology, once a being reached this level, they gained the ability to defy gravity itself. They could soar like aircraft, move faster than sound, and in Zane's case, even beyond that. So strong. I feel like I could punch a small moon into dust, he muttered, clenching his fists as faint booms echoed from the pressure. He wasn't exaggerating. At this level, destroying a moon the size of a country was well within his capabilities, and that was only in his base human form. Once morphed, with access to the Omni-grid, his weapons, and his abilities, leveling multiple celestial bodies wouldn't be out of reach. The next moment, he summoned one of his weapons, the Omni-Saber. The crimson blade materialized instantly, gleaming under the sunlight with a ferocious edge. It felt alive, as though the spirit of a primordial predator lingered within it, ready to tear through anything in its path. As Zane observed it, a realization struck him. The weapons have also upgraded to B tier to match my strength. This time, the shock on his face was unmistakable. He had assumed he would need to spend grid points to upgrade them, but that wasn't the case. Any weapon tied to his ranger forms was a growth type item. As his strength increased, so did theirs. Even his suit followed the same principle. This feels like some Xianxia stuff, he muttered, letting out a short laugh that echoed through the silent forest like a madman. Shaking his head, he focused next on his energy output. Fwoosh fwoosh. His blood surged through his veins at incredible speed, far beyond normal human limits. Every gush and rush was like a running stream circulating at light speed. Even his intelligence and thinking capabilities had evolved. He could perceive it clearly now, his senses had evolved. With his advancement, his spirit deepened, granting him abilities such as inner vision, telekinesis, and mental projection. And these weren't restricted to his ranger form, they were now part of him. The energy within my cells is actually this immense. Going on for years without food or an energy source would be no problem for me, this is perfect for what I need to do. Ending his inspection, Zane quickly reached for his morpher, excitement flickering in his eyes. He wanted to see the difference, feel the transformation at this new level. Click. He placed his hand on it, his voice steady as he initiated the sequence. Omni-morpher, lock on. Locking on, initiating phase 1. A brilliant red light flashed faster than the eye could perceive, then. Boom. The ground beneath him cracked as Zane, now clad in his Omni-ranger suit, shot into the sky at a speed far beyond human limits. Then, it increased. It approached the speed of sound. Boom boom. And then, surpassed it. Tear. The air itself ripped apart as his velocity continued to climb, until Zane became nothing more than a streak of red light, his figure completely untraceable. Gravity seemed to resist his advancement, but it stopped before the force could even touch him. So this is what superheroes like Superman felt when flying for their first time, Zane exclaimed in his mind as the rush of the wind brushed his suit. This is the best. Then. Mid-air, Zane made a sudden decision. His voice rang out once more. Omni-morpher, lock on. Activate Crimson Ranger mode. Locking on, initiating phase 2. A brighter flash erupted in the sky, so intense that even the creatures below instinctively squinted. Yet instead of slowing him down, it amplified his speed even further. His ranger suit evolved in an instant. Armor formed over his shoulders, and the design shifted into a more intricate blend of red and gold. It looked sharper, more refined, both powerful and elegant at the same time. This time, his entire body radiated the element of fire. Flames surged across him, burning hotter than the surface of the sun, yet completely stable under his control. The environment remained untouched, as if reality itself obeyed his will. If he desired, the entire forest could be reduced to ash in seconds, but he had no intention of doing so. Almost as if testing his limits, Zane shifted elements again. The flames vanished, replaced by a dark blue suit surrounded by swirling water. Without hesitation, he dived into a massive body of water within the base. Schools of fish and strange aquatic creatures parted effortlessly, undisturbed by his presence. Splash. He swam faster than any fish moving around with pure excitement before moving back up. Woohoo. His voice echoed with pure excitement as he burst back into the sky. Then, Earth. His suit turned yellow. Then, nature. A vibrant green. Then, wind. Cyan blue, his body merging seamlessly with the currents above. He moved freely, switching elements at will, each transition smooth and absolute. This continued for an entire hour before Zane finally slowed down and floated before a vibrant slope. Power down. The suit dissolved as he unmorphed, landing softly on a stretch of grassy land untouched by any other natural presence. No trees, no animals, not even the faint buzzing of insects, only silence. Pure, tranquil silence. The rush of adrenaline faded, replaced by a steady calm. A quiet hope lingered in his chest, while his eyes burned with renewed determination. He now had absolute confidence in the upcoming mission. What could have been a catastrophic, history-defining invasion for Earth would instead become a massacre for the invaders. He would strike them so hard, that even the thought of his name would bring fear. The team is ready, and my strength is finally enough. The interception operation can begin, he murmured softly, his gaze fixed on the artificial sun above, completely unfazed by its intensity. Then he exhaled lightly. But first. I need sleep. I've been training for a year. He closed his eyes with a faint smile and breathed his last cough. Went to sleep. Chapter 135, Interception. Omni-base headquarters. The seats of the Vanguard Council were occupied. Several individuals, clad in suits of varying colors and designs, sat with calm expressions. Before them hovered a blueprint of a massive mecha spaceship, alongside multiple holograms displaying different scenarios and tactical projections. This group was none other than Zane and his team. They were currently reviewing the plans for the upcoming interception mission. So, as I said before, the mission begins today. For now, we need suitable participants, Zane spoke first, making it clear that this wouldn't be an all-out deployment, but a carefully selected operation involving only those who met the conditions displayed on the holograms. The team nodded, their eyes fixed on the projections they had been studying for several minutes, each lost in their own thoughts. It wasn't that the mission was impossible, or that the enemies were unbeatable. The real issue lay in the environment and the sheer number of enemies. This is a big mission, Tommy thought solemnly. But compared to what I've faced as a ranger, this is doable. The holograms painted a grim picture. An apocalyptic scenario. A biological warship swarming with billions of Chitauri soldiers. Another monstrous vessel, carrying Kelzaks and piloted by a terrifying space general, rivaling the first in both scale and numbers. And finally, a sleek, sci-fi vessel tearing through space at faster-than-light speeds, carrying beings far more dangerous than the others. The Dark Elves. All of them were converging on one small blue planet, Earth, each of them to plunder and destroy. If this had been any ordinary world, the destruction would have been beyond catastrophic. Good thing we have Zane, Tommy sighed inwardly, glancing at the young leader clad in red. His gaze carried a hint of complexity. Zane's strength, his control over situations, his composure, everything about him was exceptional. His strategies, his arsenal, even veteran rangers rarely displayed this level of mastery, let alone a teenager. Pushing those thoughts aside, Tommy refocused on the spaceship blueprint before him. It was nothing short of a titan. A starfaring behemoth capable of speeds far beyond light. Interstellar travel would be effortless with it. It could endure extreme space phenomena, asteroid storms, cosmic turbulence, even the pull of most black holes and spatial distortions. And its combat capabilities were even more terrifying. It could transform into a megazord for direct combat, and even in its base form, its weapon systems could rival fleets across multiple galaxies. Better than anything I've ever seen, Tommy admitted inwardly, faint memories of his early days as a ranger surfacing. Back then, their first spacecraft hadn't even come close to this level of advancement. This was on another level entirely. After a moment of thought, Tommy finally spoke. I'm in, kid. Good, Zane replied with a faint smile, as if he had already expected it. To him, Tommy was the ideal candidate. A veteran of countless battles, especially in space. The others, while capable, still lacked that level of experience. The rest of the team remained silent. Not out of fear, but uncertainty. They had never faced a mission of this magnitude. The concern wasn't survival, it was the possibility of becoming a burden, or worse, compromising the mission itself. The stakes were too high for reckless decisions. Zane didn't rush them. He understood. This was a defining moment for each of them. Even he had felt the pressure. Before his recent breakthrough, doubt had lingered in his mind for days. Without his newfound strength, he might have hesitated to even initiate this operation. Minutes passed in silence. Only Alpha and Kara moved about, quietly processing data and adjusting projections. The tension in the room was palpable. Each member weighed their strength, their growth, and the months of relentless training they had endured within the base. Then, a male voice broke the tranquil silence. I'll go, leader. Another figure clad in red, with white teeth stripes and a dinosaur paw emblem on his chest, stepped forward. Huh. Audible gasps echoed across the room as half the team turned toward Connor in shock. The intensity of their stares made him instinctively take a step back. Ahem, guys, can you stop staring? Connor said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he struggled to understand their exaggerated reaction. What he didn't realize was that their surprise was completely justified. Even as a Red Ranger, Connor had never truly embodied leadership. He could be reckless, spoiled at times, easily distracted, more interested in football than training, and, worst of all, he had once been a coward. The guy was even afraid of swimming. Connor, are you okay in the head? Ethan leaned closer and whispered. Bang. Connor knocked Ethan's helmet lightly and pushed him away, a helpless look crossing his face. He understood exactly what Ethan meant. He knew himself better than anyone. Out of all of them, he had been the least motivated. Why? Because football had always mattered more than being a ranger. He struggled to accept the idea of giving up his own dreams just to protect others. It felt too selfless. Too foolish. But then again, what kind of person risks their life for strangers? A hero had to be at least a little foolish. And he wasn't a saint. At least, that's what he used to believe. But things had changed. Through months of training, watching his teammates grow stronger, more serious, more dedicated, something in him shifted. The fear that once gripped him during battles had faded, reduced to almost nothing. And more importantly, he was the true leader of the Dino Thunder team. This time, he wanted to prove it. Not with words, but with action. Oh, are you sure? Zane asked, his tone carrying a hint of surprise. But in truth, he had been observing Connor for a long time. The change in him hadn't gone unnoticed. Even in the original timeline, Connor had started off as an unreliable leader. It took life and death battles, against Zeltrax and the corrupted White Ranger, for him to finally grow. But now, under Zane's influence, that growth had come much earlier. Hearing the question, Connor's eyes, hidden beneath his helmet, sharpened with resolve. Yes. I'm very sure, leader. Good, Zane nodded slightly before shifting his gaze back to the rest of the team. Now we need one more person. The Megazord configuration of the spaceship required 4 pilots. 1 slot remained. I'll go too. Peter spoke up, his re-engineered Spider-Man suit gleaming with refined sophistication. This time, no one reacted with surprise. It felt right. Despite his occasional immaturity, Peter's efficiency, coordination, and battle instincts were exceptional. Just right for the mission. Zane gave a short nod before standing up, dismissing the holograms with a wave. Great. Now that the candidates have been chosen, the mission will commence immediately. That fast? Trent spoke up, unable to hide his concern. Zane replied calmly. The enemies are closing in quickly. We need to at least slow one of them down before the others arrive. He paused briefly before continuing, his tone steady. Reducing their numbers is necessary. It ensures the main sweeping operation can proceed safely, with minimal or zero losses. And since we're striking first, under the cover of their unpreparedness, the damage we inflict will be significant. Then his gaze shifted toward the remaining team members. And you all will stay behind and protect Earth while we're gone. This mission will take a week. His expression grew more serious. Mesogog has been unusually quiet these past few days. That alone is a problem. My guess is that he's preparing something big, and whatever it is, you'll need to stop it, no matter what. The safety of the planet rests in your hands. Zane's words fell like a heavy hammer, shattering the calm in their hearts. They had thought the interception mission was the most important part of the operation, but they were wrong. Earth's safety was the true priority. The weight of responsibility he placed on them was immense. But at the same time, it ignited something within them. They couldn't fail him. They couldn't fail the planet. This time they could protect the planet without his intervention. They had to stand tall. Rest assured, Zane. It's our mission. We won't fail, Kira said firmly, calling him by name instead of leader like the others. Good. I trust you, Zane replied with a faint smile beneath his helmet, completely unbothered by her choice of words. He had never cared much for the title leader. To him, they were all just teenagers thrown into something far greater than themselves. But the team insisted on it, out of respect and structure for the future. Kira, however, was different. She was the only one who could call him by name so freely, aside from Tommy, who preferred Kid. One after another, the rest of the team voiced their resolve, assuring him that Earth would be safe under their protection. The meeting ended on a strong note. Everyone dispersed immediately, heading off to prepare for their respective roles. They all understood, this mission would mark a turning point for them as the Omni-Force team. Zane, Peter, Connor, and Tommy stood before the Ranger spaceship inside one of the base's massive hangars. The sleek Titan loomed before them, its red frame lined with gold, mirroring Zane's crimson Ranger suit. It stretched for several meters, massive and imposing, making them feel like ants in comparison. Damn. It's this big. Connor muttered, staring in awe at the vessel. Yeah. Wait till you see the interior, Zane chuckled lightly. He understood the reaction, he had felt the same the first time. Cool. It's always been one of my dreams to ride in a spaceship, Peter added, his voice filled with childlike excitement. Especially one this beautiful and sci-fi. Tommy simply nodded, impressed. Even after seeing the holograms, nothing compares to witnessing it in person. Then, Zane turned to his team, his posture shifting instantly into one of discipline and focus. Remember, this mission is critical to Earth's survival. Give it everything you've got. Understood, Leader X. They all gave a crisp, almost military salute, including Tommy. Zane chuckled inwardly, a faint sense of nostalgia washing over him, reminding him of his days in the Navy in his previous life. Very good, he nodded. Keep that mindset, and this mission might end faster than expected. Activate spaceship, Zane commanded through his morpher. Activating S-tier Ranger spaceship. The once silent Titan came alive. Lights flickered on in sequence as the engines roared to life. Engines activated. Cannons activated. Special systems activated. Omni-energy core, fully charged. Go Power Rangers. The massive ship hummed as it lifted slightly off the ground, hovering steadily as if defying gravity itself, awaiting its pilots. The 4 stood before it, figures of resolve and power, ready to embark. Zane glanced at his team. Their eyes burned with anticipation, just like his. A small smile formed. Omni-force, roll out. In an instant, their bodies vanished, teleported directly into the ship. The spaceship ascended higher as a massive teleportation gate formed ahead, a swirling, rainbow-like vortex. This was Zane's creation, a space-time gateway designed for operations like this. It could traverse vast distances across the galaxy in moments. Though beyond that, its efficiency dropped, it was still enough to give them a critical head start. Inside, the engines roared louder, the Omni-powered frame resonating with energy as it aligned with the gate. Then, zwoosh. The ship surged forward, its speed surpassing light itself as it vanished into the vortex. Its destination, the universe. Yeah, the interception chapter is 3 chapters max, so don't worry about it getting dragged. Power stones for motivation, guys. Chapter 136, Interception. In a dark, silent expanse filled with drifting asteroids and far-reaching stars, a rainbow-like vortex appeared abruptly in space. At first, it was small, only a few meters wide, but like a widening tear, it expanded rapidly. 20 meters, 30, 100, 1,000, until it finally stabilized at 10,000 meters. Swoosh hum. The massive vortex resembled a cosmic gate, as if welcoming a beast into the universe. Its swirling motion paused for a brief moment before a large, sci-fi spaceship burst out from within. It shone with bright rainbow light as if announcing its arrival into space. Moments later, the wormhole collapsed and vanished completely. A familiar vessel now hovered in space. Compared to the gate, it seemed small, but to any ordinary life form in the universe, it was colossal. It was the Omni-ranger spaceship. Inside the metallic giant, Zane, Tommy, Connor, and Peter jolted slightly from their resting positions as they felt the subtle shift in their surroundings, accompanied by the ship's AI announcement. Space-time transition complete. Preparing for automatic flight. Master, we have arrived at Sector 56GH7UHI, nearest to a civilized galaxy. Master, shall I activate external simulation and lock onto a specific location? The emotionless voice startled everyone awake, except Zane, who had remained alert the entire time. The transition had taken over 30 minutes, and with nothing to do, the others had relaxed. Hearing a sudden, unfamiliar voice naturally made them wary. Zane found their reactions amusing, mentally noting the moment for future use. Outwardly, however, he remained composed as he responded. Activate 100% external simulation and lock onto XXXXX. Maintain speed at 50 times the speed of light, and enable the ship's stealth function. Affirmative, Master. Immediately, multiple systems within the ship came online. Buzz. The control room hummed as streams of data and code flashed across the panels. The previous rear view vanished, replaced by a complete panoramic display of space. Asteroids drifted silently. Distant stars shimmered like scattered diamonds. Planets, some even teeming with life, floated in the vast void. It felt as if they were standing directly in space, with nothing obstructing their view. Even more impressive, while they could observe everything outside, no one could detect them within. Whoa! Peter muttered, unable to fully express his excitement. For a science enthusiast like him, this was nothing short of breathtaking. The others shared similar reactions. Space was strange, vast, cold, and unfamiliar, yet it carried a beauty that was both humbling and awe-inspiring. Even for Zane, this was his first time witnessing so many stars and inhabited planets up close. Then, the ship itself vanished. Its entire structure blended seamlessly into the void, becoming completely invisible. Unless something physically collided with it, its presence would remain undetected. Perfect for ambushes, and perfect for their mission. Moments later, the Omni-energy core surged to life, coursing through every system. The radar locked onto a distant trajectory. Then, the ship accelerated. At 50 times the speed of light, space itself seemed to distort around them. From an external perspective, everything blurred into streaks of motion, but within the simulation, everything remained clear and stable. And just like that, their true journey through space began. This should take at least 5 hours of non-stop travel, if nothing interferes, Zane thought as he reviewed the AI's analysis report. He understood the risks. Space was endless, unpredictable. No radar could track everything within it. Even an S-class ship like theirs could only scan up to 50 billion kilometers ahead. It sounded vast, but in the grand scale of the universe, it was barely anything. For the next 5 hours, they would have to stay alert. 5 hours passed quickly. The Ranger spaceship, which had maintained a speed of 50 times the speed of light with its camouflaged frame, began to slow down considerably. Several 100,000 kilometers ahead floated a massive T-shaped black spaceship, stretching for several meters in length. Embedded at its center was a core that pulsed between blue and red, depending on its energy consumption. Surrounding it were multiple smaller ships, each about 100 meters tall, blade-shaped, and filled with hundreds of dark elf soldiers. The infamous Ark, Zane muttered, staring at the holographic projection of the elves' flagship with a solemn expression. He had seen it before through the base's scanners, but this was different. The pressure it emitted even from such a distance was immense. To any ordinary person, it would have been enough to instill fear and force a retreat. And that was exactly the intention of the Dark Elves, to dominate through sheer presence. The rest of the team studied the display as well, their expressions ranging from anxiety to readiness. "These are our targets, huh?" Connor muttered, his tone carrying a hint of awe as he stared at the ominous structure. It wasn't admiration, it was shock at the sheer scale of the army and fleet before them. If not for the overwhelming capabilities of their own ship, his first instinct would have been to turn back. The oppressive aura alone was enough to make that decision seem reasonable. "Get ready, guys. We'll be in contact in about 10 minutes, Zane said, turning to them with the natural confidence of a leader. "Prepare for intense action." His words ignited something within them. The lingering fear and doubt they had carried vanished almost instantly, replaced by focus and determination. The kid's capable, all right, Tommy thought, nodding inwardly. His control over situations is exceptional. With this, even future internal conflicts within the team can be minimized. The team quickly checked their gear, ensuring everything was in place. While the spaceship would handle most of the combat, they still had to be ready for any enemies that might slip through or engage them directly. Under Zane's command, the ship accelerated once more, this time to 100 times the speed of light. It surged forward like a phantom, cutting through space undetected. With its camouflage active, the Ark remained completely unaware of the incoming threat. It wouldn't know what hit it. Minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The Ranger spaceship arrived within striking distance, hovering silently before the Arkansas. Zane knew that the moment he attacked, their position would be exposed. The Dark Elves would be alerted instantly. But the advantage of a first strike was worth everything. Buzz. Hatches opened along both sides of the ship, revealing two massive cannons that extended outward with terrifying precision. Inside the control room, Zane's eyes turned cold as he fixed his gaze on the attack command. "Blame yourselves for choosing the wrong planet," he said quietly, before slamming his hand down. Bang. The cannons roared to life, charging rapidly with Omni-energy. Whir. Then. They fired. Twin beams of devastating energy shot forward, catching the Dark Elves completely off guard. "What? It's an attack. Raise the energy shields." "It's too late, run." Chaos erupted across the fleet. But it didn't matter. The beams moved faster than light, carrying destructive power far beyond anything the elves had anticipated. Boom. 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 Multiple ships were obliterated instantly, torn apart in brilliant explosions. Hundreds of soldiers perished in seconds, their bodies drifting lifelessly in the vacuum of space. Some ships were flung far into the distance by the sheer force of the impact, barely surviving the onslaught. Only the Ark endured, its energy shields absorbing most of the damage. Even then, the impact left visible scars across its hull. Inside the Ark, panic spread like wildfire. The suddenness of the attack, the overwhelming power behind it. It felt like judgment itself had descended upon them. None of them had ever witnessed such a terrifying strike. And it wasn't their fault. Even among S-tier vessels, the Ranger spaceship stood at the very peak. A creation of the Omni-grid, it represented the pinnacle of power. Its attacks were faster than light, precise, and utterly devastating. Unless gods themselves stood aboard their ships, there was no way to react in time. At the center of the Ark, the commander of the mission stood still, his expression grim. Curse, once known as Algrim, his pale blue skin tense, his long ears twitching subtly with each passing moment. The dark, gleaming armor on him creaked faintly under the pressure of the sudden attack. He stared at the hologram of the destroyed ships before him, his teeth grinding in anger. What was that attack? Who did this? Curse roared inwardly, struggling to maintain a composed exterior. This mission cannot fail, it absolutely cannot fail. As the weight of the mission resurfaced in his mind, his expression twisted further. Malekith the Accursed, the ruler of the Dark Elves, had made it clear. Failure was not an option. Even if it meant the complete annihilation of their forces, the mission had to succeed. And now, before they had even reached their destination, everything was already falling apart. Scan the surrounding space. Now. Find whoever did this. Curse barked, his tone fluctuating between fury and restraint as he fought to stay in control. The other generals snapped out of their shock, immediately moving to execute his command. One of them, clad in lighter dark armor, began the scan. Moments later, a hologram flickered to life. It displayed the Ranger spaceship in full detail. A chill ran down the room. Curse's eyes widened, the anger in them evaporating instantly, replaced by something far more primal. Fear. This. His voice trembled. Power Rangers. Pilot the Ark, get us out of here. Now. It was as if a buried memory had resurfaced, something deeply terrifying. No, no, this can't be. He muttered, beads of sweat forming on his face as he began to lose composure. His subordinates exchanged confused glances, stunned by their commander's reaction. Even the one tasked with piloting hesitated. The switch of their commander's composure truly stunned them. Seeing no one move, Kerr snapped. He stood abruptly and stormed toward the control console, shoving the stunned subordinate aside. Move, you fools. Grabbing control himself, he forced the Ark into motion. I will not be captured by a ranger, even if it means abandoning the mission, I cannot. The memory in his mind grew clearer, 5 figures in different colored suits, descending upon him like divine judgment. His hands trembled as he forced the Ark to turn, pushing its systems to the limit in an attempt to flee. All this seemed slow, but it happened in an instant. Inside the Ranger spaceship, Zane and his team observed the Ark through the simulation, their expressions calm. They had expected resistance like this. The fact that the initial strike hadn't destroyed everything didn't bother them. While it would have been ideal, it wasn't realistic given the Ark's defenses. Kid, those cannons won't be enough for a mission of this scale, Tommy said, analyzing the situation with precision. We should deploy the smaller crafts and take out the remaining ships individually. Most of their forces are already gone, so it won't be a problem. He paused briefly before adding. We've already analyzed their internal systems and defenses. We can strike at full capacity without unnecessary risk. I understand, Dr. O, attacking internally will definitely shorten the mission time, Zane replied, grasping the logic instantly. The others nodded, their readiness for direct combat evident. Zane felt a flicker of satisfaction at their enthusiasm. Good. Then let's. He stopped mid-sentence. Through the simulation, he noticed the Ark turning away, attempting to escape. The rest of the team saw it too. Cowards. They're actually running, Peter scoffed, his tone laced with disdain. The rest also had the same thoughts in their mind, finding it hard to believe these were the same aliens that wanted to invade Earth and plunder. Zane calmly pressed a button on the control panel. No need to worry, he said, his voice steady yet sharp. None of them are escaping. Not on my watch. His words were calm but they contained sharpness like a blade ready to slash. Murderous and destructive. That button was the deployment command for the smaller ships. They were going to destroy them from within. Sorry for the late update, y'all. My grandma has left the world, so I was busy with my family because of the burial preparations. We completed it yesterday, so I am free again, well, till next time something comes up, again. Chapter 137, Interception. Activate standby mode, Zane spoke, his eyes falling on the deployed minicrafts displayed through the simulation before him. Affirmative, Master. Following the reply, the spaceship revved a little before halting most functions, while using minimal energy to hover in space. Zane looked at his team, his eyes speaking to them without the need to talk. The team nodded and ran towards the ejection chambers in the Ranger spaceship. The same goes for Zane. Each of them entered the lit chambers with arms crossed, ready to enter the deployed mini-spaceships. Let's give them an unforgettable moment, Zane spoke. The eyes of the team members under their helmets lit up with joy and expectation. Only Tommy remained relatively calm, since this wasn't his first mission in space. Zwoosh. Like a vacuum, the ejection chambers pulled them downward to the 4 mini-spaceships in a matter of seconds. Surprisingly enough, they didn't feel uncomfortable due to the speed. It was as if there was a layer of protective film protecting them from the force of the speed. Thud. They all landed in their respective control rooms, each mini-spaceship containing several strange buttons, especially the glaring golden button with the bold inscription, Combine. The function was very obvious. As they all went through the manual for piloting the ship in their mind, Zane's calm voice echoed through each of their minds. I hope you've all gone through the manual and understood some of its functions. He paused slightly, then continued. The mini-spaceships can maintain a max speed of 10 times the speed of light, so you're free to go all out. No need to worry about the G-force, the protective measures of the ships are enough to counter that. Also, the weapon systems are too extensive, so for proper coordination, we should all use only the lasers in the manual mode. Since we are later going to fight them on foot, the mini-spaceships would just serve as a mode of transformation. Sure, leader. Understood, kid. We're ready, boss. The reply came after the other, assuring Zane they were ready. And Zane, hearing their confident tones, calmed down and spoke. Good then. Omni-force rollout. Zwoosh 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 zwoosh. Following that command, 4 mini-spaceships flew out of the Ranger spaceship chasing after the running Ark and some other alien spaceships at a speed faster than light. Like experienced pilots, the Ranger's mini-spaceships swirled in the air and fired laser blasts at the enemy spaceships. Swoosh swoosh boom boom. Following a beautiful red arc, several spaceships were pulverized, some crashed into another, while others were knocked off course. Even the arc itself bore some damage, which affected the energy shield, reducing the power to a very minuscule degree. Woohoo, Peter, in one of the spaceships, howled with joy, enjoying this risky mission. Ever since he had been fighting crime, whether it was the time he was a solo hero or after joining Zane, no mission had ever been this enjoyable. Riding a spaceship was one of the dreams of every man, whether a teenager or a grown adult. The others also felt the same, they were truly happy they chose this mission. Well, not all of them were enjoying the situation. Damn it, persistent ghosts. Curse in the command center of the Ark had a face so twisted, it was as if hot air could come out of his head at any moment. The manual wheel in his hand had bent slightly due to not controlling his strength. His legs were shaking so badly, his subordinates forced themselves not to laugh out loud due to the situation. In the end, one could not hold it in. PTTT, ha 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 ha. Zoom zzzzzt. The laughter was interrupted as the culprit was vaporized by a ray gun of Curse. The laughter butting up and the others flew away as they all got a murderous glare from Curse. Ignoring the antics of his subordinates and the dead general, Curse looked at the 4 mini-spaceships chasing the Ark at extreme speed, and by the looks of it, they would catch up soon. What should I do? What should I do? Curse tapped his feet anxiously, trying to think of a way out. But remembering the terror of a Power Ranger, that hope of escaping vanished like smoke. This team of heroes was the most terrifying group of people. They won't stop until their enemy is destroyed on 2 different levels. Body destroyed, soul either captured for eternity or pulverized. This went on for some seconds, before the fear in his eyes gradually vanished, replaced by decisiveness and ruthlessness. If I can stall for time and attract space pirates here, I might be able to escape, Curse thought, immediately proceeding with his plans. He pointed at one of the generals and spoke. You. Come here. The voice like thunder startled the muscular general, making him run forward like a kid to his parents. Yes, Commander. The muscular general spoke anxiously. Curse ignored his reaction and spoke. Plant a bounty signal in this area, make sure it covers at least 100,000 kilometers. What? The muscular general, startled by the request, unconsciously raised his voice. Do you intend to disobey my order? Curse, like a heavy mountain pressed down on the general, made the shock disappear and be replaced with fear once more. I dare not, I dare not. I'll do that right away, the general replied, scurrying like a startled swan. Curse snorted, clearly displayed by the whole situation. How could he not see what the general meant when he exclaimed? Exposing pirates to their location was a dangerous gamble. Those space plunderers were the worst to encounter on any side of the universe. Their methods were so strange and tyrannical that only a small number of people in each galaxy could escape from them unscathed. Although they were mostly weak in individual strength, their numbers and black tech made up for it. I really hope this works, even if I'm the only one that can escape, I absolutely must not be captured by a ranger, Curse thought. Commander, it is done. The muscular general bowed as he walked up to Curse, nervously waiting for his response. Good now before Curse could finish his sentence, a terrifying laser hit the energy shield again. Bang. This time, due to previous hits, the transparent blue wall covering the Ark crumbled, making way for the incoming spaceship flying at a terrifying speed. Fuck. He cursed in dark elf language. Activate all weapons, release the hellhounds, deploy all the soldiers. Stop that spaceship. Now, now, now. With fear and determination, the generals went into action, executing all his commands, stationing soldiers at the Ark's entrance for the spaceship's arrival. How long will the pirates get here? Curse barked, staring at the muscular commander. In about 15 minutes, he replied immediately. That's too slow, a lot can happen in 15 minutes, Curse thought, frantically thinking of a solution. Then a helpless expression appeared on his face. Sigh, there's nothing I can do against these rangers. I can only stall for time, till the pirates get here. At the entrance of the Ark, several hundred dark elf soldiers waited nervously, their trembling hands gripping their laser guns in anxiety. They had been through several missions like this for years, easily plundering and taking over planets. This was the first time they had ever been in such a desperate situation. Although most of them don't know the source of the threat, from the loud noises and images of damaged spacecraft seen through several holograms, they knew it was terrifying. On the other side of the Ark's entrance, a figure appeared abruptly on top of a hovering mini-spacecraft in a flash. It was Zane. After the split, the others had gone attacking other fleeing vessels, while he focused on the main ship, and as he had absolute confidence in them, especially since it was Tommy leading them, there was no worry in his heart, as the mission was bound to succeed swiftly. Looking at the now damaged Ark, Zane's perceptive eyes swept across it, noticing several invisible weapons pointed at him. But Zane was not flustered, instead, he sneered. Mere tricks. His former Phase 1 suit immediately transformed to Phase 2, the Crimson Ranger suit, but instead of the default fire, Zane used the water element. As it was the most compatible with space, it could unleash the most power. Gleam shriek. A loud sound of cutting echoed as Zane swung his now transformed Omni-saber, cutting the large entrance before him cleanly. Bang thud. With a heavy fall, the internals of the ark were completely exposed to Zane. The soldiers stationed there were startled, flustered even. Their laser guns were immediately pointed at Zane in his crimson form. It's the enemy fire. The leader, Dark Elf, barked, not hesitating to shoot at the hostile figure before him. As if switching a chaotic gear, the rest of the hundreds of soldiers lined up in large rows, fired the instant the order to attack fell. Bang. 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 Several beams of attacks assaulted Zane, completely covering him from all sides. But Zane was not flustered. Instead, a smile appeared on his face under his ranger helmet. Finally, a somewhat good fight. Zane, also not daring to delay one bit, went into action. Stream of mental energy covered the blue blade in his hands, making it hover silently before him. Then, a surge of water element curled around the spear like a blade, making it more beautiful yet ferocious. Swing clang. 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 With a low grunt, Zane moved, controlling the hovering weapon before him to split into two, as he blocked all the attacks that came from every angle. Whoosh. After the counter, he moved, his figure blurring to the naked eye, as he instantly arrived before the attacking soldiers, giving them a huge fright. Ah. One of the soldiers bore the brunt of the speed, as his head fell off at Zane's incoming blade. Fast, fast, fast. Like a dancer moving to the tunes of their favorite movie, Zane swung his spear like a saber with speed and extreme finesse, cutting through the dark elves like butter. No. Oh, die, die, die. I cannot die. Screams of terror echoed throughout the space, as several dark elves went mad trying to retaliate, but in the end, each of them fell under Zane's blade, completely unable to react. Swoosh. Slash bang. Zane's new B-level strength was utilized to the extreme, as his figure went from place to place, killing silently with no exaggerated attacks. Of course, his new perception and powerful mental energy helped him immensely to maintain this type of accuracy, for only those at the B+ level could do this. Seconds later, all the soldiers were dead, their bodies lying slumped on the ground. Only the general for this small operation was alive because Zane allowed it. Now, you, lead me to the commander of this vessel. Zane, completely devoid of the blood of his enemies, looked coldly at the last one and ordered. The general, also smart and unwilling to risk his life for Curse, nodded and began to lead Zane to the control room. It wasn't that Zane trusted the general, but he knew the dark elf didn't have the balls to trick him. His powerful perception can scan the face for any lies, and his mental energy was like a radar that warned him about any threat, so this small general was nothing to worry about. Minutes later, they arrived at a silver door that read in elf language, "Official room, ordinary personnel are forbidden to enter." With a nervous shake, the general walked up to it and scanned his iris, confirming his identity to enter the control room. Hiss. With a slight hum, the silver door swung open, revealing Curse inside, who currently had a wicked grin and a large laser gun in his hand. Die. With a low shout, he pulled the trigger. Zoom. At a terrifying speed faster than sound, the laser arrived in front of Zane and the general. Bang. Splurt. The general was the first to go, as his body burst like an inflatable as the laser cut through him. Then it appeared in front of Zane. Zane was not at all flustered by the advancing attack, as his mental radar had already warned him. With a low swing, his B-tier weapon, reinforced by water element and mental energy, deflected the attack easily. Bang. The deflected laser hit one of the generals at Zane's intention, killing him off. Heh. Seeing his final attack fail, Curse gave a self-deprecating chuckle. As he dropped his weapon, he looked at the ranger before him calmly and spoke with a ferocious expression. I lose, do whatever you want with me, but I promise, you will not escape unscathed. Ha 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 ha. Like a madman, he laughed out loud, his face filled with satisfaction. I can finally kill a ranger, my soul shall be at ease in Valhalla. I shall. Slash. Thud. What? Curse suddenly found his perception turned upside down, yet he was staring at his body standing without a head. Oh, I'm dead. This thought flashed through his mind before his eyelid completely closed. Moreover, before his complete death, he heard a strange voice speak. What was that about? Villains and their love for unnecessary dialogue. Snap. Curse's life darkened, and he was no more. One of the most loyal dark elves had now lost his life to a completely unknown ranger in the universe. Zane, the culprit, didn't even bother to stare at the dead Curse. Instead, his eyes were fixed on the holographic map displayed in the Ark's control room. Oh shit, another trouble, he muttered, but there was no panic in his eyes, they were filled with battle intent. The battle with these dark elves had been unsatisfactory to him so far, because they died too easily, but now with the advancing millions of spaceships. Now it seems he could use a large amount of strength to fight them. Let's contact the team first. The whole mission just took a big, interesting turn. With a slight smile on his lips, Zane flashed out of the control room, his destination, the main Ranger spaceship. Guys, this is my first edited chapter without using AI, please I need reviews, so I'll know whether it's good or bad. Thanks for all the support, y'all. Chapter 138, Interception Final. Bracchio's Rage. A figure in black stood atop a moving spaceship and spoke, hands outstretched to the open space before him. Boom. A complete domain immediately formed around him, extending several meters until it covered the fleeing alien spacecraft. Then, suddenly, the weightlessness of space ceased to exist, as gravity around it increased manyfold, halting the fleeing ships. What is this? I can't move. I should have listened to my wife. Panic overcame the dark elves on board the ships. They had never witnessed something so bizarre. One moment they were moving, and the next, they couldn't. Moreover, the one who caused this was the single spaceship that had been chasing and shooting them down for minutes. The fear in them had never been so high. The black-suited figure who was obviously Tommy stared at the unmoving spaceships with utter indifference. To him, the panicking aliens begging for their lives were the type of people he hated the most, hypocrites. The Dark Elves' Legion mission was to go to planets and plunder resources, all for the ultimate goal of revival. This goal had cost the lives of many, and when plundering or destroying, the Dark Elves, who were evil by nature, enjoyed it immensely. This might have been the fate of Earth if heroes didn't exist or were too weak to stop them, but now that they had someone like Zane and the Omni-Force as protectors of the planet, the roles had become reversed. Don't even think about leaving. Tommy, with hands outstretched, increased the gravity to max. A golden-black brachiosaur phantom appeared above Tommy, and with a roar, it stomped down on the enemies before him. Bang. Bang. Splurt. Many fell face-first on the floor of their crafts, with some directly exploding under the pressure. The alien spacecraft was also unable to withstand the gravity check, as numerous functions were destroyed and became inactive. Screams of pain echoed, making Tommy frown a little. Although he hated these planet pests, torture wasn't something someone like him found pleasant. He was someone who had boundless righteousness and hidden ruthlessness, the opposite of Zane, who kills without batting an eye. So, he decided to end them all at once rather than slowly. In your next life, try to be a better person. Tommy channeled his power into his brachio staff. A moon appeared behind him, beautiful and sharp. If one looked closely, one would notice the memory phantoms of several dinosaurs charging forward and merging with the blade staff. Energy orb. The staff struck, bursting out a golden slash that expanded as it moved. 10 meters, 50 meters, and finally a full 100-meter orb strike radiating dinosaur majesty. Boom boom bang boom. The wave-like strike struck viciously, leaving none of them alive, with nothing but their ashes that disappeared seconds later. Phew, that took a considerable amount of energy, Tommy mumbled, feeling the fatigue wash over him. I should use this attack less from now on. Tommy rarely used the final attack except for an extremely strong opponent or against a titan. As this was a rare mission in space that had a time limit, it was almost a necessity to use it, or else he might have been overwhelmed by the enemy attacks. Seeing his mission complete, Tommy got ready to board the ship and return to the main Ranger spaceship. But then a sound transmission echoed from his morpher from Zane. Team, gather at the main ship in 5. We have more enemies incoming, and they are more troublesome than the elves. Hearing the word, more troublesome, Tommy's brow furrowed in worry, but he wasted no time entering the mini spaceship and driving towards the main ship at a speed exceeding light. Whoosh. The same goes for Connor, Trent, and Peter, as they also got the message. 5 minutes went by in a flash, and the team arrived at the spaceship's docking room as quickly. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Each of them walked out of the ejection chamber. The joy of the mission they had before was no longer there, as worry for the incoming threat loomed over them like a sharp knife. Zane was standing near the control panels, not bothering to look at the arriving team members. It wasn't that he was being disrespectful, as that was not possible with their current situation. Before him were lines of code that were completely different from traditional machine languages from Earth and even in the vast universe. The codes before him were the spaceship's special Megazord sequence command, and only Zane could understand this, unless he allowed another to. Guys, these are our new targets, or rather, we are their bounties. As he spoke, Zane pulled up a map of the surrounding space that exceeded billions of kilometers and naturally pinpointed the pirates that were coming for their spaceship. Hiss. The entire team gasped as they saw the number of pirates coming for them. They numbered millions. How on God's green earth were they supposed to fight that amount without getting exhausted to death? Dude, we should leave, Connor spoke, beads of sweat falling from his forehead. Yeah, kid, this is too much, even for us, Tommy chimed in, agreeing with Connor's idea. The other two also nodded, persuading Zane with their own words. Although they weren't overly worried about the incoming threat since they could escape easily with the speed of the Ranger spaceship. The real worry came from Zane himself, as some of his actions were dangerous and unpredictable to them sometimes, so they truly feared he might do something crazy again. Zane just gave them a wry smile and spoke. "Come on, guys, don't you trust me?" The entire team didn't reply to his question, but that silence said a lot. An embarrassed smile appeared on Zane's face as he walked up to them and spoke. "Fine, I get it. I might be, too enthusiastic sometimes, but I promise you, this is not that moment. There are 2 reasons I want us to go against these pirates." He paused, trying to gauge the reactions of the 3 before him. Seeing their nods of approval, he continued. "First, I want us to use the spaceship to its best. Meaning, the Megazord. Like I said before we began this mission, one of the goals was to test the ship to its fullest, so we know when to use it and when not to." The team nodded as they remembered the discussions they had before leaving, as Zane explained a lot, and this was also part of it. "Finally, we are Rangers, and our mission is to protect, and it doesn't just mean Earth alone, the entire galaxy is also our responsibility. As there are hundreds of planets in this area, it is dangerous to leave the pirates here alone, for the destruction they might cause might even be more terrifying than the Dark Elves." Zane's words flowed like water seeping into the understanding of Tommy and the rest. Their eyes lit up, and their heads lowered in shame. If they had been ignorant before, now they were completely enlightened. Zane's vision for the mission had completely surpassed theirs as he thought of even the lives of the surrounding life in this galaxy. Their leader was truly the embodiment of a hero and righteousness. If Zane knew their thoughts, he would just laugh in his mind. Although he was someone who truly embodied the responsibility of protection, the actual reason he wanted to fight the pirates was for grid points. Millions of evil pirates equated to a large number of points, and that, in turn, was an enormous resource for him. One could say he was both selfless and selfish at the same time. "All right, kid, we'll follow your commands. Let's stop these pirates." Tommy spoke as he looked at Zane with newfound respect. The kid before him was even better than he had thought. "Yeah, as a team," Peter spoke with his usual quirkiness. Zane smiled and replied. "As a team. As a team, X2. The others also chimed in, making the atmosphere filled with harmony and determination. "Omni-force rollout," Zane spoke, walking to one of the ejection chambers again. The other also did the same. The Megazord formation of the Ranger spaceship was special, as it needed the 4 mini-spaceships as keys to the switch for it to transform. That was also the same reason Zane told the team he needed only 4 participants for this mission, since it was all a consideration for the Megazord. Whoosh. X. They all got into the mini-spaceships as fast as before, with eyes fixed on the large gold button inscribed with the words transform. Several thousand meters away from the Ranger spaceship, several pirates flowed in, riding weird spacecrafts. Their number made them look like a swarm of bugs flying towards a meal. But none of them knew that this was their last meal. The Megazord transformation did not pause for a moment as Zane's command came through their intercoms. "Team, initiate Megazord transformation." "Initiating Megazord transformation." The rest replied. "Whir." Swoosh. As if controlled by an omnipotent power, time stopped as the surroundings changed, mimicking a vast black hole. The Ranger spaceship blared with fierce red and soft golden light, intertwining with the black hole behind it. Then, boom. With a soft thud, the 4 mini-spaceships appeared, arranging themselves on several sides of the Ranger spaceship. Each corresponds to the cardinal points, north, south, east, and west. Crank whir. Following that, the main spaceship split into several parts, forming the body, excluding chest, legs, including foot, and arms, excluding soldiers. The red spaceship parts, outlined with red, combined in a flash of red light, forming the Megazord body. Zoom. Then, the mini-spaceships hovering at each cardinal point also transformed. One turned into the head of the Zord. The next is the chest area, while the next 2 into the shoulder blades. These places were the core area of the Megazord. Finally, the inconspicuous head formed by the mini-spaceship hummed slightly and split, exposing the mecha-like eye beneath. Boom boom boom. With a compression and explosion of the black hole behind, the transformation was complete. Space Megazord ready to go, go, go. Time seemed to resume as the Megazord appeared abruptly in space, shocking the incoming pirates. From afar, they could see a shining humanoid robot staring at them and radiating majesty. Most of them swore they had never seen something so beautiful, their greed increased. Some of them had been quite hesitant to track the location that was exposed to them, for it might have been a trap. They were experienced pirates who danced at the edge of death each day. Each of them was madder than the other, with most of their negative emotions magnified, so was their vigilance towards things. But now, it seems it was worth it. If they could sell something as beautiful as this, the amount of wealth gained would be astronomical. Seize the robot. Don't you dare touch it. It's all mine. Die bastard. Roars came from afar as they raced and killed one another trying to get the treasure before them, their hope to rise, or rather, doom. Boom. An explosion occurred, pulverizing thousands of pirate ships, shocking the multitude. They hadn't even seen what moved, and some of them were already dead. One of the sharp-eyed pirates noticed the treasure they were all eyeing had changed position and screamed. It's the robot. The others heard this and looked at the Megazord, becoming more apprehensive than before. It seems it wasn't going to be an easy retrieval, but that doesn't mean they would give up. Although lives would be lost, the robot must be taken, because they were men who cared more about money than their lives. Well, at least most of them. Attack. One of them roared, inciting a massive charge towards the Megazord. Zane and his team, each on different sides of the Megazords, naturally saw this, but were not flustered. They had absolute confidence in the power of the Space Megazord. During any Zord transformation, the Morphin grid tends to relay basic information and skill control of that Megazord, which makes it easier for the Rangers to use. This time, it was the Omni-grid that relayed the information as it was the driving force of the Megazord. So, all of them were able to perfectly control the Megazord and knew all its functions. Although the Omni-grid was only known to Zane, it still relayed the skill, making it seem like it was the Megazord that did it. Even Peter, who was still a normal superhero, was included and could also control it. As the swarm of pirates got nearer, Zane spoke. Rangers. Charge. Beep. The entire team immediately got in gear, moving the Megazord at light speed in perfect unity. Whoosh. Like a divine light descending, the Space Megazord rushed to numerous pirates, swinging its metal fists at extreme speed. Bang, 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 bang. Several ships exploded at impact, and the others that didn't bear the brunt were flung away. The Megazord, huge but fast, did not stop for a moment and moved even faster, this time exceeding the speed of light by 10 times. Swoosh. Tear. Space trembled at the movement of the Megazord. It appeared like golden light smashing several pirates' ships to oblivion. Boom-ah. Wreckage and bodies started to pile up in space, making Peter, who had never killed before, want to throw up, but he forced himself to stay calm. Even when they went to stop the fleeing dark elves a while back, it was Connor who eliminated them, as he could not bring himself to kill. The only thing that made him not stop was that Zane did the killing, and he only controlled, or else he might have gone against it. If Zane knew his thoughts, he wouldn't care, as he believed Peter would have to shed his no-kill rule one day. It's either he kills them, or he watches them kill people he loves. Like Uncle Ben, in the original comic and show. The killing continued. The pirates could not retaliate at all, as the robot before them was too strong. All their weapons were ineffective, and even trying to go into warp drive was not working. Damn it. This is not a treasure at all, we were tricked. Run. It's a demon from hell. We can't escape. My greed has finally gotten to me. Screams like that echoed throughout the silent space, but since sound as low as this could not pass through it, the residents of planets in the area could not know. The Space Megazord, with its extreme speed and strength, did not show mercy, or rather, Zane did not show mercy. Swoosh. Bang, boom. All around the Space Megazord, explosions occurred, and alien blood stained the void. Surprisingly enough, the Megazord was pristine with no scratches or stains on it. Zane, in the main control room, had a smile on his face because of the rising number only he could see. GP, 5,678,908. GP, 5,809,567. GP, 6,009,768. It kept on rising at a fast speed, making Zane's heart thump in joy. He could finally expand some things in the base and recruit more team members. Guys, let's finish them off at once, Zane spoke. The others nodded, hearing this, as they also thought the battle was getting too extended, so it was better to finish them off in one go. Let's initiate the final strike, kid, Tommy replied. Space Megazord, initiative final attack. Zane wasted no time and commanded directly. A vibration occurred in space, shocking the entire pirates. They suddenly noticed their surroundings had changed, and they were before a giant black hole, and within it was the Megazord they had been fighting. They tried to scream, but they couldn't. It was like they had no mouth, and they could only wait for death. The attack continued as the sections where the small spaceships were located in the Megazord lit up and were connected by a golden line. Zoom. To the stunned gazes of the pirates, the black hole behind the Megazord rapidly turned to specks of black light and turned into a towering pillar of black light, or rather, a sword of darkness. As it fused, it rapidly extended to the heavens, its end unknown. Then. Void/X. The entire team roared, bringing down the sword of darkness that slashed the entire pirates as numerous as they were, forming a black hole at its tip. They couldn't even react as all of them were turned into nothingness. Swoosh. Zoom. They were no explosion, only the space megazord hovered gallantly and silently in the void. Mission complete, Zane's cold voice followed, echoing silently in the dark space. The interception mission is over, and the arc is getting nearer to completion. I hope you enjoyed this chapter. It's my personally edited chapter. I would love your reviews, guys. Please bless me with power stones. Chapter 139, She is back. The space megazord is really powerful, even more than I expected, Zane muttered as he looked at the rainbow-like vortex before him. The megazord's strength was extremely overpowered, especially its final attack. As Zane said earlier, the mission was for two reasons, testing the Ranger spaceship and fighting off the Dark Elves. Now that he knew the power of the spaceship, he wouldn't use it lightly unless he obtained a more powerful one. Even then, only special members of the future team would be able to use it. Of all the things I've obtained from the grid, this is one of the most powerful in battle strength, Zane mused inwardly. His analysis was spot on. Anything that can travel at a speed 100 times faster than light and use a black hole as a final attack possesses an extremely powerful battle power. Things like that are very rare in the universe, unseen by ordinary lifeforms except hegemons like Thanos, Sledge, and many more. After the mission ended, he and the team had immediately set course back for Earth, and now they were in the spacetime transit waiting to arrive at the base in at most 4 hours. The mission had ended faster than anticipated as the Megazord was stronger than they all expected. It had reduced the mission time by days, saving them a lot of time and energy. The entire team was currently strapped in their seats waiting for descent, but a lot of discussions were being passed around, like how cool they were and how numerous the pirates were. There were a lot of topics to dissect, but strangely enough, only Peter, who was usually talkative, was silent. His expression changed from time to time as if troubled by something. After an hour of discussions, the team noticed this and couldn't help but be curious. "Hey Pete, what's wrong?" Connor asked. Peter snapped out of his daze and replied, stuttering. Well, sigh, it's nothing. Nothing. Peter, I know you stutter when something troubles you. We're a team, perhaps we could offer help, Connor replied knowingly. You. Fine. Yes, something is indeed wrong. It's about the previous mission, Peter replied helplessly, knowing he had been seen through. The mission, what could be wrong with it? Wasn't it almost flawless? Trent chimed in, his tone filled with confusion. Even Tommy listened in, while Zane smiled knowingly. Yes, I know it was flawless, but did we really have to kill them? I know this sounds crazy and foolish, but they also had lives like ours, and snuffing it out was quite hard to accept for me. Peter spoke as he looked around anxiously. Peter was scared that the team would take his words as unreasonable and reprimand him, but to his utter shock, nobody argued with him, they just smiled. Even Zane at the front had a smirk on his face. Are my words funny? Peter asked, slightly annoyed at their laid-back behavior. Was life that was meaningless to them? No, kid. We find it funny cause you just asked this question, Tommy replied, his tone sagely and even more confusing to Peter. I don't get it, Peter replied with his eyebrow furrowed. What he means is that we've noticed your hesitation to end a life a very long time ago. This time, Zane, their leader, spoke. As those words fell, Peter inhaled sharply, waiting for Zane's next words. Although he and Zane were of the same age, they were fundamentally different. Even after Zane told them to act normally with him, he still harbored a ton of respect for the figure before him. He was a good leader, extremely strong in almost all aspects of life, a role model for boys his age. It was also the same perfection that brought about the respect he had for him, so any words spoken by him were almost always useful. Zane did not disappoint him and continued. Peter, I understand your hesitation when it comes to this part of the job. Not everyone can do what we do, whether it's the power or decisions we make. Then he paused. Peter was silent, taking all the words in. Zane noticed and continued speaking. There is a reason I chose you, Peter. I went to extensive screening before choosing candidates, so I naturally knew your unwillingness to take a life on all missions. If I wanted my team to be killers, I would have chosen the likes of Deadpool, the Punisher, or even the infamous Moon Knight, but no, I chose you. You possess a boundless heart for heroism like no other, even I can't compare to you in that aspect. But sometimes too much righteousness can be a bad thing. Not only was Peter listening, but the rest of the team also pricked their ears to listen. When one is excessively kind, they might be unable to kill a fly that brings nothing but diseases to them, thinking they were only providing it food. The same thing is applicable to a pest destroying a farmer's crops. Without killing it, the destruction would continue, making the owner regret their indecision at that moment. Balance exists for a reason in whatever situation you find yourself. Sometimes, ruthlessness is needed in this job as much as righteousness. If we had allowed the Dark Elves to leave without destroying them, they might call for more reinforcement and overwhelm us later on, and eventually plunder our planets. Even after their deaths, they still caused us trouble with the pirates, who are even worse than their kind. If we allowed their escape, our planet, loved ones, and many more lives on Earth would have faced hell because of our hesitation to end lives. I know these words won't change your ideals easily, but as your leader, I implore you to think carefully about my words, or else sooner or later it might affect you and the team on another mission like this. Zane's speech concluded, and the whole control room fell into silence. Each of them was deep in thought, but Peter was the most obvious. He raised his drooping head and stared at Zane with a complex expression. Words struggled to get out. In the end, he just said, "I understand, leader, but please let me think about it." "Sure," Zane replied instantly with no expression whatsoever on his face. Peter noticed this and was somewhat disappointed as he wanted Zane to say more. The rest of the team was also silent, not bothering to talk about the issue anymore. They knew it was impossible to change a person that easily. It either takes time or doesn't happen. Human beings are free-willed creatures after all. Zwoosh. The Ranger spaceship shuttled in silence for the rest of the journey. Only the rainbow-like spacetime vortex gave the surrounding void a sense of being. Even Zane just focused on the mission reports Kara sent. It was boring all the way home. 4 hours went by in a flash. In the Omni base, teleportation anchor room. The spacetime gate activated, and the Ranger spaceship burst out of it. This time at a normal speed, because using that faster than light can cause spacetime turbulence in the room. Although the base was strong enough to resist any type of spacetime fracture from outside or even from within, Zane was still careful. Boom. The spaceship landed softly in its hangar, emitting a hum of energy exhaust from its rear, signifying they had a long journey. Flash. 4 individuals abruptly appeared beneath the gigantic spaceship, each of them with weary expressions. They were the team, and most of them were exhausted physically and mentally. "I can't wait to rest," Connor yawned. "I'm so tired." "Me too," Trent chimed in with droopy eyes. Even Tommy yawned. "Kid, we'll get going now." "The kids and I need rest," Tommy spoke, facing Zane. "You should also get some rest, kid. You worked harder than any of us." "Sure, Dr. O," Zane replied, his face more energetic than the rest. He wasn't really tired like the rest of them. Ever since he advanced to be tier, his energy had multiplied by a large degree, so the mission wasn't much of a hassle to him. As they all walked out of the hangar, the team bid goodbye to Zane before teleporting out of the base, leaving only Zane and his assistants in the base. The desolation wasn't much of a concern to Zane as he was used to this type of silence from his past life. Ever since he lost his parents, life had always been drifting, just like a long fisherman in a large body of water. He only had himself. As his thoughts drifted, a call from his cell phone brought him back. Zane looked at the caller in mild surprise, then a smile appeared on his face. Click. "Hey, Kira," Zane picked up and spoke. Kira, on the other side, smiled happily and replied. "Hey, Zane. It seems the mission was a success." "Yeah, it was, but how did you know we already arrived?" Zane asked curiously. "Well, I kinda asked Alpha to tell me when you guys get back," Kira replied truthfully. "I see. Well, the mission was quite easy but fun." "You guys missed a lot," Zane teased. Kira, on the other side of the line, perked up, wanting to hear more. "So, tell me all about your adventures. I've been bored without you for the past 5 days." Since the time on Earth and other galaxies differed, there was naturally a difference. Although the time in the base was longer, it was still long for the rest of the team that stayed outside the base. People like Alpha and Kara in the Omni base experienced longer days than they did due to time displacement. Zane smiled, quite happy to find someone to talk to. Moreover, that person was even his girlfriend, so he held nothing back and explained the entire mission to her. Although the time of the base and Earth are vastly different, during phone and mission calls, it is usually synchronized for the comfort of the team. During his explanations, he even exaggerated how cool and powerful he was. Indeed, no man can hold back bragging to their lovers, as there is nothing wrong with it. The day went by with Zane unknowingly walking around the base chatting with Kira, his beloved, on the phone. In a large body of water far away from the city of New York, large whales could be seen swimming in circles continuously in a particular spot as if waiting for something. Deep within this body of water were large chunks of earth, beach sand, and even corpses, with streaks of blue energy passing through the area occasionally, eating away at the corpses and rocks. One corpse in particular was covered in a thin layer of an unknown substance. This substance was not harmful to the corpse in particular, it seemed to be protecting the body from the corrosive blue energy and even assimilating it. Minutes passed by as the assimilated energy seeped into the corpse's body, making it more recognizable as it took on the figure of a female. This female figure slowly regained her life force, face, skin, and bones until she became complete once more. This female figure was naturally Elsa, who was killed by Mesogog. As luck would have it, she survived. The Terrigen mist managed to seep into her body before she completely died, giving her hope of revival. But it alone was not enough to bring her to life. Elsa managed to turn danger into luck as the Terrigen mist mixed with the residual energy of the cosmic cube, magnifying the restorative power and reviving her. For this to happen, the chances were 1 in 1,000, meaning it was extremely rare and had never happened, but Mother Luck blessed Elsa. Not only is she alive, but she also gained a power-up in between. Even Zane would curse at her dumb luck if he found out. Hours passed by as more energy seeped into Elsa's body and finally. Gasp! Elsa woke up in the blue sea with a hurl of her entire body. Where am I? What's going on? Confusion and disordered memories flashed through her mind. As he had died and revived, her thoughts were still scattered, so she needed time to figure out her situation. After some minutes, while deep underwater, clarity flashed through her eyes, then it turned to fear, then anger, and finally hatred. Mesogog. A guttural roar echoed from her mouth as the soundwave alone blasted upward, startling the swimming whales away. But Elsa didn't care. Without waiting to figure out how she revived, or even breathing underwater, her body moved like a missile in the air. Boom. She jumped out of the water in seconds, hovering above it. Then she looked into the horizon, eyes bluer than usual, but a body radiating immense energy, capable of matching the likes of the enraged Hulk. Then, with a wave of her hand, she flew away, her hatred increasing at every moment. The skies of New York City were about to change. Chapter 140, Famous Scene. Swish swish swoosh. Beneath the setting sun, a figure clad in red moved like wind amidst several pteranodrones numbering hundreds. His omni-saber cleaved through their ranks like a raging bull. The pteranodrones were like meat on a chopping board before him. Splurt crash. Bang. The battle ended quickly, making the scene a one-man army as the figure in red fought against hundreds, but to the red figure, it was a normal routine. You guys need a hand over there, Zane, who was obviously the red-clad figure, spoke. Nah, we can handle these circuit boards, Ethan, nearest to Zane, replied as he decimated and countered the advancing pteranodrones around him with his astonishing defense. Same here, another replied. Me too. Me 3. The Dino Thunder Rangers and Gwen also spoke one after the other, confirming they could handle the threats before them. Very good. Zane was very satisfied with his team's fast-growing strength. If it were before, due to the amount of pteranodrones, he would have intervened, but now they could take care of themselves. As the team leader, he was naturally happy. With their new strength, the upcoming threats would be reduced by a considerable margin. Then he looked at the setting sun and muttered, a mix of disappointment and helplessness. I wonder how Peter is doing now. I hope his mentality changes before the main event, but if it doesn't, then drastic measures have to be taken. Although he said this, Zane was hoping Peter would mature somewhat, as it was necessary for future threats that might scale larger than a universe. If their ideals don't match, there would naturally be complications, and that might cause severe or irreversible damage to his main mission. If Peter changed, Zane would gain a more capable teammate with vast potential, much like the superior Spider-Man variant, but if otherwise, he would have to make a hard decision, nullify the contract and wipe his memory. The fight against the pteranodrones ended quickly, and the team regrouped. They were all present except Tommy, who had an important personal mission, and Peter. Well done, team. Let's make sure the civilians are safe and get back to base, Zane smiled under his helmet and spoke. Yes, leader, they all replied, except Gwen, who was silent and deep in thought. Zane, with his formidable perception, noticed this and spoke. Ghost Spider, something wrong? Well. Gwen hesitated a little, but later spoke. Don't you guys find the recent attacks from Mesogog weird? Eh? What do you mean by weird? The missions have been relatively normal. Connor asked with confusion in his tone. Gwen didn't reply immediately but looked at their leader. Zane immediately understood and signaled for her to speak while he blocked the surrounding eyes from listening to their conversation. It's safe to speak now, Zane's words and actions dispelled her worries. Then she spoke. Don't you guys notice the attacks from him are getting too easy, with almost no general leading them? It's almost as if he is just sending these monsters to distract us, Ethan completed her words. The entire team was also enlightened by her and instantly identified the problem of the matter. Although they knew something was fishy, they couldn't identify the reason, so they all looked at Zane for some explanation. I'm happy you could figure this out yourselves. Zane smiled, then continued. There is indeed an issue with Mesogog, and he is indeed planning something sinister, but rather than explaining it, you should all check the reports I sent this morning. Reports. Kira frowned in confusion but still checked her base device for any update, and there was truly one. As she opened the file and read through it, her face changed from her previous confusion to shock and then anger. Damn this bastard. Kira cursed, startling the others, who became curious by her reactions and also checked for the reports Zane sent to them. Thus, a flurry of intense reaction was incited. Holy shit. What the fuck? Damn, this dude is insane. There were mixed reactions, but they were all shocked beyond words by the report. Mesogog's plan was very sinister, or rather insane. According to the reports, he planned to destroy the entire world. Although most evil overlords also have agendas like this, it wasn't as crazy as Mesogog's. They were almost sure Mesogog was the evilest person they had ever encountered. As for whether there was someone worse, they don't know yet, but in their hearts, Mesogog took the #1 spot. Even Zane's face was grim when he read through the report the day before. It was utterly disgusting. Alright, enough overthinking, when he... Boom. Streak. Boom. Before he could complete his sentence, thunder struck from afar with a bolt of lightning following. As the sun had set and the sky darkened, it was hard to see the source of the lightning, but with Zane's strong eyesight, he saw through it easily. So. It's already the period of time in the Marvel Universe, he thought. Then a smile appeared on his face beneath his helmet. It would be a shame not to witness it myself. His team was also quietly waiting for him to complete his sentence. But because of his earlier reaction, they didn't interrupt, as it was clear their leader was attracted to that thunder just now, which means it must have a meaning and significance. You guys should get the civilians to safety. Something came up, and it needs my immediate attention, Zane spoke. As for the issue with Mesogog, we'll go through it at the base later today. Okay, leader. You can trust us, Connor replied solemnly as he thought of Mesogog's plan once more. It was truly beyond his imagination. The others also replied preemptively and went off to secure the civilians. After seeing his team leave to perform their duties, Zane looked at the former place where the thunder struck and spoke with a strange smile. Let's go meet the Avengers. Boom. Zwoosh. With a slight propulsion to the air, Zane's figure blurred, flying at a speed many times faster than sound with only a red streak accompanying him. Meters away from his current flight location. A strange-looking plane was moving at immense speed, but was strangely slowing down at each minor interval. The former smooth plate was not filled with holes or had minor damage. There were also occasional streaks of lightning on its surface, indicating that most of the damaged parts were caused by the earlier lightning. The airplane, or rather the Airbus, was in no good condition, and the culprit was the people within the ship itself. Who are you? Natasha looked at the floating figure before her, bathed in thunder, with wariness. The figure showed no arrogance but urgency and replied. Midgardian, I am Thor, son of Odin, and I come for my brother. Thor, wait, the Norse mythology god of thunder, Thor. Natasha thought to herself, finding it hard to believe a literal god was in front of her, but as a well-trained agent, she still kept her composure. Sorry, we do not have your brother here, Lord Thor, Natasha lied through her teeth without any expression, shocking even Thor himself. If Thor hadn't felt Loki's presence before, he might have been fooled by her honest and precise words. Jane was right, most women in Midgard are indeed fond of lying and playing tricks, Thor thought, remembering the words that the beautiful woman he had become close with said. Do you take me for a fool, Midgardian? Thor frowned, quite displeased by the woman before him. It was one thing to be beautiful, but to be a liar before him was quite rude. Hey, glowing lightning rod, she said your brother isn't here. Do you perhaps have auditory problems? This time, a mocking voice replied to him, making Thor's frown deepen even more. His lightning gaze turned to the direction of the voice, and to his surprise, it was a man in a sophisticated metal suit. Although Thor did not understand what it did, he knew it was a type of armor, but before him and his Mjolnir, no suit of armor was unbreakable. So, he just ignored him. This immediately enraged the figure in the red armor. Did he just ignore me? Tony, the figure in the red suit of armor, had a very incredulous expression. Hey, just as he wanted to retort, another voice interrupted. That's enough, Tony, Captain America spoke, his tone leaving no room for discussion. Although Tony wanted to continue, out of respect for a historical hero, he stopped and just walked away to sit nearby watching the hovering thunder god. Thor was quite pleased by the development. Although he actually didn't care for Tony's comment, a god mustn't be disrespected, and he naturally had his own pride. So, due to the situation, he immediately developed a good impression of the men in striped blue. Captain America's charisma was naturally high, so it wasn't weird that Thor would develop a favorable impression upon meeting. Thor, son of Odin, how may we help you? Rogers asked politely. I come only for my brother Midgardian, nothing more, nothing less, Thor replied. We indeed have your brother, but I'm sorry we can't give him to you since he's also important to us here. Rogers didn't hide anything and spoke truthfully about the matter. Why? Thor, suppressing his violent temperament, asked. After being tempered on Midgard by his father, his violent and reckless nature had decreased by a large margin. This time, Natasha, who had been silent, spoke up. Your brother murdered thousands on our planet, so it's impossible to set him free, Mr. God of Thunder. This response immediately deepened Thor's frown and confirmed his worries. He naturally knew his dear brother's temperament. From a young age, he had been immensely proud and tricky, not to mention now. The reason he came for his brother was also because of a crime he had committed on Asgard. Although he knew taking him away would anger the protectors of Midgard, for Asgard, it had to be done. His father demanded it. I understand my brother caused you great disaster, and I'll definitely compensate you, but I have to take my brother with me now. You have my oath, Thor swore, not even embodying the pride of a god at this moment. But he was destined to fail, as the ones before him would never agree. Some god you are. This time, Tony spoke, disregarding Rogers' signal to stop. Your brother killed several humans numbering thousands, and you're talking about some compensation. Can your compensation revive them? Can it restore the damages he caused? Why don't you and your lightning rod fuck off back to your planet? I assure you, even if both of them accept your request, I won't. Tony's words surprised Rogers and Natasha a lot because they knew his usual character. He was usually calm in most situations and even made jokes out of them. Although this incident triggered him a ton, they never knew it was this deep. They were right about Tony, but what made him this annoyed was not even the damage Loki caused but the lives he took with a deranged smile on his face. Those dead bodies reminded him of the lives his inventions took when he was still very indulgent and ignorant of their true use. From that day on, he had made a silent vow that his inventions would not take an innocent life anymore, but at least save lives. But that help had been useless during Loki's raid, so the agitation and anger were natural. Seeing that none of them were listening to reason, Thor's anger burst out entirely. Humph, since you won't listen, out of my way. He swung the Mjolnir, hitting Tony squarely on the chest. Bang. The force tossed Tony backwards, and he hit the ground of the Quinjet with a thud. The rest couldn't even react as Thor's actions were too fast. With a flash of lightning, Thor appeared before Loki and spoke coldly. You're coming with me. Surprisingly enough, there was no trace of panic on his face but a disturbing smile. He turned to Natasha and poked. I told you I wasn't overly fond of what follows. And with that, Thor bathed in lightning from above, taking Loki away at a speed faster than a human can follow. Damn it, Tony, who had been previously flung away, stood up with gritted teeth. He immediately prepared to chase after Thor. Stark, we need a plan of attack. Rogers tried to stop Tony, but the moving man in iron did not stop. Instead, he replied. I have a plan. Attack. Wire. After those words, his iron suit lit up, flames erupting from beneath the hands and feet. Boom. Propelled by the force like a rocket being launched to space, Tony flew out of the Quinjet chasing after Thor. Seeing Tony's actions, Rogers' face showed helplessness, but he still took a parachute nearby, ready to follow. I'd sit this one out, Cap. Natasha, who had taken the other wheel of the Quinjet back, spoke. I don't see how I can, Rogers replied, his hands not slowing down at all. Natasha then tried to convince him. These guys come from legends, they're basically gods. Rogers, already near the hatch and preparing to jump out, replied. I only know one god, ma'am, and I'm pretty sure he doesn't dress like that. Swoosh. Without waiting for her response, he jumped out and propelled himself after the two figures ahead. Sigh, working with these two in the future is sure to be a pain in the ass. Natasha's face turned weary as exhaustion seeped into her bones. Forget it, I'll just put the Quinjet on standby mode till they get back. It shouldn't be too dangerous, right? Several meters away from the Quinjet, Zane, currently flying naturally, spotted the jet and three familiar figures. I wonder how many points I'll get if I defeat the two gods from Asgard. Zane could already imagine the rewards and points the grid would produce after this small interlude. As the grid didn't always need to assign missions except for emergency ones, Zane could still get rewards for undertaking small missions or defeating important characters in both universes. Although it hadn't been tested before, the grid had informed him. Now that there was a strong god before him, he naturally had to take the chance to test it. Boom. Shock waves appeared in the air, and his previous speed instantly increased. Since he had confirmed the event, he naturally had to make it there before it ended. Can you guys notice what I removed in the famous Thor vs. Iron Man scene? I made some changes due to the Tesseract's absence. I hope you enjoyed this chapter. I personally edited it. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Chapter 141, Hammer God. Whoa. The wind howled beneath the flickering thunder above. The sky was completely shrouded in lightning, appearing very unnatural for a normal night. Thor with Loki in his hands flickered in the air several times, moving towards the north direction at extreme speed. Slow down, brother. You wouldn't want to present me to father, tattered and mangled because of your violent and irresponsible haste, would you? Even with the imbalance and disorientation midair, Loki still managed to tease Thor. Shut up, Thor, obviously not in the mood, scolded, his voice echoing with the rolling thunder above. Several meters behind them, Tony, in the Iron Man Mark II suit, applied force to his thrusters, intending to match Thor's speed. Although Thor noticed this, he did not care in the slightest. The metal men behind him posed no threat. One swing of his hammer was enough to decimate him. But he was wrong. Underestimating Tony was the last thing one should do. He might be immortal, but his ingenuity was at the level of the gods. Whir boom. A sound echoed as Tony's thrusters rumbled loudly behind Thor, but before he could react, his body and Loki's were sent tumbling down the forest. Bang. Although caught off guard, being a well-trained Asgardian, Thor still managed to hold steady mid-air, landing directly on foot, but Loki, in his hands, was flung elsewhere. Dazed by the hit, Thor looked upwards searching for the cause of his fall. Then a machinery sound echoed beneath the rolling thunder. Whir. Sensing the object, Thor's gaze instantly snapped towards it. Behold, the metalman he had previously ignored on that flying ship was now hovering above him, looking down gallantly. It's him. This reason for his fall was now very clear. Although slightly surprised, he was not flustered in the slightest. The previous hit had been nothing, the fall was only because he was caught off guard. After all, he was Thor, god of thunder. It would be shameful to be defeated by Midgardians. Thus, a battle began, man versus god, and even Captain America joined, trying to calm things down like in the original trajectory, but it only got worse. Maybe it was because Tony's tech was even more advanced, or young Thor was stronger. None wanted to give in to the other. Meters away from them, in the night sky, Zane had just arrived in the place of battle. The thunder above struck the ground beneath him repeatedly, indicating how intense the small fight had gotten. It seems the influence of both universes made them both stronger, only Cap is still normal, Zane speculated, using his powerful eyesight to watch the battle below. He could see them, but they couldn't see him as he used the night sky and Omni-energy to conceal himself. It was naturally easy to do after he advanced to B tier. The stronger he was, the more things he could use the energy for. The battle between Thor and Tony had gotten to a critical point, with both of them making small holes in the rocks nearby, but it was obvious that one was holding back. It's time. Zane's visor gleamed under the thunder, his figure vanished in a blur, appearing instantly between Thor and Tony. Boom. The force of his arrival, uncontrolled, pushed them away from one another, abruptly halting the battle. Tony thrusters lost balance, and Thor tried stabilizing the force with his Mjolnir. Even Captain America retreated several meters back, and that was still with the help of his shield. Only Loki, far away, was unaffected. Jarvis, what was that? After Tony steadied himself, he immediately asked his AI. I cannot scan the target. It's like an iron wall, sir. Jarvis responded. After Jarvis's report, Tony developed wariness for the shrouded figure under the night sky. He never doubted Jarvis' words, for it was his own creation. What he found most troublesome was things he couldn't figure out. Now, a similar situation was before him. He couldn't relax. Thor, on the other side, was also shocked. He didn't even have time to react before being blown away. His Asgardian physique was rendered useless when he tried to take on the force with only physical strength. In the end, he was forced to use Mjolnir. To a god like him descending upon a mortal world like Earth, it was very surprising. How could Thor understand the terrifying strength of a B-tier expert? Only Odin could. This simple mission given by Father has gotten this complicated. Thor mused bitterly. He only wanted to retrieve his brother. Why was it so hard? Oh, a new player. Loki, watching from afar, murmured with a smile. A cunning glint appeared in the depths of his eyes, a new plan of escape forming in his mind. Only Captain America, with a furrowed brow, remained silent. You don't mind me joining, right? With a simple wave of his hand, a gale wind blew, revealing Zane in all his glory. Fully clad in a red suit and shoulder armor that appeared dazzling under the split sky with the moon above. Even the rolling thunder seemed to slow down. The occasional streaks of lightning above were reflected in his visor, making Zane appear more mysterious and unfathomable. It's a ranger, Tony immediately guessed his identity. Almost everyone knew about rangers, not to mention someone like Tony, who once had dealings with one in a distant past. So, this is a new generation hero. Power Rangers, Captain America looked from afar and instantly guessed Zane's identity. Fury had explained a lot to him after he woke up. Although most of it was underwhelming to him, the importance of this group of heroes called Rangers was very significant. Most even appeared stronger than him, and it seems the one before him was the same. Only Thor and Loki were still somewhat ignorant about Zane. So, the situation developed as it should. I demand this to stop, with a booming tone, Thor spoke. You have no idea what you're dealing with. As soon as those words left his mouth, Thor's fingers tightened on the Mjolnir. His eyes scanned the three before him, especially the figure in red. The god of thunder was ready to strike at any obstructions with Asgardian ruthlessness and decisiveness. Zane smiled under his helmet, feeling Thor's words were very familiar, but he did not dwell on them. Instead, he replied. Why don't you make us understand, Thor? Thor was a little surprised Zane knew his name, wondering when he had introduced himself to him. But he did not dwell on it and assumed Zane, Rogers, and Tony were all in it together, so knowing his name was not weird. He was famous in the 9 realms to begin with. I don't have time for questions, Midgardian. This time, Thor's tone came out a little frustrated and annoyed. He truly only wanted to take his brother away. Then you can't leave, Zane spoke, his tone cold and calm, completely different from his former playfulness. He was not afraid of the god before him in the slightest. Instead, his palms were itching, awaiting the beating he would soon deliver on Thor. Although Thor had passed the trials Odin set for him on Earth, Zane still felt he needed more, and that more should come from his hands. An enraged snort echoed after Zane's reply. Thor's violent temper, which he had suppressed, burst out at this moment. He had truly had enough of these annoying Midgardians, or as a god would say, ants. Crack! The lightning and thundercloud gathered above their heads. A veiny and firm hand held a hammer, pointing to the sky. This hand belonged to the god of thunder, Thor. His long hair flailed wildly at the presence of the building momentum above. His height of almost 6 feet 6 held firmly on the ground. I've tolerated you enough. I've been too indulgent. Now witness the power of a god. The thunder from above gathered, and bolts of lightning struck down as it gathered at Mjolnir's head. Then, Thor struck. Boom. All this happened in a flash, with none except Zane able to react or dodge. Seeing the incoming destructive thunder, a sense of crisis arose in the hearts of Tony and Rogers. They now believed the man before them was truly a god. A strong one at that. Crash. Bam. Captain America, Tony, and the peeping Loki were the first to be flung away by the lightning. Each suffered considerable damage. Even the surroundings were not spared, as burnt rocks and vegetation could be seen all around. If it weren't for the unique attribute of Thor's lightning, the entire forest might have been on fire. Amidst this destruction, only 2 stood unharmed, the one who attacked and another who dared to take on the strike. Thor and Zane. You're quite surprising for a Midgardian. Thor's surprised voice was heard after he saw Zane unharmed in the settling dust. You managed to block that. You're not bad yourself, Zane genuinely praised, your hammer is unique. Pride instantly appeared on Thor's face after Zane's words. He was about to offer his thanks, but Zane's further words made him reconsider. But in the end, it's only borrowed power and not truly yours. So, in my eyes, you're not worthy of that title. You should rather be called the God of Hammers. The words were sharp and direct. Thor almost stumbled back in shock. Zane's words were too brutal, directly aiming at his weakness. They shot like daggers, aiming for his chest. What do you mean, mortal? Like a bellowing bull ready to attack in rage, Thor's voice boomed, shaking the air. I said you're not worthy. This time, Zane also increased the volume of his tone, not caring in the slightest about Thor's rage. That was exactly what he wanted. To see the god of thunder fight with all his might. To accelerate the awakening of the future Rune King. To beat every grid, point out of his freaking soul and body. Ha! With a low roar, Thor flashed forward, instantly appearing before Zane at his maximum speed. Gravity seemed to be absent as air pressure gathered around Thor, who brought down the Mjolnir with full force. He was determined to teach Zane a lesson and make it clear to him. Never disrespect a god. Boom. Thunder flashed, and the 2 sides collided. Zane with his fists and Thor with the Mjolnir. They were like 2 celestial bodies clashing. One like a red sun, the other a blue streaking moon. Bang. Boom. Boom. Crack. Boom. 100 moves were exchanged in seconds, both of them attacked in the air and on land, not giving one another a chance to breathe. Even Rogers and Tony had to leave, so they won't be crushed in the process. The force of their attacks was too much. Zane didn't even use the innocent skill. He was locked in. The only person enjoying the situation's development was Loki. His face was practically beaming. Bang. Zane's fists collided once more with the Mjolnir, but this time, he overpowered it. Thor was unable to handle the force and was sent flying downward, crashing heavily onto 3 mountains before stopping. The moment he regained clarity, shock appeared on his face. He stared at Zane hovering before him and couldn't comprehend what was happening. The Midgardian before him could really take on Mjolnir's might and still prevail. By Odin's beard, how is this possible? Thor muttered in a daze. Even Loki, looking from afar, felt his heart thump. He could actually overpower that brute. How could they understand the overbearing nature of Omni-energy? Every single strand of Zane's existence was baptized by it. How could a mere early-stage artifact like the Mjolnir take it on? It could only cower in fear. The young Thor before Zane posed no threat whatsoever. He was like a chicken that could be slaughtered at will. Only the Rune King could make the current Zane make a run for his life. But since it was young Thor, this was a piece of cake for him. Zane did not reduce the momentum of his attacks and dashed at the fallen Thor. With a speed faster than sound, Zane left Thor unable to react. Then with a swing of his fist. Bang. Thor's armor cracked. Asgardian blood dripped from his mouth, his body was dug into the ground beneath Zane's continuous blows. Thor could only defend. Then, Zane stopped and looked towards the west. "Why don't you join us?" He spoke coldly. His voice, like a Rakasha's calling, exploded in Loki's ears. Whoosh. Before he could even react or run away, Zane had already controlled his mental energy from a distance and dragged Loki's toward himself. "Why wait, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something." For the first time in a long time, Loki felt genuine fear. The men before him no longer looked like a chess piece again. His current demeanor would even scare the devil. He even tried to escape with magic, but it didn't work. Before long, Loki had already arrived before him, and Zane, like a parent to a child, delivered the rod of discipline right after. "Ah. Help. Brother, help. Take me home. I want to go home. Oh." Horrible wails echoed in the forest for a minute before subsiding. The aftermath was imaginable. Loki's entire body lay strangely in a pit. His ankles were arched in weird positions. If one looked closely, one would likely attribute this to the shape of a pretzel. Thor, Tony, and Rogers, looking from afar, felt pity for Loki, almost forgetting the treachery and destruction he had caused. Loki's current situation was somewhat excessive. Even Thor, who had been boiling with rage towards his brother, felt a long-lost brotherhood care appear in his heart. It was too brutal. The beating Zane had served might have been too much for the rest, but for him, it was truly minimal. After all, Loki took the lives of people on this planet mercilessly, and they numbered thousands. If it weren't for the plan he has, Loki's life would have ended at his fist. Crack. Thunder struck like heavenly might, reflecting once more on Zane's pristine figure, which was surprisingly free of the blood on Loki. It was like he didn't just pummel someone recently. His gaze turned to Thor as icy words left his mouth. "Shall we continue, O worthy one?" The cold yet mocking words made Thor shudder, even his Mjolnir shook, reflecting his fear. Thor knew he was in for it, there was no escape. He had truly poked a hornet's nest tonight, and the consequences shall be borne. Crack. "So, we had a blackout and my devices were off, but it's fixed so I'm back. Sorry for the late update. I hope you enjoyed the chapter. Please power stones." Chapter 142, Peter's Worries. The night sky was still heavy. Lightning bolts and thunder echoed in the silent canyon. Only the sounds of battle could be differentiated from the loud rumbling above. Tony and Rogers, meters away from the battle, struggled to comprehend what they had just witnessed. A so-called god being tossed around like a rag dog wasn't on their schedule for the day. It was so absurd that they might never forget this moment. Boom. A tall figure hurled towards a wide-open space, hitting and pulverizing trees in his path. With a loud thud, the armored figure made a dent in the ground, and the hammer in his hand landed elsewhere. A ragged body lay almost unconscious at the center of the destruction. Thor, the victim of the chaos, had disbelief and despair written over his bloodied face. He couldn't believe what had just happened. He, the conqueror of realms and victor in wars, had been beaten to this state. Even his face was almost black and blue. He possessed invincible strength that overcame titans, monsters, and even other gods, but that strength was currently useless before the Midgardian in red. Am I dreaming? This thought couldn't help but flash through Thor's mind, but it dispersed as soon as it formed. If he were truly dreaming, the pain wouldn't have been so obvious. His entire bone and organ seemed to be falling. Before he could continue despairing, a figure abruptly appeared before him. The figure appeared so fast, Thor thought he had teleported. He knew he was done for, there was no hope for escape. Surprisingly enough, the expected hopelessness did not appear in the God of Thunder's face. Instead, it was decisiveness. Decisiveness forged by endless war. Are you going to end me now? Thor spoke, his tone appearing indifferent. He used his remaining willpower to lift half of his body and stared directly at the red figure. There was no more pride in him at this moment, as it only contained acceptance. To Thor, his life was going to end anyway, so there was no need to despair or beg for mercy. Dying with honor was the only thing he could afford to do now. What the hell are you saying? Zane's bewildered voice snapped Thor away from his journey to Valhalla. Thor, though wounded, managed to ask with confusion on his face. Aren't you going to kill me? Isn't that your goal? No. This reply echoed like a thunderclap in Thor's mind. His Asgardian genes rejected such a reply, but his experience in Midgard countered. As a normal Asgardian in war, when two warriors battle as enemies, one must lose their life. It was the iron rule in almost all of the 9 realms. Even more as a prince of Asgard, this law had been deeply ingrained in his soul by Odin since he picked up weapons of war. Now, this demon in red, was sparing him. Absurd, utterly absurd, Thor murmured repeatedly. Zane watched in silence as Thor's expression transitioned from hopelessness to confusion, then shock. Zane partially understood what was going on, but he had no time to waste brain cells over it. Yo, God of Hammers, snap out of it, Zane spoke as he amplified his voice with mental energy, which struck at Thor's consciousness with little force. Snap. The daze in Thor's mind cleared, and his gaze focused back on Zane. This time, the title God of Hammers did not anger him at all. Thor couldn't afford to, for he knew Zane was right. Without the Mjolnir, he was no different from an ordinary Asgardian soldier. Even with the blessing of his hereditary and superior physique, he still lost. He was truly nothing to the one before him. Who are you? This question subconsciously left Thor's lips. Zane, although surprised by the question, still replied with a smile unseen. I am the Omni-ranger, protector of Earth, or rather, as Asgardians would prefer to say, protector of Midgard. As soon as those words fell, Thor's eyes widened, and his formerly suppressed emotions surged. He lost the natural arrogance of an Asgardian, what remained was a bewildered individual. His silent mind was instantly filled with myriad thoughts. Omni-ranger. A ranger. Is it the ranger I know? The legendary Power Rangers. As a prince of Asgard and one who had followed Odin on several missions, Thor knew a lot about the vast universe and the 9 realms. In this myriad of known things, the Power Rangers were one of the most important. According to his father, during his early years, he was a god who conquered worlds. He had crossed paths with this team of heroes, known as the Power Rangers, on more than one occasion. Each was more powerful than the next. Even to the Allfather, they were incredibly strong and wielded strange powers superior to Asgardian magic or technology. The only reason he could stand toe-to-toe with them was entirely because of his divine status. Thor still remembered when Odin spoke of the strongest he had fought. The White Witch. This ranger was so strong that Odin was forced to flee. Now years had passed, and Thor was not sure who was stronger, her or his father, since Odin was now many times more powerful than in his younger years. Thor's deep eyes stared at Zane, his lips moving once more. So, you are a Power Ranger? Yes, you hit the nail on the head. I am indeed a Power Ranger. Zane replied almost sarcastically. Relief seemed to wash over Thor. His body slumped back on the crack he sat on, and his breath steadied by several degrees. It was like he no longer saw Zane as a threat. Not that Zane wasn't stronger than him, but he knew Rangers don't kill innocents. At most, they discipline those who deserve it, just like Udana did to his father. Oh. Quite relaxed, I see, Zane probed teasingly, trying to figure out Thor's sudden reaction. One moment, he was ready to give up, now, he looked relieved. Even with Zane's perception, he couldn't figure out the reason. I know you won't kill me. Rangers don't kill wantonly, Thor spoke calmly, but his gaze was locked on the once brewing sky. Well, I did tell you I wasn't going to. Zane clearly remembered his reply to Thor's mumbling a few seconds ago, so the reply was quite repetitive. Did I beat him too hard? Did it fuck up his mind? Zane thought to himself, instantly using his mental energy to scan Thor's brain, but after some seconds of checking, he found nothing. It was still normal. Thor seemed to sense Zane's confusion and replied. In Asgard, there are legends about heroes like you. My father, Allfather, had clashed with a very powerful ranger once. She was extremely powerful, forcing even my father, a terrifyingly strong god king, into a dire situation. In the end, he had to flee. From the strength displayed, you are definitely one of the stronger ones. So, losing to you was expected. I accept my defeat. There was no pride in his tone, only acceptance and a little battle intent. As a god in the making, a single defeat from a new opponent would not make him easily give up. If a chance appeared to fight again, he would take it, but that's after training and becoming stronger. His current self would just be tossed around like a rag doll, just like before. It was too humiliating. Oh, so Odin met a ranger, and it's a female Power Ranger, Zane thought. The only female ranger I currently know that is strong is Udana, even though her strength is currently sealed, she must have been on Odin's level before, but then, it still might be another. The universe is vast after all, and rangers are in multitude in this merged reality. Shaking off his thoughts, he looked at Thor and asked. You didn't even ask why I attacked you. Yet a god like you is willing to bow and accept defeat. Yes, I am, in Asgard, knowing when to advance and retreat is of great importance. Only death awaits a fool who acts arrogantly before one who is stronger than him. Moreover, you attacked because I arrogantly thought my brother, who had committed countless atrocities in Midgard, could be taken away without punishment. Midgard has its laws, and what I did violated those laws. I deserve the beating, Thor replied calmly. Good, it seems I wouldn't have to trouble myself explaining, Zane spoke, quite pleased by Thor's open mind. Not many gods can reign in their arrogance. In fact, Thor was also like that before. If it weren't for Odin sending him to temper himself in Midgard, he might have been unable to accept his defeat. He was Asgardian after all, a god race amongst many and supreme to most. He had that luxury and status. Thor's gaze turned towards the unconscious Loki nearby and asked, "What are you going to do about him?" Zane followed his gaze and replied, You can take him away, I'll explain to the authorities here. It's impossible to restrain your brother in Midgard, Asgard is a better place." "Good, I'll be taking him." Thor also understood Zane's reasoning. He also understood his brother's cunning and abilities well, no cell could probably hold him here. He would inevitably escape later on. The only place that could safely secure Loki was Asgard. "Hold on, let me heal you. You've learned your lesson, so these injuries should also go." Zane spoke like a father who had just beaten his child and was ready to tend to the scars of the rod used, but the weird thing was that Thor was many times older than him. The only reason he could talk on superior terms with Thor was his strength. Power conquers most things after all. "Innocence," Zane muttered with hands outstretched towards Thor. A power visible only to Zane spread out, healing Thor in a flash, but the force did not stop, instead it continued, covering the entire forest. The surrounding destruction disappeared, restored to its original state. The force also healed Tony and mended his armor. Rogers was not excluded, and even the unconscious Loki was healed. But he stayed unconscious by Zane's will. By Odin's beard. What is this strange power? Thor shook his head in shock. Now, Wonder Father said Rangers had bizarre and powerful abilities. This is more powerful than Mother's healing magic. Alright, that's about done, Zane looked at Thor. You should take your brother and leave immediately. Make sure he doesn't come and cause trouble in Midgard anymore. Next time he does, I will end his life. Understood, Ranger. I will make sure he doesn't take a single step out of his cell. Thor hoisted his brother on his shoulders, propelled his hammer, and flew away, not looking back. Honestly, Thor feared Zane would change his mind and hold him down. Odin had told him Rangers had strange temperaments. Some were benevolent and others ruthless towards enemies, and from the previous occurrence, Zane was definitely the latter. Swoosh. As Thor stood midair, he roared to the sky. Heimdall. Following his command, a rainbow light appeared, covering Thor and his brother in seconds. The rainbow pillar came and went as fast. It didn't even take a second. Although Zane could react, it was still unknown whether he could disrupt the transmission. The aftermath of the transmission left only an afterprint on the ground, which looked quite archaic. This intrigued Zane, so he scanned and stored it in his Morpher's database. Then, he activated his innocent skill and cleared the burnt spot. His OCD wouldn't let him leave it that way. It would make him uncomfortable later on if he didn't. The previous chaos had subsided, and the once thunderous sky had cleared. The rumbling sky existed no more, only the bright moon lit the night sky. The occasional sounds of crickets also echoed in the canyon, making the forest look very empty, almost as if the previous destruction never occurred. In fact, if one did not witness the battle, they could never know what went on in this forest. The innocent skill, still at B tier, was incredibly powerful. Now let's settle the Avengers, shall we? Zane strolled towards Tony and Rogers, ready to explain what went on between him and Thor. Although he was more powerful than they, an explanation was still necessary. If he acted wantonly and ignored them, he might never have the chance to bring them into his team in the future. Moreover, it was also a form of human decency, and Zane adhered to it with importance. The night in New York City was more vibrant and alive than the deep forest. Cars and pedestrians moved about, with most making their way home. Several roads were filled with cars trapped in traffic. It was chaotic, yet normal in the city. On one of the many-storied buildings, Peter, in the custom spider suit, sat leisurely, legs swinging occasionally, and in his hands was a half-eaten burger. Although he seemed to be enjoying the view and food, his mind was currently not present. Ever since Zane had spoken to him about his no-kill rule, a knot had formed in his heart. The feeling was almost as severe as breaking up with a loved one, perhaps even worse. Imagine you had a principle you followed your entire life, one deeply ingrained in your very being. Then, an important decision appeared, needing you to change that principle. This decision was even more important than your personal principle. What would one choose? It was hard, extremely so. It was like you had to shed your former self to become something new, and what humans fear the most is change. Peter was also the same. He was scared. Fearing that if he killed, he might lose himself and turn evil. His mind was firm when he adhered to this principle, but surprisingly brittle and resistant to change. What should I do? Peter subconsciously put the burger down and stared at the sky. His mind was in utter chaos. After some time, he forcibly suppressed his inner turmoil. Hey, who am I kidding? I'm not made for this. I'm a coward who couldn't even stop his own parents from their deaths. How could I be worthy of saving the world? Maybe. His thoughts stopped abruptly, and his gaze went downward at the building where he currently sat. Stop right there. Ah. Help. His newly improved spider sense tingled. Danger. The threat was not directed at him, but at the owner of the terrified scream. Peter didn't have this ability before. It was only after Zane's meticulous training that he could project his spider sense to sense threats directed at others. It was much like Zane's mental energy, but of a much lower grade. Stick, whoosh. Peter instantly released his webs and swung downward to the source of the voice. It only took him a few seconds to get there, but as soon as he arrived, his eyes instantly constricted. He saw something that would forever change the direction of his life. This is the next chapter. Peter is going to change in the next chapter, but for the better. Power stones, guys, please. Chapter 143, Spectacular Spider-Man. Peter stood frozen, staring at the familiar figure before him. His mind struggled to ascertain what was happening. Aunt May. He called out subconsciously, his voice louder than intended. His beloved aunt was currently held at gunpoint. No humanoid figure put a gun to her forehead. Moreover, this gun wasn't just any weapon, it was a highly advanced laser weapon. The humanoid figure who also attacked her was one he could identify as the team had destroyed tons of them. It was a pteranodrone, but this was more advanced and felt more powerful than the ones he had fought before. Its former color was no longer black but deep blue, with veins appearing all over its skin. But why would it attack his aunt? And it also coincidentally appeared where he was. This matter is strange, no matter how I look at it. It feels like a staged play. Peter thought. Then again, I will think about that later. Saving Aunt May comes first. May Parker also noticed his arrival, but as she didn't know he was Spider-Man, there was no shock on her face. Instead, it was relief. She said nothing, but her gaze towards Peter seemed to say, Spider-Man, save me. Peter, with his experience and strength, did not disappoint and instantly went into action. Zayip. Thwack. Webs shot out of his hand, binding the blue pteranodrone. Following that, Peter shot out another web, sticking it on May's back, hurling her towards himself. This series of actions happened so fast that the pteranodrone couldn't react. Tear. Peter's actions seemed to enrage the pteranodrone, as it roared to the sky and snapped the webs binding it like twigs. Whoosh. Peter couldn't even react as the pteranodrone appeared before him, sending him flying with a punch. Bang. His feet were pulled off the ground as he was sent tumbling towards a building's wall. His body caved in, hitting the wall, which shattered upon impact. Peter only had time to toss May to another building, binding her safely to another building with his webs. Damn it, since when were pteranodrones this strong? Peter murmured with shock, but he still dodged the incoming attack. The pteranodrone seemed to sense the trajectory of his landing and shot a laser beam towards him. Zing. Boom. With a massive roar, the blue beam pulverized several buildings, including their residents. None survived, only ash and smoke drifted in the wind as if remembering their passing. No. Peter howled in pain, not even bothering to check his injuries. He swung towards each destroyed building at lightning speed, frantically searching for any survivors. But he was destined to be disappointed. No one was left alive after that attack. Even May, webbed in another section of buildings, had her mouth agape. Not believing what had just happened. The blue pteranodrone didn't seem to care about the destruction it had caused. It swung its arm upwards and charged another pulse of laser, ready to fire at Peter once more. What it didn't know was that Peter was not going to give it that chance. Before the blue pteranodrone could even react, a layer of hard web blocked the nozzle of the laser in its face. This time, harder and sturdier than before. Roar. The pteranodrone roared in frustration and struggled to get the webs off, but it was useless. Maybe due to Peter's anger or rushing adrenaline, the webs he shot were thicker and harder than ever before. Peter wasn't going to give it any chance to escape. He rushed like wind towards the pteranodrone, his body twisting with legs dropping in a kick to its head. Though he still wasn't aiming to kill, or rather, he wasn't used to killing moves. Bang. The head of the struggling pteranodrone caved in, hitting the floor with a loud rumble. The dropkick was so strong it caused a dent in the ground, but Peter didn't stop. With his super strength, he grabbed the pteranodrone by its feet and swung upward. Whoosh. The pteranodrone body hurled through the air faster than any bird. On its track was Peter, who had used 2 buildings to propel himself to catch up. And he did more than catch up. Peter took the pteranodrone by its feet again and threw it downward like trash. This astonishing strength had never been shown by him before. He always held back in a fight, and with Zane's training, that strength elevated to an even higher level. The Pteranodrone couldn't even muster a counter and allowed itself to be treated like a rag doll. But as time went on, its rage increased, accumulated, and made its body sturdier. It was as if the more it was beaten, the stronger it got. Although Peter did not notice it due to the speed of the battle. He would notice later on, as they fought. Peter was frantic as he tried his best to move their battle away from crowded places. He didn't want the former destruction to happen again. I have to destroy this thing now, or the situation would worsen. Peter fought midair with the blue Pteranodrone, trying to find its weakness or shut it down. Since he couldn't deliver a killing blow, shutting it off was the best option. Generally, this might work on other Pteranodrones as they were half dinosaur, half robot, but the blue one was different. It was no different from flesh and blood, so Peter was doomed to fail. The battle went on. In search of weak points, Peter struck every angle of the Pteranodrone, even breaking some of its parts, but to his horror, it healed the next moment. Boom. Channeling all his strength, Peter punched, sending the Pteranodrone tumbling towards a no-man zone. With his strength at C tier, the punch weighed several tons. It was capable of sending a small cruise ship flying, not to mention the Pteranodrone. Twip. With a swing of his webs, Peter arrived at the Pteranodrone fall site, planning to confirm its current state. The no-man zone was clouded with dust after the Pteranodrone's fall. This made it hard to see through anything in the area, so Peter could only wait for it to clear before he could confirm anything. It would take a minute at most. But, as he waited, his mind was in utter chaos. I let those people die. Sadness and guilt clouded his heart, making breathing under his mask extremely hard. This type of situation has never occurred in any of his solo missions. He was relatively new to the hero job, so his mind was still immature and indecisive. Casualties were bound to happen in this line of work. One can either look for an immediate solution or adapt to the situation. Peter couldn't achieve either at the moment. He was still too inexperienced. A minute passed, and the dust cleared. Peter focused his gaze, trying to find the Pteranodrone, but he couldn't. Ah. Where is it? Peter muttered and moved closer to the center of the area. He cautiously scouted the place, relying on his spider senses to track down any movement. This situation was a first for him, so he had to be rational. Whoosh. His spider senses pricked as he felt something move behind him. He spread his spider senses to the limit, trying to pinpoint the movement. Then. Damn it, spider senses blared with danger, as Peter dodged to the left, catching the incoming hand behind him. With an application of force in his wrist, Peter threw the caught hand forward, hurling the blue figure to the nearest wall. Bang. The Pteranodrone hit the wall, denting it with its tough body. A Pteranodrone is this hard to deal with. Peter muttered, moving forward at his max speed as he bound the Pteranodrone with more webs. Roar. The Pteranodrone, less like a cyborg, more of a beast, howled in anger, trying to break free from Peter's web, but how could he allow it? Twiup. Peter added even more sturdy webs, covering the Pteranodrone like a cocoon. Even with that, the Pteranodrone was still struggling to break free. Seeing this, Peter knew he was no match for this monster. So, he did the only logical thing, call for backup. Every Omniforce teammate had a communication seal stored in their mind, which could instantly contact the base. It had once been a device, but after some upgrades, Zane changed it to a mind seal. This made it easier and faster to communicate. This is extremely useful in emergencies, as one could not have a split mind during that battle. Peter here. I need backup ASAP. I've opened my location. Peter spoke through the seal as he took the cocoon, swinging to a more secluded area. Peter shot up to the sky like an arrow. His speed was so fast that it caused the surrounding air to tremble around him. His expression under his mask was grim. The cocoon in his hand was trembling, trying to break free, and the frequency was getting louder and higher. Moreover, there were still about 5 minutes before the team's arrival. He couldn't allow it to break free. This thing seems to be getting stronger. What the hell is happening? Peter thought to himself as he noticed the weird change in the Pteranodrone. Before, it couldn't take a single punch from him, now its aura was getting terrifying each minute, making Peter's spider sense blare at each interval. I have to get it out. Crack. Boom. Before he could complete his words, the cocoon shattered and sent Peter tumbling downwards. With a boom, Peter crashed into a construction truck, which caved in and broke. Roar. The Pteranodrone, enraged, moved downward, landing directly on Peter, shattering many of his bones. It didn't stop there. With a folded fist, the Pteranodrone punched Peter's jaw, sending him flying and crashing into a building. Ah. An involuntary scream escaped Peter's lips as he felt his organs shaking. Before he could even stand back up, the Pteranodrone was already before him, this time with its laser hand. Shit, Peter exclaimed, dodging with all his strength. Zoom boom. The laser, missing Peter, hit other cars and buildings, pulverizing all in its path. Be it humans, cars, buildings, animals. None were spared. Not again, not again. Peter ignored the attacking Pteranodrone and went to save the rest of the survivors. But how could the Pteranodrone allow it? It continued to attack Peter, making him look extremely miserable. His suit was torn, while his mask was even more tattered. But even as Peter got beaten, he still saved people. The civilians being saved were filled with pity and tears as they saw Spider-Man's miserable state. They couldn't take in the scene before them. Someone so selfless was extremely rare in the world. Some might find it foolish, but it was what a hero should do, and this was Peter's drive currently. The more people he saved, the more this mindset stabilized. It reached a level where he didn't even care about the Pteranodrone beating anymore and just saved who needed it. The Pteranodrone, whether controlled or just cruel, attacked the people he tried to save, but Peter saved them every time. This scene was everywhere in the city, as many people noticed it. The seemingly world-ending apocalypse now looked like a form of motivation for many, with many of the citizens praying for Spider-Man's survival. All this happened in a span of minutes, as both of them moved around the city fast, battling at each moment. Even the media outlet was before Peter called for help. Just a minute more, help will get here soon. With ragged breath, Peter kept this conviction in mind. He knew the casualties had exceeded hundreds, but he still kept the hope that Zane would do something about it in his mind. Even if it meant sacrificing his life, he would stall for time. Seconds ticked by as Peter kept on saving, and the Pteranodrone attacked. Then, "Help," a childlike voice echoed in one of the wreckages. It was so faint that without Peter's spider sense scouting, catching it would have been impossible. There, Peter locked the voice eastward, dodged the attack of the Pteranodrone, and zipped towards the voice. The chasing Pteranodrone also followed, its speed matching Peter's. Peter looked back, his face grim. This Pteranodrone was like a parasite, always attempting to sabotage his rescues. Normally, Pteranodrones were unintelligent, but this one seemed different. But he had no time to think of that. Saving the child came first. Seconds later, Peter located the child. It was a little boy stuck under rubble. He looked about 10 to 12 years old. The boy's current state was not favorable. There were numerous wounds on his body, especially his arms, that seemed to be paralyzed. Damn it. If I had killed it in one go, this wouldn't have happened. Is this what Zane meant? Peter's heart turned cold as he stared at the little boy, not knowing how to react for a moment. This moment of hesitation gave the Pteranodrone time to attack, but this time it didn't attack Peter. It charged at the boy instead, with eyes gleaming with wickedness. Arriving before the boy, it pointed the laser gun at his head, ready to strike. No. Stop. Peter screamed, hands outstretched as he tried to stop it. Then, to Peter's utter horror, the Pteranodrone looked at him and laughed. He 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 he. Something that hadn't said a single word apart from roaring just sneered at him. Peter couldn't believe his eyes. Even worse, the laser was already charged to the point of shooting. Then it pulled the trigger. So, another chapter. The updates are really slow, and I'm sorry. I don't know if it's the fanfic author's curse, but I seem to have more things to do when I began writing. But I'm back now. This chapter was a little boring and hard to write. What do you guys think? Power Stones guys. Chapter 144, Spectacular Spider-Man, Cosmic. Boom. The Pteranodrone fired at the child. No. Peter's voice was filled with anguish, but there was nothing he could do. His eyes widened as the laser got closer to the child. Then, in the next moment, buzz. The entire city fell into perfect silence. All things seemed to slow down in Peter's perception. The cars, airplanes, birds, and even the blue Pteranodrone slowed down in his eyes. Only he seemed relatively normal. Peter couldn't understand what was happening, but one thing was clear to him. His body was currently changing at an extremely fast pace. Swoosh. A massive surge of starlight energy seemed to converge in his very being, granting him immense strength. This power was so vast that it felt like he could destroy the world with a wave of his hand. But his mind was not focused on the power, instead, it was on the laser beam charging at the child from the Pteranodrone. With a slight movement of his body, he appeared in between them. Peter's eyes under his torn mask were cold like ice. With a slight movement of his right hand, he deflected the beam, sending it flying eastward. Following that momentum with his current state of extreme perception and added speed, he moved the child away, using his now starry-like webs. This action seemed small, but the distance Peter moved the child was extremely fast from his location. He didn't stop there but continued with other civilians, who also appeared slow in his eyes. Finally, after some seconds, only he and the Pteranodrone remained within a kilometer radius. But the power in him was clearly not permanent. It's fading. Peter felt the things around him speed up, as the starry-like power left his body. It was like water seeping out of a sieve. Peter knew he couldn't delay any longer. He had to end this now. So, he planned to use the remaining power to destroy the Pteranodrone. Charging forward with a low shout. Peter's starry-like webs pierced the Pteranodrone, binding it from all sides in a matter of seconds. Roar. The Pteranodrone, just realizing it had been hit, screamed in pain as blue blood gushed out from its cybernetic body. The wounds tried to heal, but the starry webs, like a restraining chain, corroded them, preventing the process. Shut up, Peter, with fury in his eyes, punched with all his might. The punch was extremely controlled. It didn't spread out of his body, instead, it converged on his fist like a pinnacle point, piercing the air around it. From the day he had been Spider-Man, he had never truly gone out, but today was different. Seeing hundreds of people die before him, with his aunt almost captured, the righteous fury in him couldn't help but be set ablaze. He finally figured out what Zane meant. They were heroes, not ordinary ones. They carried the responsibility of an entire planet on their shoulders. If they were indecisive when facing an enemy that threatens that responsibility, the results would be devastating. Just like it currently is. Moreover, his Uncle Ben, before his death, had once told him, with great power comes great responsibility. He now fully understood the meaning of responsibility in those words. He was a hero, one who was once prepared to die protecting people. Now, he would also kill those who deserve it to protect Earth. This was his small yet heavy conviction to himself. One he would never betray. Boom. The overpowered punch sent the Pteranodrone flying. Its body disintegrates upon impact. Roar. It let out a roar of pain and unwillingness. Its once cunning eyes now filled with despair. Within this despair was even more hatred for Peter. Its master had given it an important mission. Now it was going to fail. To it, failing was worse than death. But its struggle was useless. The power of the punch disintegrated its body, until not a single particle remained. Peter, looking from below, breathed a sigh of relief at its death. This might be one of the most dangerous monsters he had ever fought. I hope this doesn't happen again anytime soon. My luck shouldn't be that bad, right? Peter muttered and slumped on the ground, tired. It was also at this very moment that the Rangers arrived, as it was exactly 5 minutes after Peter's call. Kira, Gwen, and Ethan were the ones present. As they came out of the portal, they saw the destruction, and Peter slumped at its center. Their hearts chilled, already understanding a little bit of what had happened. Peter noticed their arrival and joked. Hey guys, you missed the party. The team ignored his comment and instead walked up to him, helping him stand up. Cough cough, Peter coughed up blood, struggling to stand. Gwen frowned, seeing his state, and pulled out a healing pill Zane had given previously, in case of emergencies, and gave it to Peter. Here, take this first. Gwen placed it directly in his mouth, not waiting for his reply. She was scared he might die if it were any later. Gulp. As Peter swallowed the pill, his wounds, cracked bones, and falling organs healed in seconds. Not just that, part of his energy seemed to have recovered, giving him the strength to stand on his own and talk. So, what happened? Kira, curious, asked. Sigh, I was sitting on a building. As Peter explained, the faces of the three darkened, their faces filled with fear at what had gone on. Dude, you should have called immediately. Instead of fighting it on your own. Ethan complained, his witty tone non-existent. Peter was his friend, he couldn't afford to lose him. The others also voiced their complaints at his recklessness, telling him they were a team and should always work together. Fighting against monsters alone was extremely dangerous. Most had bizarre abilities, and if rangers or heroes were not careful, they might die without knowing why. I'm sorry, guys. I thought that since it was only one, handling it should be easy. But I was dead wrong. Peter admitted his mistake, not arguing at all. He knew if it weren't for the mysterious power that appeared in him, the Pteranodrone might have killed him at the rate it was getting stronger. He wasn't going to be this careless and willful again. You, Sai, forget about it. Did the monster escape? Kira asked, not noticing the Pteranodrone anywhere. No, I killed it, Peter shook his head and replied. Ah. The entire gasped in shock. They almost didn't believe what they had just heard. Before coming to the mission, Kara had given a comprehensive report about the Pteranodrone. Its strength was very close to B, with a potential rating to the B+ tier. How on earth did Peter do it? Moreover, since when does Peter kill? Pete, are you sure you're completely okay? Ethan moved closer to him and asked, patting his body. The other two also leaned in to confirm whether he was joking or just delirious. Peter, seeing his friend's expression, understood their doubts. How could he, who was only at C tier, middle, defeat a monster infinitely close to B? Moreover, he couldn't use any of his gear or weapons due to the speed of the battle. It was virtually impossible for most, with the sole exception of Zane, of course. I really did, guys. How about we go to the base and check the battle reports? You'll believe me then, Peter spoke. The team nodded in reply, not thinking about it anymore. The battle reports would explain everything later, there was no use dwelling on it. But before they could say another thing, a voice echoed in their communication devices. No need to doubt him. Peter did kill the monster. The eyes of the three instantly widened in surprise. They now totally believed Peter. Since Zane had said it was true, there was no more need for doubt. Moreover, they also heard a tone of surprise in Zane's voice, which was uncommon. Yo, buddy, how did you get that strong? Did you do some extra training behind our backs? Ethan, with a smile, put his hands around Peter's neck and teased. Nah, I was just lucky, dude. As for how I could defeat the Pteranodrone, I'll explain later. Let's help the civilians first, Peter replied, diverting the conversation. Let's do that then, Gwen replied, understanding he didn't want to talk about it for now. The rest also nodded, not thinking about it again. Their priority now was to get the people to safety. After all, a lot had died. Wait, guys, before we do that. I need to get my aunt, Peter remembered May and immediately spoke up. Go ahead, Pete. You don't need to help them. You've done enough. Go home and rest. As for the people who died, I'll take care of it. This time, it was Zane who replied through the comms. Peter's eyes lit up, and he instantly replied. Thanks, leader. Zane hummed and cut off the connection. Peter looked at the three before him, spoke with them a little, and left for his aunt. Alright, guys, let's get moving. Kira, Gwen, and Ethan did not waste any more time and helped with civilian safety. Omni-base, control room. I've hit the jackpot. Zane spoke, unable to hide his inner joy. The holographic video before him was that of Peter and the Pteranodrone. Although most could not see the moment of Peter's power boost, Zane, using the base's power, captured the very essence. I was initially hoping he would have the potential of the superior Spider-Man variant, but this is even better. Zane stared at the starry-like energy around Peter, marveling at its mystery. The variant before him was arguably the strongest version of Spider-Man. The Cosmic Spider-Man. And the starry-like energy around him was Enigma Force. The driving source of this power. It was even better than the Beyonder variant. This is truly a blessing in disguise. Although Peter didn't completely shed his no-kill rule, he's not as rigid as before. This can work. Are you kidding? It absolutely had to work. Zane knew he couldn't lose the current Peter. With a universe filled with overpowered entities, having a teammate like the Cosmic Spider-Man was an absolute advantage. Although the power was temporary in the comics, Zane believed he could make it permanent with the Omni-grid. After all, it was all-powerful. Good, with Peter's new power, my plans can further advance. But first, let's revive the people who died. Zane channeled the power of the revival altar in his mind. Buzz. A chaotic energy burst out from the base. In Zane's eyes, this power transcended life and death, capable of many wonders. Zane almost couldn't keep his composure as he felt the vast power. Since it was his first time using it, he wasn't used to it yet. Even more shocking, the altar could be used at any location since it was imprinted in Zane's very existence. It was shaped like a black stone but radiated a power of ancientness. Seconds later, Zane forcibly calmed his mind before the power and commanded, revive. Boom. Far from the base, in the place of Peter's battle, a vast and omnipresent power descended. Whether it was Gwen, Peter, Kira, Ethan, or the civilians in that area, they couldn't move, as the power that descended felt extremely powerful. But that wasn't all. Whoosh. This supreme power surged once more and acted upon all the dead, half-dead, and injured, reviving them in seconds. Then in the next second, it vanished like smoke. What was that? Did the dead just revive? A god has descended. Ha ha ha, I'm alive, I am alive. Cheers of shock and happiness echoed around the place. There was shock, happiness, reverence, doubt, fear, and many more emotions. The only ones that were relatively calmer were the Omni-Force. Zane had already notified them that he was the one who acted. On one hand, they felt it was normal, on the other, they marveled at Zane's power. Their leader was stronger than they previously concluded. It was a good thing he was a hero and not the opposite. After the entire place had calmed down, the team continued their mission and led the civilians to a safe space. Phew, that was shocking. Worthy of being a growth S-tier item. Zane marveled at the might of the altar and smiled in astonishment. This was the most bizarre and powerful thing he had seen. Even the space Megazord was a notch lower. Zane was happy he could revive the civilians. There were people of Earth after all, and his mission was to protect them. As for why he didn't fix the destroyed building, Zane really couldn't be bothered with it. Insurance would cover it anyway. If they relied on him every time, things might never get fixed. That's done, let's focus on the next thing. Zane switched the hologram before him with another and listened to Alpha's report on it. Peter's phase was over, the incoming threat still loomed over Earth. He couldn't relax yet. How was the chapter, guys? Hope it was better than the former. Power Stones. Chapter 145, Prelude to Invasion. Mesogog's Lair. In the flickering lab, Mesogog sat on a throne, his hands fiddling with metal balls. His sitting posture was arrogant, yet a small smile played on his face. This smile made his normal, grotesque face even uglier. It can't be helped. Mesogog was a half-dinosaur, there was no way his expressions could be good. It seems I miscalculated. He had more potential than I initially thought. Mesogog muttered as he stared at the video on the lab screen, then added. Although I didn't get what I needed from him, this battle report is enough. The video did not capture the mysterious power, but it still recorded the destruction caused by the surge of strength. As time moved extremely fast at that moment, it was almost impossible to record every scene. Only the Omni base could pull that off. Then again, losing such a precious one is a huge total loss for me. It took me months to make that prototype. The hatred in his eyes could not be concealed. Mesogog was someone who hated losing. Every loss with the Rangers or heroes ached his heart immensely. His dream was to lead the entire world back to the prehistoric era, so he and the Rangers were always at odds. Moreover, he loses 99% of the time against them. How could he not hate them? If not for being half-human, victory would have been achieved a long time ago. Human emotions were like a shackle on him. Even worse, his other self's love for his son and rationality made it even harder. Moreover, with the existence of heroes, the dreams were destined to be immensely difficult to achieve. So what? One of the most precious treasures in the entire world is in my hands. With it, no one can stop me. Not even the mysterious ranger or secret protectors of this planet. Mesogog stared at the cube placed at the center of the room and couldn't help but feel a surge of confidence. Even more, there was contempt for the Rangers. He knew how powerful this blue cube before him was. He had barely scratched its surface, and it was so powerful. When he first tested it, Mesogog was beyond shocked, almost doubting his dino eyes. The energy of the cube was infinite, and its uses for his experiment were even more so. He was quite fortunate S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't know its true use, or else stealing it would have been impossible. A ton of experiments were initiated after he acquired the cube, and the results were quite shocking. Although most of the specimens died due to instability or excess energy, their results were still groundbreaking. Staring at the cube, Mesogog seemed to see his goal already accomplished, with him at the top, leading the new world and conquering the stars. Ever since he had gotten this artifact, his initial goals had changed, followed by a massive increase in ambition. He went from wanting to conquer a planet to planning galactic domination. Mesogog knew organizations like the SPD had an intergalactic foundation in both strength and influence. He felt that if they had this power, it was not impossible for him, too. With the cube, it was only a matter of time. But Mesogog wasn't foolish. He knew this could only be done step by step, and a sufficient foundation was also needed as a backup. So, he wasn't in a hurry. After a moment of silence, Mesogog got up from his throne and walked up to one side of the room. With a wave of his mental energy, the wall slid open like a door, revealing a secret chamber, known only to him. The space was wider than any room in his lair. It had several cylindrical tubes meters tall, each filled with blue fluid containing specimens of distinct features. Some looked like animals, others human, with most of them disfigured in many places. This place was Mesogog's secret lab, known by only him. Even his other self had Northwest idea of this place. Every time Mesogog leaves the room, he uses a piece of special tech to wipe his other self's memory. Although it couldn't wipe his entire memory, a little was nothing. This was his most important chess piece, so the amount of caution was totally normal for him. It's time for the final phase of my plan to commence. Mesogog took a deep breath, and a smile formed on his face as he stared at his creations. He, victory is mine. He. Only his mad laughter echoed in the silent lab. Is it finally happening? Zane muttered, staring intently at the images before him, then added. Took him long enough. These images contained all of Mesogog's hidden actions throughout the month. In fact, none of Mesogog's secret actions were hidden from Zane. With the base's power, spying on Mesogog was as easy as pie. Mesogog was like an open book to him. This bastard is really insidious. Planning to ruin the entire city because of his crazy goals. He's a complete psycho. Zane spoke with gritted teeth, unable to hide his anger. Although Zane was relatively calm in most situations, he couldn't do that now. It would be weird if he weren't annoyed. Mesogog's plans and actions were enough to drive a normal person mad. The man was actually trying to devour the entire city to create a Titan. A Titan capable of Armageddon. The process was even more bizarre and chilling. One could not explain it with ordinary words. Even with Zane's mental fortitude, he almost puked when he learnt about it. In the coming mission, he has to be destroyed first, or else the chaos that would ensue if his plans succeed would be catastrophic, Zane muttered. He planned to end Mesogog's reign once and for all. This must also happen before the invasion from other alien forces. He knew how insane Mesogog was in the original comic and story. This man was so cunning that he trapped Lothier, a galactic overlord, in a lab bottle. If he was capable of that, there was no saying what he could do to the incoming forces. He might manipulate them and use their power for his benefit. He was that terrifying. Time to notify the team. The war is about to begin. Zane spoke, then added. The rest of the team is around, with only Tommy missing. But I don't have to worry about him. He promised to get back before it commences. He had made extensive plans for this moment, from creating tech to buying gear and even training in secret. One could say he was fully equipped, maybe even over it. The only thing that remained was to make his team stronger, which he planned to do with the new training cards. 10 training cards. After acquiring a large number of points during the interception mission, Zane had bought these cards, each costing about 200,000 grid points. It was very expensive, but with his current funds, he had more than enough. 879,078 GP. This was the number of grid points that remained after his massive shopping in the Omni shop. He even upgraded the team's weapons by a tier. Although he hasn't told them yet, they would notice it after some use. Then, Zane's thoughts stalled for a moment as he remembered something. Oh. It's payday. Zane remembered today was the day to pay his team their wages. It was very important as it was in the agreements when they all signed the recruitment form. Moreover, this hero's job was never meant to be free anyway, and since he is the one paying them, it was even easier. A superhero shouldn't be poor. I'll settle the team first, then we can prepare for the world-destroying invasion. On a vast expanse, free from trees and seas, with only sand present. A person in desert clothes could be seen walking under the scorching sun unperturbed. This person was naturally Tommy Oliver. The sun's light hit Tommy's face, making him involuntarily squint his eyes. His lips were dry due to dehydration as he walked with ragged breath. From time to time, he would drink a little water from the metal bottle in his hands. Though this bottle seemed small, the inner part was massive, almost the size of a large room. As for where he got it, Zane gave it to him. With Zane's achievement in space tech, this was easy. It had been 5 days since he had begun this journey. As for his current location, he was in one of the special deserts on Earth. His goal for coming here was only known to him and Zane. Before this journey, they both had noticed an intense fluctuation of Morphin grid energy around this place. This energy wave was so intense that his Dino gem reacted to it. Although most wouldn't catch it, Tommy's gem did. After some investigation, they found out it was an egg. To be more precise, a dinosaur's egg, and it wasn't just any dinosaur. It was the Brachiosaur's egg. After Tommy assimilated the black Dino gem energy, he knew the Zord would appear. But as for where that would be, he had no idea. If it weren't for the base's powerful radar, getting it this quickly would have been impossible. Zane had even proposed direct teleportation to its location, but Tommy refused. He planned to temper himself on this mission and adapt more to his new power. Although he had used the power in the space mission, it was ultimately too short a time to master it well. He and Zane had argued back and forth. But in the end, Tommy won. Although these 5 days have been grueling and dangerous due to Mesogog's frequent attacks, the pressure has made Tommy stronger than before. I'm almost there. Seeing the vast pyramid before him, Tommy's eyes lit up in expectation. He had been on this journey for days, and now was the time for it to end. Who's that? Tommy noticed another person, also walking to the pyramid. It was a man, dressed in a similar desert cloth. The only difference was the hat the man wore. The men didn't notice Tommy, as the distance between them was wide. Only Tommy could see that far because of his powerful eyesight. This was one of the perks of becoming stronger as a ranger. Your body strengthens as your ranger power grows. Let's find out who he is first. Tommy walked towards the men, planning to figure out his goal. This mission was too important to him, there mustn't be any complications. I hope you enjoyed the chapter, fellow readers. Please, power stones, guys. This humble author needs them. Chapter 146, Prelude to Invasion. Omni-base. Next day. The control room was silent, with the seats of the Vanguard table almost completely occupied. Although the room was quiet, there was a sense of joy in each of the team's faces. Even Zane smiled from time to time as he looked at them. Yo-hoo. I'm rich, Ethan was the first to break the silence, his joy hardly contained. The rest also jubilated in silence, happy about the blessings that had just fallen on them. Their eyes could hardly close as they looked at the string of zeros on their phones. A few minutes ago, after their arrival, Zane paid them their salary, and to say they weren't overjoyed would be a lie. They remembered when the recruitment contract was signed. There had been a clause for salary, but they never thought much of it. They thought payment wasn't necessary, since they were superheroes. This path was something they chose willingly. But now, Zane had shocked them by actually paying, and it was no ordinary amount. $1 million. Peter stammered, struggling to catch his breath. He was the poorest of them all, and seeing this amount of money in his always empty bank account was a huge shock. Even the rich second generation, like Kira and Trent, were shocked. Although they received monthly allowances, it was never this much. My boyfriend is this rich. Kira mentally calculated the money they all received, and it surprisingly added up to an astonishing number of $7 million. For a normal high school student with no parents, that was a huge sum of money. This also made Kira happier and more satisfied with her choice of love. Their future kids were going to have a bright future. How does he do it? He's only 18. Damn, it's getting more absurd. This thought flashed through Trent's mind as his impression of Zane climbed up again. Not only was their leader powerful, but he was also this rich. It was as if he were blessed with every good thing. The team was curious about the source of the money, but they kept quiet. Prying into someone's private life isn't respectful. Zane looked at his team and was happy inwardly. Looking at their pleasant expressions reminded him of his past life when he paid his workers. They were also always happy when he paid their wages. And as an orphan who lacked most joy of life, making others happy gave him a sense of quiet contentment. As for where he got this money, the stocks he invested in many companies had brought him a lot of income. The amount of money he earned from stock trading was over 20 million. I hope you guys are satisfied with it? Zane asked. The team instantly looked at him, feeling as if he was mocking them. How could they not be satisfied? They even felt like it was too much. Not even CEOs pay this amount monthly to their workers, at most, in top companies, it was yearly. But Zane was giving them that amount monthly. The team couldn't even reply, so they just hummed in reply and went back to looking at their phones. Most of them were already planning how to use the money. Especially the girls who loved to shop. Only Peter was still confused. He had never gotten this massive amount of money before, so he planned to take it slow. After some while, the excitement subsided. Zane's former expression had also become stern. He was now locked in. Zane stood up, brought out several holograms in an instant, and spoke. You all aren't just here today for the salary. The most important is about to begin. The aliens are almost here. As his words fell, the atmosphere of the room became solemn. There was no longer joy in receiving a salary, as this was more important. The safety of Earth was their lifeline, and they could never joke around with it. Zane continued. We are expecting invasions from 3 colossal forces besides Mesogog. 2 are from endless space, and the other from another dimension. He paused and swiped the hologram, magnifying the mothership of one of the invaders. This here is a fleet of the one they call Thanos. I assume you read the report sent yesterday, so there's no need to ponder on his identity. All we have to know is that although he won't be participating in this invasion, his fleet alone can render almost all of Earth's forces useless. The only ones that can put up a fight are the SPD, the mages, and finally us. Thanos' forces would arrive here using a space wormhole. And our goal is to seal that space and prevent them from overwhelming the planet with their numbers. Zane paused, looked at his team, and noticed their focus. He nodded, magnified another hologram, and continued. The other invading force from space is controlled by an evil space ninja known as Lothier. He's more troublesome than Thanos, and this is because of his special ability of instant teleportation. Since he doesn't need a wormhole, we can only stop him with direct combat and suppression. Moreover, both alien leaders possess an overwhelming military fleet. So, Zords have to be deployed from the beginning to battle on equal grounds for some time. Zane was like a lecturer as he explained the plans, one by one. He made it understandable and easy for the team to execute. So, this made the Omni team calm and devoid of anxiety. Instead, their eyes burned with confidence. They were even more pleased by Zane's ingenuity in making these counter-plans. Each plan was extremely effective, they were sure none of the invaders would see it coming. So, do we all understand? Zane stopped his explanations and spoke. Yes, Leader, X6. The entire team replied. Good. But before we begin, we need to make y'all stronger. Zane smiled, then added. It's training time. This seemingly normal smile appeared scary in the team's mind. Several past training regimens flashed through their minds, and they couldn't help but shiver. Their leader's training session had never been normal. It was extreme and hardcore, always pushing them to their absolute limits. If they don't break, it was never enough. Although it helped them grow stronger fast, the pain was something they weren't fond of. Zane saw their expressions and immediately understood their worries. So, he quickly spoke. Don't worry, guys. This time it's going to be a lot easier than the regular training. I promise. The team's expressions became peculiar as they struggled to speak. But in the end, most of them sighed, knowing they could not escape it. They thought the next few days were going to be hell for them. After all, none of them know about training cards. So, their worries and reluctance were normal. Sigh. Maybe I should reduce the intensity of the upcoming training after this one. After all, becoming stronger should be enjoyable and not unpleasant. Zane thought to himself, instantly making a silent decision. All right, let's go. Zane smiled and waved his hand, teleporting both himself and the team. This was quite normal in the base. As he had supreme authority over this space, performing a short-distance teleportation was easy. Whoosh! The entire team appeared in another place within the base. This place was secluded with almost no animals present. The team immediately began to warm up their bodies and minds. Each of them could already imagine the intensity of the training. Their hearts were filled with fear, but with even more determination. Zane looked at his team, smiled, and commanded the base. Increase spacetime acceleration to max. Following his order, a strange invisible energy permeated the entire base. Although there was no immediate change in the surroundings, the spacetime acceleration had already occurred. The time dilation increased 100-fold. None of the team members noticed this power, only Zane did. I promised training this time was going to be easier, and I meant it. Zane brought out 6 of the training cards and sent them flying towards the team. Each of them grasped it with confusion, waiting for Zane to explain its purpose. Zane noticed and quickly spoke. These cards are called training cards. They are automatic training devices that improve strength fast after use. Whether it is physical strength or the ranger powers, this card improves them in a very short time. So, y'all won't need to break your bones anymore to get stronger, this card does that for you without cost. The entire team gasped at Zane's words, but they didn't overreact. Their leader shocks them almost every time, and they are already used to it. They were only happy they could become stronger more easily now. There was no need to push past their limits again. They needed all the strength they could get for the upcoming mission. Good. Let's start then. Seeing they all understood, Zane added. Yes, leader. The team replied, fusing the cards the next moment. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Pillars of colored light appeared above them, as various energies in the base fused with the rangers. This energy permeated their body and morphing powers, making them stronger. The transformation would take a while. After at least a year, their strength would improve. As for how much, that would be known later on. In a vast seabed. Black clouds churned in the sky, with wind breezing through every corner. The atmosphere of this place was naturally dark, with no sun in the sky. Only endless ocean water and an island with a building existed in this place. The temperature was always humid, never changing. With all these characteristics, it was clear that this place was another space formed outside of Earth's domain. It was rare to find places like this and even harder to occupy them. This space was naturally Mesogog's lair. Then, a green, eerie portal abruptly appeared in this place. It was as if space forcefully tore open as the green portal itself struggled to hold on. Whoosh! A figure in black slowly flew out from this portal. The figure was a female with a mature face and an almost perfect figure. The most beautiful attribute of this female figure was her eyes. If one looked closely into her eyes, all one would see was a black pupil radiating endless chill, and it was as beautiful as black jade. This female figure was Elsa. She hovered midair, head facing upward, looking at the dark building atop the island with unconcealed hatred. Gog. Elsa spoke slowly, her words cold as ice. After flying for days, she finally arrived at this place. Her plan before was to teleport here instantly. But she found out the teleportation device was damaged, with only a part of it working. Even worse, it was low on energy. It was only after she found out that the strange residual energy in her body could power up the device that she could get here. It would have been impossible to arrive here. As she hovered midair, her complete majesty was revealed. Elsa now looked completely different from before. She looked more beautiful and fuller in most places. The Terrigen mist seemed to have changed her entire biology. Even more surprising was the new power in her body. It was a very cold, powdery, or rather misty day. This mist was omnipresent in her body and could be turned to ice at Elsa's will. Moreover, it wasn't normal ice. The mist manifested as black ice. So, she changed her name from Elsa to Black Ice. As for how she could fly, it was an additional superpower from the mist, but also due to her former mutation. The flight power wasn't biological but conceptual, so it could not be improved by conventional means. Moreover, her flight speed was normal, only as fast as a vehicle on land. It's time to settle the score. The debts of many years shall be repaid today. As she remembered the time she was captured and controlled by Mesogog for years, and even forced to commit several atrocities, the guilt and hate in her intensified. If it weren't for the ranger who removed the mind control, her future fate would have been tragic. She would probably be destined to be used until death. Whoosh! With a slight momentum, Elsa, or rather Black Ice, flew at her top speed, gliding towards the dark building. With a roar. Mesogog. The void around her vibrated. To be continued. Power Stones, guys. Chapter 147, Convergence. Omni-base. 3 days later, Earth's time. The Omni-Force team, including Tommy, stood outside the headquarters building, fully clad in their suits. Zane stood before them also clad in his Phase 1 Omni suit, followed by Alpha, and finally the floating Kara. After more than 300 days of automatic training with the base's acceleration function and training cards, the team's strength had finally advanced to a whole new level. Even Tommy came back stronger from his journey, giving the team a profound shock. If they didn't know Tommy was a veteran ranger, they might have thought he was cheating. As for the context of his mission, Tommy didn't disclose it yet and planned to do so after the mission. Zane looked at his teammates with satisfaction, genuinely happy about their new strength. It gave him even more confidence to overwhelm the incoming forces. Standing there, he could practically sense the confidence emanating from each of them. Their previous anxiety towards the mission was now non-existent. Their new strength had washed it away. Their new powers had practically dispelled that fear. Omni-Force. Today might be one of the most important and perilous days for Earth and humanity. Forces from outside the galaxy are heading towards our home as we speak. Their mission is to plunder our home and hurt our loved ones. This we shall not accept. Zane began, speaking with both courage and solemnity. Our people, family, loved ones, and so much more depend on our victory today. I know we all have trained till our bones creaked, bled in battle, all for this very day. The entire team stood up straight, with eyes burning with resolve and rage towards the invaders. They knew what this mission meant for them and the planet. If they succeeded in stopping the invaders, Earth was saved. But if they failed, Earth would be doomed and at the mercy of the invaders. Plundered and enslaved like any other failed civilization. But they were heroes, protectors of the planet and their home. They couldn't accept it. They would rather die than allow the invaders to get what they want. For this moment, we have trained till our bones creaked and blood dripped. For this moment, we have gotten stronger. Stronger than our past selves. Now. Zane continued as a ferocious glint flashed through his visor. We shall show the invaders that Earth isn't just a planet they can mess with. We shall show them hell. Earth shall not be oppressed, and we shall counter it full force. Omni-Force, are you with me? Zane's final sentence came out like a roar, boosting the team's morale. Yes, sir, X. Omni-Force, are you with me? Zane spoke again, this time his voice a little louder. Sir, yes, sir, X6. The team's reply came out even louder, shaking the area around them. Zane smiled under his ranger helmet and continued. Good, Alpha opens the teleportation transit. It's time to declare war on these space pests. His words sounded harsh, but everyone understood. These aliens, like pests, planned to destroy everything in their path. And as the farmers, they would harvest their lives and save humanity. Alpha executed the command instantly, opening a rainbow-like vortex meter high and wide, before the entire team. Omni-Force, move out. Zane waved and commanded the team to enter the portal. The team said no more and immediately entered. They were fully geared and ready to battle. Zane followed after, not before giving Alpha some instructions. Whoosh. The rainbow-like portal disappeared after, leaving only Alpha and Kara watching the now empty field in silence. Space, solar system. 2 motherships appeared through a wormhole. The 2 ships converged and moved near a solar system. One looked like a biological warship and was brown in color, with smaller ships in the same framework around it. The other was entirely black and looked like a giant fortress, appearing more intimidating than the former. Their goal, the blue planet, Earth. No communication was established between the 2 legions, as there was already mutual understanding. They had no worries, for the supreme leader of each force had already made arrangements. The instruction was simple, conquer the entire planet and unearth all of its treasures. No other commands were made after that. Although this confused the generals and 2 commanders of each mothership, they dared not complain and just went with the flow. Moreover, there was nothing to worry about. Conquering the blue planet before them would be a piece of cake. Looking at the size of this planet, although beautiful, it is still very small. One of the commanders on Thanos' mothership, with a bald head, murmured, looking at the holographic display of Earth. I wonder why the Lord said to be careful. I'll wait till we get close enough. Then I'll access their information to figure out the fuss of this primitive planet. The bald commander mused inwardly. He wasn't really concerned about the mission. Through the holographic and geographic information he had previously gotten from the Lord, the planet before him wasn't even an advanced civilization. They only came in contact with alien life forms centuries ago. And from the looks of it, the alien life forms were relatively peaceful, which lowered his evaluation of the planet's worth even more. To him, this mission was already in the bag. This wasn't his first rodeo, and it won't be the last. The bald commander looked at the operators of the ship and barked an order. Add more energy to the engines, we need to get to the location as soon as possible, or else the Lord shall have all our heads. The operators shivered, immediately accelerating the energy input on the engines. Although this consumed a lot of energy and was mentally taxing, they didn't dare complain. Thanos was their god after all, and he wasn't a benevolent one. Instead, he was a conqueror sitting on the bones of endless life. He was death incarnate. Good, the commander smirked, then looked at the mothership beside theirs and added. I hope this legion doesn't delay the mission, or else I won't hesitate to destroy them. The bald commander's face was filled with pride and indignation towards Lothir's legion. In his view, this mission doesn't need extra hands, he alone is enough. He was only allowed because it was Thanos' order and could not be defied. He was also right to be proud. Although it couldn't be compared to Thanos' children, he was still a commander who had conquered several worlds for Thanos after all. The bald commander looked back at the beautiful blue planet and couldn't help but yearn. Such a beautiful planet was very hard to come by, and he wished it could be his. Most of the planets he had visited paled in comparison to the planet before him. It was only regretful that he couldn't have it for himself. I can still plunder a few things there before delivering to the Lord. The planet isn't that important after all. In the commander's mind, taking a few things here was nothing. Since Thanos didn't rank the mission highly, it was nothing. Such a low-value planet, Thanos wouldn't bother, right? The streets of New York were ever filled with cars and pedestrians. Each civilian went on with their lives normally. It was lively and sunny. Although many people had weary expressions, many were grateful to have a home they could always go to at the end of the day. This was also the atmosphere in Angel Grove, as well as in several other states, countries, and continents around the world. Traditions in each place might be different, but humanity was all the same. If barriers didn't exist, this planet would have been more prosperous than it is now. As people went on about their lives on the planet, suddenly, boom. The firmament above shattered, and the clouds parted for the void. At the moment this occurred, every human on Earth, no matter where they were, automatically faced the sky. The sun was long gone, and only thick and heavy clouds converged as if threatening to rain down a flood. The next second, each person watched as unfamiliar objects rushed out of the shattered sky as if the sky was birthing life. Not just any life, but alien life form. The humans below couldn't react immediately, as they struggled to comprehend what had just happened. Although they live with aliens and get frequent monster attacks, there was almost none on this scale. The number of spaceships that covered the sky was too much. It felt like clusters of dark and brown stars. The only problem was that they weren't brown and black stars. They were all aliens, and from their formation and entrance, the humans watching were sure these weren't friendly. What are those? One of the people below pointed shakily at the clusters of spaceships, but nobody replied. Instead, run. Like a trigger, the people of Earth, with terror on their faces, ran with all their might. No matter where they were, they all ran. Their destination, the country's safety bunkers. These bunkers were created since the first invasion of monsters centuries ago. Due to the fear of another attack, they left these bunkers and even upgraded their safety with several alien technologies. And, it seems their quick decision saved many of them. Immediately, the spaceships attacked. Whether it was Thanos' legion or Lothir's, they were completely unable to capture or attack many of them. Only a few unlucky ones were caught and interrogated. But their investigations yielded few results. It was not that the aliens aren't capable, it was just that the new generation of Earthlings were too smart. They had faced many attacks from monsters for decades, how could they not know how to react and get to safety now? In fact, this was one of the reasons Zane wasn't too worried about their safety. Moreover, even if they died, he could easily snatch them back from death's grasp with the revival altar. Damn it, how are these natives so smart? One of the Chitauri asked furiously in an alien language. The aliens were simply helpless, they could only breach these bunkers little by little. But how was that possible? Most of these bunkers were reinforced with vibranium. Be it in a little or an excess amount. It was simply unbreachable for the time being. Unless another metal or tech is used to crack it open. Stop dawdling, just capture the ones you can and interrogate them. According to the commander, we are all searching for a stone that matches the energy signature given to us. Another Chitauri spoke, also displeased by the situation. Then, the invaders' purge and plunder of humanity began. SHIELD headquarters. Everyone, I know a lot has happened recently, but we shall not falter. Fury stood before a group of people and spoke. I know most of you have seen the headlines, and it's not looking good for Earth. Fury paused, looked around, and then continued. As you all know, the planet has been invaded by aliens, and from our past observation, these days, Loki, Thor's brother, played a huge role in their successful entry. He's adopted. A burly figure with medieval armor chimed in, getting a few chuckles from the rest. Moreover, because of him, we basically have no plans and are low on manpower. But there's nothing that can be done. We can only fight back. So, are you all ready? Fury only smiled at his comment and continued his speech. The people before him only nodded, with almost no change of expression. The exhaustion on their faces was clear as day. It was not their fault, the last few days had been hell for them. Good, commence initiative, Avengers. Fury didn't mind their attitude. He, too, had been through it. The team before him was the absolute best he could find. From the day Captain America had been unearthed, it was as if luck had converged on him. A lot of things happened and brought together a team he had not expected, but was extremely satisfied with. Even a god joined the team. Although it was because of Loki, Fury was still happy. The only nuisance was the nation's authorities, who kept on nagging him. They said his idea was bad, unrealistic, and a threat to national security. But who was Fury? He didn't give a damn and just flipped them off in his mind. He absolutely would not stop the formation of this team of heroes. He had been planning for years. The Avengers were going to become the lifeline of Earth. That, he was confident about. The situation might be dark and gloomy now, but the heroes of Earth shall be the silver lining. That was his conviction. To be continued. Power Stones, guys. Chapter 148, Overwhelming. Run. The streets of New York were filled with terrified screams. Both human and alien residents of Earth fled for their lives. The situation at the center of the city was nothing short of terrifying. Although many had escaped in bunkers, there was still a large number outside who had either died or been injured by the besieging aliens. This was also the same situation for most countries in the world, but the most chaotic were Angel Grove and New York. Whether it was the calamity-attracting trait of both cities or the aliens' goal, the concentration of Chitauri's and Kelzaks here was more than in other places on Earth. Because of the sheer number of alien invaders, the two cities had been completely breached. Even the safety bunkers were attacked by them at each moment, frightening the people inside. Suddenly, the sky above New York trembles as a multicolored vortex appeared afterwards, startling both invaders and Earthlings alike. Specifically, the Earthlings, whose faces turned pale upon seeing another strange portal appearing above them. Is it another invasion? It's the end of the world. We're all doomed. Oh no, I haven't even got to live my life yet, and it's going to end. I can't accept this. The Earthling became even more frantic, running as if their lives depended on it. This situation also puzzled the intelligent aliens, as there was no mention of any backup arriving this soon. The invaders knew they were only two forces attacking Earth for this mission, so they were confused about the new arrivals. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The next moment, several colored lights burst out of the vortex, rushing towards the people below at a terrifying speed. The Earthlings paled, and the invaders became apprehensive. Both invaders and Earthlings could not react before the shining lights arrived before them in seconds. Then. Bang. Boom. Both Chitauris and Kelzaks felt a terrifying force act ruthlessly upon them. Their bodies and armor shattered upon impact, with most of them turned to dust by the blinding multicolored light. This series of actions happened so fast that the Earthlings couldn't catch what had happened. All they saw was a flashing light arriving and the attacking invaders turning to dust. But instead of being happy about the invaders' destruction, they felt fear. They couldn't be blamed, the current threat and pressure from the invading aliens had messed up their psyche. And as humans, they inherently feared the unknown, whether it was being helpful or harmful to them didn't matter. Moreover, it had been a very long time since Earth had been invaded. Moreover, none of the new generation had ever experienced it, only stories and histories were told to them. So, their current fear was justifiable. The remaining invaders, both in the air and on land, were instantly gripped by fear. Although most of them were unintelligent and acted on instinct, they still felt the approach of death, not only because the colored lights turned most of them to ash, but also because it was still standing in between them with an undiminished intensity. As the dust cleared, the lights were finally revealed. Amidst the crowd stood 8 valiant heroes, and leading them was an even more radiant individual clad in red, with his cape flowing lightly in the wind. It's the Rangers. We're saved. We're saved. The humans and alien residents of Earth burst into joy upon seeing their saviors, with the gripping fear of the unknown gone. They even momentarily forgot the threat from the invading forces. All they felt was relief. The turn of the situation was truly unexpected for most of them, as many had lost hope. The lights dispersed, and before them stood 8 heroes, 6 being rangers and the other 2 spider heroes. They were the Omni-Force. The momentum of their initial attack was nothing short of stunning. The lights around them still shimmered as if celebrating their entrance into the battle. If one looked closely at this team, one might have the illusion that no threat could stop them. Omni-Force, battle formation now. Zane, clad in his Phase 1 Omni suit, commanded, not bothering to look at the admiring gazes of his fellow Earthlings. Fwoosh fwoosh fwoosh. Like shooting stars falling from the sky, the team split into several directions, attacking the stunned invaders with full force. In the seconds that followed, dazzling arrays of attacks engulfed both the Chitauri and Kelzax, leaving them with no room to either fight back or escape. They could only wait for death. Tricera Smash. Tyranno Staff. Whirlwind. Terra Spin. Brachio Rage. Cosmic Webs. Dragosaur Flame. Ghost Hands. The team, with their new powers, attacked from all sides. In one moment, there was a phantom of a Triceratops and Brachiosaur, the next, a red whirlwind, followed by a flash of yellow, then a starry-like web, a white flame, and finally a ghostly spider phantom. Boom. Bang. Bang. Sounds of explosions rang out as each attack collided with the invading forces, with many of the invaders dying out and turning to ash that drifted away like smoke. Each attack released by both the Rangers and Spider heroes was filled with contained anger, causing each strike to be filled with even more power than intended. The Omni-Force was enraged and went for straight kills. With their new powers and upgraded strength at the C+ tier, the team was like reapers to the invaders. Moreover, because they were so fast, the situation turned around in a flash, and Zane didn't even need to take action. Their control over their new strength has exceeded my expectations. As expected of the team I chose. Zane felt both smug and proud of his team. He had truly picked gems to be part of his team. All of them were exceptionally talented, absorbing all he had taught them like a sponge. But he wasn't overly surprised, each of them was a famous hero in their respective universes, and having this much talent was understandable. Then, Zane's eyes under his visor flashed red, and his gaze turned upwards as he stared at the enemies in the sky. They were much more than the ones on land. Not only that, but he felt several monsters lurking at each side of the city as if waiting for something. Tyrannodrones, Zane murmured grimly. I'll deal with you lots later. First, let's get the civilians to safety. Then, with a wave of his hand, he activated his famous skill. Innocence. A conceptual power burst out from his body, acting upon all that exists. The wounded people healed, and the damaged buildings reverted to normal, as if they had never been destroyed. Even the overthrown and damaged vehicles turned back to their former state. The onlookers who were worried about insurance after this incident became extremely happy, with most heaving sighs of relief. It seems their worries about insurance and debt were no longer a problem. They couldn't be more grateful to Zane. They wanted to go forward and thank him, but suppressed the urge due to the current situation. They would do that after. Now that I'm done. Zane looked up at the sky, which was filled with Leviathan, his gaze burning. It's time to stretch a little. He jogged on his feet twice, stretching several limbs. Then. Boom. He disappeared from the spot and leapt into the sky, leaving only residual images at his former spot. The Chitauri soldiers on hover ships and a floating mammoth couldn't even react before a streak of red light appeared before them. Zane, with his flight momentum, pierced everything before him, leaving only destruction in his wake. Even the giant Chitauri Leviathan couldn't resist this red light moving with overwhelming destructive power and was pierced through easily. Their massive body fell to the ground, but due to the innocent skill, it couldn't damage the ground or hurt the civilians. It could only lie there dead, serving as a monument for Zane's current feat. Zane moved with speed. Each step he took on air like lightning, which appeared to the onlookers in zigzag arcs that destroyed both Thanos and Lothir's forces. One must know that, although he was a newly advanced B-tier life form, his combat power was higher. With his numerous means and powerful weapons, Zane could exchange blows with a newly advanced A-tier strongman. So, these invading forces were like ants before him, slaughtered at will. The only reason Zane had been worried about them was their terrifying numbers. These aliens were like a swarm of ants, although lacking in power, they made up for it with their sheer numbers. Moreover, they attacked almost every part of the planet, and Zane was the only person who couldn't stop them all at once by himself. Even with his team and other forces on Earth, it would still be difficult to resist them all without severe casualties on their side. Zane increased his speed to maximum, appearing in front of a giant gash in the sky like lightning, overwhelming the incoming invaders with his attacks. Omniblast. A red beam shot out, clearing out thousands of incoming Chitauris and Kelzax. But he was not happy with his temporary lead in this battle. The ever-incoming aliens didn't stop for a moment, invading Earth from all sides. Before arriving at the battlefield, he had been very surprised. Could Thanos' forces still invade without Loki's help? But as he thought about Loki's cooperation with Thanos, understanding dawned. This universe was inherently chaotic, with many strange and complicated situations occurring. So, two galactic overlords helping one another for benefits on Earth wasn't strange. This invasion made Zane understand the strange workings of fate in these universes. Earth was fated to have this day, and hardly anything could change it. Even if anyone successfully changed it, cosmic forces and time organizations like Time Force and TVA would not allow it. Even if they couldn't find the cause, rectifying the effect would be extremely easy for them. This was especially prominent in several movies and comics that Zane had read before transmigrating, so he understood the strictness of changing fate here. But who was he? He was the grid's chosen. The Omni-ranger. He was capable of changing these things while also being unnoticed by anyone. So, that was what he would do today. Boom. Zane appeared before a Leviathan and swung his right fist with terrifying force. Like cracked glass, the Leviathan's body shattered upon impact and fell straight to the ground with a thud, knocking down some of the flying Chichuari around it. His eyes were cold as he smashed through the alien forces with no mercy. At this moment, he was more like a demon than a hero. A hero to the humans and a nightmare to the invaders. In your next life, make sure to stay far away from Earth. Zane held a squirming alien by its face and squeezed hard, bursting its head apart like he was squashing a bug. He didn't stop there but made sure every alien in the sky was taken care of. With Zane's capabilities and arsenals, this was completed in minutes. For a moment, he became the only figure left in the sky. His figure obscured the sun as the Omni-suit, outlined by the light, looked incredibly heroic before the onlookers below. It was as if he was declaring, "I alone am supreme," before the humans and invaders. New York is stable for now, let's go to other places. With a thought, a rainbow-like vortex appeared before Zane as he stepped into it. The next few minutes after that were hell for the invaders. In several places around the world, people of Earth captured a red figure appearing in many cities and destroyed the aliens with ease. Whether it was in Africa, Asia, Europe, or other continents, the red figure appeared. He saved the humans and stopped the invaders, leaving them at the mercy of death. Many who experienced it head-on had already etched the image of that gallant figure in their hearts, never to be forgotten for generations to come. In space, the bald commander and a figure shrouded in black were staring intently at a hologram displaying what was currently happening on Earth. The bald commander's expression was currently not pleasant. His earless face became even more disfigured as he watched his fleet destroyed with ease by a native of a small planet. How is this possible? The bald commander gnashed his teeth as he slammed his hands on the control table. How can a native be this powerful? Isn't this just a backwater planet with a low civilization level? The figure shrouded in black also had a solemn aura as it stared intently at the recorded video. His eyes flashed with a vague recognition, but he said nothing. Looking at how easy Zane had decimated their forces with almost no casualties on his side, both commanders couldn't believe their eyes. Is this why Lord Thanos told me to be careful? The bald commander felt bitter inside. Moments ago, he had been daydreaming about profiting off this invasion, but now it seems he had been foolish. What is our next point of action? A hoarse voice came out of the shrouded figure. The bald commander stared intently at Zane's figure and replied with unconcealed hatred. Overwhelm him. All units listen to my command, send all remaining forces. Attack no one but the red-armored native. Make sure to overwhelm him to death. The bald commander barked an order, and the shrouded figure did the same to Lothir's forces. Fwoosh. 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 All remaining spaceships and Leviathan of both forces charged out. Millions upon millions of alien invaders charged at the massive space cut in the middle of space near the solar system. As they couldn't enter Earth directly due to a strange force field that had previously obstructed them, the only way was to force a way in. So, with a little help from Loki and Lothir's forces, they made a passageway to enter the planet. The moving forces were numerous, appearing like a swarm of bees as they approached the space cut connected to Earth. If anyone saw this scene, they would be scared out of their mind. The two invading forces never intended to lose, the size of both their forces was a trump card for this mission. One they thought would never be used but was, due to the abrupt turn of the situation. But what they never knew was that this mission was a nightmare and a trap for them. Not just because of Zane, but also due to the lurking forces also contending for Earth from within. I'm sorry for leaving for such a long time, guys. This author has been busy with life and all. I'll try to keep updating, but don't worry, I'm not dropping the novel.